That's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You know something special happened. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ right here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. No need to go anywhere else than DFW Sports Station. Was a baby George Pickens made last night at halftime. Is baby Bobby Bell going to make it in here last second? I think the first half was so bad it made Bobby sick as he was texting us early on that he was probably going to be out for today. Of all days, of all games, you missed this one.
Yeah, and like, you know, I'm sitting here, I was driving in, I was like, all right, how do I still don't know how to feel about this game. I still have no idea how to feel.
Elated. There's only one way to feel.
No, because you played like crap. You played like crap the first half, right?
What's your point?
And I don't know how to feel. Like, I was like, all right, obviously you feel good, you feel elated that you won, but like, how do you feel about the game?
Don't be raining like this weather in the Metroplex on me.
And then I was like,
I can't be brought down.
Well, I looked at my star downs. I think I have like 17 star downs because the first half was so bad. There's so many more bad things in the first half.
Yeah,
and then Philadelphia. In that fourth quarter.
The thing about the first half that I feel okay about, looking back, of course, after a win, it's much easier. You kind of gave it to them, like the stupidity in your mistakes. It's not like they were putting together these 15-play drives where you're absolutely helpless or just, 3 straight bombs like we've seen early on in the season. It felt like it was Cowboy mistakes. It felt like it was typical Cowboys stupidity in a big game moment that was handing it over on a platter to them. I didn't have the balls to tweet it, but I think it was at 21-7. I wanted to say if they score here, I think they can win this game. But I was too afraid because I didn't know to fully believe in these defensive stops that they ended up getting, similar to week 1 against the Philadelphia Eagles. So I I immediately tried to be like Brad Sham and go into the vault of best and biggest regular season games that we have covered together in 15 years, and the only one that I can think of is the Seattle game. I think the Seattle game a little bit bigger.
Well, that was a domination, that Seattle game.
And it was on the road, and you were like, okay, you are cemented now as a championship contender. This is, okay, are you staying alive for a possibility and a shot at a playoff race, and it was at home.
Yeah, and it wasn't, obviously, it was at home.
But this is the second biggest regular season game to me that we have covered together.
I'd have to go think on that. There's been so many. I mean, shoot, man, 15 years. It was
the Cowboys, not that many.
That's right. But after once it got to 21-14, that was, I think, the Cowboys got themselves back to 21-14, and then Philadelphia just fell apart, and they fell apart. And people are saying, Shotty tried to lose as hard as he could. And the Cowboys did that against. They're doing this against the Philadelphia team that doesn't necessarily make these kind of mistakes. Field the punt at the 1 yard line, and then you don't score on that. But
I offset that in my mind of, okay, was it totally BS and fluke? Well, it evened out to what the Cowboys were doing in the first half.
Yeah,
with a bunch of stupidity.
It was. It was, the Cowboys gave them that lead, and then the Eagles gave them the final 7-10 points.
Yeah.
It does even out. And this offense was never going to be held down for an entire game. You knew that. You knew it was 21-zip. It was like, all right, this team's going to go on a run because this offense can always go on a run. This offense can explode at any minute, and that's the beauty of a great offense. That's why watching a great offense is so much more fun than watching a great defense.
You tie the largest comeback in franchise history. According to ESPN's FPI, Filthy had a 96% chance to win this game after Dak's interception in the end zone in the second quarter. The Cowboys now are 4-127 all-time, including the playoffs, when down by 21 points. The other 21-point comebacks were 34-31 over the Rams on September 2014, 41-35 win over Washington in 1999, and a 30-27 win over the Saints in 1984.
Yeah, for the 641, I have no idea where that area code is, Peyton. Everyone wants an aggressive coach until it doesn't work. We've always complained not being aggressive enough. Can't complain when we are, and it doesn't work because of the territory. And I agree with that. I agree with that philosophy in general.
Iowa.
You know what? I take it back. I disagree with everything from Iowa. If it's from Iowa, I disagree.
It doesn't have to be all or nothing.
No, it doesn't.
As an aggressive driver, it doesn't mean that you have to go 30 over in every zone.
Right, sometimes you go 40.
Sometimes you go 40. You don't have to go 30 over in the school zone. So you can be more aggressive than not, but that's Brian Shottenheimer stuff to get to coming up momentarily. Let's actually go inside the locker room. Did you see the shot of Shottenheimer walking back through the Cowboys area?
No light club.
He was jumping, doing cartwheels. Basically, he was freaking pumped and elated. We have to go inside the locker room for the speech.
Hey, listen up! Listen up! Hey, we got a lot of cool to celebrate, but I got a question first. Can you win the game in the first quarter? No. Can you win the game in the second quarter? No. Did we spot them 21 points? Yeah. So what about, hey, can you win the game in the third quarter? No. What about that? Hey, we're starting with the takeaways today. Sam Williams forced a fumble. Yeah. Kevin Murray recovered it. Yeah. Elijah Clark forced a fumble. Yeah. Whoa. Trent. Did that say Trent C? Yes, sir. Trent C recovered it. Yeah. Dak Prescott threw a pass to George Pickens. Yeah. Dak Prescott threw a pass to Brandon Aubrey. Yeah. And the old man ran one in. Yeah.
The old man.
This dude also had a sack. Yeah. And then, hey, nothing like walking him off with Brandon Aubrey, big field goal. Everything we've talked about, everything, you guys have done it. You stack these days, you stack these wins, you learn because they build championship habits. I am so proud of the men in this room. I'm so proud of you guys.
Woo! Brian Schottenheimer, post-game speech afterwards. Pepe wearing his Cowboys sweatshirt. How are you feeling this morning? And just as important, how are they doing in Filthy as all the messages came raining in for you to spy on WIP?
Man, I was thinking, look, I'm done with their morning show, but both morning shows in Philly, I'm done with it. You know, you don't bring the energy, but the post-game show. I got a couple of tolos hit me up saying, you got to check out the post-game show for Philly. So I rolled on it because I'm working up here at Cowboys post-game. I'm like, okay, well, the Eagles post-game is going on the same time, so I rolled on that. I think we got 3 money clips.
Yeah, we even have a studio for you to record up here?
I got to do it all up here. I got 4 different computers in here doing all the same thing, but I feel amazing. I mean, look, I don't want to say the P word, but that looked like a playoff team right there. That win looked like a playoff team. That second half looked like a team that can compete with anyone in the NFL. The Cowboys were dominant in the second half. The first half went as bad as it could have gone. All those stupid penalties, like you guys mentioned, everything went wrong for the Cowboys, but they came back down 21-0, and they beat, at the time, the number 1 seed in the NFC.
At halftime, you tweeted, and I had 2 other people send me your tweet, that your wife wants a baby, and you were thinking about going and making that happen. Other people said, what are you going to do for the other 19 minutes? I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
And the name has already been picked out.
Yeah, George Pickens Choppy. GPC. So much drama in the GPC.
Yeah. And 9 months from now, should we be expecting?
But I would think not. I would think not.
Why not?
I faked it.
Oh, yeah.
I faked it.
You faked going in there, you faked it.
I faked it. I faked it.
But did it happen?
Oh, it happened. Yeah, it happened.
At halftime.
At halftime.
Oh.
Right. Yeah. Right.
That's 15 minutes?
That's some angry relations.
No, not 15 minutes.
Oh.
We were back before they got back on the postgame show and the halftime show. Yeah, it was the kids, but the kids were in the house. I had the kids in the house, so it had to be a little bathroomish. You had to lock yourself. You had to double lock the door.
That must have been some angry relations.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it scored before the half, so it kind of got you a little bit better. You're feeling better about yourself.
A little foreplay. Piece of foreplay for every point added.
Yeah, the kids were shooting pool. That's what they were doing.
Oh, Luka, we got to talk.
Oh, he's gotten better.
We got to talk.
He's gotten better.
Since 2 nights ago?
Yeah.
Since 2 or 3 days ago?
They may have played 150 games of pool over the weekend.
I actually think that the turning point in this game happened with a guy who is going to be probably absolutely destroyed today on this show and throughout the week in DFW.
Turpin.
Turpin's your turning point?
That long pass play he had?
That was not my turning point.
That was my guess. It was going to be that one.
It's this one.
At the Dallas 35, there's an encroachment in the line, no flag, and Prescott going deep down the right side, and the ball is caught. There's a flag, and Lamb held on anyway, and that's a big play.
That, to me, was the turning point. CD for 48, 50, call it what you want. You're down 14, end of the third with the pass interference. And then Spanford has his first ever career touchdown. That made it 21-14. And with the way the defense was rolling, you're like, okay, here we go. That was my turning point of getting it within 7.
That's a good one. Because, a couple of things could have happened there. I mean, obviously they could have not had the
yours was Turpin for 48 before the half.
Yeah, I thought that was all right. They're getting something here, right? Just
too many things happened though for me. Like third quarter, I think you ended up punting on your possession. So, but that one right there was Spam Ford.
Yep.
That made it 7.
So, because something could have happened on that Lamb thing. He could
have dropped it again.
Could have dropped it again. That's for one. That's a good point. Obviously, they could have got the defense for the defensive pass interference, which they did. But they also, CeeDee put his hand up into the face mask, and the ref was looking right at it. It would not have surprised me if these stupid refs would have given him an offensive pass interference. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of things kind of went into that one play.
Jerry Jones, giddy and flying high after the Eagles.
So proud of those guys. Every one of them had to give their best. They all had to do something positive to make that happen. I don't know when we've ever early worked any harder to have a team hand us a loss. But to these teams' credit, I'm so proud of that defense. And when you really look at what that defense helped overcome for us, then you've got to be excited about what we've got out here. I hope our fans are as proud of these players as I am. In 4 days, we'll be playing again. And they can't wait, and I can't wait to play again.
Jerry said you have to have these little wins as you look at our daunting schedule and our numbers of what we're going to need to get in the playoffs. But that one right there, I'll be as proud of on my dying breath as I will any game we've won around here. Someone followed up and said, Super Bowl? Super Bowl in that mix of proud wins? Is that, well, I'm not going to say Super Bowl. So that is Jerry Jones, who is euphoric. And he will join us tomorrow at 8:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Of course, in the process of this exhilaration, Dak Prescott becomes the team's all-time leading passer. Converted on their third tie-breaking chance in that fourth quarter to extend Dak's home winning streak as well against NFC East opponents to 19 straight in their first game at AT&T Stadium since the death of Marshawn Nealon. So you had the emotions of that. You had Dak at home versus the NFC East. You had him making Cowboys history as well. Philadelphia lost with a lead of at least 21 for the first time since 1999. It was the first win for the Cowboys when trailing by 3 touchdowns since they beat the Rams, as I said, 34-31 about 11 years ago.
I think they flashed this yesterday on the. Was this the first time the Eagles have trailed? The Eagles hadn't trailed in 8 games?
Yes.
Or week 6 or something like that?
Yeah.
So I guess they still technically haven't trailed.
I think this would count as a trail.
You think so? It wasn't in game, right?
I think losing counts as. I mean, in game they now have trailed. So I think.
Okay, so how about this? They haven't taken a snap while trailing.
There you go.
Because this was at the buzzer.
Whatever choppy way
at the horn.
Whatever choppy way to justify it. 877-881-1053. This is one of those games where I blacked out in terms of my notes. Like my parents are coming, they're pulling in as Aubrey is getting set to line up. Of course, their flight lands 45 minutes earlier. I was expecting rain, DFW that we're getting this morning, and I just blanked out in terms of the humongous plays that were made. So that is why we need you on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line for Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. It is your Dallas Cowboys report card for maybe the best regular season win in 15 years. Star Up, Star Down on the home of the Cowboys is next. But what is your biggest fear in retirement? Sean Sharif here for Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. For a lot of us, the list is long. Outliving your savings, watching inflation chip away at your money, health care bills piling up, maybe even worrying about what happens if you ever need long-term care. Add in Social Security uncertainty, markets up and down, or carrying debt into retirement, and suddenly...
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No,
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Club?
or 817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Nice high kick. Gibson drifting back. He's going to field it at the 3-yard line. Starts left, goes right, gets away from containment, and then he's tripped at the 10. And the ball's out! And the Cowboys, I think, are on the ball! The Cowboys are on the ball at the 7-yard line!
I think it's Trent Sig.
Marquise Bell knocked that ball loose, and Trent Sig, the long snapper, got down under it and recovered the Cowboys' second takeaway of this fourth quarter.
Listen to that crowd. That crowd explosion. I just got goosebumps off that. Let us know if you were there and how electric it actually was. Was it an actual true home field advantage for the all-time great regular season win over the Philadelphia Eagles, 24-21? This is Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is actually out sick today. He'll be even more sick that he's missing this one. Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line for Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness at 877-881-1053. I know Sig got mentioned in there. I know Bell got mentioned in there. I think the Dallas Cowboy play of the year is Elijah Clark.
I mean, for sure in this game, no doubt. that was to get knocked down and then knocked down again and then get up and make a play. I mean, that's why you're on special teams. Special teams has one speed. That's go.
You set up 1st and goal from the 8 with 5 minutes left. That's the star up. The star down, CeeDee drop, no field goal. Brian Shottenheimer decision. Philadelphia left with the ball on the 3, but Elijah Clark, Marquise Bell, star up on special teams.
Without a doubt, that was tremendous. And look, I mean, that's a situation where it doesn't happen without the returner inexplicably fielding the ball like the 2-yard line. Like, who does that? That was just a crazy, idiotic thing to do. But the way their offense was going, it's like, all right, he's trying to make a play. But then you get the Cowboys special teams to make a play. They pounce on the football, and now you're set up. And it's like, okay, they're going to win this football game.
Let's talk about the decision. Brian Schottenheimer on why he went for it instead of kicking to go up 3 with his defense rolling with under 4 minutes left.
And then, we had a chance to put them away there. I liked the call on 4th down. I felt really good about the call. I wanted to score the touchdown. Felt really good about it. They made a play and got good rush on Dak, so we didn't get in. But how about our defense, man? They just stepped up, gave us the ball back, and, I think the big pass to George was huge right there.
Choppy, you want to go for it on 4th and infinity.
Yeah.
What did you think in that situation? It obviously did not work out.
I think the 3rd down play sucked. I think the 2nd down play sucked. You're at 2nd and 2 from the 2. You're at 3rd and 1 from the 1. You should not be doing anything but running the football there. Run the ball. Like, that is a spot to run the football. And I know the pass should have been caught by CeeDee. It was in his hands. So the play actually did work. But the second best receiver on this team couldn't come up with it.
But now when you get to 4th.
You get to 4th down, and here's the dilemma. This was actually the highest go for it of the entire game.
What?
Highest go for it of all the analytics, every 4th down play call. This was the highest go for it. It was a 6% advantage to go for it. And the reason is that if you don't get it, they're 99 yards away. They haven't moved the ball an inch.
Yeah.
So I understand that.
I got to be honest. In the moment, I did not have as big. I had a bigger problem with the 4th down to start the game than
4th and 3 at midfield.
Yeah, I had a bigger problem in the moment than actually this one. After the game and coming down off the champagne high and celebrating and all that and driving in, I was like, my head is telling me, man, that wasn't smart. But in the moment, I was like, put them away. They're backed up here. You get the ball back near midfield. That's how all these teams think about it. You already alluded to it.
Yeah, this was foot on the throat. That was a foot on the throat type play. I didn't hate it. I think a lot of things led up to it that I wouldn't have done. But just run the ball there. I didn't hate the 4th and 3 in midfield. I also would have done it. It's too early to do that. I didn't love it. I know that say anything less than 4th and 3, go for it. But I don't know. I didn't hate the 4-3 at midfield, but again, I wouldn't have done that. I also same thing. I was like, all right, should you just take the points? But at the 1 yard line, it feels like a loss. It feels like a loss when you take the points from the 1 yard line. If you can't get 1 yard, you don't deserve to win a football game.
We're going to turn over the rest of the time as he sees fit to talk about the man who has been the man crush and elevated to WR1.
Prescott with a play fake on 1st down, a lot of time. Deep ball, left side Pickens. Up in the air, high point at the 12. How about you, Pickens? Little high step away from the tackle. How about you?
The best receiver right now in the National Football League, ? George Choppy Pickens, 9 for 146, 16 a catch, a touchdown, 9 catches on 9 targets. Lamb was actually targeted 11 times for 4 catches. That's how many damn drops he had. A long of 43. And when George Pickens got banged up over there on that sideline, emotional me was like, this is over. Game over. Get him back out there no matter what. Please, George. Please.
Yeah, I was like, uh-oh. No. This is, he is WR1. He is wide receiver 1. He's the best wide receiver in the National Football League right now. There are others that may have, they may have done it longer. They've got the contract. He doesn't have a contract. Have you heard about this? He's a free agent.
Oh, man.
He does not have a contract. But he better have one here real quick because this is the best receiver on this football team. And I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear anybody try to tell me that he's not the best receiver on this team right now.
There's just no way right now, game planning for Kansas City, that Brian Schottenheimer in his mind, I know it depends on the reads and the defense.
Yeah.
There's no way that Brian Schottenheimer, sitting down the game plan, does not think we go Pickens first. That's done. I was wrong about it last week. Me and Bobby were still leaning. Bobby wasn't leaning. He said easily, without hesitation, CeeDee Lamb is still the number one. There's no way today to sit here and not think we got to go to GP first.
Yeah, he's the big catch playmaker on the team. Now is CD more consistent? Is CD more the possession guy? Sure, right? Yeah, but CD's got some drops in him. He there's no doubt. And I'll tell you this. I mean, I have no proof of this. It feels like he's feeling it. Do you kind of see that?
Yeah.
It feels like he's feeling it. That he's feeling a little bit
like
of
he's kind of in the zone.
No. CD.
Oh, pressure.
It feels like he's feeling it. Like, all right, this guy's kind of taking over my spot.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to keep him at bay, but I'm making my own mistakes now.
Yeah.
Like I'm in my slump, and he's on his heater at the same time.
Pickens with a 43-yarder to the 11-yard line when you're down 7 in the fourth quarter. Dak ran it in for the tie. Third down comes up big. 17-yarder. Dak then threw the interception. He's just coming up big, but no bigger moment than 24 yards at the end of the game on that slant pattern. I believe it was the 24-yarder GP on the clutch.
The catch was crazy. Like I said, tracked the ball, kind of beat the defender. I knew he was going to be running up a little behind, so I knew I was going to have a chance to jump for it. And when I came down with it, I kind of knew as well, like Javonte said, because now we're down at the 10.
So there's GP, not a man of many words. He talks way more out on the field to the opponents than he does to the media. Let's go cut 19, Pepe. This is Dak Prescott on the man he loves so much.
It's hard for me to say exceeds my expectations. My expectations are limitless with that guy, and he'll tell you he's not from here. I'm sure you all read his article, right? The Players Tribune. He's not from here. He's not from this planet. And so I'm not going to put limitations on him. He went out there and does what he's done in games and when he's gotten that opportunity. And honestly, at practice at well, like the guy loves the game. He stays focused. Just the communication I know I've mentioned before to other guys in the huddle about staying focused. Like just keep doing what you're doing. We lucked up into getting a guy like that, and we've got to make sure we can keep him here. And he's a hell of a player. He's turning into a leader, and he's special.
And, of course, Stephen Jones with the G-Bag Nation on Friday said, of course we want to keep George Pickens here. He had the touchdown before the half that was set up by Ferguson. That makes it 21-7. I thought they left way too much time with 21 seconds. They did everything to set up kill clock mode, but then they go and score with 21 seconds left. Fortunately, it did not end up costing them. And then Brian Schottenheimer, the play caller, on the hottest weapon right now in the national, well, maybe Jahmyr Gibbs, the hottest wide receiver. You know that, Chop, as I'm facing you in fantasy, the hottest wideout weapon in the league.
I mean, GP's an incredible player. CD's an incredible player. Javonte played great. George doesn't surprise me at all, and the beautiful thing is, those two guys aren't nearly as good without each other. I mean, that's real, because you can cloud coverages, and they were trying to do certain things to take those guys away, and that's why you need more than one. And but again, he just continues to step up and do a heck of a job, and the sudden change, pass to him was awesome, and just really proud of him.
Oh yeah, you can't hold it. There you go. Is it the waiter?
That's the Dallas Cowboys Salvation Army charity bell.
Oh,
as Brian Schottenheimer is feeling.
CD's the charity.
He is feeling the guilt already. It's like my mother-in-law. Don't be praising Ava. You better throw Ollie in the mix. Make sure Ollie hears your name. Make sure it's equal credit.
Uh-oh.
Shotty's already in CD charity mode in the post-game comments. Yeah. You can't have that. He can't dictate. CD dictates coverage too. There's double threats. You got to pay attention to both.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, absolutely. No, we don't. You might have to. You might have to, but we don't.
Oh, man.
Oh, baby.
George Pickens. Star up, star down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. What about this all of a sudden menace on the defensive line?
Hurts looking over the defense. Snap is back on third down. Lots of time. Here they come. Down he goes. Oso Digizua.
Finally.
Yeah.
Living up to that $20 million contract that we found out was happening when we were at the Combine in Indianapolis. And RJ, yeah, it felt like the defensive line played well, but there were still no sacks. Jalen Hurts had not gotten taken down until the humongous one on third down that gave the Dallas Cowboys their one and only sack of the night. It came from Osa Odigizua. 4 total tackles, 2 solo tackles, 1 sack, 1 tackle for loss. That was huge. Finally, a third down stop via sack. And I also wrote down Clowney next to Osa and chasing down Jalen Hurts. You don't chase down Jalen Hurts, especially with a defensive lineman.
No doubt. Landon Dickerson.
What'd you say, Tom Brady?
Man, that was close.
That was close. We're going to replay it.
Oh, boy.
We're going to replay and try to take.
We don't have any coverage in here.
Aiden just slow-mo looked over here like that might not be a good decision. Let's continue. Star up, star down here on DFW Sports Station. You got one more thing on that?
Yeah, Landon Dickerson. This is a little star up, but we could save this too. But he said, the Cowboys showed them a lot of new looks they don't run defensively. A lot of 5-man defensive line fronts that they don't run. So, I mean, look, that's something you could do when you got $60 million tied up in your defensive tackle.
Let's continue the Cowboy Party with the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Star up, or star up, star down. Your Cowboys report card right here with Sean and RJ. But now all of a sudden, did yesterday change your Thanksgiving Day plans? You sure you want to be in the kitchen preparing, chopping up the celery and making sure the gravy has the right consistency? Sit back, relax, party it up football style with the family and the friends, and let Hurtado do the cooking.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hurts in the gun on 2nd and 17. Snap is back. Look at him push the pocket. Little shovel pass to Barkley on the left side. Ball came out as he was tackled by Clark, and the Cowboys have a fumble at about the 35-yard line.
Sam Williams also stepping up. Good morning, Metroplex. Choppy is clapping already in the commercial breaks. Top 2 regular season win that I can remember. I think it's #2 for me, behind Seattle on the road, and it happens against Filthy. We are going to spy behind enemy lines. I can't decide whether to do it at 7 or 7:20. It'll happen in one of the two. Probably 7:20, commercial-free expressway, so we have more time to laugh at their misery. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with Bobby Belt of all days out sick. This is not as bad as me having the scheduled off day when Luka was traded. Not as bad, but this is pretty bad. That would have been misery.
That's paternity leave, right? Or was that just a regular day? I can't remember what it was. May have been paternity. I mean,
I think it was like a holiday.
If you just throw a dart, it's just paternity leave for you.
And I know.
You would hit paternity leave.
And now the Tolos are giving me paternity leave for other people's babies. Like Zach's baby, I got some time off. And the baby that you conceived at halftime yesterday, George Pickens Choppy. I'm looking forward to those days off as well. And then Luka made it sting a little bit extra more in his postgame presser yesterday.
Do you see the Cowboys?
Oh, boo.
Some people tried to boo in the LA media.
I saw that.
But there he is. He's still thinking about us.
They don't even know what football is over there.
Do you see the Cowboys?
Oh.
And, Pickens would be my third boy, and he wears #3.
Oh.
So it fits.
You already got the number.
Well, I only make boys.
That's right.
That was a boy.
As a true alpha male would. How about Sam Williams with the strip? The Eagles are driving in the 4th. Here's
Their only drive. Their only drive in the second half.
That they did anything.
Yeah. Like that was the only time they basically moved the ball.
Williams with the strip. Eagles are driving in the 4th. Kenneth Murray, who had the tip that led to the interception the week before, he has the recovery. Eberflus is going nuts on the sideline, going crazy. It was Saquon's first fumble of the year, and then you end up punting. Unfortunately, so you don't do anything with it. You end up punting the football.
That's okay. You just push them back. Make that offense, because that offense wasn't going to put together a couple of drives in a row. Although they did, because they did get in a position with a missed field goal. And seeing Aubrey miss a field goal, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen at all. And then you see Ellie on the other side miss one, and it was like, all right, is there some funky wind in there? They turn on some kind of fans. Does the heat blow in the other direction when it gets cold outside? What happens there?
It's part of a defensive sequence that has this team giving you confidence in that other side of the ball. Are you kidding me? What is happening defensively with the Cowboys? Cowboys defensive drives. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. Punt. End of half. Punt, punt, punt. Miss field goal. Fumble, punt. First time all season the defense has put together 8 consecutive stops.
Yeah, I was talking about handicapper during this game, and he was talking about Philadelphia. He's like, all right, look, this is the problem with the Cowboys is that all of his numbers said Cowboys win, but you can't trust them at all times. On the flip side, it was exactly the same thing with Philadelphia. Yeah, they looked great at times in that first half with some Cowboy help. But their offense will absolutely keep you in the football game. It will absolutely keep you in the football game. We saw it last week. Detroit couldn't move the football at all. They were still in the football game. Cowboys here have a much better offense at home. It is a tremendous. It can explode at any minute. And here's Philadelphia's offense keeping you in. But how much of that is the Cowboys defense, which has played much, much better?
Brian Schottenheimer on how this D has all of a sudden flipped a switch?
Yeah, incredible, right? I think, you look at the run stats, Ed, I'll start there. I mean, what we were able to do to Saquon, who is arguably the best back in the league, and I think he had 10 for 22 or something like that. But they just kept playing, man, and, didn't have great pass rush today. I felt that, it looked like Jalen was back there quite a bit, but man, the tackling I thought was really, really good. We did a really good job on third down, and they're the ones that kind of jump started us, and we were, of course, able to get the touchdown right at the end of the first half. That was big to cut it to 21-7 and give us a little bit of momentum. But that's two weeks in a row they've played really, really well, and you can see the confidence in that entire group.
Other star-ups defensively. Take it over to the big fella, and I was scared to death after Saquon Barkley's little cheap shot elbow to the ribs that Quinnen Williams was going to be banged up. Quinnen Williams was a factor again, Choppy. I think Next Gen and those types of websites had him with a crazy amount of pressures. I'll get the exact numbers here for you, but he was a force again inside. I saw Bobby's guy, Jadeveon Clowney, running around a lot. Here it is from Next Gen. Quinnen Williams had a career-high 8 pressures on 30 pass rushes. All of them came on one-on-one matchups. Quinnen was double-teamed at the second lowest rate of the season, 26.7%. And then you go and look at Saquon Barkley and the Eagles as a team, only 63 yards rushing. Saquon at 10 for 22.
There's something there, man. I don't know if it's the fact that he's got 2 offensive line guys down. I mean, that certainly would hurt, but
hey, all this pressure on Hurts.
Yeah.
With force-feeding AJ, which worked yesterday early on. Maybe you're going to go away from the run a little bit. Squeaky wheel gets the oil.
Squeaky wheel gets the
oil. AJ's been, TO in the media. So maybe that takes away some carries from Saquon. Or maybe teams like the Raiders, who just fired Chip Kelly, maybe they're like, we're not going to run. We couldn't run it that well against the Cowboys second half of week 1. Let's just go ahead and not run the football again. Oh, after they've added an all-world defensive tackle inside.
Yeah, it's just like with Saquon in general. Like this year, he's had that one game where he popped big, right? He had like 160 yards. Something's just up. Something's just up with him this year. But hey, look, if the Cowboys defense, the way their interior, their defensive line is starting to make teams change up what they want to do, great. But AJ looks, is it me or did he look bigger yesterday than he had? I mean, he looked massive.
He's always a big dude.
Yeah, he is. The Eagle uniforms, they need to go back to those. That's their best uniform combination.
Osa, Clowney, Star-Ups as well. Star-Up, Star-Down brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness.
We haven't talked about this, and it wasn't any specific play, but I did think that, and I wrote this down at the time, man, that getting them, when Philadelphia got the ball to start the second half, getting them to go 3 and out right away, right after you had scored, just give you a chance, and the Cowboys, I'm trying to think, you go down and they didn't score. They wound up punting. But Philadelphia, if they had scored on that opening drive of the second half, all the momentum that you had going into halftime after you get the 50-yarder to Turpin, after you get the touchdown, after you make it 21-7, is gone. Getting off the field, and then getting off the field again. Like immediately after you punt, getting up the field again. But that first drive out of halftime, I thought was huge for them defensively.
1,000 Tolos are checking us out right now on the YouTube, the Fan Cam, and the Twitch, even with probably some extra days off during Thanksgiving week before you have the Kansas City Chiefs roll in. What was making me extra sick yesterday, in addition to 21-0, extra sick, was this is the get-right game for AJ. He had 5 catches for 67 yards in the first quarter. 5 for 67, including a 16-yard touchdown pass for the first points. Did not have another grab until the fourth, though. Did not have another catch until the fourth quarter. And it looked like early on, I was like, okay, Deron Bland's going to be on him. And then you seem to get caught a lot of times with Kalen Carson. They were targeting Kalen Carson throughout the night. And then, as they do, they go away from it. They're forgetting about Saquon. They're forgetting about AJ. Again, 5 for 67 in the first, nothing until that fourth quarter. 877-881-1053. What are the totals coming in with on the Franco injury attorney text line for star up, star down, Peyton?
You got a few saying star down to Kavontae Turpin. Several terrible plays for him. 940 says star up to the crowd. Stuck around and got loud in the second half. 817 star up to Pickens. 817 also says star down to Guyton for flinching at the goal line. And 214-972 say star up to the defense all around.
6-inch line, you're false starting. And then you trip somebody.
And that was intentional.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's a last-ditch effort. Like, hope nobody sees it. That's what that play was. But I mean, he did not have his best game. He just and Turpin. Can we get out of this contract? Can we get out of this contract, man? I mean, I know he had the one big play, and that's what he's there for.
That fumble, that's my new go-to now. My new go-to is investigate. I want to tag the FBI in everything.
Mm-hmm.
Investigate 88 and investigate this.
Are you embarrassed?
Two tight ends. Eagles show a blitz. They give it to Turpin, and he trips over the 30-yard line and fumbles the ball. At the 35, and the Eagles have this one.
Brad sounded like you want to be anywhere else.
He said trips over the 30-yard line. And it's actually a perfect call. It's not literal. But it's like the 30-yard line may as well have elevated out of the damn ground to trip him up. And then people are like, what are you doing, People are mad at Shottenheimer for that. Why aren't you giving it to Malik Davis? Why aren't you giving it to a running back? Kavontae Turpin, I've been all for get the ball in the hands of your best, most electric players. Like the big 40-yarder that Turpin had before halftime, you saw why they're trying to get it in his hands. That was another level of speed. It's like I only hit fast forward on him. But that fumble out of the backfield, RJ.
So bad.
That was criminal. That was so bad. That was awful. Then he had a drop later on. They're down 14-0 with the fumble. And then 1st and 20, later on when they got backed up, he had the drop in the fourth quarter where they ended up punting after the illegal fair catch with the scoreboard controversy.
Yeah,
what was that?
So which one was it? Was it a legal fair catch or hit the scoreboard? That was I think it was actually a legal fair catch.
Then I thought he was trying to do a fadeaway jumper lateral going towards the sideline before he kept it. What the heck was that? What is this guy doing?
I don't know what that was.
What are you doing, Kavontae?
It's like you want to avoid as much contact as you can. The ground causes contact. That's contact. It hurts.
Let's continue with your star up, star down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Let's get the rest of the star ups out of the way. Let's take a few phone calls as well. We'll do a couple of phone calls at 7, which we've never done before. This win is that big. And then Peyton Spies on Philly radio at 7:20, the segment all the Tolos have been waiting for. Your Cowboy calls. What's up with CD? And we spy on Filthy. A Cowboys Monday continues on the Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist, own store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com. It is right between I-20 and Highway 80. It is worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that vehicle. How about this? Go see Adam Vinci. Tell him you want that 2025 Ford F-150 and
Back and runs up out of the pocket. Runs to his left, to the 10, to the 5, cuts to his right. Somersault at the goal line. Touchdown! Touchdown for the captain! Touchdown, Prescott! You're too old to somersault.
Brad Sham with the call on your home of America's team. You can only get it on 105.3 The Fan. This is Sean and RJ on a Cowboys Monday.
Dak is catching strays from Shotty, calling him the old man, right? And then Shotty called him the old man. And then from Brad Sham saying you're too old to somersault. Woo.
I didn't know how to judge.
Yeah, move on.
I was getting ready to have a star down for Dak in this game.
Okay, so I was thinking in the first half, I was like, all right, beginning of the game, and I wrote this down. I was like, man, we've got, I think I called it amped Dak. We've got amped. Dak is too, sometimes when he gets a big game, he'll come out firing. He's a little bit amped, right? He's a little high. It happens. It happens to guys.
Especially against Fangio. The Vic Fangio ghosts were in my mind thinking that he had Dak all crossed up.
There was a 3rd and 6 in the first half. Okay. Well, actually, 3rd and 6 in the first half where he goes deep down the right side to Lamb. Lamb cuts in, and the ball's out to the right.
Yep.
Right? Incomplete.
There was 2 miscommunications, I believe, on that drive.
Yeah.
Not on the same page.
If you look to Javonte on the left, Javonte's open. A yard shy of the sticks. There's nobody near him, right? You could have taken that. And then he was on the 4th and 3. He was a little bit out in front of Javonte on that pass. Ferg, I think Ferg was open on the other side of the field. So he was a little bit amped right there. And then there was times where it was like, man, he's got nothing on his throw today. Maybe something was going on there, but that seemed to go away in the second half.
The end zone interception into double coverage after Guyton jumped on 1st and goal. You're down 21 in the second quarter, and that's crippling. And Blankenship has the interception. Bond should have had one.
Yeah.
And Dak threw that double coverage. That was a near interception. The broadcast was giving him the benefit of the doubt when he had the dump-off pick for 12 men on the field.
Right, and that was the offsetting penalties.
Yeah, and I was like, why even make that throw? I could see chunking it up down the field, but it was a little dump-off with an easy interception. What were you going to get out of that?
Nothing.
So I was torn, and then you get the bazooka bonkers second half, and I don't know what to do with it. But he had that run. It does feel like, Wilchuk said in the post, it feels like when he rushes in for a score like that, the Cowboys are usually going to win. He becomes the all-time leading passer in franchise history, and he also, by the way, becomes the all-time leading quarterback in fourth quarter and OT comebacks. 25 of them. Wow. 25 of them in tying the largest comeback team win in franchise history, down 21. And Jerry was asked, everyone's trying to get that headline. Was that the biggest win of Dak's career?
No, I can't. Because obviously there was the emotion of having lost Marshawn. But really, the thing is that this was our show tonight. They were the number one. If we could show that what we are when we get in this kind of spot, I'm talking about with the return of players, when we get all of our guns out there at the same time, then I think you saw a really balanced effort. With anything, the defense carrying things. And I wouldn't have dreamed that could come out of my mouth here 6 games ago.
And sorry, the question to Jerry was, can you name a bigger win in Dak's career? And he said no, especially with the Marshawn Nealon story hanging overhead. Let's get to some Cowboy Tolo calls. We are going to get to the Marcus Simeon trade as well on your home for Texas Rangers baseball. Let's start off with Mike in Dallas. Mike, you are live on the Fan, then we'll spy on Filthy at 7:20. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, I just want to start by saying, man, Scott, what's his name? Scott, the head coach.
Brian Schottenheimer?
Yeah, that guy. Man, that guy got super built out just by getting the win last night because, man, how are you not going to go for the win on 4th and goal? Especially with the play calling, like Choppy said, on 2nd and 3rd down.
He did go for the win, didn't he, by going for it?
No. I'm talking about on 4th and goal with 4 minutes left in the game. You got to kick that. You got to take the lead, especially with the defense on the roll. Terrible call by the head coach, but hey, still love the guy, but next time, be a little bit more smart with your play calling.
Thanks for the call. Let's get to...
Yeah, Scott had a bad... He had an up and down game. up and down. I've said I thought the second and third down play calling was not very good, and I would have run it on fourth. I was fine with going for it there because you're either gonna score and basically put the game away, or you're gonna leave them 99 yards from getting anything, and that offense was not moving the football. So that was one of those things. Like there's the whole thing, the phrase, and brought us up at this in the post: know your team, know your defense. If the defense is getting shredded, you had to go for it. If they're not giving up anything, you know that you could probably get the ball back in midfield.
But Broadus did not support going for that.
No, he didn't. That's just his old man. He's a little old school there. I don't think he'll ever come around to it. That's fine. That's the way it is. That's how he was raised.
Like the running back argument.
Yeah, that's fine.
Richard and Allen, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Rich.
Hey, great morning. I wanted to say start up to the coaching. We got Nate Thomas in there, so dude, stop getting beat. Guyton was terrible. They made that switch, and that normally don't happen. And I was happy that they stuck with the run when we were down 21-0 because you guys brought it up. Dak was going to throw us right out of that game. And obviously star up to the defense, star down to CeeDee Lamb. I don't know why he has the yips.
Yep.
But he has the yips, and we have got to get him out of that. Hey, Cowboys fans, enjoy this win, please.
Let's
go.
go.
Morning. Thank you, guys.
Let's go. Happy Thanksgiving week. It doesn't feel much better than this. Javonte Star up 20 for 87, 4.4 along of 20. He's just a guy you have to watch the game in order to give him his star up. 20 for 87 doesn't jump out to you. 4.5 a carry, basically. But if you watch him play, he had a humongous blitz pickup late in that game. I think that was on the Pickens 24-yarder. It was Javonte with a blitz pickup that I definitely remember. And I don't know if I'm giving the coaching staff credit for Nate Thomas because it looked like Guyton got hurt.
Yeah.
It may have taken the Guyton injury to get him out, but man, I'm not happy with Tyler Guyton throughout this entire year. Harrison and Mesquite is always here for us on a Cowboys Monday. Harrison, you're up next on Sean and RJ.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I didn't mind them going for it down there. I agree with RJ. Maybe they should have ran it a couple of times. But sometimes you can run into a brick wall, too, because they know you're going to run it. So I didn't mind the call down there. Again, I have a problem with Lamb dropping these balls. He's going to cost us games. But you do need two receivers. I'm looking at the L.A. Rams, looking at their duo. So Adams is here. So we do need both our receivers, and Jerry going to have to sign Pickens. We need him. How do you guys feel about Malik Davis rushing? I like the way he reads the field and his north and south speed. I'm liking him. I think he's going to replace Blue. Blue got speed, but he's no good.
Well, yeah. So the last 2 weeks, I've been a fan of Malik Davis. Yeah. He's provided an awesome spark. He did it against the Raiders, and then yesterday he had that 21-yard run, ended up 3 for 24 total at 8 a carry. Jaden who? Sorry, Longhorn fans. Jaden who right now. Let's get to.
I'm fine. Look, I like Malik. If they want to give him more, I'm fine with that. Because I think he's got some value there. Javonte, you're right, though. He is one of those guys that, you can't just look at the box score. I mean, you got to kind of watch him. And he does have that. He's a punisher.
Yes.
He's a punishing back.
Travis in Dallas, you're up next here on a Cowboys Monday. Go ahead, Travis.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to call. Look, we've been long-time season ticket holders for about 15 years. Start down, man. We were looking around. We always stand up on third downs. And we got Cowboys fans trying to threaten us. And there's about maybe several in a row backing them, and we can't stand up and cheer for our team. What is our fan base come to? It's kind of sad to see.
Were you at the game?
Yeah, we were at the game. We actually enjoyed the pregame with Broadus out on the Miller Lite Plaza. It was a great time.
How loud was it in there? Give me the louder Cowboy games that you've been to, or does that come in near the top?
So that was pretty loud, I will say, when we had Amari Cooper and we played Philly. Man, I'm blanking on the year, but that game was crazy. The playoff game for Seattle was crazy. But again, I mean, it was very electric.
Yeah.
But just there was a little bit too much green for comfort, I will say.
Thank you for the call.
I noticed that when Cooper DeJean had a really nice tackle, and you heard the Coop chants, and I was like, oh man. Now I know the boo or the coo or the they sound louder But I was like, that's too many. That's too many Eagle fans.
Fan text is exploding at 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. Before we get to the Rangers, big deal, maybe signaling the end of an era. Are there any other star-ups that you want to get out of the way? We have our own separate discussion for CeeDee Lamb and the star downs.
Yeah, I got one. Peyton Russell showing up after a Cowboy game.
Look at that.
Look at that. Star up.
Where's Bobby?
I don't know. He's taking off now after Cowboys games. I don't get it. I'll see if KNC and G-Bag bully him like they bullied me for missing the last game.
To miss this game? I've never missed a game this big because of ailments. I would drag myself in. Maybe it was always a scheduled day off.
Scheduled day off.
I'm never gonna miss.
Yeah.
Like I put the family to the side. I didn't even greet my parents who flew in from Maryland, pulling in with the Alba limo for my guy Hector.
No.
I didn't even sit there. I made them wait outside for a little bit until this
wait
thing
outside. You're not allowed in yet.
You're not allowed in yet until this comeback gets completed.
I'll tell you. You mentioned like you ignore. Star down to my little man Julian. He wanted to sit next to me watching this game, which is fine. I'm fine with that. But he was blasting his TikTok videos. Now, the only saving grace is I didn't have to listen to Burkhart and Brady. Like that was the only saving grace.
Stumbling, bumbling.
But it
and the N-word. Almost. But man, these kids, they have these things so loud, and they're listening to and it's the same video over and over again. It's like they're scrolling through with the same exact video music being played, just different people making a video. My other star up is Jake Elliott. It always feels like the other team's kicker hits all the big kicks against the Cowboys, whether it's Jake Elliott on Filthy, whether it's a damn Packers kicker. I think it was Mason Crosby for years. It just felt like it was always going to go through the uprights, and then Jake Elliott misses the big 58-yarder. That was in the fourth. They're up 7. That could have made it a 2-score game. That right there is a 10-point game, but thankfully he ends up missing. Peyton Spies on Filthy at 720 Commercial-Free Expressway. But, Choppy, we have a big Rangers trade.
Yeah, we do. The Rangers send Marcus Semien to the Mets for Brandon Nimmo, and they also it looks like they get $5 million back in the trade as well. So they're shedding some salary because Semien makes more money, and they're getting more money back in the deal. Now, one thing is Nimmo is locked up. Simeon's deal ends in like 3 years. Nimmo's locked up for a couple of more. But he's younger. And, I mean, look, this is a guy, last year he was around a 260 hitter. His OPS was a little bit under 800. You want it to be a little bit higher than that. It was about 760, 25 home run pop. And Citi Field is not a great hitter's park. So I don't know. And I know the Globe isn't a great hitter's park either, or at least hasn't been the last couple of years. So I don't know that it's going to be much of a drop off because Citi Field is not great either. But this is kind of an end of we've only got a handful of guys left from that championship team. This was a move that I think a lot of people in the know expected. They expected Marcus to go. And then I think you come out here at least at minimum with a wash.
Yeah, I think they got a better player, and they're paying less money. I love the move.
At worst, it's a wash. At best, you got an upgrade. Now, he plays the outfield. You do have a lot of guys out there. You do got a guy in a logjam, but we all assume that Adolis is not going to come back.
Well, he's not coming back.
Yeah, that's the talk. It's the assumption. It's the reality, really, not the assumption. It's the reality.
Yeah, him and Heim.
Yeah, him and Heim.
They non-tender. I wish they would make the language easier to understand in baseball.
That was on Friday they did that, right?
The Rangers non-tendered Adolis Garcia and Heim, making them free agents. They also did not offer contracts to Josh Spores and Jacob Webb, making them free agents as well. So you're just saying unless he comes back on a lesser deal.
He could come, they obviously they could do that. But, look, I mean, now it appears that they would have no reason to do that. Like none. Unless you're looking for just a DH. But you've already got DHs. So this, I think, is a good deal. It's a good move for them. You shed some contract, and you get a better player.
877-881-1053. Let us know what you think of the Marcus Semien deal on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. I'm fine with all the Rangers who have left so far. Thank you. awesome championship. The memories will be there forever, but it was time to go ahead and get some fresh new blood in here. It is also time for the segment. When you get a win like this, it's all everyone tweets us.
Let's go, Birds! ELGS, Eagles!
Peyton Russell spies on Filthy with the Eagle meltdown on the field and on the phone lines, commercial free, in a Cowboys Expressway next. But let me go ahead and get you on over to Wild Fork Foods. Oh, man, I love when the Tolos trust me, and I love when they come back to me and say, Sharif, you were right. You nailed it on the veal chop. My guy Royal, the general manager over there at Wild Fork Foods, it's not a restaurant, y'all. It is your new protein heaven. Was sending me pictures of Tolos who went in saying, I keep hearing about this veal chop on the radio. I got the special occasion. He said it was...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like
Your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
This team is abysmal.
I blame Nick Sirianni.
Go to hell today.
It needs to be boots in somebody's ass. I'm sick of it.
Snap and hold, 42-yard kick from Aubrey. The Cowboys have won this football game. Butter, 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 butter. I don't know when they've won one that felt like this. 42 for Aubrey, and the Cowboys win 24-21.
Oh my goodness, guys. We did it. We finally beat the Eagles. They beat us in week 1, barely. But we got them last night. Oh my goodness. And look, we don't get many of these chances here. We try and spy on Philly here and there, but the Philly morning shows ever since Cataldi left. Boring. But I think I found a new show here. The Postgame show for 94 WIP in Philadelphia. Some Tolos hit me up. I think Tolo Amy hit me up last night saying, hey, you got to spy on Philly radio, but not the morning shows. It's the Postgame show. We have a Postgame show here on The Fan, the home of the Cowboys, with Zach and Brian. And now we got Robin, whatever this other guy's name. It doesn't matter. But they start going off here. They get to callers immediately. And let's start off with the host, Rob. This is how he starts the Postgame show on 94 WIP.
Rob Ellis, Rodney McLeod. Eagles lose 24-21 to the Cowboys after a 21-0 lead in the second quarter. For every caller, I'm coming to every one of you. Don't ask me how I'm doing. Okay? I'll tell you right now. I can't use the word how I'm doing on the air. All right? I'm not doing good. Not all fall apart. They fell apart to the Cowboys. And I heard all week, nobody cares about the Cowboys anymore. I care. All right? So it bothers me even more that it was this stinking team. So don't ask me how I'm doing. I'm not doing good. Okay? Not doing good. Let's get it out. Neil in Belleville. Neil, you better freaking bring it. Neil, you're on the Eagles postgame show. Come on, Neil.
Let's get to it. He wants the callers to bring it, man.
Peyton, you work postgame here, right?
Yes, I did.
What was it like last night?
Oh, with the callers were ecstatic. They weren't thinking playoffs or anything, but they're like, okay, we have a chance if we beat the Chiefs. Well, the Chiefs are very vulnerable right now.
Yep.
They had the win against the Colts. They're down 11, I think, in the fourth quarter, but they're a real team that you can actually beat. So I think it's like we're starting to get that way, starting to think about the playoffs. So you got to beat the Chiefs Thursday night. But they're excited.
Giddy?
Oh my goodness! Yes.
I could hear it.
Yes, I promise you, he's going to come in today on G-Bag, and the first sentence he says is, "This is a playoff team." He's going to believe this team has what it takes to make the playoffs. At 5-5-1 right now, with what would that be? 6 games left in the season. He's going to probably predict a blowout against the Chiefs, an upset against Jake Reitman's Lions on the road the next Thursday night. So he's thinking Cowboys are making the playoffs.
That's back-to-back Thursday games again.
And Broadus didn't get mad at anybody.
No, Broadus, he didn't say this is just the Raiders, man. No, he was cool with that one. He was cool with the callers. They were back and forth with him, but he was nice this time.
Real quick, I am interested to see what Vegas does with these next 2 games. Well, I know what they're going to do this game, but the one after that. Because Kansas City's a 4-point favorite.
Wow.
So if Kansas City's a 4-point favorite on the road, does that mean that we're going to be a 8 or a 9-point dog in Detroit?
Man,
certainly not.
I would throw my early feeling is $50 on the Cowboys with 4.
My early feeling is $50 on Cowboys money line.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you might get close to plus 180. I got to go check to see what it is.
Oh, we have winnings to play with. Fortunately,
we're going to let it ride. We're going to get some house money. Yeah, buddy.
All right, let's continue with the postgame show on 94.1 WIP in Philadelphia. So you saw there, Rob was getting giddy with he won the callers immediately. Won the callers. Don't forget the recap of the game. He wanted to get to Neil first, and Neil for about 90 seconds brought it hard.
What is he doing?
Correct.
Catching a punt.
He being Xavier Gibson. What are you doing?
He needs to be cut tomorrow. The only job he is qualified to do with that kind of judgment is pump gas or clean toilets. Absolutely disgraceful. And you go up 21-0, and as you said in the open, when you've got a team on the ropes, you have to finish them. And you let them back in. You have CeeDee, even though CeeDee Lamb had 3 drops, they have big catches over the middle. Pickens has big catches all over the field. This defense, right? And as we've been saying for weeks now, if this defense doesn't hold its end of the bargain, the offense cannot, as we've said many times before,
get you a victory unless this defense was top-notch. And this was a Dallas defense that was bottom 5 in every major statistical category. And Kevin Bertullo, who once again hasn't found a game plan that anyone can call coherent, and this guy cannot, after this performance, and I don't want to hear about, we're 8-3 now, so what do you do? Don't look at this offensive product on the field and tell me that this guy should be our offensive coordinator. You can't be, let's be honest, the Cowboys treated this game as their Super Bowl. Everybody knew it. The Cowboys knew it. The Eagles knew it. And you can't put a game plan together on offense to beat a bottom 5 defense. That's a fireable offense.
Yeah.
Catching a punt and the 5-yard line is a fireable offense. These are the types of things, turnovers, penalties, fumbles. You can't do that as an NFL club and expect to win.
Well done, Neil.
Peyton.
Well done.
Well done by you, Peyton. This is it. This is the go-to. It's a post-game show.
Yep,
no more of that boring-ass morning radio that they have on either of the two stations.
Well, it's the immediate reaction. It's the right after the loss, right after you take a big fat L there in Philadelphia. You don't have time to sleep on it. The hosts don't have time to think about their thoughts and get all the bad thoughts out of the way and just be boring there. So this is the immediate reaction. It's got to be the post-game show on WIP.
They would have started with a Simeon trade this morning.
Yeah, they would have.
If they were here, they'd be like, "Whoa, what football game? What took place?" That's how they usually do on the morning shows. They have to talk about the football in the post.
Let's get to one more clip here. 94.1 WIP in Philadelphia. We're spying on Philly radio this morning. This was the postgame show, and this is Ken, another caller. Ken in Philadelphia. He wants a coaching change immediately.
Yeah, what a freaking mess.
Yes.
Xavier Gibson, I texted my group chat. I hope Gibson is okay. Then cut his bleep. Barkley and the offensive line just aren't there from a run game perspective.
Yep.
Done. I love Saquon. Got the 26, got that number. I'll still wear it. But this year, he does not have it. I hope he gets it back next year. This brings me to the play calling in the second half. And yes, it's Patullo. Good coaches, great coaches take the ball out of the hands of the stars when they don't have it. They have the cojones to make the move. Patullo doesn't, and it's killing him.
And that's the offensive coordinator they want gone there in Philadelphia. After
Fire everyone.
Patullo sounds like a Philadelphia name. Patullo.
It's just nice to get refreshed on what remedial, generic, lowest common denominator radio sounds like when it's cut, fire, cut.
That is national radio. That's New York radio.
And they still have like a 7-game lead in the division. The division's over.
They hadn't trailed in a game since week 6 until zeros on the clock yesterday. Everybody's got to go.
We'll come in here and Bobby will be like, it's time to bench Elam. I think it's time to move on from Elam. Not like, all right, cut him in the locker room.
Yeah.
Do it right there after.
That's a disgrace. You got to fire him. You got to fire him. That's after every loss. This guy's got to be fired. Well, they didn't win the Super Bowl. Well, you got to fire him. You got to fire him.
My father-in-law, you made his morning, Pepe. You did it. That's what he's been asking for. It's like maybe the number one staple on the show, even though it hasn't been good for over a year in terms of the morning radio.
2 years, right? When did Angelo retire?
Whenever Angelo Cataldi retired. So that is.
When's his podcast coming out? He's got to have one, right? These guys can't stay retired. Nobody stays retired in radio. They all come up with a podcast.
And by the way, all you loser children in Philly at that elementary school, you're going to grow up to be losers just like your parents, just like your dads and your moms, as they had the cowboy punching bags in the school that went viral. You know what was even more clever? Someone on the Cowboys in their promo department, I don't know what it was, they had like little eagle punching bags last night to have the players do little 1-2 punches in response. There's a Dak Kool-Aid meme that the official Cowboy account tweeted out because the Eagles Twitter account, Aiden's laughing over there. They were like, who's going to break through this wall? And then they had Dak with the red Kool-Aid busting through, but all those little loser kids, there's this little punk on TikTok who's sitting there laughing at Jerry and the score, and the Sirianni celebrations on the sidelines, him and his little 2 assistants with their Mark McGuire home run arm locks.
Oh, yeah, you got to do it. Bam!
That they're doing.
Forearm.
Oh, my.
Bash Brothers, baby.
That's what's making me sick.
Hey, who's the other Bash brother?
McGuire and?
God. McGuire and played for the Rangers, Jose Canseco.
There we go.
everyone on fire.
Boy, there we
But
go, Peyton Russell.
He's sitting there. Jake Elliott with your I want that replayed on the GIF.
The look.
Nonstop on the fan
look.
cam, Aiden. I want that nonstop on the fan cam. That is the symbol of today's show. So Jake Elliott, nice miss. You little punks at your elementary school. You dumb teachers as well. And Nick Sirianni and his two little assistant coaches who want to sit there and celebrate like they're Pat McAfee on every play.
For the 6'8", all those kids need to be held back a year.
Yeah.
I can't make fun of kids, man.
Yeah, I can. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Are you nervous about playing the Tom Brady?
Tom Brady?
No, he didn't say it.
He didn't say
Yeah,
it.
he didn't say it. He didn't say
Close.
it.
Well,
Close.
people are thinking for the second time this year, Tom Brady almost did it.
To pump and Odigizua just blasting through Landon Dickerson right there.
The whole internet exploded.
Yeah, well, I can see why.
The whole internet.
Him laughing didn't help it. Him laughing afterwards, too.
The whole internet lost their mind as Tom Brady almost went there mixing up Landon Dickerson. And it almost happened.
If his last name was Nickerson,
yeah, you can see it.
a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Or if his first name started with an N.
Tom was really defending Jalen Hurts last night. He's like, all this talk about, Jalen not being aggressive and it's an elementary offense. He said, this is not remedial. I've gone back. I did the film study. You don't want to put the ball in harm's way. And you also want to win games. I love this guy. So no offensive problems with Jalen Hurts throwing the football, according to Tom Brady. I wonder what he had to say after the second half.
Man, it's a good question. It's like, we've heard him enough. He's not scared to criticize. He's not overly critical, right? But he's not scared to criticize. And I wonder if, he's worked with Jalen at times or in the off seasons before, had some kind of friendship with him because, Jalen is what he is, and we all know what he is at this point. And that's basically a guy who is risk averse, it seems, and will only make throws when he has to. And I mean absolutely has to. He's still at his best, and so are they when he's running, right? By the way, that touchdown run he had, when he planted that right leg, basically off of a stumble, and did a cutback, I was like, my gosh, how his ligaments didn't all rip up on that one play.
The NFL admits that the Cowboys should not have had the roughing the kicker penalty, as Kevin Burkhardt still doesn't know the rules for roughing the punter, whether it's the plant leg, whether it's the kicking leg. It seemed like he got it right the first time, and then the second time.
Second-guessed himself. We've all done that. At least I have. I know that. I second-guess myself every day, at least 3 times. But
here's what I don't understand about the ruling. The NFL vice president of instant replay came out and kind of blamed the broadcast for not showing the tip until later. And they're like, we can use replay assist to pick up the flag when we have clear and obvious video evidence. But we didn't have that TV replay. We don't have access to that enhanced shot until they show it. By then, it was too late. These are quotes I'm reading.
Wow.
If we would have had that shot previously, we would have been able to assist prior to the ball being snapped. Why isn't the National Football League having to rely
on Fox or CBS?
On Fox or the TV networks to provide them with the right footage?
That should not be the case.
How is that possible?
How many times have we heard that, they have views that we don't have? How many times have we heard that?
Yeah.
In football, in baseball, we hear all the time. Baseball, well, on the Raiders broadcast, they've got views in New York that we don't have here. Okay, well, let's see the views. And I can't kill Shotty. I know people were upset with him for not challenging it.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to take my player's word for it. Everybody thinks they're safe at second base.
Yep.
Everybody thinks they are.
No one committed the foul.
No one committed the foul.
Everyone
I knocked my headphones off here. No one committed the foul.
Everyone drew the charge.
Absolutely. So you can't just take your player's word for it. That said, God, how do you not have the review? How do you not have access to the replay? Because I was sitting there.
You're relying on the network in order to make the decision?
That's upsetting.
So that was the punt controversy. This game just had so many things. We could do an 8-hour show on it. It's Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is out sick today. We are in the commercial-free expressway. Let's also take a little look at what has happened around the Cowboys and what's going to happen to the Cowboys with the Chiefs coming up on Thanksgiving Day. Let's finish up the other game in the East.
Opening possession of overtime. Goff up under center, turns, gives to Gibbs. Gibbs hesitates. There you got Gibbs. 45 to the 50. Right sideline 40. Jets on. There you go. What do you got? Go. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Ford Field.
Oh, my God.
Stand up. Stand up. 65 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs to the house. We know. First play from scrimmage in overtime.
Oh,
if you know, you know. And that man can fly. He can fly.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank goodness.
Holy cow.
Thank God for Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg compared to that. Are you kidding me? Shut the hell up. Scott Mitchell or whoever the Lions analyst is.
Who is that? Who's the Lions analyst, Reitma?
Get out of the way. Jahmyr Gibbs with the 69-yarder in overtime. Ass choppy as Gibbs ends up with 264 and 3 touchdowns. Had a 49-yarder in this game, and the Lions get lucky and beat the Giants. I will say this real quick. I'll be happy to lose it. Especially the football one, not the basketball one with Luka against the Mavericks regular season record. I have 2 standing bets with Bobby Belt over a very expensive bottle of liquor, and the double or nothing is the Cowboys getting 8 versus 9 wins. After what happened yesterday throughout the league, I am really nervous about my bet. I'm happy to be nervous. I prefer the Cowboys get 9 wins. Please, please, please make the postseason. But after what we saw yesterday,
You think 9 gets them in?
Not necessarily.
9-7-1?
No, not necessarily, but even more than that, right? Because at the end, Giants Commanders are looking like W's. Minnesota looked awful.
Yeah.
The Chargers, I thought, had the worst performance of anyone last weekend. And the Giants in this game, Chop, were up 17-7 in Detroit.
They're up 27-17 in the fourth.
Yep.
They had 2. Did you see the trick plays?
Hell yeah, I saw the trick plays. I don't miss anything Jameis Winston. I got more of a Jameis Winston pager than checking in on my children.
Dude, he's like the scariest thing. Now, long term, you don't want him. One game, you throw Jameis out there, he is terrifying for the team because he could do anything on the field.
He's just heaving it.
Literally heaving it. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But they had 2 trick plays. They beat the Lions at their own game. Like, those are their 2 extended drives, those 2 trick plays. But you had touchdown plays in this game of, like, I think of the 7 touchdowns, 6 of them were 11 yards or more.
Wow. Jameis breaking tackles, catching that touchdown to make it 27-17, and then this is better for Giants fans. I was hoping the Giants won this game, actually, because I want the Giants and the Commanders to start moving back in the draft order. But
2-10 now.
Malik Neighbors called out the Giants organization, and he quickly deleted this because Mike Kafka did not kick. Y'all are mad about Schottenheimer not kicking? I think the New York Giants fan base has even more of a case. If they wanted that win, no field goal for a 30-24 lead, and the Lions end up tying it with a 59-yarder to force overtime.
Yeah, that was
that to me was criminal.
Yeah, that was one of those like, hey, I'm the interim head coach. We ain't going anywhere. Let's have fun. Let's try to win the game. We'll put them away here. If we get the touchdown, we're up by 10. They ain't gonna come back. Kick the field goal. Now you put yourself. You make a one-score game, whatever. I mean, that's.
You force them to score a touchdown versus a field goal. What are you doing? Malik Neighbors on Twitter then erased it. Sometimes I think they be making us lose on purpose because it's no way, bro. You throw the ball instead of running it to make them burn 2 timeouts. Then you don't kick the field goal. Then they have to go down and score. Football common sense. Am I missing something with Mike Kafka, the interim, for Brian Daboll? Lions had now lost 2 straight in more than 3 years. That continues.
It continues. From the 469, Jameis should be the all-time backup for any NFL team. Backyard football, that's what he is. But yeah, like that. It could have been a back-to-back. Now you set up, I mean, if they wind up with, if Detroit and the Cowboys both win on Thanksgiving, because they both play, obviously, on Thanksgiving, you set up a mega Thursday night game the following week.
Not impressive at all by the Lions, and not impressive by Kansas City.
The Chiefs have never led in this football game. Ariza waits for the go signal. Butker's kick is good, and the Chiefs have not led in this game until now. They get a walk-off field goal in overtime from Harrison Butker. Kansas City 23, the Colts 20 in overtime.
You are getting our buddy Mitch Holthus with the call. You're getting the Chiefs on Thursday. They were down 14-3 at Arrowhead against Indy.
I thought the under was going to play here. It did. I was petrified early because it seemed like Indy was moving the ball pretty well, and then the Chiefs' defense stepped up. This is going to be the highest-rated non-Super Bowl in NFL history.
What is? Oh,
this Thursday.
Cowboys.
This will be higher rated than any NFC or AFC championship game. This will be the highest rated NFL game that is not a Super Bowl. You will have 70 million people watching this. It will be insane.
Wow. All right. Sign us up.
Maybe 50 million. 70 is a little bit.
$20 million difference.
50 million.
I am worried about losing this Bobby bet now with the Chiefs. Worried in terms of coming out of my own pocket. I'll be happy overall if they make the playoffs.
Yeah, see,
I don't want to be stuck in the middle.
9-8, 9-7-1 ain't making it. I don't think, because the way the NFC is, I mean, San Fran right now is 7-4. So that's a game and a half.
Carolina in front of you. You lost to them.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, you have to win the game against Detroit.
Well, Baker's in a sling now when it comes to Tampa,
right? But they're in the lead in the division. But Carolina's probably going to win the division now if Baker's a play. By the way, how do you hurt your non-throwing shoulder throwing the ball?
How frightening are the Rams?
Yeah, they're good, man.
Was scary. But it looks like the Cowboys can go on a run. Kansas City, susceptible. Detroit, susceptible. J.J. McCarthy, they want to run him out of town already. I already talked about how garbage the Chargers were last week. And then you get Washington and New York, who may be giving up. Oh, my God, is Bobby Bell going to end up being right? Jerry Jones on momentum.
Yes, very much. Very much. This game tonight, this was our season. Here we were in front of the country this afternoon, and an opportunity to play the number one rated team, one that we thought we played pretty good against when we opened the season. But for whatever the reason, we didn't play as well as after we played them before. Boy, I'll tell you, when we got in this game tonight and I saw us making the kinds of mistakes we were making, then certainly that was a downtime. The players on the field didn't let it be a downtime, I'll tell you that. And that defense, I just can't say enough about it. They rose to the occasion. They're playing with each other. They're doing for each other, which is what you have to do on defense. A lot of credit goes to our coaching.
What?
They're playing with each other. Yeah, they are. They're just having a whole lot of fun out there playing with each other.
Does Brian Schottenheimer think there is enough time to make a push?
Yeah, again, we've put ourselves in this position. I look back on certain games, I'm like, man, But, again, you can't focus on that. You got to focus on the fact you're getting ready to play. We just beat the defending Super Bowl champions tonight. We're getting ready to play the team that they played. And, you just go out and you take each championship opportunity as its own, and when it's all said and done after 17 games, we're going to either be in the playoffs or we're not. But if we keep playing the way we're playing right now, I like our chances. A lot of these teams play each other. We play a lot of the teams that are ahead of us, and we'll see how it goes.
Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. What is wrong with CeeDee Lamb this morning at 8 o'clock, commercial-free with the Expressway with Bobby Belt sick?
Already took the Cowboys money line.
Wow. What did you, if you don't mind me asking?
It's plus 155. So you bet 100 to win 155.
Okay.
There it is.
Straight up win.
Straight up win. Now, I'm already regretting this because there's the Mahomes ref factor that gets thrown in here.
And I was thinking yesterday, I was like, man, it feels like they want to keep Kansas City around. Yeah, I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
I know.
There's just Kansas City is too hard for them. I should have stuck with my initial gut where I was burying them early in the season. Then they had a little 2 or 3 game flash. What is wrong with CeeDee Lamb. More Cowboy calls at 8 o'clock this morning. Let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. And I guess your best and worst could be maybe little baby choppy Pickens.
Well, it could be. It could be. We'll see. We'll see what happens there because we're not trying. We're not necessarily not.
So she's
trying.
Still taking preventative measures.
She's offered things right now. She's offered things right now. We got to decide on this. We really do. We did do the deed. But
at halftime?
At halftime. Well, right between the final play and the start of halftime during that commercial break.
Wow. How does that conversation go on the couch? How does that build up happen?
She wasn't on the couch. She was in the bathroom at the time. She was like, doing something in the bathroom, cleaning up, makeup, whatever. And I was sitting on the couch with
makeup. Were you going out?
No, just she likes to.
Makeup while sitting at home?
Well, the kids are here. She has to present herself, right?
Present.
So, she was in the bathroom, and I just went up to her, and I just kind of tapped her on the shoulder. And I said, hey, let's go. George Pickens had a big play in this.
Come on, let's go. Man, I'm going to try that. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
And she said,
sure. She said, fine. I mean, it took a little convincing.
Okay.
But,
Now, did you do anything that would give yourself a chance for RJGP?
No, not really. I mean, we did put the Christmas stuff up, and I helped.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh,
did you kick the extra point?
Oh, like a little
with her not preventing.
Oh.
With her
yes.
with her abandoning the prevent D.
Yeah.
Did you?
Oh, yes.
You kicked the extra point.
I did.
Oh, baby.
I did.
So there is a possibility.
Right. Yes. We got the notification. There's a flash flood warning. We got that notification. So yes, that's exactly what happened.
Best and worst.
All right. Best and worst. We had our baseball team.
Tomorrow we're gonna tell Jerry Jones this story. We'll get an all-time reaction from Jerry.
Yeah.
Be like, Jerry, what do you think? RJ is such a George Pickens fan. We may have a baby result from this game. And he was telling classic stories with KNC on Friday. We have to bring this up.
All right, so we had that's good. It'll
be more than gold.
It'll be gold. It'll be gold. We had a Friendsgiving over the weekend. Got to see our old baseball team. This is the baseball team that my oldest one had been on since he was 4 years old. So we had all these parents. We kind of grown with the kids. That was really good to see. The problem is that, man, they're all like young adults now. They're all 16 years old. They don't look like children anymore. Half of them I don't even recognize. They're all taller than me. They're bigger than me. They're having bench press competitions in the garage. This is my kind of Thanksgiving.
Facial hair.
Yeah, this is my kind of Thanksgiving. They're out there in the garage, doing their PRs. They're asking all the dads to get under the bench and rep it out. I'm like, I don't live for free. I don't live for free. The worst, now the Christmas stuff is up. Now that's not the worst. That's great. But the worst is where the Christmas stuff is. We have this Merry Christmas sign on the TV stand, okay? It looks great, and that's fine. I like it. But I cannot change the volume on the TV without getting up to get line of sight.
I have this same problem. She's got all the tacky decorations, which I love. Tackier the better for me for Christmas. But I have to point the remote at a certain perfect angle in the bottom right corner to work the volume or to work the TV. I thought the TV was broken already.
Yeah, and this, for whatever reason, the remote, it's a DirecTV remote. It's a Sonos soundbar thingy. But it doesn't have, you have to have line of sight.
Yep.
Is it RFD or whatever it is, RDF, whatever so I have to stand up and get high, to change
stand up?
Yeah, I used to be able to lift up, just raise the arm.
You got to move that decoration.
It's like,
you cannot stand up every time.
It's annoying.
Got to move.
It's annoying. So that's the worst, man. I got to figure this out.
All right, I had a fantastic birthday weekend because of a bunch of little small things, little small victories. We got the ratings news. That was through the roof. Thanks to all the Tolos, FanCam, Twitch, YouTube. You have us on a record run right now, so thank you so much for that. That was fantastic. I took my car after you try to be diligent and stay on top of your vehicle. Get the maintenance, get the oil. It's a 2011. It's only got 90,000 miles on it. Let's keep this thing going, moving forward. And then as soon as I get all the stuff done to it, check engine light comes on. I had to take it to Tolo Mike Osmond, who was the best in the business, the unofficial mechanic of 105.3 The Fan. It was just some air in the gas tank. That gas cap is my biggest problem. Well, that was a nice victory right after the show. Had an amazing birthday lunch with the in-laws. That was fantastic. My son rode his bike for the first time.
Without the training wheels?
With the training wheels.
That's okay.
I'm still counting it.
Yeah, that counts.
I'm still counting it. My worst, and we're not going to have enough time for it right now, is the food argument of Tex-Mex versus Mexican. That was my worst of the weekend, having this debate with the Hispanic Tolos and anyone else as well. I said I may have found the best Mexican restaurant in DFW that I've been to in 15 years in Dallas. And people are like, that's not Mexican. And I did 10 minutes of prep, maybe 15 minutes of prep on this topic that we will get into as the week goes. Because I know you're a Tex-Mex connoisseur.
Oh, I love it. It is. It's up there. This
Mexican Tex-Mex fight. That was my worst of the weekend.
Mexican has tied Italian for me.
Ooh,
it's drawn close.
My parents came, so that added to it as well. They'll be here all week long. Pepe, best and worst.
All worse for me. Try to get a best out of the weekend, but, it was all worse. Look, the holidays are close, so I'm doing some Christmas shopping. I'm about 95% done. I got a few more gifts to do, and then I'm done with Christmas shopping before December 1st hits. But I tried to get greedy with some buddies of mine. We went up to the casino on Saturday. I was like, all right, let me make the money back I've already spent. I wanted to play Texas Hold'em up there. Never played at a casino before. I played it with some buddies and stuff, but I never played at the casino. And it won some money at first, but then craps didn't do me so well, so I lost everything I had brought there. So Christmas is going to be a little more expensive this time. And the fiance Mackenzie is not happy with me. I told her, look, it's a lock. I'm going to win. I've won three times in a row. I've gone to the casino. It's going to be number 4 here. I'll be careful. I'll be smart. She's like, okay, I trust you. And now she doesn't trust me at all because I lost it. And now Christmas shopping is going to be super expensive.
Triple digits, obviously.
Yeah, 400.
Say it.
Oh, you got to say it.
Yes,
we all put our business out there.
Yeah.
We all put our business out there.
But hey, I guarantee you someone else lost more than me that day. So you know what? I'm fine.
So how do you deliver that news?
That's his reason. It's someone out there. Someone out there
the
lost
guy
their
next
house.
to me lost 5.
Someone out there lost their house. I'll be all right.
Yeah. So did she go with you?
No, she doesn't like going, and it was just a guy's trip. It was a couple buddies of mine. So
he's living the guy's trip lifestyle.
Hey,
Mackenzie, major fiance point.
Are we invited to this bachelor party in Vegas thingy?
Do you want to go?
You want to go?
Hey,
you want to go?
It's the weekend before the Super Bowl, so it's an off weekend. No one's playing. No college football.
I won't be allowed to go, but Choppy sounds like he could.
Ooh, baby.
I have no idea
you may have a pregnant wife.
I
might have a pregnant wife on your hands.
That'll be fun.
What the hell is wrong with CeeDee Lamb? Phone calls 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Do the Cowboys have a CeeDee Lamb problem? Next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course,
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
5-3 the Fan.
At the Dallas 35, there's an encroachment in the line, no flag, and Prescott going deep down the right side, and the ball is caught. There's a flag, and Lamb held on anyway, and that's a big play.
I actually thought that was the turning point in the game. You're down 21-7. CeeDee Lamb with the DPI. I was thinking for a second it was OPI. Has the 48-yard catch. Brevin Spann with his first touchdown as a Dallas Cowboy. First touchdown in his NFL career right after. That makes it 21-14. Now the place can get hopping. Now the place can get jumping. Now your defense, in the midst of their 8 straight stops, can get you the football back, and you got a real chance. So for me, CeeDee Lamb actually was the representation of the turning point in the game, but he still gets a massive star down. He was going to be my number one blame. I know Brian Schottenheimer was the other candidate from many Tolos, and we have to get the Schotty decisions coming up. CeeDee Lamb was going to be the reason for me that the Dallas Cowboys lost.
Man, it was he was not good.
7 drops now. It's Kyrie versus Boston. That's what this is. I know that Nico Harrison's dumbass thought it was Luka that cost him the finals when Kyrie, who we love, facts are facts, shriveled up and cowered with shaking fear while going and playing in front of the massholes, the racist massholes. But CeeDee Lamb has turned into that against this green. 7 drops in 2 games against the Eagles this season, with 3 more last night.
And I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear CD.
Well, you're not going to hear CD.
No, you won't.
You're not going to hear him.
He is.
Because apparently he ducked out. I haven't seen it. I'll apologize if I'm wrong. Do we have post-game audio from CeeDee Lamb in the locker room?
I have not received anything, no.
I've not seen quotes. I've not seen him. He owned it after week 1. I have not seen anything. So I wanted to put that disclaimer out there before I have this segment.
Well, the media generally goes to the number 1. You know, that's they did it with George Pickens. This is a perfect text from the 972. CeeDee's problem: a bigger, faster dog came in and marked on his territory, and he has been emasculated.
But he's tight with him.
He is tight with him.
He went out drinking with him before the Raider game.
Yeah, he did.
They're besties.
People are saying that he was yawning on the sideline, taking smelling salt. Was he tired first half?
I didn't see all that.
I didn't see that. But look, that third down drop in the end zone. Don't go dropping that and then yell to the quarterback on where to throw it.
Bam.
The quarterback did his job. I'm new to this whole football thing. I've only been 46 years. I've been watching it. When the ball is literally in the numbers, hits you in the numbers, and nobody touches it, that to me is a good pass.
Are we all taking it as that? When he's like, oh, it should have been here, a little bit higher.
Yeah, when he was doing this.
A little bit
he
different
was doing
placement.
Like over the head, yeah. And then on the sideline, I don't know who you're jawing on the sideline there. It better be yourself. That to me was like, come on, man. You wanna complain to the quarterback of where to throw the ball. Do it on a play that isn't clearly a drop on your part. Yeah. What did their hands get in front of you? Yes. You're an NFL wide receiver making $35-40 million a year. Like that's what you're paid to do. You're paid to catch that.
Touchdown drop at the end. 3rd and 8 drop in the third quarter when you're down 14. Aubrey ends up missing the 51-yarder, so the double whammy. You had a drop down 14-0 as well. What is up? and then you don't show up after a win to address it, that's fake. Right now, I'm going to say this, and people are going to get ticked off after the show when the web team does a phenomenal job that they do and repurpose it. And Bobby is probably going to come in here fight tomorrow when he recovers from being sick. Right now, CeeDee Lamb is acting like a fake leader. He's a fake leader. And I wanted to jump fully on board because he charms us and wins us over every year when we sit down with him in Oxnard. And he is real and he is genuine. And I do believe he is an absolute beast, and he is a number one receiver. He's not this team's number one receiver right now. You better be damn sure Brian Shottenheimer, while drawing up the Chiefs game plan, is thinking he better be thinking of George Pickens 1, 1B, and then CD. Real leaders don't act like this. Michael Jordan misses a big shot. Go watch The Last Dance. Go watch when MJ rims out against the Pacers or turns it over against Orlando. Head down, walks to the bench, walks back out into the arena. Not hands up towards other people. It's just, I messed up. It's part of it. I'll slit their throat next time. CeeDee Lamb with all the theatrics and the blaming and the whining. And I said this last week. You want to laugh and have your swag and show your wrist and your watch and your smell to the first down when you're winning and dominating. But when you're throwing up, and you can't hold, as Atolo said, can't hold his liquor and can't hold a football. When things aren't going right, where are you to be found? You don't show up and talk to the media? What?
You gotta talk.
You don't own it? You can own it after a win. You don't sit there and be like, good for GP, good for the rest of the team. You duck out? If that is what happened. If that is what happened. Again, we didn't have Bobby there to relay it. That's fake leadership.
When you win, you should not really be upset with your numbers.
Micah did that all the time.
AJ Brown does that. Yep. When you win
and get paid. That's another thing. If AJ hasn't gotten paid yet,
or CD hadn't been paid, CD's been paid. Goal number one of your NFL life is that second contract. Once you get drafted, get to that mega deal. You got it right. So you're not worried about your individual numbers at this point to get money. You're worried about winning football games. And if you win the game, all right, you had a bad game. It's fine. It happens. Find me the receiver out there, the quarterback, the running back, who doesn't have a bad game out there. They're there. You can have a bad game, and if you win, you don't care. I mean, you care, but you're not like ducking the media. What are you ducking the media for?
Tolo, Zach. We think they're besties. He was probably trying to get Pickens drunk in Vegas so he could have the better game than him.
There you go. Well, backfired.
877-881-1053. I do think he had the turning point in the game. Again, he's so good, he can still put up good numbers with 4 for 75, 19 a catch, but he was going to be my number one blame if they lost. You, him, or Schottenheimer? Who are you going to blame the most?
It would have been him. The shoddy issues, I didn't care for the 2nd and 2, 3rd and 1 play calls. I mean, I would have ran the ball all the time, all 3 times.
You would have run the ball.
Yeah.
RJ Choppy.
It's when you're down there, it's that's like obviously it's so condensed, so compacted. Throwing the football is difficult. Use Dak. You can use Dak to run. You can use Williams to run. I mean, if you wanted to mix it up, whatever. There's ways to run the football down there. So I was okay with the going for it. It was the play calls that I didn't care for.
All right, let us know what's up with CeeDee Lamb. And is this a Yips thing now? Or is it just a Yips thing against the Eagles? 877-881-1053. Atolo also said, man, it feels like they force feed. Dak has to force feed CD, and it's just comfortable and natural when it comes with Pickens. You know, there was a force feeding twice they did it where like 2 guys were on Lamb, and I know at least one of them were incomplete, and it's like, do you really have to go there? There's 2 guys there.
Feels like it's backyard football with George.
Jeff in Keller, you are live on Sean and RJ, one of our favorites, Lions Jeff.
Well, boys. I'll be honest, it's very sad when the highlight of my cheering Sunday was rooting for the Cowboys. When it was 21-7, I looked at my wife and said, Dallas is going to win this game. And I'll be honest, I was blown away. I mean, CD just needs to be traded before the draft, or you get something for him this year. Sign Pickens, draft another young one. The last time I saw a contested catch with the receiver surrounded by 3 defenders in that stadium was Calvin doing it to 4 Cowboys.
Yeah.
That catch, but the unsung guy that I hope you guys give some real credit for is Clark, number 38. He looked like running down the field on that punt fumble. Yeah. He looked like Bobby running out of an all-night drinking session, stumbling and falling.
Bobby can't run, number one.
Bobby can't run.
Yeah. And then he gets up and just lays the dude out. And then for the long snapper to recover the ball. Jerry deserves a little bit of credit here with some of these trades.
Yes. And by the way, you guys get lucky against the Giants. The Giants just fired their defensive coordinator.
Yeah. You know what? I don't know who's dropping more balls right now. Amon-Ra St. Brown or CeeDee Lamb.
Are you worried about the Cowboys in 2 weeks?
Hell yeah. If I see that damn 94 flag flying, the rest of the league needs to be in trouble.
Thanks for the call, brother. We love you. And I think that Elijah Clark play is the play of the Cowboys season. That is what every coach wants to put up on the film board to say, play like that. Giants have fired their DC, Shane Bowen. Todd in Fort Worth, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Todd.
What's going on, fellas? How are y'all doing?
Well.
All right, man. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Hey, listen,
too.
I think I got to figure it out here. CeeDee, I think he's got the yips because when he plays physically punishing teams like Philly, San Francisco, LA, he gets very timid. When you have a quarterback like Dak, and Dak is incredible. I mean, let's just say, he's an incredible quarterback. There was a time where when he threw the ball, leading his receivers, you would see like hesitation in the receivers because you didn't know if he was going to get it there in time or if it was going to be behind. But honestly, when you're playing a team like Philly and they have such punishing weapons in the backfield, I feel like he just kind of gets those yips, and it's like he's looking ahead of the ball, or at the receiver, the defender that's about to hit him, as opposed to keeping his eyes on the ball. Now, you put him against Cleveland, or you put him against a team like the Raiders or something like that.
Yeah.
You don't see him have those issues very much. But against those punishing teams that really know how to hit and come with it, I think he just has these issues there.
Thanks for the call, Todd. There are certain metrics that have him having the most drops in the NFL since 2020. 35. 35 total drops.
That's the most
since 2020. I mean, that's what Gronk says.
That seems like it wouldn't be it seems like it would be more than that, right? Since 2020.
John Michael in Richardson, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline on a Cowboy Monday. Go ahead, John.
What's going on, guys? How are y'all?
Awesome.
Good.
So I wanted to ask, Sean, I heard you got a little intoxicated last night. How are you feeling this morning?
Oh, I'm good. I was football drunk. I had a glass of red wine in the second half, and then my parents came, and we popped open some champagne along with the win.
There we go.
And then during the skirt steak, Prosecco or whatever the blue label is. I feel like it's a $13 bottle. And then the Wild Fork skirt steak, my mom's all-time favorite steak bite, had a Coors Light for RJ Choppy.
Oh,
so I was mixing
go.
and matching. Maybe a little mini shot of what Bobby's wife brought with the blackberry Jack Daniels. So had a little mini shot, a beer, a little bit of wine, champagne.
Oh, you mixed. That's a lot.
Oh, I'm mixed, baby. I'm mixed. Yes. Oh, I had to celebrate.
Well, regarding CeeDee, guys, I mean, it's all in his head, right? I mean, it's just the mental confidence is just not there. On a good day for CeeDee Lamb, he's wide receiver 1 for 30 NFL teams in the league.
Yeah.
So I just think it's all in his head. He'll bounce back, but that's just kind of my take on CeeDee. Obviously, the drops kind of stuck, but he'll get it right because he is one of the best top 5 premier wide receivers in the league.
But, John, here's the problem. This was his bounce back. You can bounce back against scrubs, and I think he'll have decent numbers against Kansas City and Detroit, maybe even really good numbers. But when these moments happen, this is what the Cowboys have been allergic to. Their best players, and Emmett has talked about it, Michael Irvin has talked about it. We need the Michael Irvin yelling and screaming, by the way, in his suite for later in the show, Pay. This was the bounce-back championship-type opportunity after what Lamb did against Week 1 in costing you, and he failed it miserably. And now You sit there and you talk about an Amari Cooper type move to get rid of Lamb and replace him. The problem is if he and Pickens are that type, first off, it's a $55 million hit, I believe, if you trade him this offseason. And I'm not ready to trade him right now. I'm severely disappointed in his leadership, and I have been for 2 weeks straight now. But him and Pickens are tight. You may need CeeDee.
You need both.
You need CeeDee here for George and Dak here for George because George loves those two. They're the amigos right now.
They are. And, having two is a cheat code. I mean, yes, it's going to be impossible to build a roster, right? Cincinnati has shown you that. It's going to be impossible to build a roster, but that's what you got to try to do. For the 903, 130-yard games, CeeDee has 6 in 93 games. Pickens 4 and 11.
Let's continue with your call. Star up, star down, wherever you want to take it. You want to talk about CeeDee Lamb. You want to talk about what's next. You want to go star up, star down from this game. We continue with the Cowboys Monday next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, promo code TOLO Football.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Asian lady. Nutmeg maybe? No. I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
For 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Hidden damage is real, and it's costly. Let us be your peace of mind. Act now before a small problem becomes a major disaster. Schedule your free, no-obligation roof inspection now at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
25 seconds in the half. Fake on the inside handoff, throws it to the left post to Pickens. That's a touchdown.
The Cowboys' new wide receiver 1 with 9 for 146, a touchdown, had the clutch one at the end after coming back from injury. The entire Metroplex and Cowboys Nation listening right now on the YouTube fan cam in love with GP, and that number keeps going higher and higher and higher. And Jerry Jones, he will join us tomorrow, of course, at 8:30, and every other week we're asking him about Pickens' price tag. Here's Jerry on another amazing performance.
Well, I'll tell you, George has been such an integral part of our story. And he has his story to a degree that's our story. And I'm so proud for him. Everybody on this team is. And he certainly has absolutely been the difference as we played over the last 2 weeks. And we can let it come as well. It's something when you've got 88 and Pickens.
Yeah, they're now giving that little charity. They're throwing 88 and CeeDee Lamb into every conversation. Brian Shottenheimer did it earlier. What does he have to say about CeeDee Lamb's drops?
Yeah, again, we've talked about CeeDee. Man, CeeDee's an incredible player. He's not a good player. CeeDee's oh, you did? Okay, yeah, he's an incredible player. Again, I think the biggest thing for C is to know we love him, we trust him. I mean, the ball's going to keep coming his way. And, again, the big go ball that he caught down the field was incredible. We thought we had the free play down there. But, there's some weeks that you have great games and other weeks where you're like, hey, man, I didn't play as good as I can play. But, again, when we start drawing up plays for Kansas City, I'll give them a little heads up. There'll be a lot of them going to 88.
Were you planning to use Savon Revel that much, or was it?
Wait, stop. Mickey. Is that Mickey?
Let's edit this audio.
We're asking about Revel, but that's E on us for not cutting that up, cutting it off before Mickey's question. All right, let's get to Jimmy in Dallas. You're up next. You can go star up, star down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness, or talk about Lamb, wherever you want to take it on a Cowboys Monday, Jimmy.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yeah, great win. I just want to go straight to the point. Last few years when the Cowboys would fall down like this, they just would kind of wilt. And I was just really, as a Cowboy fan, really proud of their fight and their grit. And that was really shown on that on that punt by the gunner, getting knocked around and going down, making the hit. And then also, I want to bring up, nobody talks about it, I really feel like our offensive line is taking a step forward. That's a good Eagles front, and particularly, Smith, Beebe, and Booker are not only moving people, they're staying on their blocks, and you can just look at the way we ran the football last night. Was just awesome. And I just want to say shout out, thank you to Marcus Simeon. You'll always be a hero to Ranger fans. Thank you.
Phenomenal call, Jimmy. The offensive line point is a great one. 1 sack, and that was really Nakobe Dean blitzing and running through Javonte. And then we gave Javonte a star up for running the football. So there's 1 sack, and the Cowboys ran it for 125 yards, despite Tyler Guyton, for me, getting a star down.
Star down. Yeah, he had the...
but that's more mental. I'll have to go ahead and rely on Bobby for the film study on how he actually played rep to rep. But he's the Sam Williams on offense when something foolish is going to happen. It's going to be Tyler Guyton more likely than not.
Yeah, it was the trip, which is a desperation play. You're just hoping they don't notice it.
False start on the
And then the false start at the 6-inch line.
Dak throws a pick then. Awful.
Malcolm
and Forney, you've been waiting. Malcolm, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Malcolm.
All right.
Hey, how you doing, Sean? How you doing, RJ? This is my first time getting through, man.
Awesome.
And, we need to be honest about CeeDee Lamb, man. That's that GPP. That's that George Pickens pressure, man. That's what that is. And another thing, and it's not CeeDee's fault because George Pickens is a perfect receiver for Dak Prescott. He got long arms and he catches with his hand. So if Dak is not on target, his hands are so good, it don't matter. And the thing about that, we need to sign that man. We really need to sign that man. But CeeDee, he'll be okay, but he need to realize it ain't nothing he can do about it because George is a perfect receiver for Dak Prescott. That's why they click so good. It ain't nothing you can do about it, but just play. But we're finna win this thing, though. We are finna win this thing.
Good call, Malcolm. You're appreciated. Receiving yards this season, Field Yates just tweeted this out. George Pickens has 1,054. Every Steeler wideout has 1,082. They have to be sick. They have to be 30 times more sick than I am over Nashawn Wright in Chicago.
Dude.
Balling out with, I think, 5 interceptions on the season. Dennis in Fort Worth. Dennis, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. CD, man. CD. Y'all got a text earlier, and I saw the same thing after the first drive. CD was out there yawning. Starting to see a little pattern, so I don't know what he did in Vegas, he's doing it over here. But if you're going to be wearing 88, man, Michael Irvin, go on a binger. Hey, he can come in there and ball, man. Give me 3 touchdowns, 200-plus yards. And we need that. We need that if you're going to go party, man. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, Michael Irvin was in the suite, and I think he encapsulated everyone's living room, car, or your experience at the stadium after the win. What's BGA?
BTA, belt to ass.
Oh, belt to ass.
Yeah, belt to ass.
He is such a treasure.
Yeah, he is.
He's an absolute treasure. What did Dak Prescott say to CeeDee after the rough game?
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that expects to make a lot of plays, and when he's not making them, trust me, I've had games I felt the exact same way. And so for me, it was about, hey, don't press. Let's not ride the highs and the lows. You know, even if you've had a bad play or whatever, maybe let it go. Like, you're a hell of a player and you know it. And yeah, like you said, he made great plays and big plays. The big catch down the end and got the PI would have been a touchdown right after that. Yeah, and when you press, and I've seen CD do it, you're not going to get the best version of yourself. I'm the same way. And so for me, it's like when I can tell he's getting in that position, it's just about talking to him. And he did a good job of responding and just staying with it and made the plays that he needed to make for us ultimately win this game. And he's a hell of a player, and he's going to get frustrated when he's not making the plays that he expects to make. But he will make those. He will make those. As you just said, yeah, it was some adversity tonight. And we've seen it before, and we've seen the way that he responds. So, hell, I look forward to him responding.
Look, he's going to have to respond. And listen,
to me, it's respond in big moments. He's going to put up 8 for 135. He's going to have 2 touchdown games, but now it definitely has to be. I think
CD's going to put up 8 for 135?
Yeah. What? They're going to triple your boy George.
Yeah, they're going to have to. So they're going to have to.
You act like I said something crazy right there.
I mean, yeah.
You want to make a bet he has a game over 120 yards the rest of the season?
Oh, I think he'll have one over one. Yeah, I think he would have one over 120.
Okay. Well, he's got 110, 112. So he'll have one over 110 again.
Yeah, I mean, he'll do it on Thanksgiving maybe. We'll see. You know, the funny
what did you want to say?
In terms of what he was going to have?
You think he's mentally?
I think he's in his own head.
You know, there's people are throwing out theories. There's yips. There's jealousy. There's he's just not that dude. I put yips at 1.
I don't like to say that word. It's, but I think he's just in his own head. I think he's pressing a little bit. I don't know if it's the yips. I don't think it's jealousy. I think he's pressing.
His maturity, though, and his reactions are 1B for me in terms of pissing me off and watching him after his drops. Whiny. Hand motions, your body language. It's your fault. The ball wasn't exactly here. Over to the sideline, not just sitting there and absorbing it. Sitting there just whining and hand motion. And now multiple tollers are saying yawning. He's a fake leader right now. He is. He just is. A lot of that's been an ailment around here for a long time. Michael Parsons, to me, had some fake leadership in him. We know Dak Prescott is a real leader. He ain't ducking. He ain't ducking the media. CeeDee owned it after week 1. He didn't want to own it right after what happened in Vegas. And I do believe he can't hold his liquor, that he was actually throwing up. We've all been there, but that was the most important thing, his manhood points of saying, no, I can hold my liquor. Don't disrespect me like that. And then you don't talk yesterday after the win for the rest of your teammates with the spirit of the Marshawn Nealon thing and George Pickens and Dak Prescott and everyone fighting through that. Fake leader right now. And Bobby will probably come in and fight big time tomorrow on that. Big Jim in Round Rock, you're up next on the D&M. Take it wherever you want, Jim, here on The Fan.
Well, fellas, good morning to you. I tell you, that was quite a game. I'm gonna say star up for all the unsung, non-big contract players that just showed their mettle yesterday. You got the Clark kid. I think we had him on the practice squad. We cut him. He went to Houston. We brought him back. I like that story. I like the deep snapper running down the field, covering up that fumble. I ain't too worried about CeeDee Lamb. Obviously, it's disturbing. But look, the good news, the best thing for CD is he's got his chance to come out on Thursday and put a good game up. Quite frankly, we're going to need him. So do like that. Star up for the defensive line, and guys, we've been asking for a big middle on defense for decades.
Yeah.
And boys, we got one, and it's pretty exciting to watch. I don't understand why we got Kenneth Murray out there so much.
Kenneth Murray, he had a play yesterday, 2 straight weeks. He had the deflection for the interception, and then he was in. Was it the fumble recovery?
Yes.
Okay, so he had the fumble. I did not notice Logan Wilson yesterday at all. Now that I think about it,
I didn't either.
I don't remember. I was like, Logan Wilson played, right?
He played.
He definitely played, but I wasn't noticing. All right, what do you think Bobby would talk about in Below the Belt? How would you like to honor Roberto, who has the Cowboys making a fantastic run to get to 9 wins? What do you think Bobby would want to talk about?
I think he would want to talk about
Come on, we'll see you soon.
Guyton. The fourth down decisions, maybe?
All right, let's talk about Brian Schottenheimer, the fourth down decisions, and the rest of your star up, star downs. And below
D-Belt
on a Cowboys Victory Monday next.
After we get you over to Q.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
We're brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hurts looking over the defense. Snap is back on third down. Lots of time. Here they come. Down he goes. Oso Digizua.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do. Below the belt with Alberto, who hopefully is back tomorrow from the first half sickness over the way the Cowboys started off this game, trailing 21-7 at halftime. But we all know what happened, especially in Filthy and those loser elementary school kids who are hopefully at school crying today, or maybe they're out for the entire week and they have to be home with their miserable parents crying as well. It's Sean and RJ on a Cowboys Victory Monday after the comeback win on DFW Sports Station. Star up to Osa, the D-line, and the defense. And I just decided in the last minute or two, I think the defense needs an entire segment dedicated to them. We'll get to Brian Shottenheimer and his fourth down decisions. And was he actually a hindrance to winning this game? Our Friday friend at 8:20, but we got to be fair. Osa, some light has clicked in the past two games, and maybe that light is called Quinnen Williams. He had the Cowboys' only sack. He chased down Hurts on third down. That sack was on third down. They chased down Jalen Hurts along with Clowney on a third down as well. We gave you the Quinnen Williams numbers as he sat there and created a career-high 8 pressures on 30 pass rushes. All of them came on one-on-one matchups. He was double-teamed at the second lowest rate of this season. Why? I presume because you have Kenny Clark. Because you have Osa Odigizua. Because the Eagles' O-linemen afterwards were pointing to the Cowboys' usage of 5-man fronts as a reason for struggles in the run game, with Saquon Barkley doing nothing. Landon Dickerson, that's how you say it, Tom Brady, said Dallas has not shown many odd fronts this year, and it was not something they had spent too much time on task practicing for. So a little bit of an unexpected change-up. Defensively, and Matt Eberflus running up and down, going crazy about his D, had Brian Schottenheimer also praising them for this light switch that has all of a sudden clicked.
Yeah, incredible, right? I think, you look at the run stats, Ed, I'll start there. I mean, what we were able to do to Saquon, who is arguably the best back in the league, and I think he had 10 for 22 or something like that. But they just kept playing, man, and didn't have great pass rush today. I felt that, it looked like Jalen was back there quite a bit, but man, the tackling I thought was really, really good. We did a really good job on third down, and they're the ones that kind of jump started us, and we were, of course, able to get the touchdown right at the end of the first half. That was big to cut it to 21-7 and give us a little bit of momentum. But that's two weeks in a row they've played really, really well, and you can see the confidence in that entire group.
At one point, they buckled down and gave up. Now, it ended up being 8 straight stops, but the 5 straight stops only saw 42 total yards for Philadelphia. And Choppy, over those final 8 possessions, Matt Eberflus's defense held the Eagles to 107 yards and 7 first downs in those 8 possessions.
Yeah, Philly's offense can absolutely go into a
tailspin.
A tailspin is a good word. Like they can just stall out. They really just stall out, and sometimes they hurt. Like they hurt themselves at the end, but there are other times like they weren't hurting themselves. They were just bad. They were just not doing anything. They were completely stalling, and that I think is actually going to be what keeps them from winning. I don't think they can keep up with the Rams.
And this has been A.J. Brown's point.
Yeah, it has.
It's been his point,
and he's right. Like that's a really good defense. Now the defense in the second half didn't do their job for them. Like their defense. Now it came up with that goal line stand, prior to that, but it allowed them to, allowed the Cowboys to move the ball quite a bit in the second half. The issue with their offense is going to be the issue that keeps them from winning another Super Bowl. I don't think they can go to L.A. and beat the Rams right now. Not with that offense. Not with the way that offense is playing.
No.
And not with the way the Rams offense is playing.
Saquon Barkley's lowest rushing total since signing with Filthy. In 2 games since getting Quinnen Williams, courtesy of Nick Harris, Cowboys have allowed 43 rushing yards on 19 carries to running backs. And you got to wonder, are these teams waving the flag early on trying to run against the Cowboys? The Raiders didn't try. Chip Kelly fired. And Pete Carroll fired no assistants basically throughout his time in Seattle. And then yesterday, they had a lead. You're up 21, and Saquon ends up with 10 carries?
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
No. And you know what? I mean, it's like you also have Hurts who can run.
Yes. And I only noticed really one true design run for him.
That's it.
And the Cowboys did a nice job against it.
And it doesn't make any sense. Like if you have Jalen Hurts, you're in the second half, or not even the second half. Shoot, man, you got a 21-zip lead the first half. You got a 14-point lead in the second half. Why is he not carrying the ball? It should be a steady dose of Saquon and Hurts.
Yeah, my big worry early on was A.J. Brown going off. I'm like, damn it, this is his game. This is where he's going to go ahead and get right
and they were
against
cooking.
you.
They were cooking, and I think that kind of tricked him in the second half to keep trying that. But man, I mean, when you're up like that, the way they were, they needed 2 more first downs. If they got 2 more first downs, they put themselves in a position where the Cowboys are really going to struggle to win this football game.
Quinnen Williams on the Cowboys defense balling.
I think the biggest thing, the defensive line kind of just told each other, man, we got playmakers in our room, and we got to go out here and make plays. In the run game and the pass game, somebody in the defensive line room has to make a play. And then Osa made one of the game-changing plays that he made. A lot of guys in that room made a game-changing plays. So it's super dope to be a part of an amazing group that we have. So.
More from Nick Harris, small sample size, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. But in 2 games since a busy trade deadline headlined by Quinnen Williams, the Cowboys' run D has allowed 30 carries for 90 rushing yards. Just one of those 30 runs has gone for 10+. Wow. And I got to say, and good thing Bobby's out today because he would want to fight, disagree, and argue. Zach Wilchuk taking a half a victory lap last night in the Post when he caught a lot of heat for saying that this is more about the players than Eberflus. He defended Eberflus a little bit. Well, now, as Jerry's been saying all year along with Steven, you got basically a new roster defensively, and we're feeling much better.
You've got 30% turnover on your defense, at least.
What are you noticing yourself about them? And
a lot of pushovers. Now the first drive, I thought, crap, same old defense. Secondary allowed the touchdown pass, 18 yards down the field, 20 yards. I was like, man, same old defense. But it appears they are not getting. I don't want to say out physicaled, but they're not just this team that you can just walk over. I don't see the Chiefs coming in here and putting up 30.
No, that's not happening.
No. Would it surprise me if the Lions put up 27? No. It's good offense. But it would also not surprise me if the Cowboys put up 35 on that defense. That defense can give up some big chunk plays. So I just think this defense now, they're not elite.
No.
It's not an elite defense. But it's not one that you can just come in and bully anymore.
And all we were asking for was
a little bit.
Flirt with average.
Just put up marginal resistance.
First 3 drives for Filthy, 25 plays, 192 yards, 21 points. Their next 3 drives, 7 plays, 2 yards, 0 points. And this is without a crazy great pass rush. Shottenheimer said it. He was like, we didn't have that pass rush. You still need some type of menace coming off of an edge. But right now you have it up the middle. So this can be a brilliant case study for that edge rusher versus that interior pressure. Do we have Mike in Fort Worth still with us? Mike has been waiting for a while. Mike, are you still there? You're live on Sean and RJ.
I am ready, boys. It is worth the wait on this fabulous Monday. Fabulous Monday. CeeDee has no ID on this team. Let's get it out there. George Pickens is a dog. CeeDee, we just need you to catch the ball, and I doubt he can do that. So we need to just move on from him.
Move on.
Or just move on or just, let him pout on the sidelines. Who cares? We got GP. Star up always since he hit the scene and forever is Mr. Jerry Jones. Wow. Every time I go to that stadium, it is complete euphoria. I'm elated. Even the cockroach Eagle fans that came in, they're wild because they know they have garbage back in Philly. And I just want to say that I'd rather be mediocre. And without Jerry Jones, we'd probably be the Cleveland Browns. So thank you, Mr. Jones, for your contributions. Keep doing what you're doing.
Mike, did you go to the game?
Yes, I was there. Field Club, baby, access.
Oh, big dog.
Wow, look at that.
Was it electric?
Oh, my God. My wife was there, guys. I got points. She looked at me. She filmed Dak score that touchdown when he ran in. She loves him. I was like, babe, think about Dak tonight. I don't care, but, hey, I'm loving it, baby. Thank you, guys. Jerry, thank you, everybody. I had a wonderful time.
Oh, thank you for the call, Mike. This is one of those games where, and we all need reminders here and there about the job that we have, right? We all become a little bit jaded. The barriers build up. Cynical.
Yeah.
What happened last night has the entire city, like all your friends who aren't diehard sports fans, everyone who was walking in to get their coffee, gas pumps, everywhere in DFW, everyone knows what happened last night. And we get to talk about it on the official station.
Yeah.
That's big time.
That's pretty
and
cool.
We're talking about the number one hot topic from non-sports fans today. And everyone is even in a better mood because you're getting some days off with the turkey and ham on Thursday.
It's the like I've said this before. Tomorrow is the last work week of the year. Actually, I think it was Friday because some people were off this week. You know, once you get past Thanksgiving, it's Christmas. So we get to really relish in the final. We're in the final throes of the last work days of the year.
We will continue. We have one more hour to go to celebrate on a Cowboys Monday on the official station. Pregame, play-by-play, and the post. We got some more Tolo phone calls to get to. And did Brian Schottenheimer help or hurt the Cowboys comeback yesterday? Final hour with Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com is next.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
4th and goal for the lead. Prescott has the snap, back, looking left, coming right, hit as he throws. Ferguson caught the ball, but now it's incomplete and it was short of the end zone. They turn it over on down.
And they still overcame it. Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. Aiden's getting it in the hallway. Bobby Belt just texted that he woke up and opened up the 6 a.m. segment on the Odyssey at Rewind. Hopefully, Roberto is back with us tomorrow after the Cowboys' first half made him sick. But you have the comeback win. Star up, star down. Brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Nick Eatman was there, and he will join us at 9:20. DallasCowboys.com.
Listen, he has to be back tomorrow. We've asked Reddit. Gotta ask Reddit.
Choppy wouldn't know what to do.
I wouldn't know what to do without an Ask Reddit.
Without the benchmarks and the staples, we wouldn't know what to do without playing Brian Schottenheimer in the locker room after a win like this.
Hey, listen up! Listen up! Hey, we got a lot of cool to celebrate, but I got a question first. Can you win the game in the first quarter? No. Can you win the game in the second quarter? No. Did we spot them 21 points? Yeah. But what about, hey, can you win the game in the third quarter? No. What about that? Hey, we're starting with the takeaways today. Sam Williams forced the fumble. Yeah. Kevin Murray recovered it. Yeah. Elijah Clark forced the fumble. Yeah. Whoa. Is that like Trent C? Yes, sir. Trent C recovered it. Yeah. Dak Prescott threw a pass to George Pickens. Yeah. Dak Prescott threw a pass to Brandon Aubrey. Yeah. And the old man ran one in. Yeah. But this dude also had a sack. Yeah. And then, hey, nothing like walking him off with Brandon Aubrey, big field goal. Yeah. Everything we've talked about, everything, you guys have done it. You stack these days, you stack these wins, you learn because they build championship habits. I am so proud of the men in this room.
Where do you fall on Brian Schottenheimer, helping or hurting the effort in getting this W? Wilchuk said last night on the postgame, we'd seen several times under McCarthy they would fold. Next thing you know, this is a blowout. They kept fighting, they chipped away, eventually were rewarded. This is a testament to Brian Schottenheimer. So the spirit, the comeback from being down 21-0 versus fourth down decisions, not kicking field goal for points, maybe throwing too much when you should be running. How do you balance it out, RJ Choppy?
I mean, I don't know why he has to go after McCarthy. I mean, I don't know where. Like, stop. It's not true anyway. I mean, they were 12-5 3 years in a row. Just stop. I don't have a problem. I don't think Schottenheimer was costing them. All right, look, play by play. 4th and 3, didn't hate it, also didn't love it. Probably would have punted.
I hated the 4th and 3 to start the game. Absolutely hated it.
Okay.
Because I
didn't hate it, but I wouldn't have done it.
I think we all felt good about the under. And I'm anticipating a low-scoring defensive battle. You're facing the best defense in the league. Okay? And if you fail to pick it up, you give their struggling offense, mired in turmoil, ready to kill each other on the sidelines, immediate possession in midfield.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. And then, to make it worst-case scenario, A.J. Brown scores on Deron Bland. And then your next defensive possession, you force a 3-and-out. That should have been the first defensive possession for a unit that we're trying to build confidence in and feel good about.
So here's the numbers on that play. It was a 1.8% advantage to go for it. To me, not enough. That early in the game, now I guess you could say that early in the game you can
but what that
make
doesn't,
up for it.
But what that doesn't factor in is, so does that factor in like Philly's offensive ranks and like where are you on both sides of the ball? Does that factor in how good their offense is?
Everyone is different. I don't know how this one factors in that, but yeah, generally,
I just don't want to give them the ball at the 50. It's not that I don't think you can get it. You're facing a lights-out defense. I don't want to give them the ball at the 50 to start off the game when all the talk, and you know they're ready to strangle each other. Mm-hmm. So I didn't like it from that perspective. Yeah. And then they go and get A.J. his score.
My general philosophy is when I'm playing a bad team with a bad quarterback, I actually want to be less aggressive and I want to punt more because I don't believe they can go 90 yards to beat me. So in that situation, make them get 6 first downs to score a touchdown. I don't think they can.
Wolchuk has weighed in. They had 4 games since 2020 when trailing entering the 4th. It's factually true. They didn't win those games under Mike, as Zach has texted us.
They had 4 games since 2020. They won 4 games since 2020?
They had 4 games since 2020 when trailing entering the 4th quarter. I mean, that has to be more than 4 games since.
Sure.
But maybe it's double figures. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, you can die on that hill, Zach. That's fine. I'm not going to kill him for not challenging the punt.
Agreed.
You didn't see the replay reviews. It was so inconclusive on the replay reviews anyway. Like it took 1 million reviews for us to see it. 1 million. So I'm not going to kill them for that. And you can't just trust your player blindly. Everybody thinks they blocked the punt. Everybody thinks they're safe.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks they got the guy out at home. I'm not just going to trust what they say. I need to see it before I do it. The 4th and 1 down at the goal line at the very end, that's a tricky one. To me, it was more the plays leading up to it than the 4th and 1 go for it. I understand the idea. Take the points, make them get a field goal. They actually, if they had taken the points, kicked off, same situation happened, they would have actually gained, lost a little bit of yardage. But
I'm surprised in the moment how I was fine. Normally, I'm more conservative. Like, I think what the Giants did yesterday, not kicking that field goal, was criminal. But in the moment yesterday, I was kind of fine with going for it. And then afterwards, I was like, oh, that's not smart.
Yeah.
That's not smart. My brain was taking over my heart.
So, like, to me, the problem wasn't the 4th and 1. It was the 2nd and 2 and the 3rd and 1. Run the football. Run the ball there in those situations. And the same thing on that 4th and 1. If you can't pick up a yard, you don't deserve to win the football game anyway.
Star up, obviously, George, R.J. Choppy III, Pickens, Elijah Clark, Marquise Bell. Elijah Clark, that play right there is what every coach in football on any level will be showing throughout this week. Quinnen Williams balling again. Javonte running and blitz pickup. I thought the CeeDee 50-yarder was the turning point in the game for me. Screw you, Jake Elliott, and your dumb sideline faces. Thank you for missing that 58-yarder. So those are some of my star ups here on a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Let's get back to the totals to celebrate before Nikki, minute 9:20. Jay in Dallas, you're next.
Oh, this is such a wonderful time. Oh, hey, Sean, RJ, you guys are so amazing. Brian, do you want to speak this morning? Brian's an Eagles fan, and he's mad at me because I put an L-shaped bowl in his bowl this morning for breakfast. This is such a wonderful time, guys. How are you guys doing? Oh, my goodness. You look so awesome. Oh, my goodness. RJ, you have the strongest jawline in all of radio.
Man.
Oh, my goodness. Sean. Oh, hey, I know it's the soda. Don't listen to the comments. It's not Ozempic. Sean would never do that. Oh, my goodness. And so Bobby. Oh, my goodness. Everyone is Quinnen Williams. Quinnen. He puts the cool in my whip. Quinnen Williams. Number 38. When he made that play on the football, and the football came out, and the Cowboys recovered it, that was Quinnen Williams. Oh, and number 54. When we hit the running back, and the football came out again, that was Quinnen Williams. And number 3, when he caught the ball over like 20 Eagles defenders, that was Quinnen Williams. It was such a wonderful. Oh my goodness, Thanksgiving is going to be so great. Oh, are we going to call in on the other radio station where the Eagles fans, and we'll get the call and hear how horrible the Thanksgiving is going to be? Are we going to do that? I hope we do that today, guys.
We did get that, Jay, actually at 7:20. That's your guy from Curb. That's what that was. Amazing impersonation.
JB?
Yeah, JB Smoove.
Yeah?
Yeah. Did you hear it?
I did. I thought that was more. I heard Stewie.
Oh,
Family
Stewie.
Guy.
I thought it was JB Smoove, a pretty damn good one.
Yeah.
Well done with the impersonation. Lisa in Dallas, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline to celebrate. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, hi guys. I'm a big Toros big star up for Dak Prescott for proving all the doubters wrong. People who can't say he won a big game. Yesterday was a huge game against our biggest rival, and we spotted him 21 points. People who say he can't use his legs anymore. He scored a rushing TD. Oh, and he surpassed Tony Romo's franchise record for passing yards. I'm still excited from last night.
Thank you for the call, Lisa. You are appreciated. Zach in Red Oak, you're up next. Zach, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, listen, star up to CeeDee Lamb being held all afternoon. Okay, he was held on the big 50-yarder. They were grabbing at me. He was held right after that to get us to the goal line. He was held on the interception. He was beating his man all day long. And when he's doing that and George Pickens is drawing single coverage, we're unstoppable on offense if we can keep that going. Oh, and by the way, my dad wants to say, from visiting my parents, that he hopes Guyton stays on the bench next week. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to have to hear from Bobby and post clarity how Nate Thomas did filling in after Guyton got banged up and hurt. And I'm kind of thankful he did so that he got off the field with the way he was costing them. I'm seeing all these fights. Man, there was a lot of fights last night in the stadium.
Yeah.
You seeing this?
Yeah, I saw a few of them.
Kyle Frazier, one of the loudest stadiums and crowds I've heard there. Eagle fans talking S around us the entire game. Then they just sat there and had to take it at the very end after Butter made up for missing the 51-yarder, only his second miss of the season. 2-hour time difference, so, it's still 7:10. That's not 7:11.
Not terribly early.
Anthony in California is calling from Cali. Anthony, you're live on the Fan.
What's going on, fellas?
What up?
Man, I'm starstruck right now. Hey, I just want to say to our defense, Cowboys defense did it all yesterday. Well, not all, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And CeeDee, we need him, bro. Simple as that. He just needs to be reminded that he's 88. Simple as that. Go Cowboys. I love y'all.
Thanks for the call. So CeeDee Lamb apparently not talking, ducking out. I'm not seeing any quotes. I'm not seeing any video. And right now, I'm disappointed. I was ready to anoint him next to Dak Prescott as one of the leaders of this team. He's not. He's a fake leader. Kind of reminds me of that hot noise energy on the offensive side of the ball. And now I'm worried about a clutch factor missing with him against the Eagles and other big moments. That's where I stand right now. There's no way, RJ Choppy was on it first, that you sit down and game plan if you're Schottenheimer this week against Kansas City and now think 1A, 1B, George freaking Pickens.
Amen. He's a dog.
Dude.
He is the dog. He is the one. And now you still need them both. I'm not sitting here saying that you gotta cut CeeDee Lamb. I mean, you could trade him for 2 1s, but whatever. But you got to sign George. Signing George is priority number 1. It is priority number 1.
And we're getting towards a name your price.
Yeah, you better sign him now. You better not wait. Just give him I
don't know. Right now, maybe the highest it can be.
Well, that's fair.
It could be. Can he keep doing this?
Yes, he can.
If you're David Mulligetta, are you don't call? Don't call till after the year.
Look, if you don't call,
if he does this if they make the playoffs and he does this, he might be in Jamar territory.
What is he at right now?
Who? George Money?
Yeah, no. In terms of total yards, you said he was at. You said the number earlier. I think it was over 1,000.
Yeah, it was over 1,000. He's got more receiving yards than all the Steeler receivers.
1,054. Well, it would have been nice if it was one less. 1053, 1053. That'd been nice. We're 11 games in. I mean, he's gonna have 1,800 yards. If he has 1,800 yards, the number doesn't start with a 3 anymore.
What was it like in that locker room? Did CeeDee Lamb duck out? And Nick Eatman says, don't forget about these 5 key moments either. We continue the party as Nick Eatman, back from the locker room, joins us from DallasCowboys.com after this.
right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Hurts in the gun on 2nd and 17. Snap is back. Look at him push the pocket. Little shovel pass to Barkley on the left side. Ball came out as he was tackled by Clark, and the Cowboys have a fumble at about the 35-yard line.
Sam Williams, Elijah Clark, unsung hero Sieg with the recovery. I think Marquise Bell was in on that as well. Brevin Spanford, as Shaquille O'Neal would say, the others stepping up.
The others.
With
right.
the Cowboys' 21-point comeback right here on this radio station. Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. Right now, we got to talk to a man who called this win and was there. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I said this is the second best regular season win that I've covered in our 15 years together. The first was Seattle on the road. Tell me where you agree or disagree.
Wow, I love that. I love that Seattle game. That was another good one like that.
Because the only difference for me with that, well, there's two differences, Nick. Number one, it's on the road. Number two, you're trying to cement yourself as like this is a staple win, and I marked them a contender after that. I can't say that right now as we're trying to see the playoff horizon, but this was against the Eagles and it was at home.
Right. No, you're right. That Seattle game was a little bit different of them turning the corner. For me, my favorite game of all time is the very first one since I was working with the team, 1999, come back from 21 down to beat Washington. So it was one of those four in franchise history now 4 games that they've come back from 21 points. And so this one was awesome just because of everything that it meant, and that it's Philly. It's better with that one. I know. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that I called the game before the game, because in the first quarter, no, I was kind of off of that. I wasn't expecting a comeback there. I was just wondering how ugly it was going to be. And I've said this a few times. If you would have said Eagles will not score again, I'd been like, all right, well, at least it's not going to be a blowout. But the Cowboys aren't getting that. You know what I mean? I just didn't. Nothing felt right about that game. That's what I love about sports and the NFL and all that. It was hard to see it because every little thing was going against them. I mean, even the little thing like, oh, well, there's a penalty on the punt. All right, well, let's just make them re-kick it. And then you lose yardage on that. It's just like, it's not your day, but it was.
When did you see an opening for a comeback, or when did you feel was a turning point? For me, even though I'm killing him and we're going to talk about him, it was the CeeDee 50-yard catch, because then Spanford scores. That makes it 21-14, and then the place starts buzzing. When did you say, okay, here, maybe?
Yeah. For me, when they fumbled. When he fumbled the ball, and the thing that I kept saying all week long, and maybe on Wednesday's show with you guys, is just that there's only 4. They've only given the ball away 4 times in the whole season, the Eagles, and so they don't turn the ball over. They're not flashy in anything they do. They're just sound. They don't beat themselves. And when they turn that ball over, when Sam Williams, of all people, who really hasn't made a play in his career like that, to knock the ball out of Saquon's hands, and I'm glad you guys played that before this call, because that was just huge. And I, from our spot in the press box, I didn't see the ball pop loose. What I saw was 300 people on the Cowboys sideline erupt, and that's when people were like, "Oh, something happened," and then they got it, and that was huge. But also, the missed field goal was really big. Yes. There was an offensive pass interference penalty that I thought was questionable anyways. Yeah. But they moved him back, and that ended up they missed the field goal there, and that's probably my real answer to that. That's when I thought, well, you know what? If they're going to miss field goals also, then maybe the Cowboys do have a shot.
Nick, what was it like in that locker room?
It was so. I mean, it was funny. Dak was asked about it, and he goes, I guess I missed all that because he was doing an interview. So obviously by the time we got there, it was a little different. But, we saw the clips. I'm sure you guys have as well. And it was with Marshawn kneeling flag and everything. It's every
magical
cliche you could think of. It was a cliche game. I mean, anyone you want to pick out, never give up, keep fighting till the end. All that kind of stuff you couldn't help but be proud of them for what they've gone through. Man, they're not perfect. I mean, this team isn't perfect. We know that. The head coach isn't perfect. He really isn't. I've said this a couple times. I was totally fine with every decision the head coach made. The offensive coordinator, I thought, made some mistakes. Now, it happens to be the same guy, but there are some questions there. But you know what? He's learning too. I mean, he's trying to figure out this team, and that's the thing when you're a head coach, play caller, and all that. You don't know what your team is. You're just trying to figure them out. And who knows what this team is right now? So it's not easy. But I know this: they're not going to stop fighting. And are they going to make the playoffs? Probably not. But man, I think they're going to make it interesting.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Join us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, let's go through those fourth downs and those decisions that you were talking about. I'm with you. I didn't hate the fourth down at the goal line. I hated the 2nd and 2, the 3rd and 1, and the 4th and 1 plays. Would you have just ran the ball? That's what I would have done.
Yes, because a couple reasons. Number one, I always hate 1st and goal at the 8, 9, or 10. I always hate that because it's just, it's so tough down there. You can't throw. It's hard to run. But if you get 6 yards on 1st down, now it's a different game because not only is it a 4-down territory, but you just ran it for 6. I think you can get 2 more with 2 or 3 more tries. Not only that, but now you're playing a clock game. So you think you're going to score. If you run it on 2nd and 3rd down and don't get it, I'm okay with the field goal because you probably chewed up, a minute 20 off the clock or a couple of timeouts by the Eagles. So it's a different game. And I just think it's in every way it was better to run the ball in there. And your quarterback has already thrown a pick at the 1. He tried it again with, firing in there to CeeDee. That was a pretty dangerous throw. I didn't love that. And when your offensive coordinator is your head coach, it's challenging because they think they can get everything. 4th and 3 from the 50, we got this. When, to me, punt the ball. Punt it. Let's see what your defense has today. Let's put Anger out there, put the ball at the 10-yard line, and let's just see what happens, So I didn't love some of those 4th down calls, and so I was okay, like you said, RJ, I was okay with the 4th down, attempt down there at the 1, but I would have run the ball at least 2 or 3 times.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com also has this up. Don't forget these 5. So recall the other major key plays that maybe aren't getting all the headlines that contributed.
It's funny. I'm just going to admit to you about that article. I write that throughout the game, and I'm working on it throughout the game. Yeah. I've got Eagle plays. I got Cowboy plays. When the game was over, I had nothing for the Cowboys. I had it all written for the Eagles. All these plays, the block punt and all that. I didn't have anything for the Cowboys. So I was scrambling, and I got through, but I did wish that I would have put in a pass interference penalty there because that led to the missed field goal. But, there was a couple of penalties. Honestly, Turpin's catch was huge because
that's what RJ was thinking as a turning point.
Yeah, I thought that was so big because he's not a running back. And can we scrap the wide receiver running because you lost CeeDee for a month doing it at the Bears. And he fumbles into Tyler Guyton's foot, and I guess we can talk about Tyler Guyton at some point. But Turpin's play, that's where he needs to be, and he's so fun to watch in the middle of the field like that. And just to get some points there before halftime, 21-7, I thought that really was a huge turning point in the game. So usually my article doesn't have 50-yard plays like that, but that was one that you kind of forget about. But a couple of pass interference penalties, one on Turpin, one on CeeDee in that drive that spanned forward finish. A couple of pass interference penalties really helped aid them there as well.
Nick, are you concerned Where's your concern level at right now with CeeDee?
Not extremely high. I don't know this. I just wonder. I wonder if the Pickens situation's kind of messing with him just a little bit. You know what I mean? I mean, here he's been the guy. He's been the darling. He's the one that was running through shoulder injuries last year. He's the one player. Dak, you can put Dak, I guess, in there now too. But he's the one player that they've re-signed that has really, really just continued to ball out. And you haven't really questioned the money or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But, now with Pickens here, and, I mean, look at all the targets. I mean, CeeDee had 11 targets, caught 4 passes, 9 for 9 for Pickens. I mean, it's probably not sitting well with, receivers are competitive guys and divas and all that stuff.
But they're boys.
They are. Now, it's funny how it's come out now that we all thought that those guys they got in trouble together when it turns out they didn't. But, they kind of cut from the same cloth a little bit. And the thing is that CeeDee, he still made an unbelievable catch when everything was kind of going against him. I didn't like the sideline rant. There he was upset. He wanted the ball in a different place, but
yeah, different place than right between his numbers on his jersey.
Throw it in the gap in my face mask so it sticks, and I don't have to use my hands.
I say this. Unless we had a camera on his face mask, it looked like there was a lot of hands moving through. He might have lost it for a second with the video.
Yeah,
I don't know. And I'm sure he wanted it in the corner, whatever. I mean, great. But another reason to hand the ball to Javonte Williams and let him just, run it through. I mean, he runs like he just found out the Broncos didn't re-sign him, or something like that. Like, he just runs mad all the time. And he's not getting stopped. I mean, he's not getting stopped if you run the ball there like that. But anyways, CeeDee, the concern level, it's somewhat there, but he came back from that Eagles game. Maybe he's just not an Eagles player. I don't know. He hasn't played well against Philly, but when he came back and made that catch right there, it makes me think, okay, he doesn't have too much of a confidence issue.
Did he duck out of the locker room?
I didn't see that. Honestly, I didn't see where he was. You know how that is down there.
But have you seen any post-game reaction or quotes from him?
Haven't. No, I can't say that I did. So, this might be this might be something to watch. But in this case, let's go play a football game in 4 days, and let's go out there and play and make a couple of things, a couple of big catches, and no one's going to be worried about it. So there's a good and bad always to these short weeks. If you have injuries, it's not a good thing. But if you can figure out a way to get through it and play this game and stack another win, then it should probably be fine. But yeah, I mean, I thought there was times where I thought Dak was forcing it to him.
Yep.
A little bit and he wasn't there. But right now, maybe this thing shifts a little bit, and the defenses will shift some too, where if Pickens is catching every single pass that you throw to him, then the defenses will adjust, and then that'll probably shift things back over to CeeDee. So as long as they understand this game, this 1A, 1B situation, then I think it can be very, very good for everyone.
Cook up a good little feeling for Wednesday before we pick the Chiefs game. And what did you think of your boy missing the Eagle game and the Monday Eagles reaction show?
What are you talking about?
Robert. Bobby Belt. Bobby.
I'm sorry.
Bobby is occasionally a
That's how forgettable he is. This is going to hurt Bobby more than anything. Nick forgot him.
It is.
Wait, where is he? I mean, I know he's not here, but what is he okay?
Did you see him yesterday? Did you see him yesterday at the game, or you didn't even think about it?
A little tickle in his throat.
I didn't.
You didn't have someone shoving their cell phone. You didn't have someone shoving their phone into your face 12 times, saying, "Look at this video I made. Look at this meme. Look at this AI. Look at this funny thing I made."
Yeah.
Does he do that?
What? Now that you mentioned it, I did miss him. I do miss old Roberto.
Oh man. So. Hey, save this for tomorrow. This will break his heart. Break his heart tomorrow.
I hope he's okay. We have to ask that. Make sure. I don't know the situation, so I hope he's good. I missed him. You guys did a great job, but
thank you, man.
3-man booth is better.
Thank you, Nick. We'll talk Wednesday.
All right, sounds good.
There he is, back from the locker room. Great stuff from Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We remember and say goodbye to Marcus Simeon after the big Rangers deal yesterday with the KNC Masterpiece next.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Bolts.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
Still Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Clear the market, upgrade your vehicle, get a classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Adolis Garcia sends one the other way. That sends Carroll back. He's at the line, and the legend grows. Adolis Garcia wins game 1.
Is the new era here? New. Is that the way? Is it new era wrestling people?
That's New Day.
New Day.
It's the new day.
It's the new day here with Shottenheimer, Adolis Garcia, and now Marcus Semien gone. The trade that happened yesterday.
Yeah, Semien to the Mets. This is I love these straight up 1-for-1s.
And we got $5 million.
And $5 million for Brandon Nimmo. Now Nimmo is he'll hit you 25. And Shea was City Field, whatever you want to call it. It's not exactly a hitter's park either. So 25, that's a powerful 25. Right. You're getting younger, and you're getting cheaper, and you're getting the $5 million kickback. And you're getting out of the Semien contract, and now we'll see what they wind up doing at second base. They have some options. But it signifies really the end. I mean, there's only 3.
7.
What?
I think it's 6 or 7.
We're left from the title team.
Yeah. Corey, how do you feel about it?
I mean, we kind of saw this coming. Mm-hmm. I don't think the Rangers are done either with big names.
What do you mean by
leaving this team? I just think that there's other people that
who's going to be your shortstop next year?
Yeah,
give it to me.
I think there are other. Yeah, we'll figure that out as we go along. But Nimmo's actually very. A couple of years ago, I was like, that dude can play on my team anytime.
And
the hustle factor is absolutely there,
dude. We are going to love him. Mm-hmm. He's like an all-time dude.
Okay. Yeah, he'll fit in very well in Texas.
You think G-Bag he'll get along with them even?
They may call him fat, but
too skinny. Let's go the opposite way.
He's not fat, but he's apparently an all-time dude.
Yeah, he wants to make the Rangers great again. That's for sure.
Were you going to interrupt crosstalk?
I definitely was.
Okay.
Now, I know we got a lot to talk about and the Cowboys and all that stuff. That's great.
Not even you. You can't ruin my mood right now. No one can.
No, I'm not going to ruin your mood.
No one can.
I'm going to make your mood better.
Oh.
So, did you know that you can get strep in your butt?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Well, you get diarrhea and stuff?
No.
Yeah.
So,
you get like stomach strep.
My little 3-year-old has butt strep. Right in the butt? Right now. And I know you're wondering why I'm bringing this up. Oh, just wait.
I love it.
So my wife was very concerned. We were advised by one nurse to take him to the pediatric ER. But instead, we reached out to Mrs. Mike Bassick. She is our pediatrician. And she needed information as a doctor. So my wife took multiple pictures of Noah's beehole.
Oh.
The thing about it is that's unfortunate for her is Mike's wife has the same first name.
Noah?
Mike's wife is not named Noah.
Okay.
Mike's wife's name is the same first name as my mom. So when she's supposed to be sending along
pictures of the butthole
information, she instead sent it to my mom with no context whatsoever, just a whole bunch of pictures of butts and nuts. And
nuts too.
I was like,
they're right there.
Yeah.
Very close.
Right there.
And I don't ever think that won't be funny to me, that just unsolicited my wife sent butt pictures of our 3-year-old to my mom.
But did you get the follow-up freak out mom call?
She was like, well, it looks like it could be, and then she tried to diagnose it, even though while we were like talking to an actual doctor at that moment. But I don't think it'll ever stop being funny to me. But yeah, my 3-year-old has butt strep.
Okay.
Did the doctor say, though, butt strep?
No, there's like another term. It's like something strep, but essentially it's butt strep. If you type in...
It's called strep butt.
It says strep butt.
Yeah.
See?
Strep butt?
I told
That's
you.
the clinical term?
No.
Perianal strep infection in children.
But I want you to be proud of me, because when she was talking to the doctor on the phone, she goes, what really seems to be bothering him is that little patch between the butts and the nuts. And I really wanted to yell out taint, but I didn't, because I realized that was probably not
It's
the
got
right
a name. Is it?
I know what it is.
Perineum.
Perineum.
Yeah. But I really wanted to yell that out, but I felt like it was not the appropriate situation.
So, like you can do with your girl, can you now pick it out of a lineup if you had to?
I mean,
every guy could pick their girls out of a lineup.
What?
I definitely could.
Yeah.
I think the worst piece of this story is that Bassick now knows this, and so now he will call you giggling with his schoolgirl laugh and go, butt strep. How's your kid's strep butt? How's your kid's butt strep?
Yes.
Because, I know that your kid has butt strep.
He does.
That'll be Mike's.
How did he knows this?
Do you not think that would violate?
What about Dr. Privilege?
We don't know that he knows it yet. Maybe she didn't violate it.
Ooh, that's a good point.
But now
he
he
knew
would
stuff
know.
all the time.
Now he would know from listening.
He always knew stuff.
Oh, that's a good point. See, I can't violate HIPAA. Did I tell you when I was at the newspaper once, I gave some medical reports for an upcoming game. I got a whole bunch of emails of people like, you're violating HIPAA. And I was like, HIPAA is for doctors, not me. I violated nothing. But I really wanted to be like, the person who gave me the information violated HIPAA, but I won't tell you who that is.
Yeah, I get mad at Sarah because she gets all this information about which athlete is going to be on is signing up for the next liquor brand or whatever. I can't remember who it was recently.
Yeah,
and she wouldn't tell me. She didn't tell me. And
it was LeBron, wasn't it?
Right, it was LeBron. And I was like, hey, because remember when he did that big announcement he was going to make. I was like,
the decision 2.0.
Yeah, you could have told me this. She goes, I can't. I says, hey, it's allowed. Husband, wife is allowed. Everybody assumes.
Because you can't testify against her.
Exactly. Everybody assumes that the wife or the husband tells the other one everything. Every bit of gossip is spilled. It's just assumed.
I'd be inclined to agree with that.
Yeah, we just know this. It's assumed.
What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, we do some Cowboys discussions to start the show. Can you believe it?
How many segments are about Tom Brady using racial slurs in his broadcast?
When did... Everybody had this moment where they thought this game was over yesterday and kind of was like, all right, should I even continue?
Opening kick.
That is 10 o'clock. We'll do that one.
That's
More Cowboys. And then we discuss the Rangers trade. Nick Harris will join us at noon today. Steven is out. They are at
Paul Tagliabue's
funeral. So
weren't you the only one on this show to pick the Cowboys? Did you pick them to win?
I did pick them. Bobby did too, right?
No, I think Bobby had them losing by 3.
I had them lose 22-21 was my score. Philly was going to win, and they came back, man. That was special.
I had them losing 27-23. But when it was 14-0, I was like, oof, feels like we're done.
Who are you going to blame number one if they lost?
Offense.
No. Individually, break it down. Are you going to go Schottenheimer or Lamb? Or Dak, or someone else.
I think Dak needs to be in that conversation as well. But yeah, CeeDee Lamb in these 2 games against the Eagles. It's really
I didn't understand
weird.
Dak's throw to Javonte on the 4th down, 4th and 3.
I didn't get it either.
I was
it
like,
was
what?
a bad throw.
Ferg was open too. Ferg was open.
Yes, because
that wasn't
Ferguson,
the play design.
Either A, his defender fell down, or he got a gentle love tap to create just wide open. That was for like a good 15 yards. But the thing about CeeDee Lamb that remains incredible to me is that in that same game, you're like, how the hell did you drop that? Especially the one in the end zone where he's complaining about where it went. I was like, bro, you dropped it either way. And then he makes the weird pass interference, twisting catch in the middle of the air, and I'm like, you're fine.
Yeah, he'll make those plays on you, right?
Just his games against the Eagles this year have been awful.
Yeah, this was his worst. The worst I've seen him. This was in addition to having the best catch. Like, it was awesome.
And then not to talk afterwards. Did
he really not? I guess I didn't realize that.
That's gutless.
Well, and something that you said earlier in the game is like, I'm paraphrasing, but like essentially you can always count on the Cowboys to do something stupid.
Yeah.
And that is an unfortunate thing. I'm amazed. I saw it. I understand what happened, but I'm still amazed they won that game. Felt very like A&M South Carolina-esque in terms of you came all the way back, tied the game, and then did something really stupid again.
Yeah.
And I was like, so now you're going to end up losing it by a field goal. And then they won.
I think it was a 96% chance.
Yep.
So you had the 4th and 3. I don't know if these are all going to be, exact order, but you had... See, this is where I got not liquor drunk. I just got like emotionally drunk, and my notes start going all over the place. 4th and 3, roughing the punter, offsides. That was a Clowney. It was a 3rd and 10 that allowed the 3rd and 5 to be converted. Lamb drop, Turpin fumble, Guyton
that
jump.
Turpin play, what the hell?
Guyton jump, Dak interception.
And by the way,
those are like the first 7 things I wrote down in order.
And he should have had at least one other interception. Yeah. But that Turpin play boggles the mind. I understand the sweep.
That's where you
and
tag
everything.
The old 3 letters on Twitter.
Yes, that's right.
Investigate.
But just to like line it up in the backfield, and then he got tackled by air. And man, how many people almost hurt themselves? Like when
Trayvon Diggs?
When Flournoy, when Flournoy ran into the punter, he almost got concussed off the punter's knee.
Yeah.
And the thing that's shocking about that is that's what we learned from the refs pool report is they don't have access to the angles that the TV station.
Crazy.
So
it's Fox's fault.
The tail's wagging the dog.
How could we make the official NFL review? Fox didn't give us the replay.
How the F do they not have access to the best possible technology? So you're telling me the replay would be better off with Tom Brady doing it than the NFL? And by the way, too, if this is the big network of trust, if Flournoy is swearing up and down that he touched the ball,
that's your network, Kevin.
Why isn't shut up? Why isn't Shottenheimer like, all right, let's challenge it?
Well,
that was a monumental play.
Yeah.
You can't just go by your player saying the football touched my hand.
How many times in the NBA are they like, I got hit?
Or in baseball, I was safe.
I hear that, but those usually feel like they're on inconsequential plays. This felt like a hugely consequential game that I thought we were going to play. That I thought we were going to come in today and be like, that's the play that lost you the game.
And what happened with the punt with the scoreboard and the Turpin fake
They didn't even hit the
catch?
scoreboard.
What was that?
They didn't even do it.
And you know what? I don't even think those two were the dumbest special teams plays of the day. What the F is the Eagles returner doing fielding the ball at the 1.5 yard line?
Let it go.
That was so stupid.
Let them be dumb.
If you missed,
I like that.
When someone's making a mistake, you let them.
If you missed Peyton spying on Filthy, that was part of their reaction, wanting to cut and fire everybody. Odyssey app with the rewind. Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. Roberto should be in for post-HUD clarity as we continue the Cowboy Party, and it does continue with the KNC masterpiece next.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy Peace-a-thon week to all who celebrate. You've got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors.
Oh man.
And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
I'm doing great, Alec. The Cowboys' victory means that all the haters can shut up. That's always a good feeling.
I'm sure they will.
I guarantee you there won't be any haters texting in today.
My God.
Because the haters know that they have to shut up, and that's the fun part of this whole
I
thing.
have terrible news for you.
If you're a hater, you can text in. But don't make it personal, all right? Because that's when things get really wrong.
Okay.
That's when Kevin will be like, "Yeah, here's the address to the station. Come up here and I'll show you."
We don't
want that.
Anticipate that.
Alec, we don't want that because I've seen it happen before, and
not with me.
It's not a good thing.
That's Sean Salisbury's deal, man.
Hey, we weren't supposed to.
Oh, in case you ever wonder why I didn't never work here anymore.
Jeez. Back to you, Alex. Oh, where's my water?
That was like 15 years ago. We're not allowed to say?
I left my... Oh, that's on the other side over there. Yeah, man. This is... It's the rain this morning. Couldn't even bring me down. Not at all. This is awesome.
That's good.
Peace-a-thon is on its way. Great times. Alex even happy. B, Cowboys won. A&M won over the weekend. UNT.
Yeah.
Dude, this is a great weekend overall, except for the Rangers. Like losing those Rangers players kind of tough.
I was going to say, depending on your who you root for in sports or how you feel about Marcus Semien, I also think we need to redefine what a blockbuster trade is.
What do you mean?
I don't think Marcus Semien for Brandon Nimmo should count as a blockbuster MLB trade.
It's a pretty significant trade.
Is it?
I mean, it involves the Mets, so that's big. Because it's in New York and everybody cares about New York.
So two teams that were trying to trade problems that they thought had underperformed for one another.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay.
And then B, Marcus Semien is a World Series champion.
That's true. But we're finally not living in 2023 anymore. So this is
a different time for the Rangers fan.
Indeed. Now, go ahead and give me cut number 6. Obviously, we are going to talk all about those Dallas Cowboys, and this might have been the most spectacular play of the game.
Prescott on second down, back and runs up out of the pocket. Runs to his left, to the 10, to the 5, cuts to his right, somersault to the goal line. Touchdown! Touchdown for the captain! Touchdown, Prescott!
Unfreaking believable. So we're going to break down all angles of this game. But what I really want to ask is...
Are you going to go my way?
Yes. When did you think the Cowboys had lost? And did you turn the game off? Because if you look across social media, it's nothing but negativity. And I understand you were down 21-0. You look god-awful. You shot yourself in the foot time and time and time again.
Mm-hmm.
But... when did you think the game was over, not in the Cowboys' favor? And did anybody out there turn it off? Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053.
Well, Kevin, let's go to the notes, all right?
Hold on. Pause. Alec, do you think we need to update the chart?
Uh-oh, Alec, you're not in queue.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
All right, well.
Oh, now I am.
There he is.
Yeah, I think we do need to update the chart, yeah.
Guys, you can now refer to the chart where the Cowboys are here. They are now mediocre.
He's got a new chart.
They are mediocre now, ladies and gentlemen, and if they beat another mediocre team this week, they can move to the above mediocre area because, Kevin, as we say on this show, when presented with new information, you can absolutely change your mind. The old information is what it is. Doesn't mean like you have to continue to believe it. This is new information, meaning you've added new players to this team. You have a different group that's now playing on the defensive side of the ball, and you have a defensive coordinator that feels confident in the way that he can do this. So, yes, refer to the chart. You are now mediocre, and I did post that, Kevin.
Oh, my good night.
But in my notes, I did stop writing thing. WTF was Dak throwing into double coverage. So right around that time was when I stopped taking notes.
Oh, that was in the end zone.
Yeah,
yes.
And I was like, that was double coverage, dude. What was he doing there? But it was the Brandon Aubrey missed field goal that made me go, okay, if I can't rely on Brandon Aubrey, and I can't truly rely on anything.
Right.
And so that was the moment that I was like, time to go make dinner. Because Adrian was going to dinner with her birthday friend. They have the same birthday or something like that. So the two girls went out and had a good time. And I was in charge of dinner because I wanted to make steak. Because I like steak. It's a great vitamin. And so I was making steaks. And Kevin, I'm standing in the kitchen and I can hear, and I can hear noises. And I'm like, what is going on in there? Kept peeking my head around the corner. Cowboys have scored another touchdown.
Right.
Cowboys have done this. Cowboys have got the ball back. And I'm like, I can't watch this game anymore. I have to stay in the kitchen for this game because
that is how it works.
Yeah. Once I left the room, they started playing better. So that was where it was. But it was the Brandon Aubrey thing where I was like, that's it. That was our chance to really give ourselves an opportunity. And I was done there.
From the, from the 682 Turpin fumble, I turned it off, but then I turned it back on 5 minutes later. From the 972, not going to lie, I wanted to turn it off before that touchdown, before the half, but it kept me hooked on with a little bit of hope. From the 469, I turned it off and back on 2 different times. From the 210, I decided to take a nap when it got to 21-0, so you can thank me for changing the luck.
Hey, thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you on all of that. It was And the Turpin fumble was right after this, I do believe. But for me, it was the Hurts design touchdown run. And I wrote in my notes, obviously this was inaccurate, but I wrote Hurts design run touchdown, 14-0, and it feels like the game is over.
Yeah.
Just because of all the
mistakes. They could do whatever they wanted.
Yes.
Like they could do anything they wanted to do.
Yes. And I would not have predicted that the Cowboys defense would eventually turn into the 85 Bears out there and just have punt after punt after punt. Alec, was there a moment when you thought it was over, or were you like this person for the 956? I didn't turn it off, but I went to go do yard work and listen to it on the fan instead.
Oh, I like that. Being double productive, I like it. It wasn't even a scoring play for me. You know that pass down the sideline to Devontae Smith where it felt like he went full Matrix mode?
Yes.
That catch, that was one of those where you can't even be mad just because that's such a skilled play. That told me that this guy is ready to be better than anybody you put out on defense today. And I just said, you know what, screw this.
And like, his own teammate, he was like, I want to be better than A.J. Brown also.
Exactly. It's amazing that they hate each other, and yet they were both so good and so effective yesterday. But, yeah, that Devontae Smith catch, and somebody on the sideline, one of the photographers, got the most insane pictures of the ball right when it hits his hands, and he's off the ground. Not a single part is touching the turf. And he's just levitating, making that catch. I'm like, how do you defend that? You just can't.
Yeah.
Even when your defense is playing pretty decent so far and going into the second half, you looked like a better defense. You still couldn't stop that man. Devontae Smith irritates me.
From the 817, when it was 21-0, and my wife and daughter walked in and offered to check my blood pressure. From the 682, I turned it off at 21-0 and back on after halftime. I needed a half-hour refresher for my wife's sake.
Somebody texted in and said, and I've seen multiple people say, I stayed locked in the whole time. I always believe. I never lost faith. And guess what? Congratulations. I'm proud of you. That's amazing. And you know what, Kevin? Late in that game yesterday, as they were making that final drive, I started telling myself, why am I always telling Kevin to believe in the A&M Aggies?
Right.
Yet here I am doubting my team.
Oh.
Maybe I need to start having more faith, because every time I let the doubt creep in, the Cowboys falter. And so I said, screw it. They're late in the game. I did say, I'm going to believe that they can make these plays. And by God, Javonte Williams makes one of the best blocks of the year to give Pickens that catch over the middle to set up for the Brandon Aubrey. Like, that was an amazing block. And, like, there were plays that were very important to this game. We'll get into all of them today. But that play right there was a moment where I said, I'll believe. And, Kevin, I don't think I'm going to stop believing for the rest of the year.
See, and I really love that, because Dak talked about it. He was like, hey, you got to believe. And then Tyler Booker in the fourth quarter is like, hey, you got to believe. And Dak's like, yeah, I know. But, like, in a positive way. And it was really in a positive, not a sarcastic way.
Duh.
But for all the people, because I think there's a difference. Like, I stayed locked in on the entire game. I watched the entire game. I never turned it off or anything like that. But I hoped, but I didn't think they were going to win by any stretch of the imagination. I would love to tell you that I went to Underdog and got the craziest of odds to predict that the Cowboys would win this game. I did not, because I did not think they were going to win the game by any stretch of the imagination. But I always hoped. And so I love the people that were locked in and they're like, oh, yeah, I knew we had this. From the 469, I turned it off after they went down 21-0. All the penalties and mistakes were pissing me off. I did a chapter of homework instead and then turned it back on after the half.
That's very fair.
Yeah, because I can't stay away too long. And that's the thing about sports that you love, right?
Sports.
Is it's probably going to go this one way. But if it goes the other way and you miss it, you feel like you missed everything. And Corey, I feel like this is a text we get usually at the beginning of every Monday show. You might need to have the chart ready. From the 469, the Cowboys still aren't a great team. Isn't it a bit sad that you are so excited about having a 5-5-1 record, which still puts them out of the playoffs? I'm sorry, and normally we shouldn't do this, and I'm sure you're a great person. This is a stupid text.
Stupid.
Why in the world are you even watching sports if you're not excited about beating one of your rival teams in what tied for the biggest comeback in Cowboys history? If you can't be excited about that less than 24 hours after it happened, why in the world would you ever watch sports? Because it doesn't get much better than that comeback. So you tied the franchise record. It's only the fourth time it's ever happened, and this franchise has been around for 65 years. It's only the fourth time you've ever made a 21-point comeback, and you did it at home, first home game, after one of the players on your team died, and you did it over your biggest rival. And you shouldn't be excited about that? That's stupid. Now, other things that you're talking about being 5-5-1 and being in the playoffs, I feel like we've been very clear about that. And the Cowboys still aren't a great team. Show me what it says on the chart. By beating the Eagles, they moved up from sub-mediocre to mediocre. Where in the run of this segment or this show have you heard us say that the Cowboys are a great team?
I don't even have great written on the chart, by the way.
Because
you don't even get to great. You go straight to elite from above mediocre.
Yeah, because you haven't. So I'm just saying, what is the point of watching sports if you're not going to celebrate?
So I did see an Eagles fan earlier. It was like, hey, this is your Super Bowl. We get it. And I was like, all right, so that's where they stand on it.
Yeah.
And as Cowboys fans, that's where Cowboys fans are. They hate this team. They're the kid from the Jets that hate the team because they were born into it. And my mom was texting me during the middle of the show too, or the middle of the game. Corey, I'm really legitimately starting to think about rooting for another team. But down 21-0,
right.
She's like, I'm literally ready to do this because I can't do it anymore. And then by the end of the game, she was like, "Can't believe I thought that." She was like, "I'm still actively considering." She's considering free agency, but they brought her back into the fold last night. Yeah, no, that game was fun. You should be excited about it. Wake up this morning, be excited about it.
Yeah,
and then shake the haters off, move on about it. Because like I said, Kevin, the haters weren't going to be here today. Not for me. I'm not letting that in, Kevin. Don't let the haters in on you.
Then I'll point this out because I think this is a very fair thought. When Brandon Aubrey missed the field goal, I said it's just not our day. That's
what I did. Yeah.
Yeah, like an interception, it happens. Fumble, it happens. Brandon Aubrey missing a field goal at home. That doesn't happen. I mean, it could happen, but it doesn't happen. And so when that happened, and this seems weird. What was it, 50, 51? It wasn't like the field goal was 70 yards. Those are the only field goals I ever think he might not make, especially at home. So when he missed that, and he just pushed it, and I was just like, oh gosh. That is when I also thought, it's not your day.
Yeah, and that might have been the proper reset moment for this team.
Yeah.
Because from there on, they kind of needed to be almost perfect. They needed to be more aggressive.
Yes.
They needed to be more everything. And they got that. Maybe it was, Kevin, the moment where everybody looked at Brandon Aubrey and went, that dude's human.
Yeah, we're done. Or we better pick him up.
We better pick everything up
Yeah.
and have each other's back, and they did, and I appreciate that.
From the 2-4, and this is the kind of confidence I like. When the Cowboys were down 21-0 yesterday, Underdog had the Cowboys at plus 1150, so essentially 11.5 to 1. So I said, F it, threw down $10 and ended up winning $111.50. I love it. I did a similar thing with the A&M game because sometimes that just makes it more fun. But this was remarkably similar to the A&M game in terms of you come all the way back, and then the decision, I was fine with not kicking the field goal on the first drive. I really was. But not kicking the field goal when it was 21-21 perplexed me to no end, and I thought, this is going to be like that stupid trick play A&M ran against South Carolina and fumbled the ball, and you're like, wow, you came all the way back, and then you blew it with some nonsense. It is remarkable. Much like we talked about how the Stars and Mavs pretty much on back-to-back days lost, and it felt like they got jobbed last week by the refs. This felt remarkably similar to me to the A&M South Carolina comeback, except the biggest difference here is you were doing it against a team that fundamentally everybody said was better than you.
Yep.
And that's what makes it even more impressive, because at least A&M and South Carolina, they're like, well, South Carolina's not that good. You should win this game. Consider this. Philadelphia going into this game had 8 wins. The 4 teams you had beaten earlier this season combined had 9 wins. This is a far and away step up in competition of anybody else you've ever beaten. You've beaten this season.
So, Kevin, what's the thing we call it whenever this team wins the Super Bowl? The next team that beats them now is technically the Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
Whatever that's called. is that the Cowboys, I mean, Philadelphia was essentially the best team in the NFL.
But they had
and
lost.
the Cowboys just beat them.
Yeah.
So does that make the Cowboys now the best team in the NFL?
I do not believe technically
it's the theory
it does.
of relativity, I believe it is.
But you know why? I know it's not the case because I looked at the chart. You don't have them on the top line. The only way.
You know exactly where they are, guys.
It could be they're mediocre.
They can move to above mediocre this Thursday.
But seriously, think about where we've been in this season. Is there any chance you thought that this Cowboys team was going to be at mediocre?
Nope.
Me neither. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll dive back into the game, of course. But Jerry said something afterwards. He said, I hope these fans are as proud of these players as I am. You proud of the Dallas Cowboys for their giant comeback win? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's the saxophone called?
333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hurts in the gun on 2nd and 17. Snap is back. They're looking to push the pocket. Little shovel pass to Barkley on the left side. Ball came out as he was tackled by Clark, and the Cowboys have a fumble at about the 35-yard line.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And, one of the things that Brad Sham said right there, I think it's a really good point, and you saw that a lot as the game went along. It was another not stable pocket for the Eagles. Now, it is true, earlier in the game, did I go back and count that Jalen Hurts had 8 seconds to just stand around because we got no semblance of pressure on the play? Yes, that is true. But I do think as the game went along, you started to cause a lot more chaos in the pocket, even if it didn't necessarily result in a sack, like when Jalen Hurts did his stupid toss throw that wasn't close to anybody, and you're like, I guess it's better than taking a sack. But I thought that was a big part of that play as well.
Oh man, yeah, dude. As the game progressed, this bunch got a lot better at pressuring the quarterback.
Yes.
There were throws very similar to last week when Geno Smith was like, I just have to get rid of the ball. Actually, there was one play specifically that was exactly the same as when Geno Smith just threw one out of bounds one time, and that happened yesterday. And that was the biggest factor, Kevin, in I think yesterday's comeback was the fact that they were able to do that. It altered the play calling for them. They couldn't run the ball effectively, really, either against the Cowboys, which was they were like, we're not going to do it consistently. We feel like our best approach is to pass against this team, and that fed into the Cowboys' defensive front saying we can pin our ears back and go. So that was a huge benefit for this team yesterday. Was the pass rush woke up, and Quinton Williams is a great addition to this, man. Like that push in the middle right now is really becoming one of the signatures of what this defense starts with.
Now, Jerry said something after the game that I guess I hadn't thought about in this context. I was just so freaking pumped that they won. Jerry said, I hope these fans are as proud of these players as I am. And so I thought that was interesting because we had talked last week, I think it's last week.
About being ashamed?
Yeah, exactly. And so when you tie for the biggest comeback in franchise history against your hated rival and all of that, are you proud of this team? And I promise you, we will talk about CeeDee Lamb. We'll talk more about all the self-inflicted mistakes that they had. But I see a lot of people from the 817. Yeah, I'm proud of them, especially because they were doing it for Marshawn. From the 214, you're damn right, I'm proud of them. They never gave up. And I just see a lot of people that were proud of the Cowboys for yesterday. And I think I am too.
I desperately want to know what Shotty said at halftime. Like, what message was it that made that team go, you know what? We got 2 quarters, and we are within striking distance of this sucker. Because whatever it was, they looked like a different team in the second half. There were still some booty moments, but
Yes.
maybe it was the fourth quarter alone. They looked like a different team.
Except when Ferguson dropped the ball and then it rolled out of bounds, and I was like, oh, dear God.
Yeah, that was... So that was... They look like a different team. I really want to know what was said at that point.
By the way...
I am proud of what they did.
Corey, if you want, from the 251, we have a listener from Switzerland right now. And that's freaking awesome.
I need to mark that on the list now. So
That's
Japan,
true.
Switzerland, England, Germany.
Do you think they are indifferent about the game? They just don't want to really pick a side. They're like, hey, not screw you guys, because you're going to deal with this even more if you don't pretend.
You just said that they're neutral.
Yeah, because they're in Switzerland. It's a very famous neutral country.
Mm-hmm. And whole cheese.
That's a good point.
And chocolate. Don't they have good chocolate, too?
Yes, and watches.
Oh, and don't they have the good chocolate hot cocoa? Miss Swiss or something like that?
Yes, Swiss Miss.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's good, dude.
No.
From the 682, I'm putting my ticket in for the Cowboys to go to the Super Bowl.
Don't.
Paul Worth from Worth Collecting, he loves everybody, but sometimes he gets irritated at Cowboys fans and their excitement level over seemingly meaningless triumphs. And he sent me a text yesterday. He goes, here, I went ahead and did the work for you. And it was flights to Santa Clara. And I was like, well, hey, guess what, D? We already go there because of the radio station. So sarcasm rejected.
There are a couple things of note. Dak, congratulations on proving me right yet again. As Kevin, I feel like 10, 12 years ago, whenever his career started here in Dallas, I said he's going to break all of Tony Romo records.
And you've really seen like that pick up the pace in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, it took time to get to this point,
Sure.
but he is going to be the passing king for the Cowboys. Now, very much like Tony Romo, he's missing something that puts him in the category of Troy Aikman and Roger Staubach.
Yeah.
His pursuit of it, though, I have no doubt, like that's what is on his mind, and that's his pursuit. When I hear Troy Aikman talk about Dak, the thing that he always says is, every time I talk to Dak, all he is focused on is winning, and that makes me respect him because that's Troy Aikman's approach to this, right?
Yes.
So, like, that's that feeling. And then for the crowd that is in the listen, I know CeeDee Lamb struggled yesterday. For the crowd that is in the go ahead and trade him away.
Can't do it.
Because George Pickens is having the best season of his career.
I'm not here to dispute that.
I will say that 3 things are true. There are 3 great motivators in sports. Fun babies, revenge, which don't think that George Pickens isn't getting revenge on the rest of the league for not believing in him right now.
And the Steelers, he's probably enjoyed their fall.
Yes, he is. Oh, you got DK Metcalf? How's that working out for you? And contract season. I'm not saying that it'll never play like this again. I'm just saying, do not get caught up in wanting to keep a guy when he's having a career year in a contract season.
And the only thing I would say about CeeDee Lamb...
Keep it up, George Pickens. Thank you. Keep going. Be that teammate, dude. Be that guy.
You realistically can't get out of that CeeDee Lamb deal until after next year, and even then it's kind of a pain. I'm just talking about the boring financial dollars and cents of it all. Now, I want to go to Jalen Hurts, and I know there are a lot of people who believe that the Eagles are primed to fall apart. Jalen Hurts said, hey, man, we got to find a way to finish the game. We've got to find consistency in what we do. Definitely the tale of 2 halves. I think we would all agree with that. Actually, I guess maybe I would say the tale of 25 minutes and 35 minutes, right? Because you saw that little sign of life from the Cowboys at the end of the first half. And then I thought, well, the Eagles get the ball first. I'm sure they'll smash out that hope. And they definitely did not. And he goes, we got to own this one. Let it light a fire in us as a team and stay together and move forward. And I think that's going to be a really interesting part of the regular season. What happens to the Eagles from here? Is this like a galvanizing moment for them, like when the Rangers lost to close out the 2023 regular season? Or is this going to be the match on what feels like a soaked in kerosene stack of logs already that just sets that fire ablaze for the season? I don't know. I would love to see the Eagles collapse, but I don't know which way that's going to go.
Yeah, I mean... This for the Eagles specifically, that group has got to figure out why Jalen Hurts is not playing the best ball, playing ball that he was playing earlier. Is he not seeing it? Is the pressure? Is the offensive line giving him extra pressure that he doesn't need? Is it just the play calling that's a little bit different? There's a lot of things that could be problematic in that group. I think losing to Dallas makes that fan base want to fire Sirianni, even though he is where he is at the moment. They're like, get rid of him, he's a bum. And you're like, he's got you to this point right now. You're going to win the division.
Right.
And they're like, I don't care. He didn't beat Dallas. And like that's the vibe that is going to be going on, not only on the media up there and the fan base. They're going to trash everything because they lost to Dallas. Sure. That's how concerned they are. That's how little brother syndrome they have, is that they're like, oh my gosh. So whenever that's going to be, I don't know that it's going to burn this thing down. But that team isn't perfect. And no team in the NFC right now is perfect. There's not a team in the NFL. By the way, Kevin, I just saw Ian Rappaport say Trey Smith, guard for the Chiefs, is ruled out for the game on Thursday.
Man.
That could be a positive for the Cowboys.
That's 3 in a row that you've caught a break on the other team's starting offensive lineman. That is interesting.
Yeah, from the 4-6-9, Corey, the Cowboys need both receivers, so stop it.
And we can have that conversation another day.
What did I just say?
I know. I am with you.
Okay.
on that. I've seen a couple of people say
Tom Brady's not very good.
Yeah, I think I'm indifferent, believe it or not, to Tom Brady, the broadcaster, because I don't always lock in a whole lot.
You know what he does a lot of, Kevin? He does a lot of offense, defense. Look at this offense, defense. It's like, do you know any of the dudes' names? Just give me one of the defensive linemen's names.
Offense, defense.
He's like 97.
Yeah. But a lot of people are crediting Schottenheimer and saying there's no way they think McCarthy would have been able to do that. And once again, if you're making the comparison to A&M, Carter has talked about that a whole lot. Elko is one of the reasons they won. Do you think that McCarthy would have won this game? I know that's like wildly speculative and we can't prove it one way or another, but a lot of people are like, I don't think McCarthy wins this game.
McCarthy was a player's coach because he cared about their health. The players did respect the fact that dude, like, he wouldn't make them work too hard during practice because they were checking the GPS on their bodies. I think that Schottenheimer has a true connection to these guys. And Kevin, I think that goes to what Tim Brown was telling us the other day. He knows that he needs to push a button this way because he's talked to this player enough.
Right.
I think McCarthy was like, my system. And I think Schottenheimer's like, I got a good system, but to get the most out of people, I got to know the people. And that's not going to ever change about him. He wants to know what makes them go and what fires them up and what brings them together and how do I get these guys to all pull that rope together? And I think that I agree. I think that whenever times are tough, you lean on people and what their emotions are and how you can use those emotions to go do something special. And whenever times were tough yesterday, I think he leaned on the ones that he knew he needed, and he called upon them, and they stepped up for him.
And then from the 817, again, we'll have this conversation more in depth later. Could you restructure CeeDee and or Dak's contract to be able to afford Pickens after this year? I will tell you this. If the Cowboys want to keep George Pickens at the price he's going to be at, they can do so. So that's a positive. You know how we were talking about the stars and like if Jace Robertson continues on a tear and he's on a tear in the postseason, I am not entirely sure how they're going to be able to afford that. The good news for the Cowboys is if you want a long-term deal, GP, you can absolutely make that happen.
I would just say this, Kevin. One receiver has 42 catches, 573 yards, and 5 touchdowns. The other has 67 catches, 1,054 yards, and 8 touchdowns. One is DK Metcalf, and one is George Pickens.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to lie.
Now, DK has to play with Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph. I get it. They're not quite Dak.
We are getting to the point where I'm really thinking about it, just in a bubble, in terms of this season. I'm trying to think if there's any receiver right now I would rather have on this team than George Pickens. And I don't mean long-term. I don't mean for the money. Nothing else. Just how he fits on this team. I think I might rather have George Pickens on this team than any other wide receiver in the NFL. That's right. Just because of how well Pickens fits in this system. And I know people are going to get mad, and that could be an insane take. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, saying goodbye to Marcus Simeon and a lot of the Rangers World Series heroes. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G.
never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Adolis Garcia sends one the other way. That sends Carroll back. He's at the line. Garcia wins game 1.
God, what a great call. And one of the two epic home runs from the greatest game in Texas Rangers history. Now, we're going to get back to the Cowboys in just a minute, but saying goodbye to Marcus Semien and a lot of the other Rangers World Series heroes, because even before the Semien deal took place, and it is locked in now, you're trading Marcus Semien to the Mets, and in return, you get Brandon Nimmo and $5 million. Part of the reason for that is the overall amount of money still left on Nimmo's deal is higher because his deal, I believe, goes through 2030 versus Marcus Semien, whose deal goes through 2028. And Brandon Nimmo had a partial no-trade deal, but him and Jacob deGrom were previously teammates, and word on the street is that they talked, and so seems like he's probably happy to be coming to Texas. But even before that deal got made, Corey, you knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen, but you did end up moving on from Adolis Garcia and Jonah Heim, but also in that mix was Spores. And of course, Spores responsible for getting the final out in the World Series that led to the epic Eric Nadel call. And MLB trade rumors, this is not always an exact science, but take it for what it's worth, is those four were going through arbitration, we're going to cost you about $20 million total. Okay. And one of the things that we know about this team is they're not necessarily looking to spend a whole bunch of money. And even though the overall money for Brandon Nimmo is higher per year, I think it's like $5 million less per year, give or take. So even there, you're saving money. And then you're not having to spend $20 million on a quartet of players that, like, let's be honest, it kind of feels like they had been largely phased out. But those were some of the key players. Adolis Garcia and Spores were pretty far up the list in terms of World Series studs.
Yeah.
And playoff studs, I guess I should say.
Yeah, and then, so do these moves, Kevin, allow you to create space for Pete Alonso so you can have the most of the Mets?
I have said this a couple of different times.
How many more Mets? DeGrom, Nimmo, Alonso.
I would be
Lindor.
No.
Lindor for Seager straight up.
I would have to look at Lindor's contract.
See, this guy. It's not about like, oh, I love this player. It's about contracts.
Because do you want to deal in a fantasy world where we're like, oh, now we'll get this player? Or do you want to deal with the cold, hard facts of what could actually happen? And I hate to tell you this, but I cannot envision a world in which Pete Alonso signs with the Rangers. If he does, I'll be right here to be like, oh, good call, Kevin. I'll use that same voice against myself, and I'll point out that I was stupid. I don't see a world in which they get Pete Alonso, but I don't think I think you can look at all this and you save probably about $26 million for the year, and I don't think you got any worse at all.
Somebody just texted in and said, is Nimmo good? Yes. And I will go back to, I believe it was 21-ish, maybe a little bit before that. I was like, that dude can play on my team anytime. Because he, like, max effort defense kind of guy. He goes out there, he makes great plays in that area. Secondary is what I was about to say. Out in the outfield,
I got it.
He puts his body on the line, but he also, like, he can make those plays. And I was like, he's a pretty good hitter. Now, as far as home runs go, the last 3 years, 24, 23, 25. Kevin, he had 4 straight years of 800 OPS and better. And then it was 727 and 760. Is that a decline, or is that at 32 years old?
Yes.
And it's going to be continual.
Correct.
Or is he going to find special,
I think you're going to continue to see. Right. Now, the good news is, I thought in 2024 he was particularly not good, and I thought last year was a lot better. But here's the thing. Like, if you really want to boil it down to what happened in this trade, you traded a problem player from the Mets for a problem player from the Rangers.
Whoa. All right, hold
This is
on.
gonna be
Now we have to have a
fake
discussion. No, we have to have a discussion.
indignation.
We have to have a discussion.
Okay.
This absolutely has to be discussed.
Tell me.
You said the word problem.
Correct.
What was his problem?
On the field problem is what I'm more focusing on. But you know what? Screw that.
No. Like on the field, he was declining.
Yes.
He wasn't hitting. Simeon wasn't hitting the same way.
Correct.
And he still wanted to be out there and treated like the player that he was in the past, that won you a World
Correct.
Series. And he wasn't a vocal leader. He was a watch me leader. And if you're a watch me leader and you're doing that, that is a problem for the organization. I do feel like there was that locker room, that clubhouse wasn't completely together and tight and, best of friends. We've said this, you don't have to be. But
Sure.
but a clubhouse where you're spending 162 games together, you're spending a lot of time together. Some other teammates need some other things, and you kind of have to be that guy that guides them sometimes.
Yes. Look, and I realize what the bottom line WAR says, that Marcus Simeon had better seasons. And obviously, to a certain extent, you need to factor in Marcus Simeon's defense, of course. But the batting average just this last season, and this is where WAR is kind of wacky to me.
What is it good for?
That's right. In this case, it feels like absolutely nothing. Do you want me to say it again? Okay. So Marcus Simeon had 15 home runs and 62 RBIs. Brandon Nimmo had 25 home runs and 92 RBIs. Batting average, Marcus Simeon, 230, OPS, 669. Batting average from Brandon Nimmo, 262 with an OPS of 760. So his numbers offensively are significantly better than Marcus Simeon. Also doubles, 27 to 16. But Marcus Simeon's WAR was 0.6 higher than Brandon Nimmo. So if you look just at the WAR, I can see how you'd be like, ooh, worst player. But if you think what the hole in this team is more productive at bats and more statistics piled on that can lead to actual runs and RBIs, then you got to feel like this is a good thing for the Rangers.
Yeah, defensively, Adolis was great. Defensively, Simeon was great. A lot of these guys had exceptional defensive years. That wasn't the problem this year or the year before.
Yeah, your defense was bad.
Offense was terrible.
Correct.
And so the Rangers, now listen, are there other things at play? Absolutely. And when I say other things, there's a lockout season coming. Be prepared. That's going to affect this.
There's a good chance you get one more year of baseball before we hit that.
And so there's planning. Guys at the top, Kevin, plan 10 years in advance. Cowboys are 5, baby.
Yeah.
Maybe 3, maybe as the wind blows. They sat back and looked and said, we have to be better offensively despite how good we are defensively. And this is a move where, like you said, saving money can be a thing too.
And from the 817, I want to make sure I say this right. I'm going to read the text. I will be able to do that right. Simeon was a player that played every day without having to take days off like other divas, not to mention his defense. Not his fault. They overpaid him. I hear you on that for sure. So I would say Marcus Simeon and maybe other players, it did kind of feel like at times the clubhouse did not all have a unified vision of how the team should work together, both on and off the field. And I think Marcus Simeon had a very distinct point of view on that, which I respect for sure. Like, if you have a point of view and you stick with it on that front, I respect that. And it didn't necessarily vibe with everybody else. I do not think that makes him a diva whatsoever. I'm not saying that. But if you have two kind of opposing visions of what the clubhouse should look like and how that should impact the team, sometimes that's a problem. And I don't think the percentage of relevancy to this trade is 0 for that.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there too. Somebody said, can we afford Bichette?
No,
guys, if you're asking, can we afford?
Probably not. We're market price.
We got to figure out. Yeah, we got to figure out.
We're not a
trades.
We're not a market price franchise.
Yeah.
So whenever you go and you see that the fish is listed at market price, if you need to ask what it is, don't get it. That's the Rangers. And like we can talk about this way more, but can you help me understand why a lockout is coming? There is the Cliff's Notes version, Corey. Tell me if you agree with this. There is essentially thought that the owners are finally going to push for a set in stone real deal salary cap. And that right there feels like a non-starter.
Yeah, for the players especially.
Correct. And I also agree. It's not an overpay when you brought a World Series title. Now, like, this is for tomorrow and moving on. Is Corey Seager next? I know people got mad at you for tweeting that out. I think it's a valid question. I will never think that you overpaid Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, any of those people because you won a World Series.
Yep.
So I'm fine with.
But now you got to try and win another World Series, and they don't believe that they can do it with this current group. Now the reason I ask,
correct.
I heard things about Marcus. I also have heard other things,
right,
about another players,
right.
So that's why I asked the question.
Look, I feel like we've desperately tried to tell people for the past several months. Adolis Garcia, Marcus Semien,
What's my combo platter?
Jonah
On Friday, my combo platter was one of your favorite Rangers is going to be gone.
Yes, and guess what? Probably at least 2, maybe some people for 3. We tried to tell you that this was coming. And
winter is coming is what Kevin has always said.
Don't think either one of us disagree that this very well could not be the end of it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. But also, what do you need from Monday Night Football to win your fantasy football game? Next on The Fan.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on what has already been a jubilant Victory Monday. But right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Man, it's going effing great. But whoa. It is, right? Yeah. So I need you to be honest, and I know people said they kept their hope and everything like that. Where was there a point in the game yesterday where you were like, this is a loss?
No.
Oh, lovely.
There was still 3 quarters
right
to play.
Right.
And I figured if you're going to fall behind 21-0, do it in a hurry.
Sure.
Because now you got time to catch up. Right?
Yeah.
So I think there was, I want to say when they scored, they made it 21-0. There was still 11:32 to go in the second quarter. So my point was, can you just get a stop?
Yeah.
Right? Because it wasn't what Philadelphia did. It was all self-inflicted wounds, right?
Man, was it ever.
Down at the 50-yard line, and you don't get it, so all they got to do is go 50 yards. You got to stop and a deflected punt that Bill Vinovich threw, and they get 15 yards and then go down and score, and then Smith makes the unbelievable catch on a poorly thrown ball.
Yes.
That if it was thrown correctly, Carson probably would have broke it up, right?
Yeah.
And so now it's 21-0. All right, fine, but there's a lot of football left to play before you give up. You know, it sort of reminded me of the '94 NFC title game against San Francisco, when the Cowboys touched the ball 3 times and turned it over 3 times, and there was still 7 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Yeah.
And they basically made a heroic comeback, and had not Deion Sanders got away with that interference call,
damn right, Nick!
The Cowboys would have been 3 points behind in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, no, you never give up. Now, fans can give up, and they gave up before the game because I couldn't believe how many tickets got sold to Eagle fans, right?
There was
It was almost 50-50, I swear to God.
There was a moment that Cooper DeJean made a play, and you could audibly hear people going, "Coop."
Yeah,
and
that hurt.
That was gross. It
Usually
really.
Usually you can tell by the crowd reaction if something good or bad happens to your team. You couldn't tell in this game because there was cheering on both sides, whatever happened, right?
Yes.
So, I just thought if they could get a stop, and they finally did with like 3 minutes to go in the second quarter, and went down and scored, and I'm thinking, okay, now it's only 14. 21 doesn't look as bad. Now go play football.
And then were you excited that the defense eventually morphed into the 2000 Ravens out there and were just forcing punts and turnovers?
Well, think about it. If you count the turnover on the punt, right?
Yep.
It was a punt, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the punt return. They stopped them 8 consecutive times. 8.
Wow.
Think about it. And the Eagles only gained 143 yards in the second half.
And it did not feel like that many yards either.
No, but they were driving. You know, they got the turnover, the fumble recovery. If the defense can play like that and the offense quits shooting themselves in the foot, you got a chance to, win the game, even if you go for it on fourth down and can't get in the end zone, or you throw an end zone interception, all the things that went wrong. But you know what? The Cowboys couldn't even beat themselves. They beat the Eagles and couldn't beat themselves with the mistakes they made. And to me, that tells you the quality of your team to overcome that amount of adversity.
So I did not agree with not kicking the field goal when it was 21-21, but I'm going to be honest and not based on the results. When I go back to that very first drive, I did like the decision to go for it on 4th and 3 at midfield. I feel like we've talked about getting the ball. I really did.
I felt like it was pressing too early, but that's fine.
And one of the reasons is, and we've talked about this, Mickey, is the idea of being aggressive in terms of you get that ball first, let's put those points on the board. I didn't love the play call, but I did like going for it on 4th and 3 at midfield to start the game. How did you feel about that?
You know my feeling on field goals, right?
They lose you these games.
That's right. And I was like, no, this team's going to score points on this defense. That was my thought, right? You better go for it and try to keep the ball away from them. And same thing on the 4th and goal. You score a touchdown because chances are, I watched Elliott warm up, and he was pretty good from plus 50 in the warm-ups. So I was thinking, well, all they got to do is get to the 40-yard line and kick a field goal before putting the game or trying to put away at that point.
Yeah, I have to admit, because of how well the defense was playing, that 4th down I didn't love because later in the game, and I was like, hey, let's just take the lead. But yeah, the first time I was good with it, even if it didn't work.
I just want touchdowns.
Yeah, in your face, Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. The Elijah Craig play. That right there kind of encompasses Clark. Yeah, I'm sorry, Elijah Craig. That's a whiskey and a bourbon, by the way. The Elijah.
Okay.
The Elijah Clark play. That kind of embodies everything that Eberflus talks about with the no house guests. That dude just didn't stop. He kept pushing. He kept going, and that play right there was pretty spectacular. That kind of was a turning point for me there, Mick.
Yeah, I didn't realize how good it was until I saw a replay that just kind of centered on him.
Yes,
where he got knocked down 3 times maybe,
yes.
And then he and Bell just blew up that guy to cause that fumble. And you're right. And you know what? It was kind of symbolic of what they did the second half on defense.
Absolutely.
They just kept coming and coming and coming and didn't let anything bother them. And they got stops. It was like, where'd this defense come from? Well, let's face it. This is a different defense than what they were putting out there. It's different personnel. Quinnen Williams makes a difference. And you put him next to Clark or next to Osa, and Osa's not getting attention. Well, I bet he starts getting attention, right? He's got a sack in each of the last 2 games, and that sack was huge at the end to get the ball back and have another chance to drive down the field. So, I'll guarantee you, when they went in, Savon Revel was going to be on a pitch count. He wasn't going to play the whole game.
Right.
And then Carson gets hurt, and he ended up playing 62%, 39 snaps in the game, and played well as far as I was concerned. And when you get pressure on the quarterback and you don't allow him to run, although, you know what?
They aren't allowing themselves to run right now. I don't think they're very good at it.
Well, yeah. I mean, they stopped the run. It was 2 games in a row they discouraged teams from running the football because they weren't running anywhere. But when it was what was hurt run 8 yards. They're down there. They win empty, right? And I'm sitting there. I said to myself, He's going to run the football. This is going to be a quarterback draw. I should have been in the huddle to let him know it, because no one realized that that's what was going to happen, and he goes in untouched, right? Wow. After, I think, Murray missed the tackle. So, but other than that, they shut down that running game. Saquon Barkley, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What did he have, 22 yards or something like that?
He was better than Genty.
22, yeah, 22 yards. $6-7 million a year for 22 yards.
Yep. That's probably not the right price there.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing it out. I don't know what. It was a lot more than the guys wanted to pay. That's all I know.
Mickey, we're having a little bit of an issue with our phone system. We will catch up with you again tomorrow, though, good sir.
All right. I'll still be bad phone system.
Well, I mean,
that'll be awesome.
That I'm glad that
maybe
Mickey,
he'll be in Mesquite and we can have him over to Taco Bueno.
Yeah, intentionally or not, he helped prove my point about the phone system.
Yep,
right there. He goes, "I'll be," and then we lost it. So there's just a couple of things, and people are sending in what they need to happen, but I was really encouraged going into the game health-wise, too, because only Adeniji and Clowney were even questionable. And I was like, okay, that's what you want to see. I do remain nervous all of the time when Quinnen Williams doesn't immediately pop back up.
Dude, I mean, there was a moment for
Yes,
sure. That,
I know.
That was another one of those, like, okay, this, now you add this to it. And Jerry's got to be sitting up there in the booth when he sees something like that.
Right.
He's like, this is why I never trade first-round picks.
Yes.
You know, like, that's if you're in, there are other people out there that are like, no matter how good he was in the one game you had him, why would you ever trade a first round? Those are the things that I hope that Jerry like never goes, you know what, because this happened, I'll never let that happen again. With certain things like the Randy Moss trade.
Yeah.
Well, I'll never let. So now I have to always draft wide receivers with problems. And you're like, no, you don't. No,
Now,
that's not the case.
Yes, you don't. And so the Cowboys also over the weekend, they waived Kyer Elam and then officially signed Malik Davis from the practice squad. We talked about how many elevations he had left. So there's that. And then, do you know George Pickens got fined $26,000 for the attempted slide down the pole?
Mm-hmm.
That was the largest sum of any player who was fined last week.
Oh, really?
So the NFL, they're like, that's the worst thing that happened. But also, we ask, what do you need to happen tonight in the Monday Night Football game to win? From the 214, I need Christian McCaffrey and Bryce Young to combine for 9 points. Oh, well, that feels safe.
Nice.
I'm up 144 to 117. My opponent has George Kittle, so as long as he scores 26 or less, I'm golden and still in the playoff hunt. Now, this person, they're all in on Monday Night Football. On the 682, I need 43 points tonight. I've got Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and Rico Dowdle.
Dang.
So I'm feeling confident.
You should. You should definitely.
Yeah.
But I will say this is two very tough defenses.
Yes.
The Panthers out of nowhere have turned into a tough team, and this is a very tough one for sure.
See, and this is the kind of thing where I don't know if people watch it like this, but you check the score midway through the third and hope it's not 7-7. Like you hope it's like 31-28, and it might not play out the way you need to, but you're like, I need points, touchdowns. From the 682, I need 4 points from Kyle Juszczyk. Okay. And I had Jahmyr Gibbs, so I don't
how
need
many
anything.
points from Kyle Juszczyk?
4.
Oh, I thought you said 44.
No.
I was like,
oh my gosh.
how are you relying on that?
Spoiler alert, you're going to lose. 940. I just need Kittle, wasn't as bad as Tom
Skittles are
Brady, to score less than 17.7, and then I'm already knocked out of fantasy. I'm 2-10, and I was in the Super Bowl last year.
I think I know that person.
I'm sorry
He's
about
in my
that.
league.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
I need 74 points from the 49ers defense. We got the question of the day, plus
no.
Kevin and Corey are going to choose the story of the day. Next on The Fan.
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind you, tomorrow we're changing up the Friday football feast for this week. It's going to be tomorrow, live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite, 1336 Northtown East Boulevard. Last stop before Peace-a-thon on Wednesday. Tomorrow, Taco Bueno in Mesquite. But right now, off of Town East Boulevard, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, which...
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, Kevin and Corey, you guys are going to choose what the story of the day is. I give you what might be some sad news if you like steroids. The enhanced games might be over before they started.
That makes sense, though.
Or the wildest promotion that I have ever seen a company do, and it has backfired massively.
Ooh.
You guys get to pick after the question of the day. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. We go to the National Day calendar. Today is National Book Week. If you enjoy reading, celebrate up.
That's not a day.
Yeah, it's a book week, though. Okay. I just wanted to put that out there. If you are a bookworm, this week is a great week because hopefully you're getting a couple days off, maybe a day off or two this week for the holidays. That would be great. So you could take some extra time to chill, relax, read a little bit. Just trying to spread some love here, Kevin.
We actually work more.
Yeah,
but
that's true. Yeah. Hey, speaking of that, Black Friday, I'll be in on the morning show from 6 to 10 with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold from 6 to 10. So we'll be in for the morning, boys. If you want to check us out, we would greatly appreciate that after a Cowboys game day on Thanksgiving. Very much looking forward to that. It is also National Brand Day. So if you're a brand, text in. 877-881-1053.
This is Nike.
Or is that like oat brand?
That's bran.
Oh, bran flakes. Yeah. Also National Sardines Day. If you're celebrating, please just brush your teeth before you speak to me. But we're going to talk about the most important day today. It is Celebrate Your Unique Talent Day. Celebrate your unique talent day. So what is your unique or hidden talent? 877-881-1053. While you guys ponder, I'm going to turn the lights on in here because I look like a ghost on the fan cam.
Oh.
Yeah, and you better watch out if you don't have good lighting. Somebody will really get after you.
Your ass, man.
That's right, he will.
Yeah, Carter wants good lighting because it matters, guys.
Yeah.
You want to see our faces? I was going to say beautiful faces, and then I was like, I understand. But if you want to see our faces, you should. So, our hidden talents. I don't really have one. I can gleek really far.
You can what?
I know exactly. I don't know if people still use that term, but I know what you're talking about.
I can shoot spit out from under my tongue far.
What?
Yeah.
And it's like a concentrated spit that's thinner.
Yeah. It's just this little
hey,
I'm like a
you said unique, not positive.
That's fair. That's
from the
fair.
817, I can gleek far too. So there we go. Yeah, like
it's
this is
a word.
I remember too, like my friend was doing it in middle school. He was gleeking and I was like, how do you do that? You know, like what? And he goes, I don't know, dude. I just went like this over and over. And I was like, all right. So I did. And I practiced. And then one day I had like a sour sucker in my mouth. And when I pulled it out, I gleeked. And I was like, okay, how did you do that? And I triggered my brain. I told it to go and read, do all those things. And now I can gleek on command. So that's my hidden talent.
It's still a gross sounding
nice.
word.
And I don't do it very much because people find spit disgusting. So...
I mean, clearly, Alec is disgusted by your talent.
Yeah, didn't you just say last week, Corey, don't spit on people?
And I haven't spit on people since.
Oh, that's a short amount of time.
Does that mean before? You're like, come here. Like you and the Hawk Tua girl.
No, it's nothing like Hawk Tua.
Okay. All right.
Somebody said we call it lurching also.
Ew,
so that sounds worse. Yeah, that sounds like I'm peering into somebody's bedroom. I'm lurching around.
I don't like that.
I feel like I can manipulate my voice well, except get it to work when I need it to. But I can be like,
hello, Alec. How are you today? Would you like me to talk like this?
I'd rather not.
Kevin is a fantastic juggler.
Oh, I can do that too.
Yeah, you've proven that before.
Yeah.
At the old studio.
And the pressure was on.
Yeah.
When we did that for a payoff to the wheel.
Yeah, you actually, I had to do that. Oh. And every time you dropped it, Colby would hit you with a wooden spoon.
And he didn't take it easy on me.
And Kevin goes, "You're literally 1 minute into this, and you have dropped that thing 24 times." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm not very good at juggling." You said, "Can I do it for you?" I was like, "Please." And so that was a lifesaver, like because Colby quite literally could have burned a hole through my arm with his wooden spoon.
Yes,
Kevin, you're really good at that. Now, what I need you to learn,
like flaming things.
Nope, you got that down.
What an assumption.
That's messed up. I almost said the other word.
I need you to learn how to juggle Rubik's cubes and solve them at the same time. Have you ever seen kids do that?
Yes.
They're juggling. They're just like blah, 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 all of them are done. What?
How are they able to take all the stickers off and move them while they're juggling?
Just automatically assume cheating when you see something cool like that.
I do not know how to solve a Rubik's Cube. So, for whatever it's worth.
I've gotten very close to solving it a couple of times, but then I screwed up like one move towards the end, and now I've got like every side figured out, but like the white side will have one orange piece there, and I'm like, how do I get this out?
Yeah.
And it's just the hard plastic one, so there's no stickers that I can just rearrange and be like, hey, I did it.
I did I had one, and I went and looked on the internet. And because there are systems where you can.
I'm sure.
And so I found one. I was like, awesome. And so I did it. And I was like, dadgum, this doesn't work. So I found another one. Nope, that didn't work either. And Avery walks by and he's like, hey, what are you doing? And I told him, and he was like, oh, I pulled all the stickers off that and rearranged it. So. So here I am trying to figure it out.
So you had a busted Rubik's Cube.
It's already messed up.
And that's why you couldn't do it. All right. I got it.
Let's see, from the 469 hidden talent, making my wife mad at anything I do.
That's
man, if you want to know a stupid hidden talent that I have, is spending way too much time and getting way too emotional about conversations that have not taken place. Like, I will roll out conversations in exactly how I think they'll go and get heated at somebody for a thing that hasn't even transpired.
Huh.
Yeah, no, it happens all the time. I have stopped that and let it go. But I know exactly what Kevin's talking about, because you have to let that go, bro. Otherwise, it will own you.
I'm a consistent work in progress,
and that's what I'm proud of you.
I'm putting that in my my Twitter bio. Thanks, Kevin. That's nice. Let's see, from the 214, this is not the question of the day. I just felt the urge to read this. Getting to watch via YouTube on my day off, and the Alec cam on the fan cam makes him look like he's being punished in the new studio. Conversely, you can't see his gigantic forehead. The thing is about me...
Do you have a gigantic forehead?
The thing is about me, you can't hurt me with things I already know.
I did
so
not
I'm not
know
even
that.
mad.
I did not know you had a big forehead.
It's almost like I wear hats on purpose, 214.
Wow.
Thanks, smart guy.
This is kind of blowing my mind. I really had never noticed that.
You're
I think
lying.
it's not a forehead. It's a 5 head.
I'm not lying.
Thanks, Corey.
You should know me well enough to know I would just cut to the chase and be like, yeah, it's tough.
Okay, you know what? That's fair.
He doesn't have dreams. He has movies.
Damn.
When he salutes,
There's
it's
some
like way
great
up
lines.
here.
Man.
I stole them all. They're all from Mike Epps and all about the Benjamins. It's really funny.
Could we come up with new ones? They invented 6'7" to expand the length of Alec's forehead. Because instead of having a 5 head, he's got a 6'7" head.
Dude, I'm so sorry.
Look what you did.
That was just rude.
The hat stays on.
And see, that's this. Corey knows this. This is why I don't get in arguments or rap battles with people, because I don't think there's a line once you started it. And I'm like,
what was the line? Because your mom's in the cemetery?
She couldn't do it because she was already in the graveyard. And so I still maintain that was a clever line, but
Did it go too far?
I think it didn't go too far enough.
From the 817, Mickey Spagnola's hidden talent is winning Masterpiece of the Week.
Yeah.
Kevin's headphones were off whenever Mickey delivered that beauty.
And I'm not going to repeat what he said. You're just going to have to find out.
Honestly.
I'm going to go do the rewind, because so here's the thing. If you're watching the fan cam and you're like, why did Kevin just sprint out of the studio? So we've got 2 more things coming in. It's an autographed picture of Ronald Reagan framed up and an autographed jersey from Troy Aikman.
Ooh.
I know that's a weird combination of things that are going into Peace-a-thon, and somebody snagged them for us in the lobby. Thank you very much, Eric, for bringing those up. And I saw them not coming here and going elsewhere, and so I sprinted out. I was like, nope, those are mine. And then the first person goes, right. And I was like, no, seriously, those are mine. They're for Peace-a-thon. I would like them.
Huh.
So there you go.
The tone switch there. I like that.
I see your tone is
My
changing.
tone will change.
It will change, yeah. But let's see. From the 940, sorry, that's all I got. I can wiggle my ears without touching them.
Oh, I can do that.
Oh, that's neat.
I
Not
can do that,
wiggle,
too.
but basically I'm just moving most of my head. Watch.
Oh, wow. All right, Corey. I'm not going to lie. I was about to shut that down and be like, this is an audio medium. But that was so cool. That was so cool that I think we should allow it. I mean, I was like, Corey, this is audio. You're an idiot. And then I was like, oh,
he is
neat.
doing it.
That's pretty neat.
I don't know what's happening. For the 817, I can say the ABC's backwards full speed.
Lies.
EYXWVUTSR. See, that I can do the very first part, but I can't really get over the Q. That's where I struggle.
I don't know why that sounded weird, but it did.
What?
I know.
It's a letter.
It sounded funnier than it should have been.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those. I think it's the way you say things.
Yeah.
That's why I have a
It's
job.
your mouth.
From the 469, it might be dark where Alec is, but I can still see his pierced nipple. Okay. That's not a
It's
real
the
thing.
reflection.
Hey.
Ooh, hold on. It's not a real thing yet.
Oh, God.
Everybody's got a price, Alec. What? Look, we have a wide swath of people who listen. I guarantee you on Wednesday, if I needed to find a nipple piercer, I could find a nipple piercer.
Fact.
Is there
Marking
a
that.
price that you would do that live on air? We'll provide the ice and then the whatever else is needed. Is there a donation amount that people could get to?
I think you'll have to discuss that with the lady because you know me.
Yeah,
I'll do anything for
you
charity.
You already won't let me talk to her because of some of the ideas I had for flower shops that you did not want us to directly communicate with one another.
Hey, you're probably going to see her at Peace-a-thon, so you can have the conversation one-on-one.
Awesome.
Yeah, because I'm not going to answer that. I love charity, and I love my possibilities, so I would put a number there. But some people around me probably wouldn't want me to put a number on that.
Okay.
Guys, pick a story. Do you want to hear about the enhanced games probably dying?
Enhanced games.
Okay. The enhanced games has suffered a massive legal setback. They filed an $800 million lawsuit earlier this year against the World Anti-Doping Agency, World Aquatics, and USA Swimming, and the judge has dismissed the case. So they ended up skyrocketing this to $800 million after punitive damages, awards, and recovery of attorney's fees, blah, 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 blah. But the Enhanced Games was claiming that World Aquatics utilizes an anti-competitive rule, bylaw number 10, which allows it to stop its members from participating in unauthorized competitions, and the judge just disagreed on that rule. And basically these entities that they sued, they're saying that they made up rules and they're kind of switching up the rules that they've already had for a long time to make it to where these athletes can't compete in the Enhanced Games, which obviously they need big names.
Right.
Like, there's going to be sickos like me that are going to be like, I want to see drugged up people out there competing. Sure, why not? But you got to have like a Fred Curley in there or something if you're going to be running the 100. I want to see a record get broken and nobody cared because it's not fair.
Right.
I want to see that. I want to see the biggest names. And basically, Team USA, the World Anti-Doping Agency, they are coming up with creative ways to say, hey, all of our people, you're not allowed to go do that. So it looks like the Enhanced Games might be done before they ever started.
Which
makes me sad.
Alec, and I get y'all's point, but that's probably the right thing to do, right?
But hey, sometimes the right thing to do is not fun.
That is for sure.
I like fun.
We're the KNC masterpiece, like getting your nipples pierced right here on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, speaking of fun, coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do we have a new contender for offensive player of the Jameer?
Okay.
Next on The Fan.
this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
There's Gibbs on first down. Jahmyr Gibbs across midfield. One man to beat. Inside the 20, the 10. Touchdown on the first play from scrimmage. In overtime. Remember, the Giants will have an opportunity. Gibbs takes it 69 yards.
Yeah, well, guess what? It didn't matter that the Giants got an opportunity right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Wow, that was a dip like sizable from Taco Bueno.
We'll be there tomorrow off of Town East and Mesquite.
Oh, dip it and rip it.
Thank you. Now, so let's talk about some of the playoff potential teams in the AFC, some issues that they are going to run into. You already mentioned this earlier. Trey Smith, the guard for the Chiefs, is expected to miss Thursday's game against the Cowboys. And then the guard for the Patriots, Jared Wilson, has a high ankle sprain. And so traditionally, that has led to maybe a handful of games that he might be out.
Yep.
Let's talk about Jahmyr Gibbs. And in case you hear it, I'm sorry. Yes, I do have a cough drop in my mouth. Jahmyr Gibbs.
Nobody can hear that, Kevin.
Sometimes.
Why do you get so concerned?
You know how it is. Detroit won their 14th straight game after a loss.
Yep.
But for a lot of the day, it looked like, who knows how that's going to play out.
My buddy, Jameis Winston, threw the first touchdown, and my buddy goes, Jameis Winston's going to beat the Lions.
That was the touchdown. There was a flea flicker. Devin Singletary threw it back to Jameis Winston, who then hit Wan'Dale Robinson for a 39-yard touchdown. But realistically, the ball traveled 56 yards in the air.
Yeah.
It was a remarkable play. But all things in this game paled in remarkability to Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs had 219 yards and 3 touchdowns. But let's throw out this stat instead. Remember how we talk about it's not only the stat, it's what kind of class that stat puts you in. Tell me what you think about this group.
Okay.
Jahmyr Gibbs has yet to turn 24. He has now surpassed these players for most touchdowns before they turn 24. And by the way, he doesn't turn 24 until March. So he has the rest of the season. He has surpassed with this game Jim Brown, Emmitt Smith, and Randy Moss, and now trails only Barry Sanders for the most touchdowns in NFL history before your 24th birthday. Those are 4. You could make a strong argument that none of those players I just listed are worse than, 4th at their position all time? And that's just because I listed 3 running backs. Those might be the best 3 running backs of all time.
The crazy thing about, watching him play is so much fun.
Oh, yeah. We'll also have a Jim Brown rookie card, PSA graded, and Peace-a-thon.
Fantastic. Watching Jahmyr Gibbs get the ball is an absolute blast because he's about to turn and go as fast as he can. He sees a seam and he goes, great vision, great balance, speed, and strength to go along with it. He is everything you want. And it's not like David Montgomery is too shabby.
Right.
And so with those two, they can do everything the other one can do.
Yes.
And they go. I hate seeing him on other people's fantasy teams. I absolutely when he's putting up 60 points against you, you're just like, what the heck is happening right now?
It's unbelievable.
But I also love when an entire industry goes, what are you doing, you idiots, drafting a running back this high? And the team goes, doesn't matter. We got the talent.
That was me.
It was not me.
I was one of those people. I thought they overdrafted Jahmyr Gibbs in general.
I wasn't taking a shot at you there because I did not know that, but I'm glad that you fessed up to it, Kevin.
For sure.
Fess up to your wrongdoings.
Look, I already told you about the cough drop.
Then people are definitely saying they can hear it.
Yeah, sorry. It's at this point, honestly, it's a little bit preventative, a little bit maintenance to make sure we get through Wednesday.
But watch Jahmyr Gibbs, man, for entertainment purposes. Enjoy watching that dude run the ball, and then enjoy watching the Cowboys stuff him whenever they play against the Lions.
Man, by the way, what a great Thanksgiving slate now.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
especially since you've moved into the contender years for the Lions, because it used to be like, oh, yeah, that game exists.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about the Bucs. Tough game yesterday.
It was bad.
Right down to the fact that the Bucs believe Baker Mayfield suffered a sprained AC joint in his left shoulder, so his non-throwing shoulder. He's getting an MRI. They're hoping that will bring more clarification. But not only did you get stomped out, you suffered an injury to Baker Mayfield, which even on his non-throwing arm, that's still problematic.
Yeah. Losing Mike Evans stinks. I just saw Bucky Irving has a chance to play.
Yes.
But their offense, Baker has been the center of the universe for it. And Tez Johnson was kind of coming along. It was nice to see that. Agbuka having a fantastic rookie year.
Yep.
But they are slowly starting to fall apart.
And it's too much.
And when you lose a guy like Baker, like Teddy Bridgewater, I love the guy and everything, but it's different whenever Baker has that team.
And even if you didn't lose him, what if you just lost some of what he can do?
Yeah.
That's problematic as well.
The personality, the leadership, the attitude, they all rely on that. And so now Kevin, it definitely does look like that is a Panthers division to take right now. And nobody would have said that before this season.
Absolutely not. Which, once again, I'm going to go back to the phenomenal job of Dave Canales in being in the mix for Coach of the Year. All right. Hey, you know who didn't do a good job? People that got fired today. Chip Kelly has been fired from the offensive coordinator, of the Raiders, because it's his fault of all that stuff that's happening. But, that's just kind of how it works. And then the Giants, after another catastrophic loss where they had the game, it was theirs, and they lost again. They fired their defensive coordinator.
How are you going to beat Jahmyr Gibbs, though, Kevin?
I mean, it's impressive what he does nonetheless. Of all of the teams that he could pull this off against, I would have said the Giants, but I guess now you have to put the Eagles pretty high up on that list, too. In your face, Philly burn. But
well, you were right, because the Broncos, they had that spectacular comeback in the fourth quarter.
So the Giants fired their defensive coordinator, and they've moved up their outside linebackers coach, there we go, as their interim defensive coordinator. So some folks losing their job yesterday. But I want to go to this.
Let's get to it.
Shedeur Sanders. he did it. We told you on Friday that no Cleveland Browns starting quarterback since they restarted the franchise had won their first game. I believe they were 0-17. But Shador defeated the Raiders. I guess the Browns did too. 24-10. And I am happy for him, but I want to take you to cut number 20. And I feel like these are the types of quotes that people don't like. Personally, I totally get where he's coming from because people have been trying to dump on him all this way. But this is what Shador said post-game.
You know, so a lot of people want to see me fail, and it ain't going to happen. You know, it ain't going to happen.
I like that kind of confidence. I think you need it.
Do you think anybody told him it was the Raiders?
Oh, I'm sure.
You think anybody was like, yeah, but it was the Raiders?
Well, you know what my response to that would be?
Yeah, but we're Cleveland.
It's the first time in 26 years since your franchise came back that the quarterback won his first ever start. It's been 26 years. Also, in his first start, he threw the longest completion by a Browns quarterback this season, 52 yards, and they have tried several of them.
I saw it, Kevin, I don't know if you said this on Friday, too. Since 1994... 45 different starting quarterbacks.
Jeez. And there was
45 U.S. presidents.
Oh, that's
also
weird.
Kevin, from 96 to 98, they suspended operations. So
they didn't have a team.
We could be at 50 right now.
Man,
60. I don't know about that.
That is freaking
Look at this list.
Bananas.
Look at this list of all the starting quarterbacks since 1994. It's insane.
Spare after spare after spare. And by the way,
they got Shador.
Look,
and that city loves him.
Yes,
like go listen to that crowd whenever he's out there. They like him. They want him to be the quarterback.
In your face, Dylan Gabriel. And by the way, Aaron Rodgers did not play. He's expected to play in their next game. Steelers lose to the Bears 31-28. We'll talk way more about the Bears going forward. But T.J. Watt, 115th sack of his career, that surpasses J.J. Watt, who had 114.5 sacks in his career, and he joked about coming out of retirement. He's out.
You think you will?
I don't. I'm going to go out on a limb and say no, I do not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys beat reporter for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. It's Nick Harris next on The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Did Corey forget to remind Nick Harris that he was going to come on today?
I did.
Now, this is usually where we would talk with Stephen Jones. Stephen and Jerry are en route to the Paul Tagliabue funeral, and so that's why he is not here today. In the meantime, we have plenty more to talk about the Dallas Cowboys, and that's fair to say, right?
Yeah, I feel like there's plenty we haven't dived into yet, dived. We haven't gotten into this stuff yet. There's certain other things.
Well, I have terrible news for you. We'll have to dive in another day, because right now, Dallas Cowboys beat reporter for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, it is Nick Harris. Good morning, sir.
How are y'all?
I guess it's actually the afternoon, so I kind of messed that up.
Like 3 minutes.
Yeah. It's only by 3 minutes. It's because I didn't answer the first call. That's why it's not morning. So blame it on me.
Okay. Now, I know I'm paraphrasing just a little bit, but essentially you responded to a tweet from yourself yesterday, and your tweet essentially said, "Stupid Nick Harris." Does that sound right? And I think we were all kind of in that boat yesterday.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was probably the worst 20 minutes of football that I've seen this team play since I started covering this team. When you factor in all of the flukes and dumb mistakes that they had, the discipline issues, the roughing the punter that should not have been roughing the punter had they been able to see a replay review, and then the Turpin fumble, which was just a hilarious moment for a hilarious player. And, there was one mistake after the other, the red zone interception. But, man, credit to this team, hard and fight that they had yesterday to claw back and win that game.
Now, let's talk about the penalty that should not have been called on the punt. Was it staggering to you? Because I was reading the referee's pool report, and they essentially said, again, paraphrasing, we did not have the technology to see the advanced slow motion and zoomed in replays that the TV gets. It feels to me like it should be a no-brainer that the league should have access to all the best angles and replays, does it not?
Yeah, you would think so, and they kind of blamed it on Fox and being like, yeah, we didn't see that enhanced replay from Fox before the decisions were made, and then the next play happened. So it was interesting to see that in the poll report and just being like, hey, we didn't have that enhanced to look at it until well after it was done. But you wish that the Cowboys staff had that look as well, because if they had seen that, then they would have easily been able to throw that challenge flag out there. But Brian Shottenheimer was asked after the game, he's like, look, I believed Ryan, but we didn't know if they would have a good view of it on the replay, because it's so incremental to see a finger getting tipped. But I mean, it proved to be that would have been the case had he challenged it.
Do you have a theory on what's going on with CeeDee Lamb at all? Because there are a lot of great things from yesterday's game, and I want to talk about those, but a lot of people are frustrated about this struggle right now.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Over the last 5 games, he's been targeted 48 times, and he's only hauled in 28 receptions. I haven't quite done the math yet, but I would have to assume that 20 of those targets that have not landed in his hands has to be the most over the course of a 5-game span in his career. Again, I'm just kind of theorizing. I'll do the math later. But my only theory would be, hey, when he was out with that high ankle sprain for 3 games, they really had to figure out how to get George Pickens really involved during that span, and they did so. And they found a lot of things that worked. And, some of those things that worked were things that CD does really well. It was funny hearing Dak talk after the game about, hey, you have 2 guys that are in a really good position to be able to, haul in a big-time reception. You need a big play from one of these guys. How do you know which one to go to? And he was like, well, I mean, if George is running a slant, I'll probably go to George. And if CD's running this, I'll probably go to CD. And I was like, man, I call back to 2023, and it feel like CD had almost half of his yards on slants. So it's just like there's some things that I think George Pickens does well maybe does a little bit better than CeeDee does, but there's still a lot of areas that CeeDee is better than George at. So I think it's more so about finding what those things are, fine-tuning them. And, I also have to kind of look at the coverage that a lot of teams have been playing against these two guys. They've been doubling CeeDee Lamb and then throwing their number one corners on George Pickens. That's if they travel. The Eagles did not travel yesterday, but you saw a lot of opportunities where CeeDee was doubled, and so a lot more tight window throws that Dak was having to find CeeDee on. I think there's a lot of factors that play into it, but I think that's going to be one of the things they focus on the most here in this short week.
I swear I don't think I'm being a prisoner of just the moment. It feels like the slant route to George Pickens is currently the most undefendable route in all of football.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. When he has that kind of physical talent to be able to run that slant and fight off any contact that comes with it, I mean, yeah, it's almost indefensible. And when you have the hands that he does, my goodness, I mean, that catch that he had yesterday downfield, one of the best catches that I've seen live over Cooper DeJean with, I think it was Reed Blankenship that was slicing over to try to make that play, or Sidney Brown, excuse me. But his body control is unreal. His hands are so sure. It's almost any route he runs, it's going to work out 9 times out of 10.
How excited should we all be that Philadelphia Eagles skipped Special Teams Day when it came to when you should field a punt and when you should not, and they decided at the 1.5 yard line was the best place to field a punt?
Yeah, it just felt like Xavier Gibson and Kavontae Turpin wanted to have a game of who can field this deeper and not get in trouble by their special teams coach. And I think both of them lost in that game. Gibson, I'm not sure. Maybe he saw a crease that, none of us saw, but Woodrow Wilson grad, so I don't want to dunk on him too much. He's a Dallas guy. But, it certainly gave Dallas a golden opportunity. They weren't able to cash in, but it certainly helped flip that momentum when it happened in the fourth quarter.
Nick, did the Eagles not watch film on the Cowboys defense the last couple of weeks? Because Dickerson was like, hey, little surprised about those fronts.
Yeah, that's bizarre, isn't it? I mean, the Cowboys have been experimenting with these 5-man fronts going all the way back to that Washington win, and they really started to ramp it up right before the bye week against Arizona, and then they add Quinnen Williams, and they ran more 5-man fronts last week than they have all season against the Raiders. So it's like, what games were you watching? Because, how could you not expect that from this front, especially when you have 3 defensive tackle talents? I mean, they could not show it on film. You should still probably expect that they want to try to get those 3 guys on the field at the same time. That would most likely result in an odd man front. That was bizarre to see after the game.
I'm okay with it, though. If nobody wants to watch film on this team, I'm perfectly fine.
Man, I really hope the Chiefs are flummoxed by that as well. They're like, we had no idea. I know that Dak and the Cowboys are focused on other things, but you pointed out before the game yesterday that the Cowboys would have a live tracker of Dak Prescott's career passing yards. He surpassed Tony Romo, most passing yards in franchise history. Did he take a moment to enjoy that, or was it more focused on the win and the push for the playoffs?
Well, in the moment, he was apparently getting some congratulatory comments on the sideline, and they were down 21-7 at the time. There was some expletives that I'll leave out, but he was basically like, F that, I don't care right now. And, but after the game, he was asked about it, and he was like, yeah, it certainly feels better when a win is attached with it. And he kind of honored the moment and shined some light on Tony and how, he was helpful in the beginning of his career. Overall, it's a much more accomplishing feat when you have a win attached to it, no doubt.
What do you happen to know what the conversation in halftime was? Did Shotty go in there and give a great, inspiring speech? What was that feeling? Because that was a completely different group heading out of that.
Yeah, it wasn't Shotty, and it's funny because the guy that I keep hearing over and over when I talk to guys that were in the locker room was Quinnen Williams, the guy who got here a couple of weeks ago, and it was Wanya Thomas had tweeted out late last night or early this morning. Is like, yeah, Quinnen basically came in there and was like, we got to get our S together and show up, stand up for the moment. DeMarvion Overshown had said that, look, we're trying to set the standard of the best defense in the league. We have to make a stand here. Who are we going to be? And a lot of those defensive conversations really resonated on that side of the ball. Dak Prescott even mentioned, he was like, man, I saw what was going on over there on that side of the locker room. It inspired us. It gave us confidence. And, you saw that confidence on display in the second half, especially from the defensive side of the ball. And, if this team has 5 wins on the season, I think you can finally give the defense one of those 5 after that performance yesterday.
And I promise I'm not trying to be like hot take guy or anything like that, but do you think it would be fair if I was like, it feels like that level of defensive leadership from Quinnen Williams has already equaled or surpassed what we all hoped Micah would be from a strictly leadership perspective?
I will say Micah is kind of a psychopath competitor. So, within the confines of a game, I think, you could probably compare it. But when it comes to the off-the-field impacts that Quinnen Williams has already brought here in a couple of weeks, just talking to people, this is not my theory. It sounds like Quinnen is bringing a lot to these guys in the locker room. And that was definitely something that this team wanted more out of Micah Parsons, prior to his trade.
Yeah, I've been hearing very similar things about the personality.
Yeah.
And that was something that Jerry told us on Friday. One of the big reasons they'd done their research on the guy, too. One of the things, Nick, that we were kind of talking about with Mickey last week was the variety of defensive players that have been in on the ball. But I was listening to Schottenheimer in the pregame interview with Brad Sham, and he was pointing out this schedule that they have here and how, maybe I got this guy going in for this percentage of plays, but, well, guys, we got a quick turnaround here. This turnaround here, they've done a pretty good job of making sure they got guys rested heading into Thursday.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're going to be really light on the practice field this week, just a couple of walkthroughs. They have a few guys that are banged up. Taylon Carson was dealing with some cramping yesterday, and then Tyler Guyton has an ankle issue. Looks like it's going to keep him out of the game on Thursday, but we'll know more later today from Schottenheimer. But, yeah, they are certainly trying to be cognizant not only of the guys who are returning from injury over the course of the last couple of weeks that got a lot of work yesterday, like Overshown and Revel, but the team as a whole. Because, not only are you playing this 3-game and 12-day stretch, but you also have really physical teams that you're playing up against in that stretch with the Eagles, Chiefs, Lions. And those are 3 of the most 10 physical teams you'd probably point at in the NFL. So they're trying to be cognizant of that, and that planning, a lot of that planning went into the bye week as well.
How did you feel Nate Thomas did when he came in?
Yeah, I thought he held his own. I think he's looked more natural at left tackle than right tackle this season. It sounds like he's probably going to have to get the start on Thursday against the Chiefs, so that's going to be big, for his progression and his development against that really good front. But yeah, I think with a week of prep, or a short week of prep rather, he'll be ready to attack that game on Thursday. Hopefully so with Connor Riley and Clayton Adams.
Is there any part of you that wants him out there more than the alternative? Because I know Guyton has lots of potential, but it feels like every single game he continues to hit you with a penalty at the worst possible time.
Yeah, at this point in time, I would rather keep Guyton and Steele, both of those guys out there. I think Steele gives you more in the run game. I think he gives you a little bit more consistency than Nate Thomas has proved at the right tackle spot. At left tackle, I'm trying to stick to my guns here, guys. I had a take on Tyler Guyton right before he got drafted. And again, he wasn't with the Cowboys at that point. And I was like, look, this guy has 14 starts in college. He's going to be a guy you look up after a couple of years and you're going to be like, man, and was that worth the first round pick? But when it comes time to sign that 5th-year option, I think he's going to be one of those guys that gets it just because the development is going to increase and you're going to see that ceiling start to be reached a little bit. I'm trying to stick to that take, although I want to see a little bit more progression week by week from Tyler Guyton, but I'm sticking to the take, and I can't balk on it just yet. I gotta stick with it. But in the spirit of that, I would be keeping Tyler Guyton out there.
Yeah, a couple of cool moments I think we all enjoyed. Osa running out onto the field, waving the 94 Marshawn Nealon flag, and then even Jalix Hunt wearing the My Cause, My Cleats, honoring Marshawn Nealon. It's not like necessarily a question, so I guess I'll round it into how cool is that to see not only the Cowboys, but other teams honoring him as well?
Yeah, super cool. And I was surprised by the flag, and that was cool to see with Osa Odighizuwa running out with it before the game, and then Wanye Thomas carrying it to the locker room after the game. And so it was cool to see. And I think with Jalix Hunt, those were 2 guys that grew close to each other during the draft process. They were 2 small school guys. Jalix Hunt was from Houston Christian, Marshawn Nealon from Western Michigan, and they were able to kind of connect during the Senior Bowl during the draft process. And so it was cool to see Jalix Hunt honor him in that way. That was a cool moment.
Can you do me a favor if you happen to see Javonte Williams this week? Just give him a hug for that block that he made on that last throw, because that was awesome.
I tell you what, man, that's a physical football player. You talk about these physical teams they got. They're going to need Javonte Williams. He was kind of limping around the locker room yesterday. He took a beating, but sounds like he's going to be, rehabbing and getting ready to go for Thursday.
All right, Barrick Chamber, get in it.
Man, good, because if there's anybody that I believe is just like the toughest human being in the world and makes things where I don't think there's a run lane right there. He continues to just be a phenomenal story this season.
He does. Yeah, he does. And it's a credit to this front office. You know, we do give them a lot of a rightful harping for their bargain bin, searching that they do during free agency. But hey, they found a golden find with this guy in Javonte Williams. Credit to that scouting group, because when free agency was rearing around, that was the guy that they wanted. That was their number one target at running back, and we all questioned it, and I did too. And then after a couple of games early in the season, I think this scouting department and this front office, they proved themselves right.
Man, thank you very much for the time and information, as always, good sir.
Yeah, appreciate you, fellas. Anytime. Thank you.
There you go. Nick Harris right here on 105.3 The Fan.
By the way, because he was on with us at the time, Kevin, Todd Archer did say guy dealing with a high ankle sprain, unlikely to be available
Okay.
Thursday. So
well, there you go.
We're at Nate Thomas would start.
Did we just cost Nick valuable information gathering time?
Just don't tell him.
He'll probably hear about it.
He's gonna check his phone and be like, "Son of a gun! I'll never go on with those KNC guys again."
All right, we got some work to do.
Or every time I go on with those KNC guys, news breaks. This is great.
Ooh, see,
gives him more content.
Yeah, I like that better. Let's go with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do some Dallas Cowboys thank you and no thank you notes after a historic comeback over the Eagles, plus a Stars and Mavs super segment. It is packed next on The Fan.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Snap and hold, 42-yard kick from Aubrey. The Cowboys have won this football game. Butter, 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 butter. I don't know when they've won one that felt like this.
Fancy masterpiece.
Thank you, Brad Sham. Thank
right
you.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. Butter, 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 butter.
Just keep that as a drop.
Yeah.
We're gonna need it
Butter,
for
butter,
Thanksgiving.
butter, butter.
We're gonna need it for Peace-thon, I think.
Butter, 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 butter.
Now, the Cowboys have kind of won games like this in the past. 1984 against the Saints, 1999 against Washington, and 2014 against the Rams were the other three 21-point comebacks in franchise history. But if you look at the math, you're down.
Oh, here comes Kevin. Let's look at the math.
This is what makes it all the more impressive.
Oh, okay.
You're down. Golly. You were down 21-0 with 5:07 left in the first half. And at that point, the Cowboys had a win probability of 3.3%. Wow. But Corey, by the end of the game, what was their win probability?
100%.
Hell yeah. Quick update on the Bengals. You had mentioned it looks like Joe Burrow was going to play, especially since he was not able to play in their last game when a lot of people thought he would. But Zach Taylor has also said T. Higgins with a concussion is going to be out on Thursday against the
Dude, that looked bad, man, when he hit. That looked real bad.
Very bad. I agree with
sure.
you on that. It's time for Dallas Cowboys, thank you and no thank you notes. And it is a fascinating dynamic today because it feels like if you only watched the first half, you would have nothing but no thank you notes. But if you only watch the second half, you would have nothing but thank you notes for the Cowboys. So I think we'll probably mix in a little bit of both. And I'm going to start with this. No thank you to Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown for apparently mending their divide on the first drive of the game. Like, it looked like, they were like, oh, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to blah, blah, blah. That first drive, they were unbelievable together. A.J. Brown had a tremendous release off of Deron Bland to just cook him for a touchdown. He had less than 50 yards receiving in 6 of their 9 games that season. By the end of the first quarter, he had 66 yards and a touchdown, and it really looked like he had a second touchdown until there was a penalty on that. So no thank you to Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown for a while for just really pissing me off.
And no thank you also to Devontae Smith for making like that exceptional catch down the field.
Yes.
It was 3rd and 12.
Yeah.
And they said, screw it, throw it 60 yards downfield.
They did.
I was like, how often do you see that now, though?
A lot. I feel like you almost saw it 3 times in that game.
I'll see 3rd and 4s that they're like, chuck it. I'm like, whoa, what is happening now? Why are you trying to get set? And I guess there is something to be said for they know we need this much. And now we've created space for ourselves because of down and distance. They know we need 3rd and 4, so let's go. They're going to play up, and we're going to take advantage of that by going over the top. Maybe that's what it is, but no thank you to him for that because that was booty for the Cowboys defense right there. And no thank you to the pass of Javonte Williams to start the game. I didn't love the pass. I didn't love the play. All of it just seemed...
The
4th and 3. The pass wasn't good. Dak knows. Like, that's one of those where Dak will be like, dang, I shouldn't have done this.
He missed wide open Ferguson.
Yeah, and so it just... That one right there didn't get what it was trying to accomplish. And I thought it made you look like you were, oh no, it's the Eagles. we got to do everything, and it looked a little desperate in my opinion. Now you liked it, but I was more along the lines of I wish you'd done a little more before that instead of having to resort to that play.
And I think that reasonable people can disagree about that fourth down. I did like them going for it. Didn't love the play call, especially when you look back in retrospect. Jake Ferguson either shook his defender, or he just fell down, or he might have given him a nice little tap to be wide open down the seam that you kind of wish you would have gone there. And then you heard the glib Tom Brady right there with the halfback diving passes. Never probably your go-to right there. And I thought that was funny. You know what? We're gonna mix and match. So this was my ebb and flow in these two plays. It was going to be thank you note to Kalen Carson because he had an open field tackle on 3rd and 14 to force a punt. And then it was going to be a no thank you to Ryan Flanoy for getting called for a penalty and also almost knocking himself unconscious via the punter's knee. If you went back and watched that knee just hit him right in the head.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa. But then it turns into a no thank you note to NFL Replay, who apparently can't get as much of a sophisticated replay system as freaking Fox, and then they should have not have called that penalty, and that could have changed the entire complexion of the beginning of the game. But all of that kind of fell to the wayside because it didn't end up mattering, and then you had an offsides on Jadeveon Clowney on what would have been another punt, and then when it became a 3rd and 5, I almost knew for sure they would convert it, and then they did. So still some really dumb mistakes.
Speaking of the play for Flanoy where he hit his head, I was watching the Packers-Bears, Packers-Vikings, one of those two teams. And one of the Packers players, their defense was hitting. Like, they were hitting hard yesterday. And one of the players ran into a player on the sideline. And when he hit the player on the sideline, he kind of pushed him down, but then his head hit his own teammate, his own defensive lineman, and knocked himself out. And I was like, dude, I appreciate y'all hitting so hard, but that went too far. That one was just a little too far.
This might seem old man yelling at clouds, and I'll concede that. CeeDee Lamb had another drop after a big Javonte run, and you just see him smiling afterwards. And it didn't necessarily I didn't like that, but what I really didn't like is CeeDee fumbles the ball after a catch. I know they ruled him down, but he's standing up and pointing first down while everybody else on the field is looking for and trying to get the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And just in that moment, and again, I realize this could be old man yelling at clouds, but I'm like, go get the damn ball. Like, you've been dropping the ball all day. You had these same drop issues against the Eagles. I think in these 2 games, he had 7 drops against the Eagles. I don't want to see anytime he puts the ball on the ground, whether he was down or not, go get the football instead of like doing your first down celebration. So, end of old man rant over.
All right, Kevin, here we are in the fourth quarter. Second to last possession for the Cowboys. Here's the order of things, because this was the punt, right? The punt puts you on the 6-7 yard line, something like that. Javonte Adams up the middle for 6 yards. Whoa, 6 yards.
Yeah.
Dak scrambles right, 1 yard. Incompletion. And incomplete to CeeDee Lamb, incomplete short right to Ferguson. Keep running the ball. I was so furious because you had the game right there.
Yep.
You score the touchdown. You have forced their hand. They can't tie it with a field goal. And this team, I was like, Schottenheimer does this, Kevin.
I hate it.
And look, they won. We're going to get to more positive things. I do think Shotty gets a little cute in the red zone. I think, as we discussed with Mickey last week, maybe not even the red zone, within the 10-yard line, he understands he has weapons with CeeDee Lamb and Ferguson and George Pickens. This team can also run the ball. That was a battle in the middle with those guards and Cooper Beebe yesterday. They were battling, dude. Give them their opportunity to go do that. I got to drink some water now.
It kind of reminded me of the Super Bowl with Marshawn charging down from the 5 to the 1 and then being like, let's throw the ball.
Yeah.
Because you're right. First and goal goes from the 8 to the 2. and then you don't go back to him again.
You're on the 1 yard line. Use it.
I didn't understand it, but I will tell you this.
But if he was hurting,
yeah,
that's another thing I don't know, because Nick Harris just told us he was kind of hobbled around a little bit.
And I can see that, but I could also see Javonte Williams being like, yeah, I'm hurt. No way in hell you shouldn't give me the ball right now.
Give me the ball.
But if you want a plethora of thank you notes, look at the very next possession. Look at that defensive group. DeMarvion Overshown gets an open field tackle on first down, 1st and 10, no gain. And then what happens? You get another tackle from DeMarvion Overshown on 2nd down to force a 3rd and 2. And I realize you still gave up 8 yards. I hear you on that. But thank you note to force them into 3rd down. Because what happened on 3rd down? A thank you note for Osa Odigizua. He gets the sack. They lose 13. You know what? In fact, go ahead and give me cut number 9, because this is the play right here where they drop 13 yards. Now it's 4th and 15, and you have to punt.
Hurts looking over the defense. Snap is back on 3rd down. Lots of time. Here they come. Down he goes. Osa Odigizua.
And that play is spectacular. But the 1st and 2nd down plays make that allowed to matter, right? Because you got the open field tackle for no gain. And then great play by the Eagles after that. They gain 8 yards. But Overshown still makes the stop short of the 1st down marker, which allows Osa to do his thing, get the sack, force the punt that would then lead to the game winner. And if we can talk about that drive right there, I think there are multiple thank you notes that need to come out specifically for that drive. Ferguson, he made a good catch on a great leading throw from Dak to convert on 3rd and 2. We have complained over the years, and I think a lot of people have, is about Dak leading the receiver to either where he wants them to be or where they can go. I thought that throw by Dak was phenomenal because it not only was exactly where only Ferguson could get it, it led the way to spring Ferguson for even more yardage and put them in field goal range. And then the George Pickens catch after that, another strong throw by Dak. But George Pickens got it because he never fails, it feels like. Dak stepped into it. Great throw, great catch, which led to the field goal from Brandon Aubrey. And I get it, like that's what won the game. But it felt like Jake Ferguson, Dak Prescott, and George Pickens won the game as well by just all having phenomenal plays on that drive.
Yeah, Pickens is playing like a man who knows what his worth is. He knows what his contract is worth. He knows his value, and he likes this team. He knows that this is a stage like none other.
Yes.
To present his case to the rest of the NFL.
Yep.
Or to the Cowboys. Okay, if he wants to do it to the Cowboys, that's fine too. He is having and the fact that Dak trusts him the way that he does, puts that complete faith in him. That bodes well for times late in the game when you're like, where do we go? You know you have a guy that you feel can beat the one-on-one and probably can beat the one-on-two at times as well. Kevin, thank you.
Can we stay on that?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to think this over, and I definitely want feedback from other people. I wonder, George Pickens has got to be like at the top or close to the top of the list of players who have made themselves the most money so far this season, right?
Absolutely.
Like in terms of the future. I'll think about it a little bit more, but he is way up on that list.
Yeah, for free agency this offseason.
Yes, way up there.
He could always get tagged.
I think that is a mistake, but we'll discuss that another day.
Brian Anger, thank you. And I know we don't do this enough. He averaged 56 yards per punt yesterday. And Kevin, do you know, this isn't like a breaker, do you know what the single season yards per punt record is? I know this is a ridiculous question. He's
52.
Because he's at like 41.7 right now. Like it's fine.
That's net?
I'm sorry. Right now, no, not net. Just yards per punt, 47.7.
Okay, I was going to say that's low.
53.1. Wow. Is the record? It's been tied before, but that's it. But he averaged 56 yesterday, and he had some phenomenal punts yesterday. Get that trio, Kevin. We have the Peace-a-thon ball that is going to be auctioned off this Wednesday, autographed by Brandon Aubrey, Brian Anger, and Trent Sig. All three of them had impacts on special teams yesterday, and all three of them signed that ball.
So
priceless.
And they put the inscription Peace-a-thon 2025 on there.
Yeah.
So I want to play cut number 10 because you're right. Perhaps never before in Peace-a-thon history have three people added to the value of a specific item more than those three. The punt that's going to set this up, the recovery, first of his career from Sig, and then Brandon Aubrey kicking the game-winning field goal. Let's hear it.
Nice high kick. Gibson drifting back. He's going to field it at the 3-yard line. Starts left, goes right, gets away from containment, and then he's tripped at the 10. And the ball's out! And the Cowboys, I think, are on the ball. The Cowboys are on the ball at the 7-yard line.
It was a phenomenal play, but also Clark just getting worked on his way down to the field and being like, don't care. And Bell had huge hits after that really terrible decision to field that punt at like the 1.5 yard line. Look, don't ever field a punt inside the 5. You stand at the 5. The ball goes over your head. You take your chances however they may. Unless, like, there's 5 seconds left and you got to run back, whatever. But, like, that was a terrible decision to field that ball and a great play by the Cowboys.
I don't know if anybody's going to give this guy a thank you. Because there's not a single stat on his stat sheet that says, hey, great job. But it seemed like Dante Fowler Jr. was in Jalen Hurts' kitchen throughout the night.
Can I give you a stat? Since you brought it up, this is not a real stat, but I specifically noted Dante Fowler. He drew a hands to the face penalty from Lane Johnson's replacement that forced a 2nd and 17. But here's the key. If not for that penalty, do you know what would have been 1st and goal for Philly inside the 10?
See, that's what I'm saying, dude.
And in goal-to-go situations, they were perfect this season heading into this game. So I know that doesn't maybe technically count as a stat, but Dante Fowler, because of that pressure and being in Jalen Hurts' kitchen, I like that, was able to draw the hands to the face penalty that made it 2nd and 17 instead of Eagles with the ball inside the 10. And I'm sure the Eagles are lamenting the mistakes they made today as well, right? That was the 13th penalty they had, and I know they had at least one more after that. So you're right, man. You are right. Yeah, it just seemed like, and this goes to the question of pressure or sacks. Sack ends the play.
Sure. Obviously, you want Myles Garrett. You're going to get pressure and sacks.
Man.
But using pressure to create discomfort is what the Cowboys were able to do. They only had one sack yesterday. That was Osa's.
Right.
And it was a big time. Like the big moment sack came from Oso Odighizuwa yesterday. Phenomenal. Thank you. But the pressure around
was there.
The pressure was there from a bunch of different names throughout the day. And Kevin, I got a lot of updates coming in right now.
Oh, tell me.
Shedeur Sanders has been announced as the starter, so congratulations.
For the next game or the rest of the year?
For this week against the Niners.
I really don't know why he didn't say that yesterday.
Yeah, and I wouldn't go back. Vikings, J.J. McCarthy is in concussion protocol.
That's a shame.
He had symptoms regarding his head on the travel home in the airplane. So his status right now up in the air. And then we'll get to the Brandon Nimmo thing in the C block.
Okay. Do you want to hype up hits or blocks?
Hits.
Okay. I need to give a thank you note to Sam Williams.
Dude, Sam Williams had a good game.
Yeah, and then Kenneth Murray.
Hold on, let's stop with Sam Williams. I want to get to Kenneth Murray too. But Sam Williams, this goes back to the Elijah Clark moment. Because what happened? What do we love so much about Elijah Clark? Not necessarily that he dislodged the ball so much, but that he got knocked down, got back, knocked down, got knocked down, and just kept going. Sam Williams kind of gets pushed out of a play and says, screw it, the ball's going this way, Saquon's over there, I'm going to track him down. And one thing I can say is if you go watch that and you know Sam Williams, you knew he had the speed to catch up and go get Saquon Barkley too.
Right. Yes. I'm with you on that. The forced fumble, Saquon's first fumble loss all year, and then Kenneth Murray getting it. That's only their 5th turnover of the season. That's it.
Are you serious?
And
we didn't get any interceptions. That's what I was really hoping to force that pick out of Jalen Hurts' hands.
Because he only had one all year.
Yeah, I wanted one to be ours.
I thought that was impressive. But Javonte and Jake Ferguson. Javonte picked up the block on the Dak to span forward touchdown, and he did a great job. And then it's not as surprising, but Ferguson picked up an amazing block that allowed Dak to flip into the end zone. I had this conversation with somebody earlier today.
Yeah, it was really good. I liked it.
Do you want Dak to leave his feet? And I was like, I hear you. In the moment, I thought it was the most badass thing ever, but I understand, from a more logical football standpoint, it was a bad idea.
Yeah, he had another one where it was kind of a screen that he was holding up the block just enough time for Dak to get the defender to come to him, and I thought that play was going to blow up for a little bit more space, but it seemed like Philadelphia got to it really quickly because Philly doesn't leave a lot of holes. They really don't.
Right.
It's narrow windows. Dak did a really good job at finding those, but they did find that play. I want to see that play again against somebody else because I think it's going to pick up a lot more. Malik Davis, did you thank him?
No, I think
that 21-yard run was important.
I think he deserves it, and I think that was actually going to morph into a no thank you. I was frustrated about the overthrow by Dak to Schoonmaker after the big Malik Davis run. It could have been a touchdown. It definitely would have been inside the 5. And then the part I hated more than maybe anything else that day, no thank you to all the Eagles fans who infiltrated, because right after that you could hear Coop chants after a play by DeJean on the ensuing play. And I could see how if you flipped that on, you were like, oh, they're playing in Philly.
Yeah, no, I heard that too, and my mind was like, hold on, is that really happening right now?
Yes, I hated it.
And Kevin, I appreciate that you hated it.
Good.
But that's never going to change.
Yeah, never going to change specifically for Philly fans or just Cowboys fans.
That stadium is going to be. They're like, hey, we want everybody in our stadium. And Cowboys fans, until this team is winning, you can call it a front-running city or whatever you want, but until this team gives it the purpose, the reason to believe, they're always going to go, do I really want to go watch this game?
Right.
And right now, they probably regret not going to see that game.
And, I know we're rocking and rolling. There's so many ebbs and flows and great things from this game. I did see somebody message this. We talked about it earlier in the show, but they said no thank you note to the Cowboys not kicking a field goal when it was 21-21. And I might be on the opposite side of how most people feel. I loved it when they went for it on the first drive. I hated going for it when it was tied. Just because your defense had been playing so freaking well. This wasn't a couple weeks ago when you're like, well, you have to go for it because obviously you're going to give up a touchdown. The defense had been playing phenomenally at that point, and so I didn't like not kicking the field goal. It would have given you a 24-21 lead. But this play in particular I thought was amazing. Great call by Dak to go deep with a pass on a clear offsides. So it was like you almost had run into an interception before that, but it was a clear offsides. Dak saw it, registered it immediately, goes deep downfield, and CeeDee Lamb makes that insane twisting 50-yard catch while being interfered with, and that was the whole thing. And you're like, how do you make those catches after you drop some of the run-of-the-mill ones? But I just thought, really heads up, high IQ play by Dak to immediately know, that's it, let's take a shot.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers has been so good at that his whole career that it was frustrating that your quarterback never was as good. Like, seriously, it seemed like Romo and him, it took Romo a long time for that to trigger, And Dak's kind of in that place now where he's veteran, he's seen it all, he's doing those things that make you feel confident there. And that is not... Kevin, I want to read this from Joel Corey.
Okay.
Former agent.
Oh.
Works for CBS Sports, I do believe. George Pickens is going to get the franchise whether he likes it or not. That wide receiver number projects at 9.016% of the 26 salary cap. It's 8.581% in 25. At this percentage, the 26 salary cap will have to be close to $311 million for a $28 million wide receiver tag number. Just wanted you to have that in your brain for the future. But he's going to get it. He's saying he's getting in whether he likes it or not because, Kevin, what happens? You tag him, then you get to trade him if you want to.
Yeah.
But you have that right, and that's the most important thing first.
Yeah. If you tag and trade, that's a whole other thing. I just feel like
Sign and trade.
I don't know if that was my takeaway on that, but yeah, I think that's a bad idea for a variety of reasons.
Fortune favors the bold.
Okay.
He's right.
Yeah, but he got fired like a few months after that happened.
But is he in a better place now?
I don't think so.
We'll see.
Okay.
Nobody knows. Good things come to those who wait. That's another word that I heard from a ketchup commercial.
Okay. Thank you note to the Fox graphic department for letting me know that we had gotten to the point where the Eagles had not trailed in 292 straight minutes since week 6. And for the Eagles, that was their longest streak of not trailing since 1948. Only to see, well, you eventually ended up trailing because you lost the game.
Kevin, thank you to the social media team for the Dallas Cowboys. Multiple things.
I guess if the field goal was at 0, they didn't end up trailing.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. You just lost.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
The social media team, 2 things. One, after the game, somebody went out with a big pad, and then all the Cowboys players punched the pad because of those kids that were punching the punching bags.
Oh, yeah.
And that was kind of funny to me. But also the social media team, because the Eagles social media team posted who's getting past this, and it was a brick wall with all their linemen.
Oh, yeah.
The Cowboys posted Dak Prescott as the Kool-Aid man busting through the wall going, oh, yeah. And I just think that's hilarious. Thank you, social media team.
Yeah,
it's nice to see what y'all are doing out there.
No, absolutely. I'm with you on that. And then just to go back around, for everybody who wants to get rid of CeeDee Lamb, you just can't until at least after the 2026 season. And quite frankly, I want them together. Like having CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens at the same time is optimum, and you can sign George Pickens and will not be an issue. And that's
what?
You can.
No.
Now, what's going to be an
We're
issue
out of money.
is if you pay him $1 more than CeeDee Lamb. I kind of wonder if that's going to be an issue whatsoever. I would love it if they're like, hey, let's get the exact same
CeeDee
deal.
Lamb comes in, he's like, hey, just readjust my contract.
Yeah.
All right, so I agree with you on having both of them together. Here's why. The way they balance things out for each other. They create, Kevin, you've seen when it's CeeDee Lamb and nobody.
Right.
You don't have another target to throw to.
Right.
It gives Dak Prescott more options than, all right, I guess I gotta find CeeDee Lamb open. Now right now he is very zoned in on Pickens. Like that's my guy. But you definitely need a number 2 target that's viable. And that's why whether it's Pickens that's the number 2 target or Lamb that's the number 2 target does not matter. But I still warn you, contract seasons are a time where you see the best out of people.
Yeah.
So be prepared to see the real at some point.
Yeah, no, I get you. And then you know me, I hate the franchise tag because you can't manipulate that money in any way.
Yes.
Whereas if you
yes.
do long-term deal, I can find all kinds of fancy ways to manipulate that number for you. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Why did Brandon Nimmo say yes to this trade? And hits and misses from the weekend next on The Fan.
That's Lola B brought up? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Hey, thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. I wanted to get to this from Brandon Nemo. The new acquisition for the Texas Rangers. Now, I say acquisition because he was acquired.
That's true?
Via trade. Not sure if everybody heard. Marcus Simeon's no longer with the Rangers, guys.
I feel like people know, but that's good. That's good.
Dude, what timing? Right in the middle of a bad Cowboys game.
Yeah, okay. So can I tell you?
That trade was made, and then all of a sudden the Cowboys turned their game around.
Derek Holland broke that news to me.
Oh, he
because
did?
in our one of our group chats, he was like, "Oh, we're sending everybody away," and I was like, "What is this in reference to?" Because I was locked in on the game, and I was like, "Oh, dip."
Yeah, so he did. He texted us, and I was like, "Hold on, look." And Kevin, it was buried, right? Like every text in your timeline was about the Cowboy game.
Correct.
And then there was this one. Like right in the middle of it, you're just like, oh, okay. And so I appreciated that. But it seemed like smart timing on Chris Young's part. He's like, everybody's paying attention to the Cowboy game right now.
By the way, Chris Young did say something that I appreciated, and we'll probably do this more with Derek Holland on Wednesday as part of Peace-a-thon, is it's been a stressful week for him knowing that they're moving on from so many of these World Series heroes. And I appreciate that, but also it was tough.
Some fan favorites that you're considering trading away.
Yep.
And trying to say, hold on, is this the right move? Are we seeing I think that a guy like Chris Young understands when a player has kind of reached their beginning to downfall, if you will. And that's probably what they saw last year. Bob Nightingale said Brandon Nemo, who had been with the Mets his entire career, says he would not have accepted a trade to the Rangers if they weren't planning to be a World Series contender again in the next few years. He was told they will not be in a rebuild. Okay, I can believe that in a way. I think you're going to be, I don't think you're tossing money out.
Sure.
But I don't think that Chris Young wants to field a non-competitive team.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I agree with that.
And I think Chris Young's going to try to figure out a way to build a competitive team with cheaper funds.
Yeah.
Which could or couldn't work. I mean, I don't think he's going to say, let's just screw it and go with the farm team.
I agree.
But I think he's going to say, okay, how can I get... Because you said we're saving how much money on this trade?
Theoretically.
I
think theoretically you're saving $6 million per year.
Okay.
Something along those lines.
And so if that's the case... I think he's going to try and find another one that does that, and another one.
Yeah.
Something where...
Well, and then non-tendering those other 4 save you $20 million.
So trying to figure out how to field a competitive team while also rebuilding at the same time. It's not a technical rebuild. It's kind of what Jerry's done his whole career now. And sometimes it's frustrating. And it might be frustrating down the stretch here. But that's what I foresee. I don't think it's complete. Let's go in the dumper and then see what happens from there.
Yeah.
And somebody said CY will turn into Nico if he trades Seager.
Okay,
Guys,
so hold on.
Prepare for that.
Okay, let me ask you that. Don't you think most Rangers fans would define a trade of Corey Seager as a rebuild?
Yes.
I'm not saying it is, but I think they would.
Depending on what you put in place, yes. Right?
Yeah.
It really does depend on what you replace him with. Now, we can argue the bads of Corey Seager. There's plenty. Injury frequently. There's some disconnect between him and teammates. Like, there's lots of things.
Yeah.
And there's also the fact the dude played probably his best defensive season this year and still crushes. Like, dude still rakes. So,
sure.
I got to figure out what that stands. But is he, you got to find some leadership on this team. Hopefully you can. All right, let's go with some random stats real quick. Kevin, Trevor Lawrence was the only quarterback to throw 2+ interceptions and win this weekend. He threw 3.
Man, he had 1 interception too that I was like, the crap in hell was that into the end zone?
Oh, when he got picked. Did you see the one where he got spun around, the ball just flew up in the air, and he was like, his opponent was Arizona. The other quarterbacks played the Rams, Packers, and Detroit. So his was not that bad.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Of all the people who fumbled this weekend, their teams went 4-6. So don't fumble the ball.
Huh. But maybe not as bad as I might have thought.
Could have been 0-10.
That is true. Although maybe they played each other. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I didn't dig that deep into it, Kevin. Top 10 passer records this weekend. Kevin, for the first time all season long, the top 10 passers have a better record than the top 10 rushers.
Good job, passers.
Top 10 passers, 7-3 this weekend. Top 10 rushers, 6-4.
Okay.
So not by much, but better.
Yeah.
That brings us to the grand total of 54, 52, and 2 for top 10 passers. 78 and 25 and 2 for the top 10 rushers.
Good job, rushers.
Hits or misses from the weekend, gentlemen?
I want the hits, though I once again would like my objection noted that sometimes I think the crossing of these categories perplexes me.
From the 214, we lost to Arizona. Like I said, his opponent wasn't that bad.
That's a spirit.
Honorable mention. Lots of honorable mentions today. Elijah Clark. Did you see what he did, dude?
Yes. He felt like he literally embodied the Chumbawamba song.
I get knocked down.
Yeah. Surely that video exists,
Did you
right?
ever hear did you ever hear the guy that thought the lyrics were I got no job, but I'm an opera fan?
What?
I don't know, man. Excuse me while I kiss the sky. You ever heard that one?
Hold on, was that first one you?
Well, no. No.
Okay.
Oso Digizua. Very good timing on that sack. Good game from him. And this is a guy that Kevin, questioned, where you been, dude?
Yes.
And guess what happens?
Yes.
You put more talent on that defense, and that defense looks better.
Yeah.
Is that a revelation to Jerry right now? Do you think he's like, holy crap, guys, we gotta go get more talent?
Yeah, kind of feels like it is, and people are like, yeah.
Y'all see how quickly this thing turned around? Let's go get more talent. That is a sexy pick. Also honorable mention, Dak, 354 yards, 2 touchdowns, plus the pick. But the dub.
Feels like you were positive with that.
Well, he ran one in.
Pick.
He ran one in too. He dove one in, Kevin.
Okay.
And then George Pickens, 9 catches, 146 yards, and a touchdown. Nice job on him. And
Last honorable mention, Nashawn Wright, former Cowboy.
Oh, real quick on Pickens.
Leads the NFL in interceptions.
How excited were you when he didn't make one of those catches and they called a penalty? Not only because it was good for the Cowboys, but also it kept his perfect target for catch ratio in place.
No, I was not. Did not care about that at all, but now I do, Kevin.
Yeah,
because of you.
No, me neither.
I will add this, though. What did I tell you before the season? I wish that I had a pass interference yards stat to go along with it, because Pickens would be getting that too.
Absolutely.
Number 3 on the hits and misses of the weekend, Myles Garrett. Sacks 16, 17, and 18, ladies and gentlemen, and he has 6 games left.
So he has at least 3 games this season with 3+ sacks.
Yes, dude.
And I need to check. It could be more.
Absolute monster. Number 2, Jackson Smith and Jigba. 8 catches, 167 yards, 2 touchdowns. Now the single season leader in yards for Seattle.
How impressive is it when you can do that this early in the season?
That's pretty impressive. Can he get to 2,000? That is a number that we will be holding our breath to see. Jaden Daniels was evaluated coming out of Washington's bye. Sources say this Sunday's game against Bronco is a long shot.
Yeah, and even if it weren't, why? What's he playing for?
Yeah. Number 1, to get the offense in rhythm for next year. No.
Look, I believe in momentum. I don't know how I feel about that crossover year-over-year momentum, but okay.
It could happen. Number 1 on the hits of the weekend, Jahmyr M. Effin Gibbs. Yes. 219 rushing yards, 2 total. 11 catches. 11 catches for 42 yards plus that 69. Nice. Should have been a walk-off rushing touchdown, but the NFL was like, we got to give them a chance too.
All right, so you weren't saying it was a walk-off because at the end he literally was just walking because no one was even close to him.
Yeah, dude, that was pretty awesome to watch him do what he does so well. But the NFL, Fox definitely did say, we do not care about the rest of this game. Thank you, Detroit, for scoring so we can move on.
All right. I'm really glad that you said that because you and I were in the midst of a text conversation, and I was like, man, now I need the Giants to either score really quickly or just get shut down. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, oh, yeah, that was stupid. Obviously, Fox is like, are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. I'm not... Why? I'm not running the rest of this game. Get to the Cowboys.
Honorable mention for the misses over the weekend. I wrote probably Baker. That was before. He'd thrown 2 interceptions. He had already done that. He got 41 yards and then could only play the first half because somehow he hurt his shoulder. DJ Moore, 2 touchdowns on 64 yards. I dropped him in fantasy this week, and then he went out and scored like that, and that's infuriating. That's why he's in my honorable mentions for misses, because it's a miss on my part, guys. All right, number 3, Jameis Winston. 336 yards, most passing yards this weekend, I believe. 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, 1 sack, a receiving touchdown, but they lost, and their defensive coordinator got fired.
Oh, see, and I thought you were going to give him credit for the hype-up speech,
He got their defensive coordinator fired, dude.
Did he? Doesn't feel like this was a long time.
He went out there and did everything he could. Number 2, J.J. McCarthy. 2 interceptions, 34.2 passer rating. I saw this morning, Alec. I thought you might like this. Evidently, J.J. McCarthy has averaged 9 fantasy points per game since introducing his alter ego 9.
So stupid.
Come on, dude.
That's just now. I feel bad.
So
I feel bad that the dude's in concussion protocol. But Kevin, we have 1 week after another. We have been trying to figure out if this is a good quarterback or not. Do we have a decision? We're not even a full season in.
See, I think because of that is why we're not all the way with the decision yet. But clearly, the arrow is pointing to no.
Yeah, it seems like the rest of the world is looking at him going, I don't think so. You got Justin Jefferson, and you aren't doing any better than this. You got other problems on your hands. And the number 1 miss of the weekend, the Raiders. They gave up 10 sacks this weekend. 10 in 1 game, not 2 games. 10 in 1 game.
And even 10 in 2 games, you're like, whoa, that's a lot.
Which that does bring us back to one of the hits is Myles Garrett being awesome. But you gave up more to the Browns. Now, the Browns are a good defense. But, man, that was bad. Now, anybody out there that's talking about Myles Garrett, they can definitely say what they said last week to start it. hey, it's the Raiders. Come on, guys. It's the Raiders.
I don't care. If you get 7 sacks in the span of 2 games, awesome.
And then that leaves me just enough time to discuss this. Kevin, I was in the bathroom moments ago.
Oh, God.
And I saw a guy from another station.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you believe that?
Oh, like one of our stations?
Yeah, the guy from Jack FM.
I thought you were like Corby's walking around over there, and you're like, hold on.
No, that would be weird. But I saw a guy from Jack FM, and he was like, hey, man, how's Peace-a-thon going? I was like, dude, we got some really awesome stuff. We're going to get the link up today, I do believe, as long as somebody can get all that taken care of. And we were having a chat about it. I was talking about my wife.
Okay.
We're having a chat about it, and he goes, I'm just proud to say that I was there whenever y'all came up with this crazy idea, and I didn't know if it was going to work or not. And here we are. And I was like, I'm still not sure if it works or not, but I am.
Makes lots of money.
I am happy about this. So, Peace-a-thon happening this Wednesday at RJ Duke's Sports Cards and Memorabilia. I can't wait to be there. Derek Holland's going to be there. Maybe even some other cool guests and fun stuff going on. Lots of cool items, and we will have the auction site up very soon. And Kevin, I also did see our former producer, Parker, who now runs radio. I asked him to give Reggie a hug.
Oh, yeah.
Reggie called me on Friday and said that he hugged Parker for me, but would not hug Parker for Parker. And that was a little upsetting because I felt like Parker needed it. But they do have a professional relationship that they have to keep intact.
Now, Corey, I'm hoping this is allowable. There's going to be more than this. We're going to talk more in depth about it tomorrow when the auction site will be live and everything. But we're going to have autograph items from Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Gordie Howe, Wyatt Langford, Paige Beckers, Drew Pearson, Matthew Stafford, Ed Belfour, Brett Hull, Bobby Hull, Ricky Williams, Vince Young, Ronald Reagan, Mike Trout, Jay Novacek, Dan Marino, Derek Lively, Ian Kinsler, Earl Campbell, Jason Terry, Chris Jericho, Zach Martin, and Brandon Aubrey. And that is not the entire list.
Is that a lot?
It feels like a lot.
Is that good?
Trust me, it feels like a lot. Well, I'll let you know once we close out business on Wednesday whether or not it was good. We'll also have suites for the Cowboys and Rangers, dinners with the shows, in-game experiences, golf, cabins, sports trading cards, Pokemon cards, a chance to be on the KNC Masterpiece. It is going to be an extravaganza. We'll go more
Are you replacing me?
No.
Oh.
Have there been segments where that thought has crossed my mind? Obviously. But I've thought about replacing myself on this show, too.
Vegas days,
Yes, with the Vegas Raiders and all of that. But we're going to go more in depth on this tomorrow, and the auction site will be up by then. But just wanted to give you guys a sneak preview. It is going to be massive. I will go ahead and say this right here, right now, Corey. Wednesday is going to be the biggest on-air event in the history of our station.
Wow. And we had a World Series parade on the station.
With the exception of the Rangers winning the World Series on our station and the ensuing parade, this will be the third biggest on-air event in the history of our station.
I just got a message from Tolo CJ. He said, did Kevin just say Ronald Reagan? Yes.
That's correct.
He absolutely said Ronald Reagan.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Fair question,
Trickle down.
Coming up next, come on. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. The Eagles, John Morant, and Jessica Hageland, among other people. Let's do Wanker of the Weekend next on The Fan.
Yes.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Two tight ends. Eagles show a blitz. They give it to Turpin, and he trips over the 30-yard line and fumbles the ball. At the 35, and the Eagles have this one.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053, if you have somebody that you would like to nominate. And go ahead and give me cut number 22, honestly, because the Mavericks lost to the Grizzlies, but there's something else to talk about from that game.
Aldama covered up, can't get free for a three. Spencer, that is a three, and down the well it goes for Cam Spencer.
So, John Morant was talking some trash afterwards. Does he deserve to be considered for Wanker of the Weekend? Because Klay Thompson said after the fact, he's a funny guy. He has a lot to say all the time, especially for a guy who rarely takes accountability.
Ouch. Yeah, and he was like, that's what his legacy is going to be.
Yep.
And Klay can say that as, like, right, his Maverick tenure is going to be like, all right, man, congratulations, that was fine. But
yes,
he was a special player for Golden State. And one of those dudes at the top of the league alongside Klay as they were going to those championships over and over. And so he's got, his thoughts on that player. And they had some feuds whenever they were at Golden State, too, because of that. So he doesn't like that guy. I don't think they like each other at all, Kevin.
I think that is very fair. I've got some more serious ones, or do you want fun ones?
I got one real quick. Can I throw this away?
Okay, please.
Is Luka a wanker? For at the end of his press conference going, did you see the Cowboys?
I think it's delightful. And it just makes people all the madder that, like, he not only liked it here, he was building his house, his dream house here, and he's keeping up with the local sports teams.
Yeah, it hurts.
Yeah.
It does hurt, man.
So I guess it's probably still Nico. Even though he got fired, it's still him.
I would also like to refer to my dog as a wanker of the weekend, Kevin.
What?
Red Rocket?
No.
Oh.
Dude.
Gross.
Gosh.
Kids listening.
Too far, Kevin. Yeah, kids are out of school right now, bro.
Thanksgiving
that's
week.
A good point.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Well, you know
and
what?
the first thing they do is turn us on and leave us on.
Is Wanker of the Weekend school districts for getting soft and giving these kids too much time off.
2 weeks off, dude. Yeah, this is ridiculous. My dog got a couple of our plants off the counter, took them into the living room, and then shook them all over the place.
Oh, no.
So there was dirt, soil in our rug. And on Sunday, after walking on it for 2 days, I was like, this is disgusting. I had to move everything out of the way, pick that. It's a giant ass rug, all right? I had to move all the tables, pick up the rug.
It's a Plano rug.
Yes, it is. Take it outside and then hit it with a baseball bat to get all the dirt out. Because my son was using the thing that you hit rugs with. He broke it because he was using it as a sword. And so I had to get my baseball bat out. Get all that. Dude, that was a lot of work. You know how many tables we have? Oh.
Yeah, lots.
So, stop it, Kodak.
Okay. Well, you know what? As long as we're calling out family members, and I mentioned this in Crosstalk, but this is a true thing, is Jessica Hageland, who I love dearly, the wanker of the weekend. Noah has butt strep right now, which is a thing. And so in order to communicate that to the doctor, she took pictures of the inside of Noah's butt.
Have you heard this, Alec?
I heard it this morning, but it doesn't get any less concerning.
Yep. This is happening.
And so Mike's wife, who's our pediatrician, and my mom have the same first name. So instead of sending the beehole pictures to the doctor, she sent unsolicited beehole pictures to my mom.
Thank you.
Dang it.
What was the first response from your mother?
I'm pretty sure.
WTF?
No.
Okay.
It was much nicer than that. I'm pretty sure it was like, oh, it looks like it could be this. And she decided to try and diagnose the issue. Sorry, Mom, we went with the doctor. But, no, that's it. She asked if he was constipated. And I was like, I just need you to give context to my mom just to be sure.
Mm-hmm.
From the 214, OMG. From the 817, OM.
There are concerns, yeah.
Yeah.
So how does this happen?
All right.
How does it happen?
Because somebody said, what the hell is butt strep? So it's essentially the same issue with strep throat, but instead of your throat, it's in your butt.
No, but how does it happen? Eric Chiafalo looks confused and excited at the same time.
I don't know. And here's the other thing, Eric. I'm just going to talk to you directly through the window.
And the implication.
We have had some issues with potty training Noah, so sometimes he walks around the house with no pants on. And I was like, oh man, this butt strep is contagious. Like, he's not contained by the usual constraints of underpants and pants or shorts or whatever. He's just walking around in case he needs to run to the bathroom. And so I am concerned about also contracting butt strep. But I'll tell you this.
But so would it only be?
Yes.
It wouldn't get somewhere else?
So here's the thing.
Like you're going to have elbow strep?
It is possible, no. But like if you're not clean, I don't know, and you weren't washing your hands, it could transfer. But what I learned is butt strep mostly only is contagious to other kids. But I would rather get that than actual strep this week.
Oh, yeah,
because
for
of
sure.
Peace-a-thon.
Strep's brutal, bro. It
Yeah.
really is.
And
especially for, like, I know anybody else out there, but for what we do, it's almost impossible. It really is.
And I know people are asking, did somebody cough into his butt? Not as far as I know. I believe that it's kind of different. But I also didn't finish the rest of the phone call with Mrs. Bassick to get information about how you get butt strep. But it's a thing. Look it up. It has like a more official term. But yes. See, people are sending in. Yes, that's a real thing. Now, unfortunately, the stories I have from here are really crushingly horrible. That's why I wanted to pick up your spirits with that.
With butt strep.
Yes.
All right. I'll honestly say this. Because we just got a tweet. I thought my kid was the only one who.
See, it's a real thing.
That this today is absolutely the most times butt strep has ever been mentioned on radio.
That makes sense.
In the history of radio.
Yeah. Yuck it up now, Chiafalo. You got 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Triple likely to happen. I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
Is that a threat? I don't know if you should be threatening him.
No, I'm not.
On radio.
It's not meant as a threat.
You're like, I'm going to bottle this stuff up and throw it in the house.
No.
That is apparently not how. Never mind. I'm not. Nope. I'm not.
Nobody
doing
knows.
That.
Nobody knows how it happens. It's just one of those things that has been bestowed upon us via science.
Okay, as long as I'm talking to the audience and Chiafalo, real honestly, I want you to be proud of me. This is how I've developed as a human.
Mm-hmm.
Jess said that he was having an issue, and she was like, kind of that area between the bits and pieces and the beehole. And I did not yell out the taint. I wanted to, but she was on the phone with the doctor at a time where it felt like we had seriously figured this out, and she was worried about having to take him to the pediatric ER. And I'm pretty sure I would have got a death stare if I just yelled out, "It's the taint!" Like, I feel like I really...
Thank you.
Shoot. I really would have gotten in trouble for that. So that is maturation.
And so here's another thing, too. Your son likes to say words that you say.
You know what phrase he said over the weekend that Jess looked right at me? Because he said it in the perfect context, too. He goes, "What the hell?" And I was like, oh, crap. Yeah. And so Jess looked right at me. And I was like, oh, that's my fault.
Yeah, it was when Lucy started dropping the F-bombs. And it was like she's, running and tripped and she dropped it. And I was like, that was the right time to say that. That's the reason to say it. I was proud more than I was concerned.
Yeah, but it is concerning as well. So, yeah.
These words.
I really gotta fix that up. And a lot of people are giving other anatomy lessons or different things they want it called. So
what else do they oh yeah. I don't know if you can say that on air.
Yeah, we probably won't get into.
But I had a teacher who that was his last name.
This feels like the perfect time for the Wooly Bully top 10 to like other words for that.
Strip area.
Unfortunately, a lot of terrible things in college football. UAB had a player arrested for stabbing 2 teammates. Georgia backup offensive lineman Nyler Daniels was arrested for child endangerment and, of course, road endangerment because it is Georgia. And then Colorado State suspended a quarterback and lineman for spitting.
All right, there it is.
But that
wasn't the NFL.
Yeah,
but even
that wasn't
still,
the
Kevin,
NFL.
I was like, this isn't. People know now, right?
Yeah.
They should know better at this point. Yet here we are with people still spitting on people, and not in the fun way. Like the Gleekin style, in that way. This is just like, I don't like you, spit. No, that's not. Guys, stop. That's gross. Stop it.
Hey, quick on-air piece-a-thon question. Somebody donated 2 really good Mavs tickets, like really good, for a piece-a-thon, and they said, no problem, I'm willing to donate another pair if we want to add to the list.
Hey, man, it's for a good cause.
Yes.
I'll take them.
Okay. Actually, the tickets he sent were for the Nuggets Mavericks game on December 23rd, and I was like, "Oh, dip, I want those." And so like I might be in the midst
because why?
Of bidding for that because I want to see Cooper Flag against the best player in the NBA.
That's not Luka.
Yeah, because Luka's not the best player in the NBA. And I don't understand.
Wow!
I don't understand why that turns into you're such a hater. Like he's like what? Well, he's one of the best players in the NBA. If you want to tell me he's second, that's fine. He's not as good as Jokic. That's a fact.
Who would you take one-on-one?
Okay, well, that is a different question. I don't need the new version of the big fundamental in a one-on-one game, all right? Like, all right, I'm not, yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, feels like we got a whole lot of ground to cover with the G-Bag Nation. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has got
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Those are those. Nutmeg bagels? No. Sit down. This is spice, get up.
Doesn't sound right.
Does it sometimes work?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
worked for the Eagles before. Prescott with a play fake on first down, a lot of time. Deep ball, left side Pickens. Up in the air, high point at the 12. How about you, Pickens? Little high step away from the tackle. How about you?
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing great, aside for that one thing we just talked about. But interestingly enough, a lot of people have said that they kept the faith throughout the game, and I'm proud of those people. I was not one of those people. I thought when it was 14-0, you were probably cooked just because of the way the game was flowing. Was there a point in the game that you were like, we lost? And if so, what was it?
You know, I think down 3 score still, there's enough time. Like
That's true.
If you're down 3 with 10 minutes to go, I would have given up hope. But the fact that they were shooting themselves in the foot and had basically given the Eagles short fields, I thought there was still enough room that I didn't want to turn it off yet.
It was the Aubrey missed field goal.
I could see
as soon as Brandon Aubrey misses a 51-yarder, it's 21-7 still. I'm like, this is just it's not your day. This is just what is happening. Please stop. Why is this happening? I hate this. I don't like life anymore. I just want to go and cry in a corner. But they found a way. I mean, another 3 and out. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, eventually the defense is going to have to stop getting stops. They didn't. They kept it going. Oh, they sure did. And it was even better going back on the rewatch.
Oh, was it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
What was it that maybe, and I know y'all will dive into it on the show, any little thing you can tell us that looked better on the rewatch than maybe even people realize like in the regular run of the game?
I mean, I think that the pressure you could tell, but just the way that they played, I thought Fowler, and you guys actually have talked about Fowler today.
Yes.
He was way more impressive to me.
I'm with you.
On the rewatch. But the coverage on the back end, there were times where even when there was no pressure, Hurts had to hold the ball because they covered so well on the back end. There really wasn't anywhere to go. The first couple drives, we know, it was a struggle. I mean, Revel on the inside route to Brown got beat there. There was a bang-bang play with Carson along the sideline, but the coverage got better as the game went on. And Triquez Bridges, as soon as he had to step on the field, I mean, I said it to Brian in the booth. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on here? He held his own out there. I mean, it was impressive to watch the secondary because you know the men in those defensive tackles are awesome. But I thought that Fowler was much better than initially watched, and the secondary, the coverage was actually a lot better.
The way they ran the football. Yeah, when you go back, if you just and it was difficult to kind of see it as the game was going on because of how much, how well Philadelphia plays those defensive tackles and the linebackers. And, while you're sitting there live watching, you're like, gosh, dang, they're not getting anything. Go back and watch the tape. Beebe did a hell of a job. Smith, Booker, Spanford, those guys all did a really, really nice job when it came. Williams ran with toughness. Davis found a couple of holes. Man, it was not easy, but man, it looked a lot better on tape than it did live.
Yeah, I was continually impressed by the toughness that the Cowboys' run game shows throughout. And I know that's a reflection also on the offensive line to an extent, but man, it feels like Javonte Williams is like there's no pile or lack of space that he's like, the hell there isn't.
The problem you had is when you get down in the red zone and the coach forgets how to run the ball.
Thank you.
That's doesn't call runs.
From the 8
problem.
to the 2.
Yeah. He loves those weapons he has to throw to, and he just forgets that he has another one to run with.
It is very difficult to sit there and run it as like they did and not give it a couple of cracks, down there. That's always the mystery to me, how sometimes you could drive the ball with nice balance, make a couple of runs, run it down there close, and then decide you want to throw the ball down there. Yeah, that's the difficult thing.
So there's nothing that jumps to mind. You're like, this is the why that he's not doing it.
Oh, I have no idea. I really don't.
Is Dak maybe checking out of it?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that, to me, you're good enough to where, down there you can line up and put him under center, put Dak under center, and get enough push to get a yard.
For sure.
That they had. I tell you what, though, they the second half, though, they had a play where they gave up a negative. They had a 3rd and 1, and they gave up a negative run, and maybe that's why you're kind of dealing with that, but. Overall, though, I just watching it, I was just like, God, they got to run the ball down there. They got to try, and they don't even do that. But, they were able to
It's
come
never
away.
been Dak's strength. I don't know if he's above average or below league average at it, but I feel like passing inside the 10-yard line is just not Dak's bag.
Yeah, it's tough. The field shrinks on him a little bit, and
Tough on everybody.
Yeah,
that's why everybody wants to run it in.
I'll tell you what, the plays, and we'll get to it. Like I said, I'm going to break it down. There's a couple of routes that were open, and they just couldn't get the ball out, or they didn't make the decision quick enough to get it to where it needed to be throwing it. But that's Dak. He had another one of those problems. I mean, he had a great game. Don't get me wrong, but he had a play action. I know, Zach, if you might have seen it, where he had a play action pass where he never saw Bond.
Yeah,
he never saw him. It should have been an interception. It was a play action. Dak's been great on play action.
Unbelievable.
And he turned his back, and when he turned back around, he threw the ball, and he was trying to get the ball to Lamb. Lamb had absolutely no shot on that one. Bond was right there. He was lucky the ball didn't get picked.
Since you mentioned CeeDee Lamb, it's been particularly egregious against the Eagles, but less concern level on some of these seemingly pedestrian catches that have turned into drops.
Well, 3 of the catches that he had opportunities for, the Eagles made defensive plays where they got, when you're talking about Mitchell and you're talking about DeJean, those guys, they're tough to deal with. If you don't extend your hands to catch, these guys know how to play and get their hands inside on you. It happened a couple different times. The interception that Blankenship got was just Dak. That was just a poorly thrown ball. Yeah. I mean, and he had no business throwing that ball. That was a bad decision on his part. But Lamb had 2 where he had to extend. Both hit his hands. Both are catches he has to make. I think a lot of this has to do the long one they hit him on the free play was a beautiful, beautiful catch. Mm-hmm. And but I think that you got to give Philadelphia some credit for the way that they played him, the way they knocked the ball away from him a couple of times. But then also too, the 2 drops he had those were the ones I think they're more on him than anything else.
I like having Lamb. I just think, this is normal life for most NFL teams with star wide receivers. Like, it's going to be toxic sometimes. It's not going to be. If I'm Lamb, I think now's a good time to review all the leadership stuff that he was coming into training camp so hot about, had the best attitude. He and George were, doing their thing. But also, it was like CeeDee was turning over a new leaf and saying goodbye to that guy that we saw in the Packers game that was petulant and me first. And I think that's resurfaced a little bit. So sometimes you need a little bit of a reminder. As a fan base, this is normal for a wide receiver. When they don't play well, they're going to throw a fit, and it's fine. But that's the cost of doing business, right? Only Nico trades superstar players in those situations.
Anything particular for you, Chiafalo? Was there a moment that you were stopped? And how stunned are you, even if you watched how it all played out, that the Cowboys came back and won the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely stunning the way that they were able to do that. The amount of things that they did to screw themselves.
It reminded me of the A&M
game.
South Carolina game is how I felt like it played out similarly.
Wow, yeah, that's a great pull. How about you with 2 of your favorite teams in basically back-to-back weeks?
And that's what makes
that?
That's what makes this one all the more impressive, because at least for A&M, you were theoretically supposed to really control that team. Nobody thought that the Cowboys, maybe they'll win, but nobody thought you're just going to run all over the Eagles. So to make that comeback is pretty astonishing.
Yeah, and it's incredible just where the Eagles are at right now, where they continue to just throw the ball. They have no belief in their run game, and your run defense was awesome yesterday.
It was fantastic.
Like the way they were able to control the line of scrimmage, and I am looking forward to some of the breakdown here from the All-22 from Broadus, because I was noticing the same thing where it feels like there were times where even when the pass rush wasn't really getting there super quick, Jalen Hurts felt like he had nowhere to go with the football. So that was big, but seeing guys like Osa and Quinnen Williams making big plays like that, and I thought Overshown, you could see like Overshown looked a little bit more comfortable, had some nice plays in the open field, making some tackles.
Yes.
And so that was really, really nice to see, because we all love that guy.
The first 2 tackles on the drive that ended with the Osa sack, he made an open field tackle for no yardage and also stopped the Eagles player short of getting the first down, which led to the awesomeness that was that Osa sack. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Shoddy Presser is scheduled for 5:05, so we'll hear from Coach coming up in just over 3 hours. Right out of the gates, we'll continue our reactions on a glorious, victorious Cowboys Monday.
I like that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, you can catch us tomorrow at Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Town East, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say the Peace-a-thon link might be up at 5 o'clock today, Kevin.
Oh.
Keep an eye on the social medias for the KNC Masterpiece for more.
I better hustle.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day, and we are off and running here on a Cowboys Monday. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, in his sweet, that's like a Carmelo Anthony cutoff hoodie. I like that. That's pretty cool. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over here. Master Controls at 75 and 635. Fixing to go 5 flawless with us. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. 18 hours later, man, still not quite totally believable that they pulled it off, a historic comeback. But, I think it's a clear sign this team is different. It's one thing to do it against the Raiders. They've done it against the Eagles. I want to open gauging what you guys think is going to happen next at 877-881-1053. Go ahead, leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous in the nation. What's in play right now? The division, I would say less than 1%. Playoffs, put it around 20%. This team's winning enough to believe they could beat Kansas City or Detroit one of the next 2 weeks, and then every other game's winnable. Like 5-1 down the stretch, I think at this point is pretty realistic. 6-0 long shot. Maybe the most likely is still 4-2 or 3-3. But this team is different, significantly different than what we saw before the bye. They could have run it up yesterday against the Eagles if they hadn't shot themselves in the foot, and certainly that counts against them. Like foolish mistakes count against them. But this team's capable of being a playoff squad. That would not surprise me at this point.
No, I mean they could be a playoff squad. I mean they're playing like a team that has that opportunity right now, but at the same time they've just shot themselves in the foot so many times to start the season. The run that you have to go on now, even if by the end of the season everybody looks at you like, man, that's a playoff caliber team right there. You have to go on a ridiculous run right now. That's tough to imagine that they could actually pull off. But yesterday was special, and I don't know how often with how many other regimes you're seeing that, but you saw it yesterday, and it's exciting, big picture excitement. But I loved all the things that you saw in the second half yesterday, and like you said, had you not done so many stupid things to hurt yourself, how much different could that game have been? Yeah. Like you could have really run it up on them pretty nicely.
Yeah, and you have to wonder what's going on in Philadelphia. I think a conversation about the division has to begin with the Eagles are about ready to tap out. They're fed from winning the Super Bowl again, and they're having toxic chemistry issues. But it's doable for them because of what's left on their schedule. Like, was it Chicago? It's the Chargers. And is it the Bills? I think that's 3 very losable games they have now. Two against the Commanders. They're probably not going to do you any favors, and the Raiders are one of the worst teams I've ever seen. So, but they would have to lose those 3, and you'd have to win out. That's such a long shot. Like just to add that up, you trying to win 6 in a row on the money line when you might be dogs in 3 of them. That's tough. But I think based on how good this defense is right now, if the offense keeps humming along, I think they'll be in it. They won't be more in like a field goal underdog in any of these games. So let's see what the text is saying here in just a second. Brian, are you allowing I know you've been breaking down this film and you're in the moment, you're reacting to the game, but big picture, do you have anything on your mind other than, wow, this team's turning it around and they're heading in a good direction for 2026? That's locked in.
Yeah, that and I'm also looking at 30 college players and draft. So I in my mind,
I got 5 in, by the way, this week.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hell
That's what you got to do. There you go. I kind of feel like to me that I'm just looking at. I don't want them to lose games. I want them to keep playing hard. The draft position's fine wherever it falls. You got 2 picks. I think the damage has already been done, and I think this football team is playing better. I think defensively they're playing better. I think they figured out some things. I think the additions that they made, I think the young guys coming off the injuries have really, really helped them. They figured out a rotation of guys and how they're playing. You've got one of the best offensive weapons in football as a receiver, quarterback playing at high level. The offensive line, against a team that usually pressures. Didn't have a whole lot of pressure. As a matter of fact, you out-pressured them yesterday as a unit. So a lot of positivity, but I still think about losses early in the season to the Bears. Even though the Bears were 8-3 at the time, they were 0-2. I think about the Carolina game. I especially think about the Arizona game. I think those are the things when you go back and look at it, you're going to say, oh, well, ultimately this is the one that got me. But I am encouraged. I am encouraged, though, by what I'm seeing. I just think the damage was done way too early.
You're right about that, and that's why the division is out. Is it going to take 10 wins for the playoffs? Do we have a clear, accurate picture on that? There's 6 games to go.
Usually you say 10 gets you in. In this one,
9.5?
9-7-1. Could you get to 9-7-1? Could that do it for you?
You got
absolutely.
You got Carolina in front of you. They're in. I mean, right now,
that's a big game tonight.
That's a big
San
game.
Francisco.
You're
going to
beat the Vikings. You're going to beat the Commanders and the Giants. You got to win one of your other 3 games to get to 9.
You got to beat the Lions.
You've got to, to me, because you've got teams in front of you. I think you got to try and take care of. I mean, you can kind of go head to head with the Lions. That's kind of the next one that you're going to have to deal with, and so. I think it's just like I said. It just too much. The early season was just lost due to injuries, inconsistent defensive play, not having good enough personnel. It just looks like it's too late. But I wouldn't put it past these guys to making a charge here. I wouldn't be surprised if they beat Kansas City and see what happens at Detroit. But, these next 2, I think if you want to get in the playoffs, you got to win these next 2 for sure.
Officials might have stepped in late in that Colts game, though, to tip their hand on how much they're willing to help the Chiefs here to get in. That looked like a pretty clean tackle on Patrick Mahomes to me. But, hey, they're clutch. They haven't, not won playoff games in a decade, so the Chiefs are going to be tough. But, just how they match up, I think the Cowboys should have a decent chance. Short week, Kansas City coming to town. And if you win that game, then it's Detroit's the only real scary opponent. You get to host the Chargers. They're a solid playoff team, but the Vikings are falling apart. How about this? The 309 says the 5-man front is awesome. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Eagles really struggle against teams that are going 5-man defensive line. They're playing zone, and they're staying out of nickel. If you do those 3 things, you really frustrate the hell out of Philadelphia.
What we talked about a bunch last week was the fact that you need to single up their inside guys. And that's what the 5-man line is doing. It's making Dickerson and those guys having to play one-on-one blocks, and that's been a problem for them. And so, when you watch the tape and all, I completely understand. I mean, the key sack of the game, the only sack that you had was you're running a twist game, and just Ezeraku's just effort to try and get home. It makes Landon Dickerson have to try and go take him, and Mailata just lets Osa run by him. And so, that's the kind of things you have to have. But if you could get Philadelphia where they're playing one-on-one across the board, that's a big problem for them right now.
903 says Trey Smith is out for Thursday's game.
Yeah,
I hadn't seen that. I saw he left yesterday's game.
High and low ankle sprain, and it looks like Guyton's probably going to be out too.
Yeah, Guyton.
So Nate Thomas would fill in.
Guyton's got an ankle himself. It's going to be tough for him to get ready on a short week. I mean, hey, guy's tough, but I would look for Nate Thomas to start at left tackle this week.
Cowboys Chiefs Thursday. What are the chances?
I think you're in for another really close game. I don't think the Chiefs are mopping the floor with anybody these days. And they just had a battle into overtime. That was a heck of a game. They come back and win in a similar sort of crazy fashion as you did. So I think it'll be a very, very tight game. And it'll be in the margins late in the game, very likely is what it's going to be. And the Chiefs defense, I will say, that defense, especially in the second half, the way they were stopping the run of the Colts was huge, forcing Daniel Jones to really drop back. And there's a lot of blame going on in Indy right now with Shane Steichen and the way he called that game, especially late. But the Eagles defense put the clamps on. And if that's going to happen again, and now they're in this sort of desperation, every game's a playoff game for them, it's going to be a freaking dogfight. And now I'm fired up. This makes Thanksgiving Day now really, really exciting because you have both teams that are in playoff mode right now.
Yeah, don't sell your tickets, hopefully. I mean, I think these last couple of weeks should have got Cowboys fans fired up to go to a Thanksgiving game. But
yeah, they can definitely win the game. There's no question. Now, I will say I thought the Cowboys would be able to run on Kansas City. And to your point, to hold Jonathan Taylor to 3.6 yards a carry was pretty impressive. I thought maybe that's what would be, to put the Colts over the top. Could they run all over them? They did a much better job with run defense. But, I mean, I think what the big takeaway for me is the Cowboys bullied Philadelphia at the line of scrimmage.
Right.
They have been a team previously that would be bullied. And not necessarily by Philly, but just by other good teams. All of a sudden now, with this trend with Tyler Smith and Cooper Beebe and Tyler Booker and your defensive line with Osa and Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams, my gosh, Quinnen Williams, not only on the field, but it sounds like off the field, is having a massive, massive impact. I mean, if you listened afterwards what Sam Williams was saying and others were saying, Quinnen Williams had the halftime speech. Quinnen Williams was the one that went up and got everybody like, get your head out of your rear right now. Guys, if we want, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. And you're talking about his second game in a Cowboy uniform, and he's already setting the tone as I'm the leader of this football team on defense, which they did not have until he stepped in through those doors. And I thought maybe Overshown can be that guy too, but Overshown wasn't playing. So all of a sudden now, if you can dominate the line of scrimmage, that's what wins in January. And this team is capable of doing so. I think they got it's coach speak. They got to take this thing one game at a time. But they're capable now of winning every single game left on the schedule. It's just what team shows up, and you can't be having silly penalties to hurt yourself. You can't have Jadeveon Clowney lining up offsides on third down. I get it. Ryan Flanoy tipped that punt. That should not have been a penalty, but it was. You can't be throwing red zone interceptions. You can't be at the 2-yard line and have a false start penalty, and now you're back up and it's 3rd and 8, right? And now you're having to settle for a field goal, or you're going forward on 4th down, and now you're turning the ball over. Those type of things those are what bad teams do to lose football games. They've got to clean that stuff up. If they do, they're as good as anybody with the way they can play at the line of scrimmage.
I like that. As good as anybody at 877-881-1053. 214 says, I worry about the Cowboys coming off a big emotional week versus the Eagles and then playing a Chiefs team on a short week. I get it, but the Chiefs are also coming off an emotional surge. And I would have been more worried had the Chiefs lost that game, Brian. We'd have been dealing with the desperate team theory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Kansas City defense, though, is different. They just have not been able to generate the pressures that they've had. They've even, like when they've blitzed, they haven't been generating pressure. So it'll be interesting to see how Steve Spagnuolo. It's another challenge for Dak Prescott. You get Vic Fangio this past week, and now you get Steve Spagnuolo. You're going to see some pretty interesting, maybe a couple of exotic looks that you might not have prepped for. Even on a short week, I could see Spags coming up with something to try and kind of slow Dak Prescott down a little bit.
Other sports things cooking. We'll have mostly 5 hours of pure Cowboys bliss for you as they get back to 500, maybe unexpectedly here, especially down 21-zip in the first half. But they got it done. Now they're getting ready for the Chiefs. But, man, the Rangers traded second baseman Marcus Semien to the Mets in exchange for outfielder Brandon Nimmo. The 32-year-old outfielder spent the entirety of his 10-year career with the Mets. He's been pretty good. What was it, a 760 OPS or better in 8 of his last 9 years? But he's a little bit older now, too. He's like maybe a better offensive player than Semien now, but not as good of a defensive player. So, it sucks to see a legend go. I wonder if this was about baseball or this was about maybe he's not the guy that's getting along with everybody and we want to move on from him. Because I don't know if you're getting a win. Like, this Nemo guy is aging as well. His contract isn't going to go well, and he's under contract for 5 more years. You only trimmed $4 million off the payroll to get a few years younger with a guy who's probably on the decline, too. So I imagine this is the best that was available, and they had to, say, let's try something different because our chemistry is off.
Yeah, the money makes sense, right? So you trade big contract for big contract
and
right
then the
there.
Mets kicked in an extra $5 million back to the Rangers. I mean, I guess over the course course, you're owing more money, but per year you're bringing the payroll down about $5 million a year. But he is a better offensive player, and that's, I guess, what CY was telling the media earlier. And I think right field is the position he said he'd play. So you're absolutely right. He is average at best when it comes to defense, a defensive outfielder. But when it comes to plate discipline, that's a guy that doesn't strike out a lot, which is an upgrade from what you got offensively at the plate from Adolis Garcia. His numbers, I didn't realize this, but in 51 career games against the AL West, he has torn up the American League West. So maybe you've got a guy that can play well within the division. He's a good clubhouse guy from my understanding of this. And for him to waive his no-trade clause, and he even said it, like that's a guy that could have been retired in New York Met, possibly had his number retired there. Like that's how beloved and what a great career he's had with the Mets. For him to say, all right, I'm down to come to Texas, I believe in what you've got going. I mean, it was either an epic sell job from Skip Schumacher and Chris Young, or he really does believe, and hopefully that's the case, that this team's vying to win a World Series. So all in all, I'm hopeful that this works out. I think they still are going to have to look at, maybe this opens the door for a Luis Ariz at second base, who played with Skip, and I love that guy as well. That's a guy that gets on base. So to me, they're not done, but I just think moving on from Marcus was something that they needed to do, probably for the clubhouse, probably for Marcus as well, and they're really just kind of ripping the Band-Aid off of the 2023 World Series champ and just saying, you know what, we can't let that blind our decision-making. We've underachieved. We need to now just progress and move forward.
If you're going to move on from a legend, I get it. And I don't want you staying with them because they're legends, but it's got to be for something that has got a clear plan to it. I don't know that this was worth it. You know, I think I'd have rather bet on Marcus Semien having a bounce back year at 35 than going to a new guy that did not help you win a World Series. You know, it's a tough place to be. I think CY has the shrewd, calculated approach to, I'm not going to be emotional about anything. And I think that's what I want from my GM. But as a fan, I'm kind of like going, you want me to root for this guy now?
Yeah.
How many World Series has this guy won for us? And he's gonna be pretty good, right? It's not like it's not like you freed up all of the money to go spend, or you got a bunch of young prospects. Like it's kind of a wash, and you lost a legend. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I think it speaks to how bad they probably needed a personality switch.
Yeah.
And just how desperate they are for any semblance of offense right now.
Yeah,
any semblance of it.
Yeah.
And this guy can hit righties and lefties. I know he's a lefty batter, but he can hit both of those. And I just like I've seen him. He's Sledgehammer in the on deck circle guy.
Okay.
I mean, you talk about vibes.
A great personality.
Sledgehammer in the on deck circle guy. You could be on my team.
An actual
Sledgehammer.
Sledgehammer?
On my team. Yeah, actual Sledgehammer.
It's pretty badass.
So he is. That's what he does. It's pretty badass, right?
Yeah.
I made
now we're selling him.
Okay.
Now we're selling him.
Yeah, I like what you're doing because I made another impulse buy. Bought a wood splitter.
Oh, you did the thing? You did the thing?
Yeah,
the hydraulic one?
No, I just one you have to have. So I need a sledgehammer. So maybe this guy can bring his from New York and I can borrow it.
Is that for cooking?
No, it's actually because I'm kind of into.
He's
now,
an outdoorsman now. He's going to be living He's just going to be living from the earth a little bit. He's becoming very resourceful.
I just feel like that there's been opportunities for me to get firewood together, and I never had a split. I should buy the electric one or the one that's gas powered, but no, I'm going to swing the hammer and because I got a splitter and you put it in, put the log and then you hit it and it automatically.
I got one of those too.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm going to take video of me
collecting
doing
dust.
this. You have one? Do you have a splitter?
Yeah, it's just for making little pieces of wood to throw in the green egg.
The kindling kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Like I say, I'm going to have to get me either a really big hammer or a sledgehammer. So I don't know.
Let's get Nemo's sledge.
Yeah, I got like this mini sledge. So, you can kind of swing it with one hand. You get it right there.
See, I was worried about swinging an axe and then like hitting myself in the shin.
Well, especially with that crawfish shoulder you got.
It would not have been good. It would have been so unathletic and
I'd pay money to watch.
Mike X on the Twitch says, breaking news, Brian brought us out 6 to 8 weeks with a pulled back and a thrown shoulder.
The shoulder's already
He's
gone.
on the IL.
But I'm, you know what? I bought the splitter, and I bet you it lasts maybe a week. I bet you I get why'd I do this?
You want to go with the small electric chainsaw, I think. That's the cheat code.
See,
But you need a vise to put the logs in.
See, I need a Yeah, there we go, Lucius. He's figured it out.
Your T levels are going to skyrocket using this thing, though. I mean, that's a scientific fact.
How tired do you think I am to be swinging that hammer out there in the yard?
You're catching your breath right now just talking about it.
I could see myself just like swinging and then like laying down in the yard next to the splitter.
Is your crawfish shoulder your swinging shoulder?
Yeah, it's my right shoulder. Yeah.
Oh, you're in trouble.
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
The velo's not going to be great on that thing.
I can't stop buying things. I bought this gosh dang.
It's the TikTok shop. It's kicking his ass. TikTok shop. That's where I got the old projector.
Yeah.
Get banging deals, man.
I hear you.
I tell you what I bought.
Stay away from the smelling
for
salts.
Thanksgiving, and I'm actually going to use it for when I bring food up here and stuff. I brought this 3-way warmer, like 3 different dishes all lined up on like a serving, like a buffet warmer is what I bought.
Oh, that's like a potluck dream.
So
the
like,
Lazy Susan one that rotates?
Well, no, it doesn't rotate. No, it's just like it sits on a heated like plate, like a big square plate, and it's got individual dishes. So like if you put stuffing in one, potatoes in one, you can, but you can keep everything warm.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Like it's like a buffet line kind of a thing.
I like it.
So I don't know why I do things like this. By the way, oh, wait a minute.
You'll get more use out of that than you will the wood splitter.
Okay, I know I'm here for some reason. That's to talk sports. We got to go to a break real quick. I'm going to tell you what. My general manager buddy, I asked him who won this trade between the Mets and the Rangers.
Let's go. We're on fire here on the Cowboys Monday on the Fan.
All right, but first, Fort Worth, I want to tell you the great news, and that is...
Has Lola feed products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but it's like this is your own haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Saffron Squad?
Not McManus?
Pregame.
No.
Not McMahon. I just said
right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, I'm going to come at you with these draft takes and just let me know if they're idiotic.
No,
but
I appreciate you doing it.
I'm going full Scout Gavin on this draft class.
You doing it, man.
We got 2 1s. I think I'll do it every time they have 2 first-round picks.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's yeah.
Did you watch Caleb Downs?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the guy. Yeah, he's pretty good player. By any means necessary.
Yeah.
Get him on this team.
Oh, I can hear it in his voice. It is a little dismissive.
That's my guy.
Dawson was being dismissive of Downs.
He's not a guy that I want in center field, and I don't know, his actual on-ball coverage skills are just okay. Like, he is great dropping in zone, and he's great reacting and helping support the run. But I think that's like a top 12 pick. I don't know if it's top 5 pick there. Caleb Downs.
Give me somebody else you got, because you mentioned Falk from Auburn.
Yeah, I watched Bane, the edge at Miami. Okay. That one's a lot of fun as well. He's like Micah Parsons with a big ass.
Yeah. I don't know if he's a defensive tackle.
I put him down as a D tackle.
I can definitely see that.
Yeah.
I think he's a 3-tech. He could be a game wrecker.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get more into that, I'm sure, as the season and the draft approaches.
Lose this game Thursday, and we'll start talking about
no kidding.
We'll get
Dawson will show up Friday. It's time for a big board report. Yeah.
Man, I am ready, actually, if you want to do that, but maybe not on this victorious Cowboys Monday. We'll get Wolchuk's top 10 in just a second. Let's go to the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with our champ.
Boom shakalaka, #1 Chief Rocker. What's up, man?
Hey, buddy.
All right.
Man.
This is day 1, going for 2 of this champion audio. It won on a Friday, Mr. Dawson.
Nice.
That Friday, you were out of some crash out audio. I try to have the G-Bag of the day. It's kind of be crash outy.
Okay.
As a warning, take heed.
I like it.
You know,
It's
don't
on
crash
trend.
out this weekend, which they did any damn way. A lady had mold on her bread, so now she feels like she could talk to the person in the drive-thru any old kind of way. Ooh, you made a mistake. Now I got you. And shout out to the person in the passenger seat on all 4 areas. He was amping up the set.
Hi, I just ordered here and there's mold on my bread. I want a refund for my whole meal. And smell it. Tell me if that smells right to you. Smell the top bun.
Smell it. Let me see you do it.
That's the bottom bun. I'm talking about the top. There's green on there.
In like 4 areas.
In like 4 areas.
Put your nose, put your mask down and smell it.
Oh.
It doesn't even smell right. I want my money back. And I want to talk to a manager as well.
I am, and you're acting like a psycho.
So you let your cooks give people molded bread?
No, absolutely not. The things happen, and I am sorry about that.
You can open that sandwich and see.
Have a good day.
You better give me my money back or I'm calling corporate.
Oh, my.
Give me my receipt. Give me my receipt now. We have you on video.
She did not just lock the door.
Give me my money back.
Stephanie, quit.
Stephanie.
We have you on video. We're calling corporate, dumb fat.
Yeah.
Did we find out, was this a Wendy's?
I don't know the name of the. I tried to look and see what it was. It wasn't giving it away. It wasn't popping out.
Sounds like she needs to pull up to Schick Shadle, you know?
Schick Shadle?
Yeah, the substance abuse counselor people.
Yeah, she does need to pull up
Stephanie,
there.
quit.
Epic crash out.
Stephanie.
Stop it, Stephanie.
In like 4 areas.
You know he held up the floor,
Yeah,
too.
like, oh my God, y'all can't believe that.
She stole the show, man.
Here's Wolchuk with his top 10.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right, we're going to get to 10 thoughts from this Cowboys-Eagles game. But first, I got to hear who won the trade, Brian.
Yeah, who won the trade?
That's right. Who won our Rangers trade?
Yeah.
He forgot. Look at him. He's watching. What are you even watching over here? You're watching a bunch of commercials.
I was watching the Rams.
We might need to turn the TV off.
Hey, Rams a damn good fobball team.
Yeah,
They're the best team.
Yeah, we
Just
might have to
ram
get to
it.
a point where Broadus has to earn TV privileges.
He might need a switch
where he can
spots.
like,
Ram it.
show. He might
Guys, do you see this right now?
See what the Rams are doing?
All right, you guys got me. All right, here we go. After my general manager friend, who's a huge Cowboy fan, was asking me a million questions about the game.
There you go.
Now I got one for him. I said, hey, between the Nemo and Simeon trade, who won? He said neither team did. He said Mets shed longer term money, but got back a slightly worse player. Rangers got rid of a high AAV player.
Average annual value.
they did not seem to like anymore for a better offensive player that plays the same position as their best young talent in Langford and who has a longer deal and probably less value towards the end of it. It's a wash, in my opinion.
Yeah, we washed for what? Why'd we wash here, guys?
We washed.
I mean, there's probably 40,000 people that have Marcus Semien replica World Series rings. I need an explanation for this. Somebody get Sandra.
I do have one of those rings. I do.
It was.
Did we all get one?
Yeah, I have one.
I'm so damn proud of mine too. I thought about wearing it when we go to the Super Bowl on the plane. Just to see if people have a reaction.
They might think it's real.
I went on eBay and see if the value changed. I did.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I did. Well, no, I didn't yet.
Okay.
Now, I mean, it's collectible.
Still holding strong.
Yeah.
For now.
That was Friday. It was so bizarre. We were doing the postgame show last night, and they played the ad. Marcus Semien, I make a bunch of arrows, but now I'm happy I have life insurance guy.
Yeah, global
championship to Texas.
They were playing that, and Woolchick looked at me like, oh, my God.
This is not bad. This is bad timing.
Bad timing.
All right, we'll get more into Marcus in that trade coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll do a little mixed bag there. But here's our top 10 thoughts on this epic Cowboys victory over the Eagles. Oh, gosh. Oh, man, they won the game.
How amazing was that for you yesterday, Walchuk?
Oh, it was incredible.
The experience must have been otherworldly.
It was every emotion that you can have watching a game. It was like literally, I want to jump out of this entire media area we're in and just see what ends up happening. I'm ready to sacrifice and just end it now.
Yeah.
To just jubilation, and I just wanted to mock every single Eagle fan that I could see.
You were clearly
had your pick, about 40,000 people.
He was clearly, you'd had enough of the Eagle people sitting behind us.
Oh, I was my blood was boiling.
Were they cheering in there?
It just was the smugness. They're just smug.
Eagles media must be the worst.
I cheered.
Oh, did you?
I cheered.
You rubbed it in their face a little bit?
The Dak touchdown run,
the Dak
definitely.
Touchdown.
We did.
Did you give him a whoa?
No. I went to Dak scrambled to his right, and I yell, dive!
Yeah.
And he dove. And he dove.
He listened to you.
It was beautiful.
His coachability is incredible.
I didn't yell that. I go, dive! And I was just kind of thinking, oh, God.
I don't know if the lack of cheering from them actually made it worse, because it's just like the facial expressions. Like, you can just tell they're just beaming inside.
Yeah,
they're just smiling at you and they're wearing Eagle freaking gear.
They got the gear on, but
the Kelly Green trap.
Did you see Shore Parks?
No. Oh, he was down the row from us. Oh, I saw him.
I didn't see him at all.
Gosh. He ran and tried to get the elevator before we did.
Did he?
Yeah, he could see. He was kind of monitoring the situation. I think he obviously knows who you are.
Yeah.
Didn't want to say anything.
Oh.
So he was kind of saw we were packing up, and then he's quickly like, ooh, let me just snake my way over to the elevator. And then it left, and then we got there.
He was trying to avoid you?
I think he was trying to avoid Brian.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, the thing is, the Packer people behind you, when they're doing good, they slap the table.
Yeah.
You could instead of and they kind of high five each other kind of thing.
I don't like that at all.
But they bang on the table, and so you know when they're doing good.
They make their presence felt.
They know they're sitting up behind you. Yeah.
I'd throw them out of the press box.
And they make the announcement, but then you had me yelling, dive. I was cheerleading.
I was glad that ultimately we were already down the Miller Lite Field Club for the game winner, so that we could actually be fans, and cheer and show some emotion and excitement.
I thought that thing was leaking right when he kicked it, man. I was
nervous.
Please.
Boy, I was nervous. But the horrible start, certainly one of the big takes. When you fall down 21-0, and a lot of it was just your own stupidity. I mean, you're turning the ball over. Turpin fumbles. I mean, for a moment there, and credit Kavontae Turpin, he had the big play that sprung the last touchdown drive. They hit him over the middle, and now he sets him up. Okay, now we're cooking. We got a shot here to score going into half. But otherwise, I'm like, I'm done with this experiment. Before that play,
I had the same thought.
I'm over it. I'm sick of the Kavontae Turpin on offense. It's cute, cool,
I'm
whatever.
Still there. I'm still there. It's not worth it.
And maybe you're probably big picture, him running the ball. I don't need it.
Yeah, the handoffs.
We're good.
Early in the game, they faked it to him.
Yeah, they did.
They faked it, and they had such a problem getting Ferguson out on the route. That's when Dak just ran for 2 yards. but like they faked it like they were setting it up.
It was just so stupid. It was like they were doing everything they could to lose the game. Lamb's let me fumble this, and it's like, oh wait, no, that was actually he was down.
I was down.
Thank God he was down.
Very
the very
next
next play, Turpin's like, I got you, CD.
Are
Don't
you
worry.
freaking kidding me?
Well, how about Ferguson's fumble late in the game?
Ferguson late in the game. No, but that was try hard effort. I'm getting nasty on you because he had a couple ones that were nice too, where he's breaking tackles down there by the goal line. Thought he might be able to punch one in.
But I mean, the self-inflicted wounds, you're extending Eagle drives, you're getting off the field, you're jumping off sides, you're running into you're roughing the kicker, even though and then the lack of the challenges. All right, I get it. Like, I think that knowing now the information we have, where the Fox TV broadcast, that shot that they showed, the Cowboys didn't have access to at the time. But if you just throw the challenge, like
they call it the enhanced view.
The enhanced.
Yeah.
Ryan Flanoy is clearly on the field, insinuating and telling everybody, I tipped the ball. Listen to your player. And that is such a big play in the moment, especially after you've already gambled and you didn't get the first down at midfield. It's already 7-0. You're about to get the ball back, thankfully, but now this is going to extend the Eagles' drive. I just think you needed to throw the challenge flag there. And Shotty has not challenged the play all year. That and then the Javonte Williams run where he was right at the goal line, and maybe he did not get in. But I thought that warranted a second look too. In a game like that, you've got the challenges for a reason. Use them. And he's a guy this year that's famously burned timeouts in the first quarter.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not like he's saving the timeouts necessarily. The no challenges there, I think maybe that's a learning experience for a first-year head coach. Take a look. All right, especially if your player's that animated that I tipped it, in which case he would waive off the penalty. You need to go ahead and I think throw the challenge flag there.
I'm with you 100%. Yeah, especially on one like that where it's like I tipped it, because a lot of times players will be like, "Oh no." They're always going to assume they're in the right, but it's like, no, I tipped it. That's a pretty black and white thing. Like I tipped it, bro.
The ball.
I just come on.
Then Elijah Clark. Now, Brian and I are walking down from the press box. We're going to the Miller Lite Field Club. So there's while we're going down the tunnel, there's various TVs.
Not enough TVs.
We've got to try and hurry up. We're in between TVs here. So the punt has happened. We finally get to the viewing point of a TV as soon as it's right after the hit's been made with Elijah Clark and Marquise Bell. So now they're going for the football, and I just see Trent Sieg get in there, and he falls on the ball. And I'm like, Brian, your long snapper. He's on it. Cowboy football. Didn't get to really appreciate until going back and rewatching. Just how special Elijah Clark's play was.
Yeah.
Sidney Brown is just knocks him on the ground, gets back up, knocks him on the ground, gets back up, hustles his ass down the field, pop, boom, balls out, dislodged. And last week against Vegas, I thought he really played great as a gunner in special teams. You've got your guy. I don't know what Elijah Clark's career will look like as a safety, but at the very least, I think he can carve out a 10-year career as a special teams ace like C.J. Goodwin's done. That kid's got, that's teaching tape right there.
Yeah.
Don't quit on plays. That was and unfortunately, they didn't cash in on that, right?
Yeah.
They go for it, they don't get it, but that's how you win games right there. Heart, effort, toughness, resiliency. That was amazing by Elijah Clark.
He went from being a bully's victim, really, to moments later making one of the biggest plays of the game. It's just incredible they couldn't have got the ball into the end zone from there.
Then you also had the defense. I mean, unbelievable. From 11:32 left in the second half, the Eagles didn't score. And it was stop after stop. The defensive tackles were brilliant. Osa, it's like he's got new life with Quinnen Williams. The secondary stepped up and covered much better. And there were times that they got beat, like Revel got beat. Battles, bounces back, right? Carson leaves for cramps. Bridges has to come into the football game. Stewart, their corner blitzing, doesn't always get there. Clowney stepped up with a couple of big pressures. Like everybody took
Clowney's
turns.
tackle on 3rd and 7 when Hurts runs the outside. He's like, how many times have we seen Hurts run and then turn the corner? It's like a 15, 16-yard gain.
Yeah.
Clowney runs him down from the backside and forces a punt.
Yeah.
That's like one of those points in the game where if Hurts turns the corner, gets the first, they're driving. The drive is still going on like we saw in week 1. But for Clowney to make the play from the backside and run the way he did to get over there and make the tackle, I think
a lot of effort plays, like the Sam Williams fumble, where he's out of the play. I'm going to chase it down from the backside. I'm going to punch it out.
Yeah.
Kenneth Murray goes ahead and pops on it. One other thing is, to me, look, Kenneth Murray did have the fumble recovery. I think Logan Wilson's the guy that just needs to take over that spot. I know they like the rotation. Shamar James is a really good athlete. I don't mind seeing him on the football field. I'm rocking with Logan Wilson and Overshown. And if you want to rotate Shamar James in, that's totally totally cool. I need less Kenneth Murray. I'm sorry, Kenneth, but your time's come and gone. The stopping of the run here has just been epic. The Eagles had their worst rushing efficiency since 2015.
Oh, my gosh.
2015, we're talking 10 years. Shout out to Nate Tice for that stat nugget.
I mean, they didn't try to run it at all in the fourth. They just gave up.
No, it was unbelievable.
That's
Red
a
zone,
delicious stat nugget right there.
Fantastic.
Just thank you for that.
Red zone offense was putrid. They got to get this figured out, and I think it's run Javonte Williams. That's the other aspect of this. Yeah. Javonte Williams is probably the most underappreciated player the Cowboys have had. I know at times we've given him praise, but the pass protection, the ability to make something out of nothing. He does not get tackled very often, if at all, for negative yardage. He will find a way to make a guy miss, fall forward for one or two. Tough as hell. His tandem with the offensive line, they are beating teams down throughout the course of a football game. It's beautiful to watch. Brandon Aubrey, thank God this didn't turn into a thing here where you missed 2 field goals. And then I think the leadership, man. Congratulations to Dak. He's now your new all-time leading passer. But what you saw defensively, Quinnen Williams stepping up, massive takeaway from me, and that bodes great for the future.
Yeah, I'd say try to get a deal done with Javonte before free agency. I don't know if he wants to wait for it and try to hit big, but I was surprised over the weekend when I was like, how old is this dude? Must be about 27 or so, 25.
Yeah.
Not turning 26 until April 25th, so that'd be awesome, and more than a bridge. He's operating as one of the top 5 running backs in the game. If you can get any sort of a long-term deal done now, I think I'd be willing to look at like 3 years and 25. You buy in or are you selling on that? 3 years, 25 for Javonte back right now?
Yeah, I'd probably go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think anything 8 or less, I'd be very open to.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the Cowboys look at that, because after the Zeke and Tony Pollard franchise tag, they've just been spending way too much money. And I like going budget, but when you have a guy who the top of the market right now is closer to $16-18 million, if you could get him for under 10, I think that'd be a great use of your salary cap space. College football, Darty coming up, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we have loser Lincoln, Arch Manning, and Aggie Boozers next here in the nation. But Tolos, I want to.
in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for a college football darty with the Chief, and here's Eric.
Yes, sir. All right, we're running the NASCAR offense here right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, f***ing joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get damn right, man. Call.
Don't get me started, love. I've had too much drink.
At approximately 1:17 p.m. on Saturday, November 22nd, 2025, TAMU police reported a public intoxication. Section 128, intoxicated subject found staring at a wall. Released to sober girlfriend, ejected. Hashtag BTHO Samford.
Was that maybe a mushroom trip, you think?
I'm trying to figure out what was it about the wall. Was it just a generic brick wall? Was it like one of those walls that had a lot of cool championship celebratory plaques and jerseys like that? Like, how am I getting popped for staring at a wall? At what point did I break the law here while I was staring at the wall? At what point are you coming to question me while I'm just wall gazing? I mean, have you ever lived before?
Just wall gazing.
Just a little wall gazing.
Look at me, I'm just gazing on this wall.
Come on.
That's overzealous. I think they're trying to figure out ways that they could have the interaction that's revealed on the college football darty.
Yeah.
I think they're chasing fame here.
Which, don't get me wrong, I do love the tweet, and I was excited all weekend long to read it. But I feel for that guy. You know, I do. What was he was just standing there looking at a wall. Now all of a sudden he's getting popped for it. At least he wasn't vaping like it seemed like half the dang building was doing at Kyle Field. How many people got kicked out for vaping? I'll tell you, it was about 15.
15?
Just too much vaping going on in there, man.
Wow.
Got to be a vape-free environment.
That's heavy-handed if you ask me. I'd say it's open air. Let it fly. You know, it's not like cigarette smoke or other things you could smoke that have a very strong or pungent smell to it. You know, this isn't bothering anybody.
Is it?
Does people vaping in your area open air bother anybody? No. Maybe there's a bad aesthetic to it, like you don't want to see it. You're like, oh, that's so classless, but it's really not bothering anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they're not having it at Kyle Field.
Trust me, you'd rather have me doing this than suffering a nicotine fit after about 2.5 hours of a stressful football game. It's for everybody's safety.
Speaking of, I'm going to have to run to my car after this. Okay, so Lincoln Riley leaves OU for USC. He takes players, he takes coaches, he takes some recruits. OU is sort of a shell of itself after that, but you fast forward 4 years later, and OU is on the brink of a playoff berth, playing in the toughest conference, and USC was just eliminated from playoff contention after losing to Oregon. And after the game, Lincoln Riley was asked, there was an Oregon fan at game day that was basically mocking him, and the sign from the Oregon fan was basically like, hey, please, like, re-up, like, get an extension done with Lincoln Riley. Like, Oregon fans want him to stay at USC. We want you here. So he was asked about it in the post-game presser, and this was his response.
That might be the dumbest question I've been asked as long as I've been a head coach, and I've been asked a lot of questions. You ought to feel a little embarrassed to ask that question. This is a professional thing. You ought to try it.
How about that? He should be embarrassed by the question?
Are you embarrassed?
This is a professional situation? I think it's all fair. You just lost, and the opposing team wants you to stay as head coach because they don't respect you in any way. Yeah. Like, you're going to have to eat this a little bit, Lincoln.
Don't shoot the messenger here, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't write the sign, Lincoln. I'm just asking the question.
I didn't write the sign. I didn't hold up the sign. I wasn't cheering the sign. But it was on game day, and America saw it. So now it's time for you to answer for it.
It's the worst question I've ever been asked.
You should be embarrassed. It would be wise of Oregon. You should be embarrassed, Lincoln Riley.
Yes.
I think Ducks fans should enjoy this while they can. You know, it's kind of like Bama being down. You don't get too high on your horse, right? You get USC motivated, they're going to spend some cash down there in LA. Oregon needs the Los Angeles market. When you get a coach at USC or UCLA that soaks up that talent, they take a big step back.
Well, I guess Lincoln Riley's not that guy, though.
No, Lincoln Riley's not that guy.
Lincoln Riley's not going to be that guy. You're not that guy, pal.
He's not that guy.
Arch Manning's that guy.
You're not my buddy guy.
Arch Manning that guy?
You're not my guy, pal. Arch definitely
Manning
played
that guy?
well. I mean, he was Arkansas. Don't get me wrong.
He was
but
Arkansas.
He looked good. I didn't realize this, that there was a side-by-side, and this is Texas trying to troll A&M, but the numbers of Arch and Marcel Reed, comparable. They're basically the same, and Arch has 2 top 10 wins. Marcel Reed's got 1. I mean, I think obviously Marcel Reed's been the better of the 2 quarterbacks this year based on the eye test, based on the stats. I was pretty surprised that Arch's numbers were even that good.
Boy, he will light up a 2-win team like no other.
He will, man.
Let's see how he does against A&M. This will be a good test.
He
will be.
He even caught a ball for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Oh, he was in his bag.
He
ran for one. I think he hit the triple threat.
Yeah,
He did. He hit the
did.
trifecta of TDs. Looking forward to his appearance in TD Tuesday tomorrow with Craig Way narrating the whole thing. Back
Thank
to
you, Chief.
Dawson.
Okay, we got 1 down, 4 to go. Pure sports glory here on a Cowboys Monday with you in the nation. A mixed bag coming up from Wolchuk. Zachary?
Yeah, we'll get more Rangers for you, an Anthony Davis trade idea, and how many Texas schools can make the latest college football playoff projection. That is next, but let's talk.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 2 of the nation. Victory Cowboys Monday here with you on the Fan. Now, Shotty's presser scheduled for 5:05. You know how that goes. You know, we'll be looking for him somewhere coming up in about 2 hours here on your home of the Cowboys 105 through the Fan. And congrats to him and everybody on the Cowboys for bringing that dub. That was nice and unexpected, especially how that first half went. So we're celebrating. We got Cowboys Twitter coming up at 20 minutes. We'll give you top tweets that have gone viral following the victory here. So Wolchuk with your mixed bag.
All right, we'll start as we are your home of Texas Rangers baseball, the trade that went down. Brandon Nimmo being now a Ranger as part of this deal. Marcus Semien is going to the New York Mets. Now, Mets fans are not happy about this. They loved Brandon Nimmo. He was a fan favorite. Some of them are just going back and rewatching highlights and posting on social media about this feels wrong. What are we doing? Why are you trading for a 35-year-old and Marcus Semien? And hey, from a Rangers perspective, really, Chris Young saying that it improves them offensively, that is the case. I said it during the season. Some people were upset. I don't think Marcus Semien is going to get back to the offensive player that he was. He is still a tremendous defensive player. He's a Gold Glove Award winner. And that's where this tilts, right? He is a better defensive player than Nimmo. Nimmo is a better offensive player right now than Marcus Semien. And the Rangers clearly are feeling like they need more help offensively right now than they do on the defensive side. Nimmo's OPS was nearly 100 points higher than Marcus's last year. He hit 25 home runs compared to Semien's 15, and he is a guy that sees a lot of pitches, will work counts, does not strike out. He's probably going to play right field, can maybe even DH some for you because the Rangers now have options when it comes to Wyatt. Evan Carter, can he stay healthy? That is a question. Alejandro Osuna, Sam Haggerty, who they brought back. But all in all, CY feels good about this. I mean, he clearly wants to improve the offense. We'll see how this goes. You do have a player that's now 3 years younger, but you have 2 more years of control long term. It is more money, but you're lowering your cost year over year. So they did go ahead and lower the payroll a little bit. Some of the moves they've made, I think Sean McFarland said they've opened up about $25 million in room, with Adolis being gone, Jonah being gone, Spores, Webb, and then now, of course, the $5 million difference between Semien and Nimmo's salary. So I get it. You know, it's hard to see any of these players that you won a World Series with in 2023. But listening to CY talk to the media and then Brandon Nimmo, some of his comments, he wants to be here. The relationship with Jacob deGrom, whom he played with in New York, also played a factor in that. DeGrom said, I believe this team's close to winning. That was a big part in the decision for Nimmo. So, hey, fingers crossed, man, that he can come in here and be awesome, because they need help offensively. And the thing is, I don't know via free agency how many of these guys they're really willing to go and pony up the money for. So you needed to find a partner to take the Semien deal, and he's willing to be a mentor. He said that. Semien's a lead by example guy. He's not really going to be, let me take you under my wing and coddle you here, guys. But Brandon Nimmo's open to doing some of the stuff like that.
You know, part of me really feels like it's impatience, but at the same time, I love that CY doesn't sit there and keep his fingers crossed that things will be better. So, you know, ultimately wins make you happy and losses are bad. So when you're losing, guys aren't going to get along. Guys are going to look at the old guy and be like, oh man, get over it. You know, this is our time now. We're losing, right? What are you trying to tell me what to do? You can't perform at the plate. So I get what CY must be thinking, that this isn't going to work out. We have to try something new. And if this is the best we can get from Marcus Semien, let's go ahead and do it. But, you know, I think chances aren't too bad that Semien's going to have a better start to the season than he has the last couple of years, and you would have been able to trade him for significantly more. Like, this is an old guy on the decline for an old guy on the decline. I do think we might look back at this and say, man, you blew it up too soon.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. Could you have waited to see if Semien ups his value? I think that's a totally fair conversation to have. He does have a track record of starting slow. I would not have banked on that, but if he goes to New York now and you see that, I think that's certainly something to say, yeah, look, I told you so. They should have waited. Maybe they could have gotten more for him. But I'm hopeful that Brandon Nimmo comes in and, you know, they can try and rework this thing. Here was Ken Rosenthal. He gets mailbag questions talking about maybe what else the Rangers can do here in this offseason.
After Bo Bichette or Arise, now that Semien is traded, or do you see them playing Cody Freeman, Duran, or Josh Smith at second base? Good questions. Now, the Rangers certainly want to improve their offense. So the players you mentioned, could be possibilities, and Bo Bichette would fit for them at either third or second base. Josh Young, not certain to return at third. Luis Arraez is a controversial player, of course, in terms of what he does. He is the leading contact man in the sport, but he doesn't hit for power. He doesn't play much defense. I'm not sure the Rangers will see him as an answer. They might. But the Rangers also have pitching needs, especially in their bullpen. So they're going to look to do some things now, I would expect, especially with the savings over the next couple of years on the Simeon-Nimmo exchange and the non-tenders of Adolis Garcia and Jonah Heim. Just remains to be seen what exactly they do.
Bo Bichette's fascinating. I don't know that the Rangers are going to be in on Bo Bichette. I'd love that, especially if you don't have Josh Young to play third. I think Cody Freeman, he should be your second baseman. I think they like Josh Smith as the utility guy. He could also be the answer there. But I loved what we saw from Cody Freeman, the spark that he gave. I think his arrow is pointing up. Luis Arraez is a player that I've always been eyeing, and I think the Rangers, he'd be a perfect fit for what Ken Rosenthal said there. I get it. Does he hit for power? No, but he gets on base. I mean, his average year over year is hovering around 300. Sometimes, I mean, he hit 354 back in 2023, and they need that right now. I mean, when you were a bottom five offense in the sport, it's because you're striking out, you're not getting runners on. Luis Arraez will help with that. Brandon Nimmo would help with that. He does have a relationship with Skip Schumacher, so some names to monitor, and we'll see what ends up playing out here.
And the projection from Grant was like 2 years and $16 million for Arraez. So I think the money's right. You need to get guys on base. There's an opportunity to zig while the rest of the league is zagging, especially when you get into the postseason. Like hitting for contact, moving runners over presents more value than just simplifying it to let's try to drive the ball and hit the wall or go over it.
All right, back to some college football here in the mixed bag. We got new college football playoff projections. And this one is pretty darn juicy for the state of Texas. How many Texas schools can we get into this college football playoff?
North Texas is one.
North Texas would be an automatic bid with your American champion. Right now, 20 in the AP poll. We'll wait and see tomorrow if the college football playoff gives us any damn respect. Got Temple at 2:30 on Friday. A win there. You're in the American championship game. That should be hosted at Datku. You win it, you're in. That would be the 12 seed.
Texas. I mean, not Texas, Texas A&M, Texas A&M, excuse me.
Texas A&M right now in the driver's seat to be your SEC champ. That'd be an automatic bid, so there's two.
You got Tech, of course.
Texas Tech right now in the driver's seat to be your Big 12 champion. There's three.
Longhorns beat them. Longhorns win. There's a chance. A&M's still in.
There's a chance. Yeah, A&M would still be in. There is a chance that the committee, based on how they didn't really drop Texas too far. Could they move Texas now to an at-large? But there is one team that we had not been thinking about.
SMU.
Tarleton.
Not Tarleton.
Oh, okay.
It's SMU.
SMU for sure.
SMU now has a chance to win the ACC championship.
Yeah.
They can get into the game. They played in it last year. And if
Georgia Tech losing.
Georgia Tech loses, and they've already beaten Miami. And they just beat Louisville bad in Dallas here up the road. So SMU, Tech, A&M, and North Texas, plus the potential of the Horns sneaking in if they can upset the Aggies. This could be a Texas-filled college football playoff, boys.
I think you might have SMU going to Texas Tech. I think that would be the first round
Southwest
matchup
Conference
right there.
matchup right
Craziness.
Class to join up a little bit.
Yeah, it'd be amazing. I mean, SMU at Tech, you'd have UNT at Oregon right now, Texas at Ole Miss.
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, class it up.
Yeah. And Tech's my school. I love those guys out there. That'd be where I'd go.
UNT going to Oregon? What day would that be?
Drinking you would crush.
Yeah.
We might need to go to that. I've always wanted to go to Oregon for a game.
I think it would be fun to go to Autzen. I
mean, you're going to get crushed, probably.
I think we would get mauled.
But it'd be fun to go and see all that, right?
Yeah, I'd probably rather go early September than now when it's going to be 40 degrees and rainy. So, take your thermals, take your heated vest. Came in handy for me this weekend in Denver.
Was it cold?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was 45. It was 45. The locals were running around in T-shirts, but yeah.
Doesn't like to show his legs.
No, I don't.
I mean, he's always wearing long sleeves.
Pasty chicken legs.
Was it cold?
Was it chilly in Denver?
Yeah.
Was it the week before Thanksgiving?
You're right. Mid-November, stupid question. Raise my hand. I apologize.
No.
Art Briles is back.
At East New Mexico State?
Yeah, Eastern New Mexico. I didn't know that this was a school. D2 Eastern New Mexico.
Neither did he until he got the call.
He's making his return. How long before he's back at a Power 5 job?
1 year.
Yeah, I was going to say give it one.
Yeah.
Give it 1 or 2
Evidently,
good
him
seasons.
and the AD worked together at Houston. That's how
so they've got the connection there.
That's got the connection.
That
yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
He's he's almost 70 now, though. So
he's older.
What's he got? We'll have to see how it's aged.
He can coach. My guy can evaluate some quarterbacks.
Does he have the youth like Pete Carroll does? Like just that super energy? Like I don't even really remember.
I think he's more of a Dick Fangio energy level as far as an older guy goes.
Fart brows and Dick Fangio cutting it up.
Old crusty geniuses.
I felt bad yesterday though, Chief. I didn't pull the Dick Fangio on Merrill Reese.
Yeah, so nobody had the confidence.
Nobody did.
So Brian asked a defensive question, and he went out of his way to say Vic.
He did.
Vic.
Vic. I just didn't have the heart. I didn't have the heart to do it. I wanted to troll him. I just couldn't do it.
I thought of all people, that would be the guy you'd most capitalize on.
Once he was on air, he was actually kind of cordial. And
he's a sweetheart.
If he had have done his whole one answer thing, where it's like a terrible interview and you're not really taking part in the conversation, then I would have been the jerk to troll him.
See,
but he didn't do that this time.
Yeah, he doesn't get into great detail about you know that about his team. So he's afraid he's going to say something that the coaches told him, and and he's going to get in trouble for it. Where everybody else,
what a dork.
Where everybody else we interview is like, yeah, they're going to play him at right tackle today, and they don't expect him to play very well, but
you would think Merrill Reese, like a Hall of Fame kind of legend dude. Like,
he doesn't want to.
He should be feeling more Teflon than that.
Here's your
playing scared.
How many years do you say?
And then he rubbed off on you guys. It was contagious.
45,
He's playing scared, then you guys start
45.
playing scared.
45.
All of a sudden, nobody hits him with a Dick Fangio.
You wouldn't have hit him with the Dick Fangio.
I was going to hit him with the Dick Fangio. I sent you the question list. I had the Nicole Dean, Jalen Phillips.
You didn't have the Dick on the list.
Yes, I did.
No.
Dick was in the notes.
I don't think it was in the notes.
I guarantee you, when I read you my notes right now.
You're kind of a Richard for sending it to him.
You texted me some of those. I did, and then
I emailed
you. In the text, you said, hit him with the dick if you can.
Yes, but also in the email.
But in the email, I don't know if there was a, hey, make sure you hit the Dick Fangio joke right now.
Let me see.
There's a lot of A.J. Brown toxicity.
As he's over there puking, telling us what to do.
This was in the email. Okay,
yeah,
it
says you're ball sacking what you're reading right now.
No, I'm not.
You're an absolute star doing
Let
this.
Dawson read it.
Read the big additions one. Big additions. Big additions to that Dick Fangio defense over the last
I didn't
few
get any
weeks.
big additions.
Trading for Jalen Phillips. I don't think he'd ball sack you on this one, Wolchuk.
Thank you. I had that thing teed up, ready to rock for you. All you had to do was read the damn script.
Yeah, well,
read the damn
I'm
script.
a professional. Okay, I came up with my own questions for Helmy.
I think he felt bad because I was sitting next to him. And he was
they just love each other so much. It's like a love affair.
It really is.
So it threw me off my game. I was leaking confidence, okay? I'm sorry.
Tim told me, not Tim.
I have
not
regrets
Tim
right
Collins,
now.
other Tim.
I have big time regrets.
Tim Parker told me, he's like, man, that Merrill Reese guy really likes you a lot. Like, I'm like, what did he say? And he goes, he was asking him, get to talk to Brian Broaddus? Is that who I'm going to get to talk to?
Oh, Brian,
Tim's like, yeah.
Oh, Brian, I love this draft stuff, Brian.
You're a legend up there. You basically birthed the Andy Reid dynasty for him.
I did. I helped him. I couldn't help my own team win, but I could sure help somebody else win.
You really screwed us.
You're
there.
a very giving guy like that.
All right, last thing here in the mixed bag, Anthony Davis trade
we're not
idea.
done?
No, I got one last thing. I got one last thing.
AD.
I did this just for Gavin.
Oh, this is Knicks?
It's not. So there was a report from Ian Begley yesterday.
Is Ian Begley any good?
I don't know. I think he covers the Knicks. I did not fact source this. I was too heavy like in the Cowboy bag. Tim Bontemps has just said on the Hoop Collective.
He's a good dude.
I shouldn't say it's not going to happen, but you talk to people in the league. There's a lot of teams that are there's not a lot of teams that are lining up to take on a 35-year-old Anthony Davis making $63 million.
What about a 32-year-old Anthony?
You
Davis?
have to assume that he's going to opt into the deal. But you're right. He's not 35. He's 32, Tim. He's 32. He's the same age as Brandon Nimmo. So I bring you this trade idea. Bulls. Anthony Davis goes to Chicago. Mavs get back Nikola Vucevic, Colby White, a 2028 first-round pick, top 4 protected.
They like that Colby White up there.
And a 2029 first-round pick swap. Why does Dallas do this? Well, they need to turn the page. They need AD to get the hell out of here. Financially, you clear $58.5 million for next year. You replace it with $0 in 2026. You add a guard in Colby White, and you add another first-round pick. I'd say yes, please. This would be amazing. I don't think they're even going to get close to a haul like this, but call Chicago. Let's try and make this happen.
I mean, Vucevic is kind of a win-now player. I think his contract expires at the end of the year.
Right.
Not a great defender, but a points, rebounds, big man, decent passer. But Kobe White is almost an ideal type of player to bring in here because how much you need a real guard. I don't know if he's going to be,
he's been banged up a little bit.
Yeah, he's only played in 3 games this year.
Yeah, for some reason I got stuck on our programming stuff. I got stuck watching Bulls basketball. Like they were like, well, when he comes back, they're going to be a much different team. They love him up there. So.
Kobe White's the kind of player they should have brought in over the summer, and if they had, maybe Nico Harrison would still be the GM, so I'm glad that they didn't. But very good player, good guard, good shooter. Yeah, 37% for his career from 3. Low turnover guy throughout his career. So I think, just for Kobe White, any sort of draft compensation, that's a huge win. And Vucevic gives you the opportunity to, if you do get healthy, now you have Kyrie Irving and Kobe White together.
Right.
That could give you enough backcourt playmaking. He's a bigger guy too, 6'4", 200, so he's not like one of these little point guards. That would give you enough that if everything fell in line, maybe you could still compete a little bit for a playoff spot and making some noise in the spring. Thank you, Wolchuk. Cowboys Twitter, top tweets going viral, including an epic story about the first unofficial mascot of the Cowboys. You see that story today? This one is it's a lot of fun. We'll take a stroll down memory lane for Broadus and maybe a history lesson for the rest of us coming up next year in the nation.
But Tolos, it's time to transform your bathroom into a dream space. And good news for you, Zentex Remodeling Group has you covered. Since 2001, their family-owned team has been turning outdated bathrooms into modern masterpieces all across Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Right now, you can save $1,000 on a new bathtub or shower system, or you could choose 0% interest financing. Mention 105.3 The Fan to your design consultant, and you'll get a free Kohler toilet with your purchase. From walk-in showers to tub-to-shower conversions, Zentex uses top-quality materials with installations done in just 1 day. Plus, enjoy peace of mind with their lifetime warranty on products and labor. And you can trust Zentex. That's why I love them. Proud winners of the 2022 BBB Torch Award for Ethics, and they were a 2024 finalist for the International Torch Award. At Zentex, they make it super easy with transparent pricing and flexible financing options. So go ahead and call right now for your free, no-obligation in-home consultation at 855-4-ZENTEX. That's 855-4-ZENTEX, or visit Zentex.com. That's Zintex.com. Zentex Remodeling Group, where your dream bathroom becomes reality.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. And boy, they've been busy this year, adding new brands, making it easier to build your dream home gym. Joining me now is Craig Lewin, Executive Vice President of Johnson Fitness. Craig, what's new?
Well, the big news is Peloton. Customers can come in and test the brand new Cross-Training Bike Plus, the Tread, and the Tread Plus, all with the guidance of our certified fitness experts.
That's a huge addition, and y'all have expanded beyond Peloton too, right?
Yes, we've added the Tonal 2 for strength training, which is unbelievable, plus new massage chairs from Osaki and Panasonic. Johnson Fitness and Wellness now has the largest selection of massage chairs in the state.
15 stores in Texas, 7 right here in DFW. It's easy to find one nearby.
Absolutely, and our expert staff helps you find the right equipment for your goals, your space, and your budget.
See for yourself. Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Find a store near you. Online, johnsonfitness.com. 7 right here in DFW. That's johnsonfitness.com.
Every Tuesday night, you know where you should be.
Spearmint Rhino. It's $2 Tuesdays at Spearmint Rhino North Dallas. From 7 p.m. until close, it's on. Sip on $2 cocktails, ice cold $2 beers, and $2 street tacos all night long. The drinks, the tacos, the energy, only at Spearmint Rhino. Check out our entertainers before you arrive on our visual roll call. Spearmint Rhino. The name is famous. Spearmint Rhino. Just like Vegas. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
The Lowe's of Royce City is now open at 634 West Interstate 30. Stop by and join my Lowe's Rewards for free to start saving on eligible purchases. From appliances and tools to holiday gifts and more, Lowe's of Royce City has you covered for all your home improvement needs. Points are awarded on eligible purchases, program subject to terms and conditions, exclusions, and more terms apply. Details available at Lowe's.com/terms, subject to change.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors. Tolos, when it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
Saloom Restaurant on Cole Avenue is celebrating their 20th anniversary.
We've prepared a special 20th anniversary menu for both lunch and dinner, featuring many of our favorites of the last 20 years.
Make reservations today and join the 20th anniversary celebration at Saloom Restaurant.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
What a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. Join us December 5th from 2 to 7 with the G-Bag Nation. We'll have toys for tots, so make sure you bring by a toy and drop it off. See you there.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral. Let me ask you this. When I say the name Bubbles Cash, okay, as it applies to Cowboys history. Bubbles Cash, that ring a bell at all?
Bubbles.
I think of Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah,
what
Bubbles.
would be the thing that comes to mind for you? That's the Trailer Park Boys? Is that the
Bubbles, yeah.
Oh, I love the kitties.
Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Yeah, legendary story in the morning news about Bubbles Cash.
Is this like a performer or something like that?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Unofficial mascot of the Cowboys in the 60s. Basically, she was a pole dancer.
Yeah.
She worked at the Athens Strip Bar on Lower Greenville Avenue. And apparently some Cowboys players were in there enjoying her fine work and found out that she'd never been to a game. So they gave her some tickets, like the players' tickets, which were pretty good at the time. Apparently from the sideline at the Cotton Bowl, the players' tickets were close enough that they could see you. So her entrance was iconic. And a morning news photographer snapped a photo of her. She was wearing what would become known at the time as a micro mini skirt. And apparently the backstory on that was she would buy a mini skirt that had become very popular in the late 60s, and she would shorten them even further, like stripper style. Maybe that's, even come back in style today. Fashion's cyclical, I suppose. Her entrance was so shocking, the referees temporarily halted the game.
How about that?
Because there was such a commotion. And at this point, she was an unknown commodity. She was just so gorgeous. Wow. And everybody turned to look at her like, holy crap, what the hell is going on over here?
This is before Bubbles really became Bubbles.
So, yes. Bob Hayes said on the sideline to Don Meredith, Dandy, look there. It's Bubbles Cash. Meredith called a flipping timeout.
Yeah, what? Timeout. I got to take a glimpse of these warlocks.
Coach Landry shouts, what did you call a timeout for? Meredith replied, Coach, it's Bubbles Cash. The morning news put her in the paper. 2 club owners called the paper to give them more details. And by the time you hit evening time in the following Cowboys Monday, it wasn't just the players who knew who she was. The legend began to grow. They arranged flights to go for her to go to road games. We'll get you tickets and flights. And in this book, Once a Cowboy, the late Walt Garrison writes that, quote, she always waited for the middle of the first quarter to make her entrance. You knew she was coming when you heard the crowd start going, ah. And as the team's unofficial mascot, she became a celebrity. Her entrances were often captured by TV cameras. She signed game programs and photos where her autograph was BB $. Bubbles Cash. Mm-hmm. Before the Cowboys were dubbed America's team, some called them Bubbles Team. Apparently, I didn't know about this. Wow. This is untold history. I guess you got to go back 50 years or so now. Her trademark miniskirts didn't always help her, especially in colder games in northern climates. She said, quote, I was a trooper. How did she stay warm? I rubbed my knees together like a grasshopper, she said, as a morning news writer went out to Fort Worth, where she's living now in her 70s. And the story goes, the legend goes, Tex Schramm used it as inspiration to come up for the idea of the Cowboys cheerleaders. That's neither confirmed or denied as you read through this story. But they do have one shot of her back in the 60s there in the story that I read. And yeah.
Evidently, she was one of the first females ever to get breast surgery in Dallas.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. So she's like a pioneer.
Yeah, she's a pioneer. Yeah.
Trendsetter.
Yeah.
It was interesting how it was, I guess it was different back then, where if you were an adult entertainer, she was like, well, I wasn't into the prostitution stuff. I wanted to keep it classy and not embarrass my family. Because apparently her brother was a big deal, like an elected official or something.
She was
like that.
married to a guy, I believe, that was like a mob boss, like at very young age. Like from whatever the story, when you said the name, I'm like, I wonder. But I think she had some ties early in her life to organized crime.
What's Bubbles up to now?
Just kind of hanging out, I guess. She,
literally.
Maybe she's retired, but she said she did not want to be like an aging dancer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
none
she
of them do.
Went into other careers and stuff like that. But just one of those forgotten pieces of Cowboys lore.
Damn, that was educational, man. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, pretty interesting. George Pickens now has more receiving yards by himself than all the Pittsburgh Steelers wide receivers put together.
Wow.
That's going quite viral in not only in the Dallas market, but in Pittsburgh as well. Second in the NFL with 1,054 yards. He is the fifth receiver, sixth instance in franchise history of 1,000 yards in his first 11 games. The other being Lamb, Owens, Irvin, and Bob Hayes. On CeeDee Lamb, I mean, what's the best way to approach this? I mean, Sean was giving him hell this morning. And I think there's no doubt about it, he's not right. Like, he's out of rhythm a little bit as an athlete. You go through struggles. I think Dak was talking about maybe he's pressing a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe this is like a Nick Foles, Carson Wentz situation where you see your teammate really hooping and it costs you a little bit of confidence or something. I don't know, but I've always felt like CeeDee Lamb's an emotional player, and when those emotions are positive and raging, he turns his game up another level. Maybe when it's on the decline, he's down a little bit and just not able to play the way that we know CeeDee to be. But I have utmost confidence it's going to return before too long.
Yeah, in 340, I'm going to break down. I thought I would just take a look at every play he had, every ball that was thrown to him, and kind of give you an idea how it went for him yesterday. I know there's a lot of people that were talking about the drops and stuff like that, but I'll show you what the tape, or I'll tell you what I saw on the tape. Hopefully we'll get a better understanding of that. I do feel like, though, that he's a guy I think he's a very prideful guy. I think he wants to do good. And initially it's him and Pickens were very, very happy together and all that, and we love each other, and we're wearing the ski hats and the caps and all that stuff like that. But I wonder if all the success that George is having is kind of bothering him a little bit. Bothering him to the point of, the team, it's about winning in the team and all that stuff. But maybe he's just like, wow, for so long, or, he's been the guy. And here's this guy that comes in who's troubled, and all this, and here's CeeDee takes him out. George has been great, and I wonder how he kind of feels now. I wonder if you pulled him aside and said, "Are you doing okay?" I don't know if he would say he's doing okay if he was being real honest with you about all
I mean,
this.
new guys kind of stealing the show, and
Yeah.
George Pickens has been outstanding, but I think they're gonna. I guess you're gonna give us more, but I think this will probably go back and forth.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I
CeeDee's
think
gonna
so
have
too.
huge weeks.
I just think that CeeDee is one of those guys that he wears his emotions. You could see what he's going through, and where George is like, George doesn't give an F. I mean, George plays like
he plays free. You can tell
he plays like they're down 21 and he catches a ball and he's doing he's celebrating and stuff. George, that's how he plays. So it might be bothering Lamb a little bit.
Landon Dickerson going viral for his quotes about the Cowboys front. They gave us a defense they rarely run. We just didn't execute the game plan we had. He was asked what defense. He said just 5 down front. It's not typically something they were running a lot of, and it turns out that was their flavor of the day. Asked how the O-line can counter different schemes, Dickerson said, I think a big thing is time on task. Obviously, you can't run every play to every defense during the week, so I think we really just have to hone in on having a game plan for every defense that a team has run.
Well, you better get ready for more 5-man. And I don't know how you don't watch tape and seeing Dallas not playing 5-man line.
Yeah, they've only been doing it the last 3 games.
But you're in a situation right now where teams have figured out if they get your rear one-on-one, there's a possibility that they're going to win there. So you're going to see a lot more 5-man line if you're the Philadelphia Eagles.
I saw a story about this Saturday, I guess. I was up there in Denver just looking around game stuff, but apparently since the Kansas City game, where the Eagles ended up winning, but they only scored 20 points, teams have run a lot more 5-down defensive linemen against Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And it has flustered them to the point that you can look at the only team that didn't was Minnesota, and it was one of the Eagles' most efficient 60 minutes of football they've had all year. So there's that way of looking at it from the Philly perspective. Like, I'd have cause for concern there, but just salute to the Cowboys for studying, for looking and being diverse enough on their play sheet. Like, they ran a lot of different kinds of defenses to keep the opposition guessing. That's, we've been hoping for. And, once again, it paid off for the Cowboys here this week. An unbelievable final 41 minutes scoreless for the Eagles. It wasn't just the second half. It was really the final 2/3 of the game. Okay, Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni had different answers than Landon Dickerson when they were asked by Jeff McClain here, Eagles beat writer, about the five-man fronts. Hurts said, I think that's just how they're built now. Given the three interior defenders they have, they want to keep their best guys on the field. It's very effective, and it was something that we didn't handle as good as we like to. So good opportunity to build if that's something that teams show us. Sirianni, I think some of the things that we did today, we're trying to throw them out of it, because when you have five men, then they're going to have one less guy there into their coverage. So we did some of those things, obviously not well enough. Again, it comes back to how we scheme it against the different personnel groups and how we execute it. All right, Brian teased Krusty's Corner coming up next. He's looked at the film. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to give you CeeDee Lamb's day play-by-play, and also we'll talk a little bit more about this five-man line. We'll do that next.
But Tolos, I want to tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned business here in the Metroplex. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. Now, keep in mind the roofing business here in the DFW can be very unpredictable, chaotic, super risky at times thanks to the storm chasers, and that's why you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's great with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining, fantastic people, high school sweethearts, power couple, been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, and they're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is super unique, and they always bring you honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. They're never cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, is Bobby back to break down the Eagle film at 7:20 and Jerry Jones live at 8:30 to keep the celebration going. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. Even a tiny leak can quickly turn into thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even dangerous structural issues. I'm Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Hidden damage is real, and it's costly. Let us be your peace of mind. Act now before a small problem becomes a major disaster. Schedule your free, no-obligation roof inspection now at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Looking for some iced caffeine, left you in the cold. No one knows why brown water costs as much as liquid gold. Told him your name was Brian, why does this cup say Nicole? But then you found paradise in your cup at the Quick Trip. No regrets to start your day.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
I know you have that 3% mortgage rate. You don't want to lose it, but you want to refinance your debt. Well, keep that 3% rate and get a second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. It's a sole and separate loan on your house. You can get cash out. Maybe it's $50,000. Maybe it's $100,000. Maybe it's $200,000. Refinance your debts, put some cash in your bank, and keep that 3% rate while closing in a couple weeks in your home equity loan with TexasLending.com. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This holiday season, don't let your house feel like Cousin Eddie's RV.
Drafty windows? You serious, Clark?
If your windows are cracked, foggy, or draftier than Cousin Eddie's wardrobe, it's time to call Best Buy Windows and Siding. We'll come out the next day and give you a free quote to keep your house cozy for the holidays. 10 windows for just $59.50 and 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today and make sure your home is warm, welcoming, and Cousin Eddie proof this holiday season.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge credits and imbalance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you... Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine. Wow.
Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
The 12th annual KNC Masterpiece Peace-a-thon to benefit My Possibilities is here. And for the first time, we're taking this marathon broadcast on the road. Join us this Wednesday as the KNC Masterpiece take over RJ Duke Sports, 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney. KNC will be wheels off from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m., supporting an amazing cause. It's Peace-a-thon time, live from RJ Duke's, all day Wednesday on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time here for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here he is.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this thing as well.
Best in the business.
They are. Outstanding. Appreciate them. Really, really do. Dawson, you were asking about 5-man line stuff?
Yeah. Is it their kryptonite?
The configuration, I'm just going to give you what Dallas did, 5-man line. They had 12 plays. Well, actually, they had 19 total plays of 5-man line. Their best configuration of their 5-man line was 5 down linemen, 2 linebackers, 4 defensive backs. That was for 7 plays, 31 yards. That's about 4.4 per play. Their second was the 5 down linemen, 1 linebacker, 5 defensive backs. They ran that for 12 plays. And that was an average of almost 9 yards a play. So their 5-man line with the 2 linebackers was their best. Is when they went to the nickel version of it, they gave up the most yards. So
That's what I saw. The 3 things that Philly's struggling with that's adding up to their offense being bad is teams that play nickel against them, teams that play 4-man fronts, and teams that play a lot of man coverage. If you do those 3 things, which surprises me that the Cowboys would have done that much nickel.
Yeah.
But maybe they don't feel as strongly about their linebackers.
Yeah, 5 of their 19 pressures that they had were in 5-man line. So
5 of their 19?
5 plays. They had 5 plays. 5 plays where of their 19 snaps, of 19 pressures that were 5-man line.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to get to it. So we'll see.
Sounds like they were doing a nice job with four down as well.
Yeah, they were. They were trying to. When you watch the defense, it's funny how, like they would rotate. Like, okay, I know I wrote this down because I put it on I was watching tape at the office this morning at 5:30, and take a guess. This is probably a terrible game to play.
Oh, I'm excited. I love terrible games. Don't you, Walter?
Okay, the 3rd and 2 sack. The 3rd and 2 sack that they got. When it was Osa Digizua.
Oh, yeah, this is huge. Yeah, this is everything.
Okay.
This is fun.
Okay, you ready for this one?
Ready.
There were 5 defensive backs on the field.
Okay.
Can you name who the 5 This is key. This is 3rd and 2.
It's a huge play.
Huge play in the game. Tell me the 5 defensive backs that were on the field for that down.
Okay, I'm guessing Deron Bland.
Bland was one. Bland was covering Brown on the play.
Okay.
Bridges
was on the field. He was covering. Was he covering? Let's see who he was covering. He was covering Dotson.
Thought that was going to be a bridge too far, but it wasn't.
Nope.
Good call, Wolchuk.
By the way, Dotson was open. I mean, like,
I'm sure he was
open. Like,
yeah.
open,
yeah.
like.
But Osa said, no, sir.
He runs the out, and you're like, it's funny. Hurts looks to that side, and then comes back the other way, and then he doesn't have any with him. Now the pressure's in his face. But anyway, okay.
Revel.
So you got Bland. Yeah, you got Bland on Brown, Bridges on Dotson, Revel. He was on Smith in that key situation. You got
Hooker.
Hooker was on the field. He had Dallas Goedert.
Now this one's the one that I'm questioning.
Donovan Wilson?
It's between 2. You think Donovan Wilson?
Is Donovan Wilson out on the field?
Got to be Wilson. Short yardage.
They love Donovan Wilson.
Donovan Wilson. Everybody's saying, what do you think? You think it's Wilson?
Donovan Wilson plays for the Cowboys.
I think it might be Reddy Stewart.
You want to talk among your teammates?
No. Let's go with Wilson.
Let's go with the confidence. Let's go with the confidence.
We got one safety. We got one safety. We could have 2 safeties on the field.
Wilson's feeling confident.
Might be Wilson.
Wilson was playing single high safety.
Oh my God!
I mean,
that's why Dotson was so open.
He was in the middle of the field, like single high safety. Your key down and distance for the game: Revel, Bland, Hooker, Bridges, Wilson. Were the 5 defensive
so
backs.
Weird because he had Marquise Bell doing that, and I didn't think Marquise Bell did a bad job.
No,
he was better than Wilson.
Yeah.
So you saying
on the line?
He's putting a good way to give up a touchdown.
I'm saying thank God
for Osa.
No, but think about how it's a key point in the game, and Flus is like he sends 5 out, and you're thinking, I mean,
those are your
5. Those are your 5. I mean, that's crazy.
Single high Wilson. If when you freeze frame that before the ball snapped, you're going, oh no.
Yeah, single high Wilson is crazy in here.
I want Wilson on the field, but I don't want him lined up with anybody because he'll give up.
That's
a
why
quick
he's
first
playing
down.
single high. I mean, it's just good for them. But seriously, like Bridges, like Dotson was open. And he couldn't get back to him.
Him being on the field, I was stunned the Eagles didn't just pick on him.
But Carson's getting cramps.
Yeah.
I mean,
he had to get an IV, and then he came back out and had to go out again.
Hey, it never gets right after a cramp starts, doesn't it? You need a nice sleep.
Yeah, you usually need. I mean, the pickle juice can sometimes.
How about when you're
save
sleeping and get a cramp? Oh my God, is that the worst?
You wake up.
It could be the worst way to wake up, other than just your wife waking you up bitching about something. But second to that, it would be the cramp.
Well, I wouldn't know that life.
Really?
I wouldn't know that.
Not once in your 3 marriages has it happened to you?
Not 3 marriages. 2 of them. I mean, yeah, that's why they were.
I'm a divorce.
I am a terrible.
What's this? It's like it's 2 a.m. That's what it is. Don't worry about it tomorrow.
Just pop into your mind.
What is it? It's 2 a.m. That's what it is.
Hey, can you feed the baby?
Yeah,
you're up. You do it.
Abby was worried about picture day a couple of weeks ago, and it's 6:15 in the morning. I'm going to be asleep for another 90 minutes.
Right. Yeah.
And her and her mom get into an argument like in the master bathroom, and I woke up like, how is this happening right now?
Right now.
Can we whisper maybe?
Wow. Time and place, honeys. Time and place. This is neither.
Let's run through CeeDee Lamb's targets before we all get in trouble.
Yeah.
Thank you.
CD.
CeeDee Lamb, so let's talk about these targets. Okay, it's going to be the first quarter. It's going to be 3rd and 6 on the Dallas 28. This is what happened. I'm going to go through these, what I saw on tape, so just bear with me. I hope I don't give everybody tired head doing this.
Oh, God help us.
I'm sleepy.
But here we go. Too late. Stop right now. Deep shot. This one was against Adoree Jackson. Remember this one? This one should have been, the ball was thrown to the outside and Lamb got knocked to the inside, is what happened on this play. Should have been illegal contact, should have been called on Jackson.
Felt like he could have got a number of flags yesterday.
Jackson hit him about 15 yards down the field, and it wasn't called. And Dak throws the ball outside, Lamb's going inside. Lamb's going inside because he got held and knocked inside down the field. Surprised the official did not call that. So incomplete there.
That's why you got to be like George Pickens. Just shove the guy out of the way at the top of your route.
Just the
get
top
out
of
of here.
Get out of here. First quarter, 1st and 10 on the Philadelphia 45. You're going to get a crossing route off play action. Lamb gets separation again off Jackson. Ball is a little high, but here you are, but it's catchable. This is the one that where it breaks inside, and he has to extend, but the ball, when you clearly watch the end zone copy, hits his hands. So he's unable to bring that in. Again, the ball was just a little high. There was separation. This is a ball that Lamb absolutely has to catch.
Yeah, that one was super disappointing.
Yep. Second quarter, 3rd and 8 on the Philadelphia 43. He gets free access on this route, on another crossing route. And so he gets inside again on Jackson. Prescott's on the money. This is a catch and run for Lamb. So good job of him with the free access. He works Jackson, separation. Dak hits him right where he needs to. So there's your catch. Second quarter again, 2nd and 8 on the Dallas 42. You get a short motion from him going right to left, and he's going to hitch. He's going to run a little hitch route off zone coverage, right between DeJean and Bond. And he catches it, and he tries to get the first, but he gets tackled short of the play. But really nice job of the route going up the field and then kind of curling inside, making himself presentable. Dak hits him, and then he goes up the field, but he's short of the first down. Another second quarter one. It's 2nd and 5. This one's on the Philadelphia 5. They're going to run bunch left, and Lamb is going to get picked up by Blankenship. All right, the safety on this one, on the cross.
That's Reed. Reed.
Yeah, it's Reed. Bond's there as well. So they got two guys in the area. So you got a drop linebacker, and then you've got the crosser with Blankenship. And Lamb has got separation initially as he's coming across. So when he gets over the center box, he is open. But that route carries all the way to almost to the sideline.
And there was a little tug, right?
And there was a little tug there. There was a little
on the
tug.
jersey.
Yeah.
And a rub, just to be clear.
But I thought it was a really poor choice by Dak on the play. Lamb's nowhere close to being open, though. He's really not.
You got two guys there. You would assume that there's somebody else that is open.
Exactly. You assume that somebody else, but the play was designed for him to be able to make that play. They didn't get it done. Dak really doesn't even step into the throw. He just kind of throws it out there with a hope.
There's a wobbler.
Yeah, a hope that
it was a great pick by Blankenship, really. He made a great play on the ball.
Absolutely. Another second quarter. It's 1st and 25 on the Philadelphia 28. You get a slant against off coverage by Mitchell. It's a pitch and catch. Good job right there of getting that done on the slant. Okay, so from the second quarter of that 1st and 25 on the Philadelphia 28 till the third quarter where it's 3rd and 9, Philadelphia 33, they run a slot right versus press coverage against Carter. He's the guy they traded for. Lamb wins off the line. It's going to be another shallow cross going right to left. Bond's coming from the other side, so maybe he's thinking there's going to be a collision here. Prescott puts the ball out in front. Lamb has to extend, and it's in his hands again. He might have seen Bond on the other side of the cross thinking he was going to get whacked. And so that's why maybe a little concentration problem. But first one was too high, a little high, still needs to make the catch. This one on the shallow cross, Bond on the other side, maybe could have affected him that way. So there you go. Ball still needs to be caught right there. It hit his hands. He's got to make that play. Third quarter, 1st and 10 on the Dallas 11. They're going to run. He's wide left. He runs a slant on Mitchell, who breaks well on the ball. He gets his left hand inside before Lamb has a chance to extend. It's really, really well played by Mitchell to knock it away. That's an incompletion right there. But I thought that Mitchell, if Lamb extends, maybe he has a chance, but Mitchell was able to get his hands inside. Here we go in the third quarter again, 2nd and 5 on the Dallas 32. They're wide right. He's working against DeJean. Zone drops by the defense. Lamb curls inside between Brown and Bond. Prescott off play action doesn't see Bond underneath. Lucky this ball wasn't intercepted.
This felt like a force.
Yeah, that was a bad read. That was a bad. Dak turned his back to the defense, came back, and just fired the ball where he thinks CeeDee was. Zach Bond was right there. They are lucky that ball was not intercepted at all.
Then they come right back, right?
Yeah. Third quarter, 3rd and 5, Dallas 34. This is the free play. This is the bomb. So they get Bond to jump in the neutral zone. Lamb versus DeJean. It's a go. Lamb's fighting with him the entire way. Great job of tracking the ball. He turns his body in order to make the reception, and it draws the DPI call against DeJean. Didn't need it because he made the play. And the final attempt at him was in the fourth quarter. It's 3rd and 1 on the Philadelphia 1. Lamb is tight left. He wins inside against DeJean across the field. Here again, another inside breaking route. Prescott sees it and tries to get the ball to him. There might have been a bust by Philadelphia here because both Nolan Smith and Sidney Brown are in the same area. Actually, Sidney Brown's the one that picks up the route, but Nolan Smith kind of drops, and now you're in a situation where he's in the way of like the coverage, like somebody forgot to rush between Brown and then also between Smith. Brown's covering Schoonmaker to the side of the cross. This puts Smith in position to be able to cover as well. Dak makes a really weak throw to get to the not a really strong throw to Lamb as DeJean is about to get his right hand inside before he has a chance to even make the secure catch. So as you can see, there was a couple different times where Eagle defenders were knocking the ball away. I think there were 2 times where clearly CeeDee needed to make the play, just didn't come up with it. And then the last one there on that 3rd and 1, I think Philadelphia busted the coverage and they fell into it, and that affected the play that Dak didn't make a very strong.
Should Dak have gone over the top into the corner?
I think he should have tried. That's what he was telling about, throw the ball higher.
Yeah.
But if you look at the way the route is, Nolan Smith is standing there like he's just kind of doesn't know what's happening, but the route comes right to him, and it might have again affected the way the CeeDee was what was going on there.
Right.
But I think, like I say, 2 needed to be caught. He made a brilliant play on the long ball, and then these crossing routes and stuff like that. I think that they've had some problems with him because, again, he's got to get his hand. He's getting his hands on the ball, just hadn't been able to secure it.
I think this is a week where Shotty shows his personality, his relationships, his communication, figure out a way to get one-on-one with Lamb, talk through this, get a battle plan together to have this be a memory by the time we're done. You got 6 games to go. Yeah. I would say in 3 of the games, 2 against Philadelphia and 1 against the Raiders, he's leaving points on the board all over the place.
Real quick, Dawson, I can say if you look at the numbers off next gen from what the teams get, Lamb has been doubled. The people say that Lamb is getting doubled more than Pickens. Actually, it's 7 for Pickens, 3 for Lamb. It's opposite. Pickens has been getting doubled more than Lamb has this season.
Neither one of them is getting doubled a lot, though. Apparently.
No, not at all.
That's a shockingly low number. I thought it'd be more than that. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. We got 2 down, 3 to go. What is this, a daily football fix, Wolchuk?
Yeah, let's get the fix in. We got a career day for this Dallas Cowboys, some firings to talk about. And is this reaching or preaching? That's next to the nation. But we're preaching when we're talking Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. And I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while. Eric and I, we are both clients. Let me tell you, they made retirement planning super simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. So go ahead and get that free consultation set up by calling 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. I love the Frisco spot. Go see my guy Steve Shelby. They've also got locations in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney. And Eric, you love South Lake, my guy.
Yes, I do. Shout out to Brandon Gerfen, got me taken care of at the highest level, and now I too have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make, so trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that can be absolutely daunting, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I'll get you some Cowboys news of the evening coming up here in about 15 minutes. They're the C-Note 420. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
All right, let's get you updated on everything you need to know. We've got Quinnen Williams. He had a career day. Yes, he did, as 8 quarterback pressures is a career high for him now on 30 pass rushes, 26.7 pressure rate. Didn't have a sack, but gosh, he was certainly felt by Jalen Hurts when it came to just being so disruptive. Had a get off of 0.93 seconds, and it looked like it. I don't know that I've seen a defensive tackle be faster off the ball. I mean, it seemed like he had it for a little while there where he had timed the snap, and then there were 2 plays back-to-back, and then the third one ended up being a false start, but he just had this thing timed so well. And Quinnen Williams, everything we've heard about him as a whole, I mean, the defense has 16 total pressures. You can see the impact that he's making for Osa now, Kenny Clark. I think others, Fowler, some of these edges are playing better. But, I mean, I'm loving all the leadership stuff that I'm hearing about him. And he did take that rib shot. Barkley got him pretty good. Yeah. He went down. So I'm sure he's banged up and on a short week. I mean, you'll have to kind of monitor that. But he's a guy that sounds like he knows what he needs to do to rehab, recover, take care of the body. But Quinnen Williams, everything better than advertised coming out of New York, in my opinion, through 2 games as a Cowboy.
Dude, I didn't think it was going to be possible that he would have a single game in what was left better than the one he did against the Raiders and their poor offensive line. You do it against the Eagles. If you can do it against the Chiefs and Lions, then it will be cemented. I think this is a better player for you than what Micah Parsons was. Not only does he give you the pass rush, but stopping the run and the leadership.
The leadership's huge.
You know, the culture stuff, the chemistry, making your teammates better by morale and confidence and having each other's back and talking them through all their stuff. Like, that belongs. That matters on a team.
It absolutely does.
Yeah, and that's a guy who just knows what it's like to be in a disaster organization, right? So he's coming to the Cowboys, and it's like, man, you guys got it pretty good here. Like, let's not make any mistake about it. Like, I've been where it's disgusting.
He's got the What Not to Do book.
Yes. And
sure
so
does.
how could you not be in good spirits? And the pass rushing, like, we had seen all the numbers on his pass rushing and kind of dipped just a little bit comparatively, and it was his run stopping that was so dominant when we got him. But, dude, I mean, career high 8 pressures or whatever you said, that's phenomenal.
I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys might have a different thought, if they play a lot of 5-man line, the pass rush I don't think is going to be very good.
Okay.
Just because of the amount of defensive tackles that they're using?
Yeah, depending on a lot of it has to be with those. Now, Kenny Clark gets pressures, but if you're talking about those pressures where it's going to be middle pressure, I think is what it's going to be. So to me, I wonder if there's, because of them playing 5-man line to kind of play against the run or help them against the run, that you're going to lose some. I think we saw a little bit of that yesterday.
Why? Because there's less room to operate for these guys? Or
slower players.
Because you're only bringing one true edge rusher?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I think individually, like, they took advantage of the Landon Dickerson matchup, as you talked about with Osa on the sack. I think you can hunt certain matchups with that.
Yeah, see, what they did on that one, like I was talking about, was they ran a twist game. Because they brought Donovan inside, and then Osa went to the outside, and what happened was, by Landon Dickerson, like, he passed off Osa to Jordan Mailata. Jordan Mailata never picked him up.
Right.
And that's why you got the sack. They messed up the twist stunt. And
so Osa's head up on the tackle a lot. Why can't you just move it to center guard and then let your edges eat off the tackle?
Yeah,
on the outside.
They just play it a little wider is what they do, and so you're gonna now you have like stand-up guys, which we've seen you've seen that before, but I just have a feeling that the numbers are not going to be as good.
It shouldn't be, right? But I do think you've got some quick twitch D tackles that can win and get upfield in a hurry. But you're right in terms of overall. Now you don't have as much speed and athleticism that's getting to the quarterback. I did think, I don't know what the numbers statistically showed, but there was a lot of blitzing going on. Maris was sent on some blitzes. Kenneth Murray, Reddy Stewart on that corner blitz. He sent quite a few times. One of them he should have had a sack. Reddy Stewart just didn't finish the play. But I did think Flus was mixing it up and sending some pressure with added more than 4. Now, shout out to Rockwell's own. I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's got 8 straight 100-yard games receiving. He has already set the Seattle Seahawks.
Can I do something for you real quick?
Yeah, what do you got?
Dallas's blitz rate they had 11 blitzes in that game, and they went it's about 26% is what they
that's pretty high for Flus.
Of the 58 defensive plays, 11 of them were blitzes.
Yeah,
is what they had, and got the 1 sack out of it. But again, their pressure rate was right at 38%. 16 is what they're saying. So
not bad. But he's already got the franchise record with 6 games to go, 1,313 yards for the Seahawks. He passed DK Metcalf. He's just been absolutely on a tear. I mean, him and George Pickens right now, you're kind of jockeying for who's the best wide receiver in football.
Who would you rather have?
Between those two, I'll take Pickens, but I'm biased. JSN I love, and Brian knows this. I stood on the table for that guy. I thought he was the no-brainer wide receiver 1 in that draft. I didn't think that we should look at the route running. He's a better route runner. He's a technician, but Pickens has the catch radius. There are just plays that Pickens can make based on his size, but also his ability to track the football. He tracks the ball, and we talked about this in the postgame show, better than any receiver I've ever seen. I don't know how he does it. I mean, he talked about it with us at training camp, but his thought process through the whole thing, the geometry that goes into it, it's mind-boggling. JSN can catch anything that's thrown at him, but I just think physically Pickens has some God-given ability that JSN doesn't have.
Yeah. Yeah, and I thought it was nice to see him on Quinyon Mitchell. I mean, I know what they did once they had DeJean playing on the outside, they were taking advantage of him in a big way. But even on Quinyon Mitchell, getting the best of him a couple of times.
We also have Andrew McCuba, who he's going to have surgery.
He broke his ankle, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a big loss for the Eagles yesterday. So they're going to determine, what do they want to do? I think that they're leaning towards surgery, but he's probably going to be done for the season unless they make a deep postseason run. We have some firings.
Yeah, Sidney Brown playing safety for them is no bargain, by the way. Yeah,
Shane Bowen gets fired. Giants defensive coordinator, bye-bye. This is, of course, after Brian Daboll got canned, but their defensive collapse.
Oh, they're calling the collapse?
Yeah, they're saying
they blew another fourth-quarter lead.
They had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter, and then Jahmyr Gibbs, 69-yard touchdown. Nice. First play overtime. Shane Bowen gets axed there.
Must have Gibbs on your fantasy team, huh?
I do, actually. Yeah.
Dude, he was electric.
He was incredible.
Yesterday. I mean, honestly, the witching hour was just pretty beautiful.
And then Chip Kelly.
We wouldn't know we were working a game.
Yeah, you guys were grinding.
Yeah.
I was fighting through the sleeps.
We weren't sitting at home eating raw meat and stuff like that you were doing.
Were you raw meating?
I was. Was I raw meat? No, I was. There was no raw
hamburger
meat
meeting?
Yesterday. No, yeah, I actually was it was like one of those deals. I say, that you're no appetite.
You might as well do the 24-hour fast.
No appetite at all.
You must have really been sick.
I was just doing some bone broth.
Oh, good. Bone broth's good
some
for
beef
you.
Broth or whatever.
That's good.
Yeah.
Chip Kelly got fired as well. He's gone.
$6 million a year that man was making.
Adios. Yeah, Pete Carroll had never fired a coordinator in the season. He has now. As Chip Kelly gets fired, Greg Olson gets the job there.
Yeah.
Greg Olson, huh?
They're yeah, I know.
He's gonna do the dueling thing. What's up with the Raiders?
Always wanted to have a broadcaster, but
yeah.
It's another Olsen.
Mayhawk, Gruden, Brady,
it is
Olsen.
Weird. It is weird. I mean, they're just keeping it in the family there. And shout out to Shador. He's now been named the starting quarterback for next week as well after they get their win in his debut. First,
who are they playing?
Browns quarterback to win in his debut since I think it was 1992. So I don't know who they're playing on Sunday.
Brown quarterback, huh?
Well, shout out to Shador. I got some audio from him we'll play later on. People were calling him out for being arrogant and immature. I think we're just searching here. We're searching for reasons to hate on Shador.
Hate on Shador.
I think this is a smart play for the Browns. I'm excited to see how he plays the rest of the way. I think he could be that dude for them. I was a fan of his coming out of the draft. I thought he was QB2. Good for him. They get the win. It was against the Raiders. We know it's the Raiders, but I'm excited to see what he does moving forward.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Daily football fix in the books. We got your C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening coming up next in the nation.
But tell us, let's go ahead.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
On your home of the Cowboys, time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. What is being said about the Cowboys getting back to 500? Could the Eagles possibly be ready to stumble down the stretch like they did in 2023? I mean, it wasn't until like 3 weeks remaining we were like, holy cow, could the Cowboys actually win this division? Let's talk about it. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. The Cowboys news of the evening, where we look at the top headlines across the internet here on America's Team, and it's Bill Barnwell examining that comeback. Said the biggest narrative is, hey, the Quinnen Williams trade through 2 weeks, huge success. Look at this. You know, they contributed to Chip Kelly getting fired. Then they hold the champs scoreless for the final 41 minutes. Sirianni had never blown this sort of a lead as a head coach. So it was historic on both sides of the ball.
Wait a minute. Did Barnwell and them give the trade an F?
Was it Barnwell? I know it was somebody over there.
Seth Walder.
Yeah, it was Seth Walder.
Well, aren't they all part of the same team?
They're all a bunch of. They're all in cahoots with each other.
It's like you saying something smart, me saying something stupid, and you get blamed for it.
I think that's fair.
I thought they were all part of the same group. I thought they were all like contributors to that.
There weren't a lot of good grades. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't have the highest grade on that trade, considering what the Cowboys gave up to get him. Maybe this is just admitting I was wrong. You were right.
Yeah.
You know? But he intimated that it would be a miss on the story if you just gave all the credit to Quinnen Williams. Said this story's more about Philly failure, and he spent a lot of time not on what the Cowboys did well in this story, but how consistent the Eagles' struggles have become. 25th in offensive success rate. Last year they weren't world beaters, but they were 16th. This year they only have 4 designed runs of 20 yards or more after having 19 last year, plus 6 more in the postseason. They've fallen off at less than 50% of that pace. Maybe more like 35 or 40% of their pace. For Barkley, he is down to a 20-plus yard run once in every 92.5 attempts. Last year, it was 1 in 20. With the Giants, it was 1 in 28 for the balance of his career, 6 or 7 years there in New York. He was, making long runs at least once a game or once in every 28 carries. Now it's once again in every 92.5. And the biggest difference was that in this game, the Cowboys had George Pickens, and he's fully integrated into their attack. That was the big storyline coming out of Week 1. Was it was way too much CeeDee Lamb, but he had almost as many targets as CeeDee Lamb did this time, 11 to 9. Incredible. George brought all those in, and CeeDee was only able to get 4 of the 11. If you want a full breakdown on all those targets, Brian Broaddus had that for you back there in Krusty's corner there at 340. What'd you guys think think of the fourth down decisions? That's been getting a lot of coverage, including our guy Mac Angle in the Star Telegram going upside his head, saying Cowboys' historic comeback bails out Coach Brian Schottenheimer's bad call. And we can start with a fourth and three at midfield there early.
That one I wasn't happy with because, as you've just talked for the last 5 minutes,
yeah,
the Eagles are struggling moving the football.
Yeah.
And so to me, make them have to drive the ball. I'm not interested in giving them the ball on a short field. So I can understand if you're playing against Kansas City or you're playing against Detroit, whose offense kind of
It's going to punish you. I'd go for it and try. You got to go for it. But Philadelphia, punt them, make them drive the ball on you. I thought that was unnecessary. Now the one on the goal line where he didn't kick the field goal, initially I thought that's a terrible idea. Like, you don't know your condition of your defense. Honestly, I think he did, because when they didn't get it, I hated the play calls, but when they didn't get it, his defense really responded. So to me, By the end of the game, you knew your defense kind of had their number.
Yeah, that's why I would have kicked the field goal.
I'd have kicked the field goal. I thought that one was obvious. You're taking the points there. You've battled from 21-0 down to get even.
Yeah.
And now you've got a chance to take the lead. Kick the field goal. Take the points. That Osa sack would have ended the game. It wouldn't have been, we're getting the ball back now.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, it could play out differently.
Oh, no, his team saved his ass. There's no question.
I thought going for it there was absolutely foolish. I thought the play calling was also terrible.
Overall.
I did not think it was a good day from Shotty from a decision-making standpoint. I thought not challenging was poor at times. I thought some of the red zone play calling was bad. I didn't like either of the go-for-its. I can kind of understand the midfield one. We have been calling for being more aggressive, but a lot of that was when you thought the defense couldn't stop anybody. You now felt a little bit more confident that you've got a defense that could maybe hang with somebody. So I could live with the first one. The second one, you got to take the points there. I was stunned that they went for it.
I thought so too, but then the more you think about it, you're more like, well, maybe he's on to something, you know? But I thought right there you had to go find a way to win the game.
Yeah, I'd have kicked that field goal 10 out of 10 times. Kick the field goal, kick it to them again, and then play defense is what I would have thought about. You know?
Yeah, okay, so
they hadn't moved the ball for 41 minutes.
No.
You know, that's... I don't know. I was like, what are you doing? And then I became like, well, maybe he did know what he's doing.
The thing I hate about the midfield one is that even if you get that, you still have the entire field to go to get a touchdown. Like, you're going to have to stack up more first downs. I think it's early in the game. Corey said it earlier, too aggressive, too early. Like, I think the Cowboys should maybe pivot from a strategy standpoint. We don't have to chase points early in the game. We can trust our defense a little bit more.
They can now.
You know, I thought against maybe Denver and Arizona, like that mindset of being, we need points, you know, might have taken you outside of what's comfortable. I'm not sure what the numbers say on these. There is a numbers thing to it, but, you know, I think as well when you get down there at the end of the game, if you kick that field goal, now you're risking giving them the ball back somewhere between the 25 and 35, and with their kicker, they only need like 15 yards to tie the game. I like the idea of leaving them penned in their own end zone by going forward on that fourth down.
See, I think the worst case scenario is they tie the game. Oh, well, now we're playing for overtime. They're not scoring a touchdown on you, and I would trust my defense based on they hadn't scored, to your point. I mean, since the 12-minute mark, it'd been punt, miss field goal, fumble, punt. So I'm taking the points there. There is, a minute and 31 seconds left in the entire game. Yeah, I'm there, or 3:46 left.
3-something.
I'm trusting my defense. I'm taking the points to up 24.
Dawson, they're saying it's a toss-up on the 4th and 3 at midfield. They're saying 43% say go, 37% say field goal for your kicker. Yeah, that's a field goal right there.
Wow.
And then they're saying for the 4th and 1, they're saying coach's decision was go for it. Recommendation was go for it by 2.3%. It's 66.8 go for it, 64.5 to say kick field goal there. So it was about a 2.3% go for it on the decision chart.
They're at the end of the game?
Yeah.
They're okay.
Well, at the very end, the 4th and 1 at the Philly 1. Actually, they're saying the down and distance would have been 4th and 2. Actually, 2.2 yards was what they needed on that 4th down play. But they listed as 4th and 1.
They'd also failed earlier in the game. Like, Dak throws the interception. They hadn't executed well at that area of the field at all. I thought that was just a foolish decision on Shottie's part, and he can thank his defense for making him look decent today.
Oh, they bailed him out.
I think Eric's the most aggressive out of us four in these situations. The Cowboys haven't executed well on these calls. Would you just chalk that up to we've been unlucky, we got to stick with it because as the sample size gets larger, we're going to improve to the mean? Or progress to it?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't just put them as like, oh my gosh, they're just not good in this scenario, and now we're going to play scared because of it. I would still trust, like, when you tell me I have Dak and Pickens and Lamb, I'm going to trust that I can go ahead and get a touchdown here.
Yeah.
And you're forcing them to go the distance. Like what you said is like now with the kickoff stuff, you kick the field goal, they're going to be almost immediately in field goal range. It's not going to be that much of a difference. You go score a touchdown right there, I think we're all singing a little bit of a different tune because now you go out there, it's like, okay, there's no way Philly's going to drive the ball down and go get a touchdown right now based on what you had seen their offense do throughout the second half of that game.
I mean, luckily it worked out. I still can't believe they got a sack that big on 3rd and 2. That was so
huge.
Clutch from Osa. Yeah, the 4th down situation is one that the Cowboys are bound to get better at in a significant way for the rest of the season. But right now when you have them go against you, I think it could put you back into a fear mode. And I can't decide right now, but what I do believe strongly is that the much bigger flaw here is getting inside the 10 and not running it. Like I was coming back from the airport.
I totally agree.
I was
on
listening
that.
to Brad and Babe, and Brad goes, "We need to give it to Javonte Williams 4 times here."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I understand we got Pickens, we got Lamb. We want to feed these guys, take advantage of matchups, but it's just not working out, and it never has. Like Dak has had good wide receivers throughout his career, and the time that the Cowboys have been amongst the leaders in red zone efficiency is when they had prime Zeke or when Zeke and Pollard combined for that one good year, and that there should be a repeat of that going on right now with Javonte Williams just rumbling in and ending up with somewhere between 15 and 18 touchdowns at the end of the year, getting those short yardage ones. I definitely think they're overthinking that. We got football's finest coming up, Chief.
Yes, sir. Featuring the coolest things we saw during yesterday's NFL slate next to the nation.
On the next KNC Master.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, for you.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell, y'all. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. 20 minutes from now, Brian Schottenheimer press conference up there at the Star. Here's Football's Finest with Eric.
Okay, lots to recap from yesterday's NFL slate right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Eagles lose, Cowboys win. First signature win of the Shoddy era, right? At this point, it was just a signature tie that he had, that Green Bay game.
Sure.
But this is his first signature win. I would like for us all to go live into the suite of number 88, the playmaker, and listen to how he's reacting to this. I'm sure he's cool, calm, and collected. He's feeling good. He is feeling good, as he should.
Did anybody get Stephen A. with his laugh back? That's usually a cool thing. Like when Philadelphia loses, and when Dallas loses, he always does that. He goes on live and does his laugh. But I wonder if anybody got back at
We did have a caller this morning with Sean and RJ that did it. And I thought that was a nice touch.
There you go.
It is a nice touch.
Have you seen what I'm talking about, Chief? When he does that, like he comes
he's
on
got like his evil villain
slow motion, and then he does the laugh.
Yeah.
When Dallas loses, I wonder if anybody got him today.
Well, I mean, the Cowboys' win probability was as low as 3.3%.
3%, yeah.
That was trailing 21-0 with 5:07 left in the first half. And then they go 24 unanswered and get it done. And there's a couple of shout-outs that you want to give. I think the first one has to go to.
Appreciate that. Thank you, man.
You're welcome, Broadus. Your coverage was incredible, wall-to-wall from start to finish.
It always is.
You're welcome
That's
for
true.
carrying his ass.
Your consistency is a true mark of a champion.
I'm the one that shows up. You know what I mean?
You do.
I'm an SEC guy. It just means more.
Your immune system is different than the rest of ours.
Yeah.
And
I think that's true.
You've proven that time and time again. Wolchuk, you gave the flowers to Elijah Clark. I think it's warranted to give a double dose of those flowers because that forced fumble, and it's gone viral as all hell on the internet. Just getting blocked like crazy, relentless effort, getting on the ground, getting off the ground, getting on the ground, getting off the ground, and then bang, you go force the fumble right there. That is a total turning point in the game. Elijah Clark, you deserve a lot of love for that.
The closest thing to old school football we got is bullying the gunner.
Yeah.
Because it just seems like you're capable of doing so much more physically to him than in any other spot on the field during normal play.
It was special, man.
Like he's trying to get up, you're pushing him in the back.
Yes.
Like, how's that not a flag?
I know. It's like you can really, it's kind of like no holds bar. There's like no regulations.
Like Fight Club here. Let's go, boys.
This is just man v man. Who's going to win? And it felt like Clark was down. Boom. And then bang, he comes over the top right there at the buzzer, so to speak. A couple of things that stood out. After the Sam Williams forced fumble, you would think Matt Eberflus was celebrating a Super Bowl championship. You could just feel the weight of the world lift off his shoulders. Eberflus was as excited as anyone in that arena not named Michael Irvin. And it was
or Zach Wolchuk.
I'm sure Wolchuk's pants went flying off in the press box, and everybody was like, "Oh my gosh,
very close,
what is that?
Very close.
Oh my gosh, what is that?"
Yeah,
and you're like, you know what that is. You know what that is.
Boom! Eagles suck.
Let's see. There was a couple other things that I wanted to mention. Overshown making some nice plays in the open field.
Yes,
there's some tackles that
really
he
nice
made. I'm
to
like,
see.
it's so awkward.
It is.
He's like laying on the ground.
Yeah.
Somehow it's like boom. The other players immediately down. He's showing the height of his powers again. He's about to start getting this thing humming.
Yeah, I think so. The rust, you could tell, was starting to get knocked off a little bit after that Monday night game against the Raiders. He looked pretty good yesterday. And then, let's see here. Like shout out to Ferguson on the Dak run.
Ooh, yes.
Touchdown run.
Yeah.
Who was he blocking out of there? Dean? Nakobe Dean?
Yes, it was Nakobe
By the way,
Dean.
he's a pain in the rear end.
Oh, yeah.
And Nakobe Dean is a gosh
He had
dang
that
football
sack
player.
earlier in the game, too, was another third down.
Destroyed Javonte on that play.
He sure did.
Yeah,
Ran right through him.
That's probably like the one low light of Javonte's season as a pass protector.
Yeah.
I saw an interesting nugget on Javonte Williams when it comes to pass pro. I'll get that pulled up here in just a minute. But let's see. The other thing was right there on that final drive. It was a great play by Dak. It's 3rd and 2. And Dak's trying to get to Lamb, but Nolan Smith drops underneath it. And so he's like, oh, crap, let me pivot. And that's when he hits Ferguson for probably a 10 or 15-yard play. And that was 3rd and 2 to keep the drive alive. And then you get the huge play to Pickens, and then you get the field goal win right there. But 3rd and 2, he's wanting Lamb right there. And all of a sudden, Nolan Smith goes from pass rusher to, I'm dropping in coverage. Yeah. Let me pivot real quick and hit Ferguson. I thought that was just a great play by Dak right there. And, again, a big 3rd down. And it was the biggest drive of the game. So kudos to those guys for that. But this goes into the game. Okay, going into yesterday's game, Brett Coleman had this nugget looking at running back pass pro stats. Javonte Williams leads all running backs in pass blocking snaps this season. Going into yesterday's game, he had 72 snaps where he was pass protecting. He had given up a grand total of 1 hurry in that time.
Whew.
For comparison, Rico Dowdle had given up 10 pressures going into yesterday's game on just 35 pass pro snaps. Wow. So in half the snaps, he had given up 10 times the amount of pressures as Javonte Williams. And I know he did have that one low light, no question, but otherwise, he's been a stalwart.
Lock him up.
Yeah.
You guys with me on that?
I am. I mean, the way that he's been running the football, it's been next level.
I mean, I don't think Jaden Blue's going to even have a chance to have a wake-up call until he's in his 4th year in the NFL. That's how behind the 8 ball I think he is with his professionalism, his work ethic. Like, he's going to have to be scared of, I'm going to be out of the league if I don't take it serious before he starts taking it serious.
Well, and he came in the league with fumbling problems. And then in the limited option reps that he got, he fumbled the football. So you're not going to see the field, one, if you're not accountable and you're immature, but then also if you just keep turning the football over.
That too. Like, my hope for Jaden Blue being an answer at running back is at an all-time low, and I like Malik Davis. So keep drafting guys. Try to find that gold on day 3 of the draft somewhere. Keep plugging away. Give Phil Maffa a shot.
I like Maffa.
But you don't have any urgency at running back for 26 if you bring Javonte back with a long-term deal.
I still can't believe the Eagles' offensive linemen were confused about the 5-man fronts that the Cowboys were running out in that game.
Embarrassing for Landon Dickerson.
That has to be embarrassing for everyone involved.
Jeff Stoutwell.
Yeah, Stoutland, one of the more respected offensive line coaches in the league. I mean, Sirianni, Patullo, you name it. Every single person that is involved with that offense should be ashamed of themselves, because ever since the Arizona game weeks ago, they unveiled this new defense, and as Wolchuk mentioned, under 20% success rate rushing the football yesterday for the Eagles offense. That is crazy. Yeah. And I know they hadn't been lighting it up. It's not like you did this to the Eagles last year or something like that, but still, to do that to anybody, under 20% rushing success rate, that is really, really exciting. Yeah. For the Cowboys defense right there. Now, elsewhere in the league, I mean, there was a lot to like about yesterday. The witching hour was incredible. That Giants game ended up being fantastic. Jameis Winston. How about Jameis Winston catching a touchdown pass?
Crazy play.
That was so cool. He's throwing up the hand like I'm open. He's like Randy Moss. And then he actually finishes the play like Randy Moss might do it. He scores the touchdown. It was great. And then the celebration was awesome. There's just nothing like watching Jameis Winston play football. And then, of course, like shortly thereafter, he's throwing an interception. Like that's Jameis.
That is. It's going to be a blast for about 55 minutes, and we're going to be winning the game, but then at the very end, we'll find a way to lose it.
That's the way it goes, man. That's the way Jameis Winston football goes. Jahmyr Gibbs, dude, what did he have? 15 yards per carry on 220 yards First player to average at least 14 yards per carry on 15 or more rushes since 2018 when Derrick Henry did it. He plays at a different speed, dude.
Yeah, he does.
Like a totally different speed watching him play, and we'll get a healthy helping of him a week from Thursday when we go to Detroit. But my gosh, he looked ridiculous yesterday. And then Myles Garrett, I know that the lofty, bold prediction of him making a sack on every single play versus the Raiders brought us.
I thought he would.
I know you did, and it was on the table. It was absolutely on the table.
He was tabled.
He ends up in the game with 11 pressures, 3 sacks. He's had 13 sacks in his last 4 games. What Myles Garrett is doing right now is ridiculous. He's absolutely, I think he needs 5 sacks over the next 6 games to break the record. But on top of that, he's also second in the NFL with TFLs and forced fumbles. So he's just such an all-around dominant player. And watching him get to go up against the Raiders, that's a sight to behold for a guy like that.
Oh, a follow-up on the Mike Florio from Friday.
Bucky Irving?
Yeah, Bucky's supposed to be playing against the Cardinals. He's going to make his return.
Okay, he is supposed to be playing because he was being very, very weird with what he was doing. Florio was.
Yeah, it's like,
I don't know what he was doing with
I don't know what he was insinuating.
You guys get him on the show Friday? It was a weird report.
No, Eric had a story about Florio saying that he
doesn't expect Bucky Irving to return anytime soon, and what's on the injury report is so much more damning than what's actually true. And he's missed the last 7 games.
Yeah, but now we're on watch. Like, does Bucky Irving play? And if he does, then Florio is ball sack and all. If he doesn't, then maybe Florio knows.
But now it doesn't even matter because the Bucs look like they're just broken and done.
They just need Bucky back. I'm telling you.
Oh,
they'll be fine.
They got the shoulder issue now with Baker.
It checked out. It's just an AC joint sprain. He might still be playing on Sunday. They got good news on that.
But
the Rams looked every bit of the best team in football.
The Rams are crazy, bro. 30 touchdowns, 2 interceptions for Matthew Stafford. His last game,
2?
Yeah, 25 touchdowns, 0 picks in his last 8 games.
Hey, is he good? You think he's a top 5 quarterback?
I think he might be a top 5 quarterback. This is pretty amazing for this conversation, this quarterback conversation to go full circle, and he ends up winning the MVP.
Yeah, it would be nice.
And then you just get to dunk all over Bobby Bell.
Yeah, well, I love you, Bobby.
We love you so much, Bobby.
I hope you're feeling better, buddy.
Okay, well, thank you, boys. We are about 10 minutes away from the Brian Schottenheimer press conference, at least the scheduled beginning of it, and we'll get you some reactions to the Marcus Simeon trade. We'll get to that shoddy presser and talk about other stuff going on here with our Cowboys' reactions to yesterday's incredible win over the Eagles. That's coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation.
B&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 4 of the Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are now standing by for the Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on a glorious and victorious Cowboys Monday here in the Nation. Okay, let's talk wide receiver here. Where are we now on George Pickens? This story has evolved quite a bit since he was acquired in that trade, wasn't he? I mean, at first it was like, okay, good rental player. He'll probably go somewhere else, and then you'll get the comp big pack for him, so you got 1 year. Then it was, man, he has played so well, he might have priced himself out because you can't pay 2 wide receivers at the top of the market. Now I feel like there's no way you can let this guy go. Like, he has performed so well. The Cowboys have a history of doing contracts with B-rated players on their own roster, overpaying them. You can't let a guy go who might be at the absolute top of his position. I would go as far as saying that if you decide we can only keep one, the smart move right now is to have it be George Pickens and move on from CeeDee Lamb. Nobody wants to do that, but if you're in that building saying we can only keep one, I'll take it to that extreme. We're keeping George Pickens. Better player, maybe. More locked in, absolutely. Like, I don't know what happened in Pittsburgh, but this guy George is like, he has turned over a massive leaf from early in the season where he was trying to maybe get a little extra physical with guys. He was kind of maybe bordering on crashing out after plays. I mean, guy's locked in right now, and I would imagine that's because he's hit a point in his career and his maturity as he approaches 25 years old where things are just a little bit more in control. So I look at George now as a must-have player back, and I'd rather have him than CeeDee Lamb if you made me choose, but obviously I want to keep both. All right, now I think the issue is, can you keep both and address your other weaknesses on your team? Right now you probably can. Like, what do you really need that the draft can't give you? Maybe 1 or 2 more good players. You could spend some money in free agency. So it might be only for a short term. And, yes, I would look at Cincinnati and Minnesota and say maybe doubling up on great wide receivers is, okay, we're going to pick up this conversation a little bit later. Here's Shotty up there at the podium.
I like his energy. Hey, I like his energy. No question. I got my travel sweats on today because they're like pajamas. Yeah, no, I did not, but I feel that way a little bit, so we're all good, though.
How you doing?
Doing good. Doing great.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Can you get the update on Tyler Guyton?
He has an ankle. We'll see how he does this week, but might be tough, but we'll see. These ankles are all different, and we'll kind of see how he does. Didn't do anything today. Not going to do much tomorrow. We're pretty bruised and banged up, but we'll see.
Nate, I mean, obviously you had a lot of expectations for Nate because you was going to be the left tackle before when guy got hurt. Just your thoughts on how he played.
Yeah, I thought he did a good job. Complete confidence in Nate. I mean, we love the upside. We love the way he competes. The size is real. He's got real power when he's had to play for us. He's played, well, started against the Jets and things like that. But, another really talented young player.
Clarence Hill, DLLS. I know you talked before the game about wanting to stack wins and obviously to get back in the playoff chase. That's the big goal. All wins are wins, but does a win like that, though, give you even more of a confidence boost that you can really do something special?
Yeah, I think so. I think it shows us what we're capable of for sure. I think I love where we are from a defensive standpoint over the last couple of weeks. I think that's been huge for us. I think when you just see the way we've played really the last, I'll say 6 of the last 8 quarters because the first half wasn't our best half of football. But more than anything, I think it's the confidence that the team has. And again, played really well against the Raiders really for most of the game, and the ability to bounce back. I think that confidence is more important for me than, the main objective is to win. We expect to win, but there's a lot that we can draw from that game with how we won and how we ended up finding a way to make the plays, and we had to make the plays and get the stops when we had to get the stops. And, we know we have put ourselves in a position where you got to keep stacking wins. And this week will be no different, very difficult against a very good team in Kansas City.
This team is certainly, the defense has been maligned, been stopping the run, pass, whatever, but the way you played the run the last 2 weeks, is it as simple as Quinnen coming in, or is it the 5-man front? What is it? What's been the difference?
Yeah, a little bit of both. It's a lot of things, actually. I think, the 5 down fronts have been really good for us. Quinnen's an incredible player. I think the fits have been a lot better. We've talked about that at length for the past, I think, 6 or 7 weeks. Is some of our fits and stuff weren't really off, and we've gotten better with our eyes. We've talked about how we wanted to train the linebackers' eyes a little bit differently. I think we're starting to get that done. But we've gotten a lot of guys healthy, too. I mean, again, I can't talk enough about our safeties with Malik and Dono, and those guys, they do an incredible job helping to secure the front, when they're dropping in there. So it's not as simple as one player. Great team defense is exactly that. It's team defense.
One more thing. The 3 different tackles had the most snaps of anybody in the front snap, but I don't know if that's even heard of, because usually linebackers and certainly the secondary, but the fact that you leaned on those 3 guys and their snap count was higher than linebackers, higher than anybody on the edge, that just tells you how you lean on those 3 guys up front.
Yeah, they're good players, and we want them out there. And, again, a lot of people have said, well, how are you going to play all those guys? You got 3 elite defensive tackles, and there's ways to do it. And the rotation was really good. Whitecott does a great job with that. But, our job is to play our best players. And I think we shown that we're going to do that. And, again, they've rewarded us with some really good play over the last 2 weeks.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. You knew about Quinnen, the player, when you got him. Guys after the game talking about what he was like at halftime and getting guys going and things like that. What have you learned about him that way in the 3 whatever weeks he's been here?
Yeah, it's ever present, Todd. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's just nonstop him investing in guys and talking to guys, and the leadership jumps off the jumps out of the meeting room. I mean, just the way you watch this guy interact with his teammates and the way he holds himself accountable, the way he teaches the young guys. Like there was a moment against the Raiders, where he's talking to Azaraku and guys like that. Like that's what you want. You want these veterans, whether it's Dak, Quinnen, Clowney, CD, whoever it is, you want these veteran guys leaning into some of the younger players and sharing some of their wisdom, because a lot of playing this game is feel, and these guys that have played the game at a high level for a long time, they feel the game differently than these young guys are trying to do exactly what we tell them to do or exactly what the playbook says to do. And there's a feel to playing this game as well. And so he's a terrific young man. I know his faith is really important to him, and we're just thrilled to have him.
And then you alluded to it a little bit last night after the game, but what does the Chiefs organization mean to you, the family, your time there, high school football, all that kind of stuff, to play against them?
Yeah, I think I hold the Hunt family in such high regard. They were so good to us, when we were, when my dad was coaching there. I was there for 1 year with him. But just even the way they, looked after my dad after he was, sick, I think that means the world to me. Lamar and Norma and my parents had a very good relationship. And, they just, I can remember that stadium, the first game my dad ever coached there in 1988, I think. There was like 21,000 fans there, Todd. And he turned it around. They turned it around as an organization. And then it became what it is today, which is, Arrowhead is packed, and you drive in and there's the tailgating. And so I remember that first game coming from Cleveland being like, man, this is different, because Cleveland was always sold out, and when we went to the first game in Kansas City, I don't remember who it was against, but I remember thinking, this is different. And then, of course, when you have the success that they had, it was it's fun for me to look back on that. But incredible people in the organization, and they're a lot like this organization. It's family first.
Well, if Clarence can have 3, I'll take 3.
Sure.
Hard Knocks gamers.
Although you didn't say hello today. Yeah.
The Hard Knocks gamers, or what? Now that they're here, what is that? You remind guys, hey, they're around, or how do you deal with all that?
Yeah, I told the guys on Saturday. I said, hey, just a reminder when we come in here on Monday today. I said the Hard Knocks guys will be in here. The partnership with NFL Films, and the league, and just the stories that they're able to tell, I think is really cool. And I've done it. I lived the let's go get a GD snack with Rex. I was there for that, and I did. I got a damn good snack. I was hungry, and I just told these guys, hey, look, we're proud of what we're building here. Be authentic, be who you are, and I think these guys do a great job of telling the story. And I said the guys that play to the camera, and there were some back in the day, I said they're not going to use it because it's going to come off as phony. So we don't change who we are. We're proud of who we are and what we're building, but I did tell the guys, and again, we're used to cameras around here.
John Machado with The Athletic. Can you give us any update on Quinnen's ribs and George's leg contusion?
Yeah, we're beat up a little bit. I think, I want to get him moving around a little bit tomorrow, but I think, other than, Tyler, he's probably the biggest question mark that we have right now, Guyton, of course. But everybody else, other than being pretty sore and banged up, is a very physical game. When I watched the game, I was really excited about how we attacked in our play style. Like, that's what we want to have. And I know the clip of, Elijah's gone viral, I guess, and deservedly so. Incredible play. But, the Sam Williams fumble, we showed that to the team today, just the pursuit of that and then K9 falling on it. But I thought our team played very, very physical. And you're going to be beat up a little bit when you play that way.
And so, back to the Clark play. So you obviously have a lot going on during the game. So when you see that play, when you're watching it back, and then also, he's a guy on Friday you mentioned to us as, kind of a guy that maybe we won't notice as much, a little under the radar. Just what do you think when you're watching that play?
It's what I see every day in practice. It's the way he's wired. He loves football. He practices like that. If you watch, you guys are out there for special teams, right? When do I kick you guys out? I don't remember. After special teams, yeah. So there you go. Let's go. Yeah, I kick you guys out then. Hey, let's kick them out earlier next time. But watch Elijah during special teams, even in walkthrough. Like, he's got a little bit more pace to him because it's important to him, and he realizes that's how he's going to make his mark. And I certainly didn't see it. I saw the end result. I saw the ball on the ground and all that stuff. But when I saw it, I was not surprised. Now, I think we need to go to the enhanced shot like we're looking for the blocked punt. But Marquise Bell swears he got a piece of that ball, too, on Elijah's. So I don't know if we're going to give him an assist or not. But Marquise Bell swears that he got a piece of that ball, too. So we're going to pull out the enhanced shots, see if Fox has some of those sends.
How many game balls you give away?
Short week. Good question. No game balls. No time. No time. Yeah. Wait, that's four. Hey, that's four. That's four. Well, why are you going to ruin the story for next week when we give him the game ball? Now he knows. Jeez.
Your halftime speeches from your defensive leaders. Not only Quinnen, but DeMarvion, Malik, Dono. Apparently, there were a lot of guys that came forward. Dak had said he had seen what was going on that side of the ball and it gave the offense confidence. Just to be able to put that culture together and see it come to light in that type of moment, how proud of can you be as a coach?
Oh, so proud. But it's not just me that's proud. I'm proud of the assistants. I'm proud of the players. I'm proud of the fact that, the things that we put up on the wall in the meetings and the things that we say, that these guys, they truly believe. They echo those things. And, again, from the time I took this job, I've talked about culture, brotherhood, connection. And you saw that on display yesterday. And you can do it when you're up 21-0. Harder to do it when you're down 21-0 and people are, concerned or you're not playing your best football. But, when you have good people that believe in one another and they believe in what you're doing, and oh, by the way, most of those guys are elite football players, you got a pretty good chance. So extremely proud. And again, I can't say it enough. The impact that these veterans can have on these young guys is so important, because the young guys will be the veterans in a couple years, and that's where we're trying to take this thing, because we want to do what? Sustain success and pursuing championships.
Yeah, kind of along those same lines, how much during the offseason when you guys were acquiring guys like Kenneth Murray or Javonte Williams, how much of that was the idea of like, hey, let's make sure we get the right veterans in here as well to foster?
Huge part of it. I think if you look at some of the moves that we made and you go back to free agency and all that, there was a type. Tough guys, physical guys that had leadership ability, leadership qualities, guys that played the game a certain way. And then you see us making moves for guys that do that as well. There's a type, and certainly with football teams, you're going to have all types of personalities, but there's a personality type in terms of the the traits that you're looking for in terms of how they approach the team, how they approach the locker room, how they approach practice that we're certainly searching for.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. We talked a little bit yesterday about how you guys are excited to move on to Kansas City. How much reflection were you able to do today on some of the first half stuff that you mentioned you didn't like, or is it just kind of a quicker process, wash it out so you can move on with a short week?
Yeah, that's a good question, Tommy. It's faster than normal. I mean, that's the truth, because you have to move on. You watch a game, and then you live the game, and then you watch the game, and you have a few conversations about it. But really, by 7 a.m. this morning, we were on to Kansas City because we had to get the first, second down plan done by noon. When the players walked in the door, we let them, sleep in a little bit, get a little extra sleep. But, not as much as we normally do, but there's certainly things that, we took away that, we can do better. I'm not going to share those because we need to do them better. And so I don't want to give up the secrets, but it's faster than normal. And that's anytime you play a game a couple days later, you gotta move on pretty quick.
You mentioned the veterans pouring into the younger guys. Do you see any tandems or something like that where younger guys noticeably kind of soaking up everything that one of your veteran players has to say and kind of how that's paying off?
Excuse me. I'm trying to think. It's different with everybody, I think. Early on it was, I think Clowney with Ezeraku. Now I think, Donovan's doing a great job. He's leading people. And I've kind of challenged Book and Easy that I said, hey, this team wants and needs your leadership. You guys were brought here. You guys have those type of leadership traits. You're not rookies anymore. They've earned the respect of the veterans. They've earned the respect of the coaching staff. They've earned my respect. And it was great after the game because Book was obviously, everybody was excited. But, he loves that matchup. He loves going against Jalen Carter. And but, we're trying to bring it out of all those guys. And sometimes, the rookies need just a little bit of persuasion. Like, come on, now you can lead. And they both have done that over the past couple weeks.
Joe.
Joe White, Dallas Morning News. DeMarvion Overshown had 2 significant injuries early on in his career, but seeing his positivity and perspective never wavered. How rare is that?
Incredibly rare, because, again, what we don't see, I don't see, you guys don't see, is the thoughts you have in your mind when you lay down at night after a long day of rehab and it's sore or it's hurting or people are questioning you and people are saying you're not going to come back. And there's so much stress that goes into these, young men's lives about, is he going to get back? What's it going to look like? And I'm blown away by his mental toughness, his grit. We call it competitive stamina, because he's never wavered. No one has attacked rehab as hard as he has, and I think that's why you're seeing him, back probably earlier than most people thought and playing at a high level.
With that in mind and just knowing the injuries he's had and what the talent he showed, just how much do you want success for him in sustained health?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I want it for all of our guys. But he's certainly a guy that he's earned the right to have the incredible career that he's going to have. He's going to have an incredible career. Agent Zero will be out there for a number of years wreaking havoc on football teams that we play. And, again, he's not the only one. But, again, you cheer for those guys because you tell them it's part of your journey. It's a little bit of a setback, but it's going to make the story all the more sweet.
Scholar.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. For the record, according to the play-by-play, Marquise got an assist, but Elijah got full credit for it.
Okay. So he was right. Marquise was right. Okay, all right. I'm going to write that down. He gets an assist. They don't give out assists very often, guys. I'm going to write it down. He's got an assist. He'll be excited to know that. I'm going to tell him you said that, Skyler.
As Clarence mentioned, the rally was huge for the postseason. Jerry said after the game, daunting schedule. You guys like the phrase, keep your feet where they are. How do you keep your feet where they are when you've got a number of games coming and they're still in the postseason picture and that kind of thing?
Well, you really don't have a choice. I mean, the way the schedule's set up, you don't have a choice. If we spend too much time looking back on Philly today, then we're hurting our ability to prepare and get ready to play a really good team in Kansas City. And, be where your feet are just means stay in the moment. Today's really a Monday, but it's a Wednesday. And as soon as I'm done with you guys, I got to go do third down and all that stuff. So it's late nights, and the players are sore and grumpy, but they'll bounce back, and they'll be ready to go. But it's a good way to be, because whether you're sitting here at, undefeated, or you're sitting here where we are at 5-5-1, it's the process that matters. And the process is, hey, you take each day one day at a time, each game one day at a time, because every game is a championship opportunity. And I think when you do that, it's easy to just kind of trust the process and take it one step at a time.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Hey, Brian, Jalen Carson went kind of in and out.
See you, bud.
Yesterday's game. What's his status?
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Jalen Carson, he went in and out of yesterday's game. Kind of what's his injury?
Yeah, he's okay. Some dehydration stuff. He had some cramps. We'll just kind of help him get a better plan for that. But again, nothing we're concerned about.
And then with going into this week against Patrick Mahomes, kind of what is your approach against a quarterback like that, who many believe is the best?
Yeah, try to mix it up the best we can. I mean, he certainly has proven the ability to win the big game, and incredible player. The ability to improvise is incredible. The arm talent's incredible. So, we have to affect him. And how do you affect him? You affect him different ways: pass rush, changing the looks. But he's seen a lot of football, so be a great challenge for our defense. But again, it's going to come down to the teams on both sides of it, and we look forward to the matchup.
Cannot wait. The Chiefs are a 3-point favorite Thursday afternoon here in a Thanksgiving tilt. Cowboys-Chiefs, it'll be electric there in that stadium. And we'll react to what El Shotty talked about here coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. Coming up next, the G-Bag of the day. And then LA Live before too long. We'll take a quick snapshot of what's been breaking throughout the afternoon first. And that's all coming up next here in the Nation.
Jag, I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Free all the way to the top. Just had the Brian Shottenheimer press conference here on your home of the Cowboys. We'll be talking about the Cowboys in depth coming up at 6 o'clock, and then we're less than an hour away from a Monday night edition of Two Guys One Booth as we celebrate Cowboys game day and getting a very improbable victory, come from behind victory, 21-0 down there in the first half. So salute to the Cowboys for getting that done. You got the Cowboys Hour with Brad Sham coming up at 7 o'clock. So Dylan Gabriel was cleared, but Shedeur Sanders is going to stay Browns quarterback one. That's one of the bigger stories of the night. The Bucs getting good news on Baker Mayfield's MRI with his shoulder. Apparently he's going to be able to tough that thing out. You see Justin Tucker is getting a tryout with the Saints first since his suspension for going full Deshaun Watson at the kicker position. Chase out of Baltimore is one of the great kickers in the history of the league. I wondered if he'd get another shot, and apparently the Saints are desperate enough to be willing to do that. Probably not good for your brand.
Good for his, though. Headline, Justin Tucker is a Saint.
Wow. That's pretty rich. And look at this. Jaden Daniels is going to practice a long shot to return on Sunday, but if you want to draw up a scenario where the Eagles somehow kick away the division, having Jaden Daniels viable and capable of beating them, they have two matchups here in the final 6 weeks of the season. That could be a huge upset victory, and they did kind of have their number a little bit last year. Okay, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Hustling, bustling, baby. Hustling, bustling in here. You feel what I'm saying? How you fellas doing on a
Doing, sir.
incredible? All right.
Yeah, could use a little warmer. You got your hat on, too, in there.
Yeah. I wear my Nike Techs at work now because I have to zip it all the way up.
Yeah.
But I got that Pooh Shiesty vibe, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cover all the way up. Yeah, look at that. All right, here we go. Every weekday on the Fan 5:30, we do G-Bag of the Day. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If there's anything you think I should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Our winner and champ so far It's a fast food crash out. They're in the drive-thru. Old lady found some mold on her bread. And she decided she can talk to anybody crazy at this point because I caught you. You're wrong.
Hi, I just ordered here and there's mold on my bread. I want a refund for my whole meal. And smell it. Tell me if that smells right. Smell it. The top bun. That's not mold, it's flour. That's the bottom bun. I'm talking about the top. There's green on there.
In like 4 areas.
Smell it. Put it up to your nose. Put your mask down and smell it. It doesn't even smell right. I want my money back. And I want to talk to a manager as well.
I am, and you're acting like a psycho.
So you let your cooks give people molded bread?
No, absolutely not. The things happen, and I am sorry about that.
You can open that sandwich and see. You better give me my money back or I'm calling corporate.
Call the police.
Give me my receipt.
Call the police,
Give me my
lady.
receipt now. We have you on video.
She did not just lock the door.
Give me my money back.
Stephanie quit.
We have you on video and we're calling corporate, dumb fat.
Ooh.
I can't believe her.
I can't believe her. He was just amping up the set, bro.
Fast food managers are good. You know, they're good at conflict resolution. They've heard it all. They've seen it all. I mean, some of their employees are giving them the conflicts, right? So these are people with a ton of experience and a good skill set for handling this. I think I might vote for the manager there.
You acting like a psycho.
It happens sometimes. You reach in there, you grab the bread. That ever happened to you when you're making a sandwich? You sit down there to eat it. You're like, oh, God.
Yeah.
At
least you see it first. How many times have you eaten a sandwich that you didn't catch it? That's the questions you'll never
I
know.
always check it. Always check it.
You always check for mold.
Yeah, but I put my bread in the freezer.
Oh,
look
your
at
home
you.
bread.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it you can like,
last longer.
Last a little longer. Toast. Yeah, that works for me.
Take your word for it.
Yeah.
Man, I got so many options today. So many ways I can run this ball. Let's see. I don't know where to go first.
Shotty will help you with
Take
that.
it to the house.
Outside zone.
Take it to the house. Trap House Sports.
Oh,
Trap
here we
House
go.
Sports.
Yeah, here
take
we
it to
go.
the house. Trap House Sports as a Eagles diss track.
Here we go.
I'm your biggest hater, ain't no other like me. I'm talking fly, Eagles fly your ass back to your seats. Going up by 21, don't mean none, cause y'all still came through and put the L in Kelly Green. Belt dash. AJ Brown teeth look like toilet seats. He look like he capable of biting a chunk out of a knee. Belt dash. I got CTE, so please don't come for me, cause I heard that they E and Eagles stood for EDP. Yeah, Sunday night, I turned my hatred on. The game was in their hands, but they ain't stay that long. What? So why they grab his ass? Bro, that's the play they call. Jalen Hurts. Why his face that long? I'm saying the Eagles. I'm saying the Eagles. I'm saying the Eagles. I'm saying the
Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat for my vote.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. And speaking of grabbing butt, did somebody grab GP's entire package on that last catch? You see him go to the sideline?
Yeah, he got his thing pulled. It looked like.
It looked like the
stepped on.
looked like he grabbed a whole handful of everything and was yanking.
They're going for whatever
Tackled
they
him by
can.
his junk. What
Desperation. It's a desperate move right there. It's like in a fight and you start biting.
Then you know.
It's a desperate move.
You know you lost.
Yeah, you
already
lost,
for
bro.
doing that.
Get the bite. He bit me.
Yeah.
Yep. What did Tom Brady say right here?
Popping. Odighizuwa just blasting through Nicker. Excuse me. Landon Dickerson right there.
I love how he laughed at it because he knew.
Excuse me. To Popping. Odighizuwa just blasting through Nicker. Excuse me. Landon Dickerson right there.
He was blasting through him, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He just blasting through him out there.
Gosh.
Broadcasting professional.
I love it though, man. People mad at Tony Romo talking about it's like he's not the standard anymore or something like that. He's went. I like it. I don't care. I like it. What else we got? Right
Details, toughness, and finishing.
Yeah.
DTF Patriots.
DTF Patriots. I hope you can hear this one. Let's go to First Take on Friday. They were at Bethune-Cookman. Cam Newton tried to talk some serious football stuff. And, the pause game,
This way, and then you get your back blew off because you didn't slide the protection in the right way. Hey, those are all things. Whoa, please, give me grace. Down damn it. Let's slow down, bro. Come on.
That's fantastic. Please give me grace.
Please.
Blew my back out.
The damn pause. Yeah. If you don't slide on that protection properly.
Dude, if that's what we get for not sliding, I want to move to defense.
Let's see right here. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. I hear you listening now, sir. How about that?
Hey. Honored.
Mother Kelly right here is praying for a man that's fighting prostate cancer. See if you can put it all together.
But you know what the doctor told you. And he said it would take that for you to live in his man parts. In the name of Jesus. One of your brethren, just put your hand just right in front of him, down a little lower. Come on, you man. You know where it is. Come on. Try to act funny with me. Yeah. Glory.
She wanted you to put that hand on his Johnson if you're going to pray for it now. Just don't pray. Put your hand on there for the anointing.
Oh, man. Oh.
And he's got to stand there wait for you to pray for it.
That's unbelievable.
Please help me out, brother.
Who's first?
Yeah.
Come on up.
First to pray.
Matter of fact, I got a pain as well.
I'm
so sorry. I always wonder what they mean when they said laying hands.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Don't play funny with me.
Last one right here. Browns rookie Shedeur Sanders. This is before the game because they're doing like pregame interviews now.
Shedeur, you told us that this week felt like you were getting back to normal, being a starting quarterback, like you have your whole career. But this is going to be your first NFL start. What does that opportunity feel like in this moment?
Feels good, but we cool, calm, collective. Like this ain't nothing to us.
And what do you hope to show against this Raiders defense, your teammates, yourself, and these Browns fans with their play today?
I'm who they've been looking for. Appreciate it.
Hey,
I'm who they've been looking
I mean,
for.
that's some confidence to go out there.
Yeah,
That's
no
before
doubt.
the game. Because if you would have crapped the bed after saying that, boy, they would have hated you.
I would have
that
stuck with him forever.
He saw that Raider defense all
Feeling
day.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Who's up next for him? I think the 49ers?
Yeah, it's San Francisco. I looked.
That'll be fun. Okay. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Our champ is the drive-through crash out. Our challengers include the Trap House Sports Eagles diss track. What do you say you put the L in Kelly Green? That's fantastic. Tom Brady's latest blooper. First take at Bethune-Cookman. There with Cam Newton asking for grace. Woman praying for her husband that has prostate cancer.
He's in front of all those college kids. You know, the pause game is real. Like, what? They will hear nothing you have to say right now. Address that pause, sir.
Football needs to change up its vernacular. But Cam Newton, he swerved for that one. He did. Yeah. Or is it Shedeur Sanders there with the pregame interview? I'm voting for Trap House Sports there. Chief, how about you?
Yeah, same here.
Okay, Lucius?
Me's too.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I have anything that says F the Eagles in it. I'm voting.
And Brian?
I'm going to go with Cam just to give him a vote.
Killer.
There you go.
Yeah,
he earned it.
Yep.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion is Trap House Sports. Salute to you, sir. Thank you for the content. If you ever miss who the champ is, Lucius replays that for you about 2:20, 2:25-ish every afternoon before we get to Wolchuk's Top 10. It's time to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James. All right, you squares. Fire up this funk, y'all.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get out.
Like New Yorkers always get this like rap of like being obnoxious where we travel, and it's Texas. It's Texas. You don't have to. I knew you were from Texas. Do you know what I mean? Like your energy was like Texas. Yay! What city? Dallas. Houston. All right. Well, listen.
Dallas is annoying. Houston's
Right. Okay. Yeah. Obviously. Yeah. I read that. I was in Houston not too long ago, and the lights went out when it rained. That's not a joke. And then everyone was like, yeah, but no state income tax. I'm like, imagine if you did. Imagine if you had state income tax.
Imagine if you did.
You'd be able to see things in the dark when it gets a little wet. Like, no state income tax.
Hey, we got a lot of pride here in Texas, baby. We got a lot of pride here. This is LA Live for Monday, November 24th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Shoosh. Monday, Friday vibes. Well, I got a PPT song. I didn't know if I wanted to play it or not because I'm pretty sure some people don't know what PPT is. But then I was like, do I want to really mess up this floor? Rick James.
Isn't it? You down with PPT? Yeah, you know me.
Monday, Friday vibes is just where I, just go over some things I've seen sliding down the timeline over the weekend. Okay, folks. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Before I get started, did you guys see that raccoons are in the first stage of domesticating themselves?
What? Oh, that's smart.
Yes.
Yeah, it's evolution.
That's evolution. They're tired of hunting and foraging for their food. They just realize all we have to do is kiss these guys' butts a little bit, be nice to them.
Look what the cats are doing, man.
Yep, that's it.
They'll feed us.
Yep. A new study published in the journal Frontiers in Zoology. Shout out to everybody who's reading Frontiers in Zoology.
That's what Dawson sold when he was a magazine salesman.
Jim McCormick, man. Fishing and Hunting News.
I knew it was something.
How'd you like that free buck knife you're sitting out there?
They found that city-dwelling raccoons are showing early signs of domestication. They're trying to become more increasingly adorable to humans.
Yeah.
I wish koala bears would do this. Oh, I'm here for the koala bear. I love those little koala bears.
Very cute.
I like when they fall out the tree and they have just their arms up and they're just making noise. Yeah. I want to pick them up, put them in the tree, bro.
They'll scratch the hell out of you, won't they, though?
They sure will. I hope they got like chlamydia or something crazy, too, right?
Wow.
Gonorrhea, chlamydia. They got something. They need to clean that up.
Fornicating.
They need to get that together.
Domesticate that.
Yeah, they need that together first.
I think they're anti-vaxxers.
They need to do something, bro. The physical signs the species is becoming domesticated often include shorter snouts. They don't look so mean with those long snouts, like our dogs and stuff. Floppy ears, like a dog. White spots. And a reduced fear response towards humans. So they won't run from you when you... Later, right now. Not right now, but later. They're starting to domesticate. So don't run up on a raccoon, because if it bites you or scratches you, don't you have to go to the hospital?
It could be rabies.
That's rabies. Get tetanus shot, which hurts.
Yeah.
So this is like when we see a cute one, we don't kill it. Is that why this is happening? We're letting the cute ones live. We're letting the nice ones live.
Yep.
Cute raccoons.
They're multiplying. There's more cute ones.
And they're letting them know, hey, man, be nice to those people that are taking care of us.
Unless you're a Chiafalo daughter, then they go after you, right? Aren't the raccoons, we hunt them?
Yeah, well, if they're going to steal all the baby turkey eggs,
yeah,
then they have to be put down.
Have to put down.
Chiafalo got his daughter some raccoon hats for Christmas. How'd you get those, Dad?
I don't know how.
Yeah.
Probably should have done that with a rifle, though. Maybe a couple hundred yards out.
Yeah, the AK probably wasn't a good choice.
What'd you guys throw rocks? Holy crap.
Just kidding.
Well, it wasn't AK. No.
What'd you throw rocks at him?
Just
What'd you
a good
do?
old-fashioned shotgun. Yeah. Only takes one shot. It all made sense till the blood splatter, right?
Then when he tossed him into the little swamp area, I was like, "Ooh, this is tough."
The bass were the bass.
This could backfire.
Speaking of hunting, my son and them went hunting. Remember I told you guys that?
Oh, yeah.
They brought back a deer.
Oh,
they brought back a deer.
You started grubbing on it yet?
Not yet. No, not. I think they got to dress it and everything, take it someplace to get it all cleaned up and whatnot. Yeah. He took his girlfriend too out there. I can't believe she sat out there in that blind.
Wow. That's love, dude.
That's commitment.
Oh, maybe a story from that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was. When I first heard it, he took his girlfriend too and his best friends.
Yeah.
They're not hunting. They're not hunting. They're down there getting blasted.
Someone is.
Nothing better than a morning camping beer.
Yeah. That's what they were doing.
I sat in a duck blind one time and drank a fifth of wild turkey.
That's what happens.
Put the shotgun in the corner. I didn't fire a shot. I just sat there and drank.
That's what ends up happening.
And they're calling him, and the ducks were flying so close. I could have stood up and knocked him down with the gun. And everyone's like, "Hey, did you get any?" And I'm like, no, we're over here.
Drinking and duck hunting doesn't seem like it goes together.
I didn't. I just put the gun in the corner. I just said,
took more shots than he fired.
Everybody pops up, I'm just sitting down, just like drinking out of a bottle. Oh.
Hey, bald men.
Yes.
Bald men.
Yes.
Researchers from a Taiwan university say that they have discovered a serum that could potentially regrow hair.
That's BS.
in just 20 days.
20 days.
In 20 days.
All right.
By the way, they have that surgery. It was in Turkey. You can get a brand new head of hair in Turkey. It's going to cost you a lot of money, but it looks real good. That's where everybody's going.
Hey, I heard the other day, Fred and Blake, I think, were talking about something. Guy paid $100,000 to, it was the morning show, to get taller.
Yeah, that's
Guy
the-
went from 6'2" to 6'6".
Yeah, they got some crazy looking legs, though, dog.
You look ridiculous. You're 6'2", you have to get taller? I mean,
You look ridiculous, bro.
You need to make my arms longer, too.
Yeah, they look psychedelic, bro.
Everything is disproportional now. It's all, man. Like a little T-Rex.
$100,000 and you look ridiculous?
I mean, they're taller, but them legs are really long, man.
At 6'2", you don't need to be doing that.
you don't.
I can
No.
see it maybe if you were the other way, but you're plenty tall enough. That's CEO height.
Yeah, that's a Turkey thing, too, I believe.
What are we doing in Turkey? Just medicine? We're just kind of having fun?
They're just going crazy with all the surgeries.
Hey, get taller, grow hair.
They're
Hey, come
good
on.
at it, too, man.
Are they?
Yeah, that's where it's going down at in
All right.
Turkey right now. Yeah, 20 days, man. They said just 20 days. 10 years. More like 10 days, B. The study published in another journal.
I might need to go.
Cell Metabolism Journal. Cell Metabolism Journal show that fat cells under the skin can restart hair growth, if motivated properly. Wow. Yeah. Fatty acids were rubbed onto a mice or a rat skin. And it regrew, bro.
You should wake the cells
It
up.
triggered their hair and
I
it
was
grew
just
back
thinking-
in 20 days.
That's incredible.
I was just thinking of how big of a fro I could have if I had like all the fat cells on my body.
Yeah.
If they, just saying, if you did just like
Bob Ross.
Yeah, what's going on here, boys?
Yeah, don't get that serum on your hands or anything. You have like wolf hands. You look crazy.
Yeah, you don't want
Warren Zevon,
Robin
Werewolf and the
Williams'
Onion.
knuckles.
Ooh, werewolves in London.
Looking scary as hell. Can you hand me that? Be like, whoa!
Pass the salt, please.
Teen Wolf in this damn thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look into that, bro. By the way, what do you call a group of bald men?
Baldies?
Baldies, okay. Baldies, I like that one.
Baldos?
Baldos. Baldos is
Baldo?
hilarious.
Unfortunates.
Unfortunates. I got headies.
Oh, headies, yeah.
Headies. Headmasters.
Huh?
Pause.
Pause.
How about this one? Headaches.
Headaches. I'd applause.
Yeah. Somebody said billards. A congregation of craniums. One person, I like this little response. He said, Freddie and the Gibbs. A group of bald men is called Freddie and the Gibbs. Google Freddie Gibbs. That's hilarious. Another person just said, just call him Onyx. That's funny to me. Also seen this one on the timeline. I thought this was crazy. Crazy. There was 2 North Texas men plotting to take over a Haitian island.
Yeah. This is
You
all
seen
over
that?
my feed. Yeah.
This is crazy.
They had
I
a
think
big
they're
plan.
from Allen, right?
Yeah.
Allen, stand up.
What, they're just going to land and attack? What are they going to do?
We're taking over.
They had a full-on plan.
Yeah, they had
Been
a
working
full-on
on
plan,
this.
bro.
I was shocked this was real when I started seeing it elsewhere. You see some of this stuff on Facebook. You're like, I'm going to Google this. You're like, holy crap, this is real?
This is real, dude.
Wow.
2 dudes.
Yeah, 2 dudes, 2 young guys, 20 and 21. They wanted to kill all the men on this Haitian island and use the women for sex slaves and the kids for slaves and whatnot.
Yeah, this is an unbelievable
This
story.
is crazy.
These dudes had been doing things for the last year or two to prep for this.
One guy went to the military, got kicked out, but he learned some stuff. Yeah, they've been doing a whole lot. They were raising money by using underage girls to take videos and photos and sell those. Wow, bro.
Next level. Is that how they got him?
I think they were just finally we caught on to what you got going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were going to pull up on a smaller side island.
They were going to bring guns and their sailboat and take over an island with 83,000 people.
Yeah.
What?
That is
That's crazy.
so dumb.
Yeah.
They were charged with conspiracy to murder, maim, and kidnap in a foreign country.
Yeah.
I don't think you could take out 83 people.
You're not
with
going to
2 of you.
do that.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of 1804, sir? They've been through this before.
Are we in a situation where we would extradite them to Haiti for this, or is this a United States crime?
No, I think you got to come back here.
Okay. We can't send them over there and let them deal with them?
No.
That would be interesting.
What's that Haitian that took over the Haiti for a while? I think his name was Barbecue. Sup, I say. What's up? I think his name was Barbecue. He took over that country for a while when they had like a little coup trying to going on.
Yeah.
The hell is that? Oh, hold on.
Time after time, I think.
Yeah, it sure was. But
Cindy
that wasn't what I wanted next.
Yeah.
Even though I do like Cindy. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Girls just
bro.
want to have fun.
They just want to
have fun.
Yeah, somebody said they were going to train the homeless to kill people. They're just going to get some homeless
So they
folks.
were gonna put together a group of mercenaries.
Yes. Wow, this is wild. I mean, the cojones on these guys. Just going to take over a whole country. That's what we're going to do.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So it was the main Haitian island they were going to invade. With 2 people.
One next to the main Haitian island.
The island of Gennady?
Yeah. Wow. A Haitian island. Crazy. That was a crazy story I seen.
That is nuts.
Jose Bautista.
Oh, yeah.
You seen that?
Jokes now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what is he known for here in the DFW, fellas?
Rugi punch.
The Rugi
Bat
punch.
flip and a punch to the face.
Yes, yes.
Flying